It's that time once more where I forget to turn on our microphones, and we welcome you to the Triton Super High Roller Series here from North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and hopefully that's the only kink we'll have in the chain throughout the next 16 days of coverage here. An absolutely jam-packed festival. Thrilled to be bringing you this coverage yet again from the luxurious Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel. And Randy, weather's beautiful. The beach is open yet again. The food, of course, bit of an issue for yours truly. I have a tough time saying no to the buffet. 3 visits yesterday. I'm guessing you can take the over on whatever weight bets we're going to have before the end of this thing. But it's nice to be back, certainly, under better circumstances this time around.
Yeah, the Marriott's an absolute great place for the players to play. They always exhibit that, they like that there's a lot of good food options,
Sure.
always open. The gym is just right next to the poker room. They can, kind of let some tension out, whatever they need to do.
The gym's right next to the spa, Randy. I don't know if you've taken the liberty of getting a nice steam sauna circuit training in prior to one of these pregame shows, but I would highly encourage the visit. But really, honestly, when players talk about how much they enjoy coming to a Triton event, again, it's going to sound like we're just playing for the home team, and of course we are, but they really mean it. It is unlike any other poker tournament that you're going to register for a whole, series of events where they just look after everything. Every venue that we choose is carefully curated, and certainly this one is among the best around, no question about it. Turnouts on this one, a little bit of speculation, Randy. We were record setters in the first 3 events back in Vietnam at the Hoi An Resort and Casino. This time around, what do you think? Are we going to trump those numbers, or maybe we're going to cool off a little bit, come back down to earth standard Triton turnouts?
I think the expectation in Vietnam was that we weren't going to break records, but then we absolutely broke it, right?
We sure did.
I think it's possible we can get some very strong numbers, whether we break or not, to be said, but I have seen some familiar faces that did not go to Vietnam. That's here, like Kevin Pake, just to name one of them, and I think it's going to be a very nice event, regardless if we break the numbers. I'm happy to bring coverage with you, take it down to home.
All right, let's talk about it. Next 16 days, we're going to be bringing all of you 15 events in total. 10 No Limit Hold'em, of course, the fan favorite. Then we're going to have 3 short deck events and a couple of Pot Limit Omaha events. A little bit of popular demand there. And, of course, my personal favorite, the return of the Mystery Bounty. And you know why I love it.
You like the Mystery Bounty because you got to finally be that game host, right? And pull the little envelopes, try to get the tension for the players, try to get them to swap envelopes. You couldn't get that
anybody to do it or sell an envelope, but maybe this trip I'll make it happen. Who knows? But certainly we do have a jam-packed schedule. In fact, all of these little pamphlets that are available at the desk, this is the heaviest one I can remember. There's some extra pages in this one here, as we do have 16 days of coverage coming your way. Now, the 3 jewels in the crown, of course, Randy, are going to be that $200,000 Lux and Pay Invitational, just like we had last time around. This format, tremendously popular. The VIPs alongside the pros. Then we're going to have the No Limit main event at $100K and the short deck at $50K.
Yeah, obviously we're most very excited about the Luxembourg 200K event with the Invitational. You get to see the different pairings. You can see that there's pros that are really trying to get in there. I saw Justin Bonwell say, hey, I want to play, and all of a sudden he was in the event.
Yeah.
He got invited by Dao Min Fu, who showed up to this event. It's really cool to see the winner from Vietnam, who only been playing for a couple years, decided to take a shot out in Cyprus. And I'm just, the 200K is going to be something special. It was special last year.
You talked about Dao Min Fu. Upstairs at breakfast today, I believe it was, I saw him and a friend sitting there, said hello, and he told me that he had no swap with Justin Bonomo in the 200K. Now, I'm sure Bonomo's looking at the situation and going, I'd love to have 100% of myself, but to be fair, the way Dow characterized it was, I didn't want to swap. I wanted 100% of myself. I'm coming in confident. So, anyhow, obviously that's going to be a little bit deeper down the line. Today, of course, we're going to have the 25K, the kickoff event, but you may notice, I'm not sure whether or not you've got a vantage point here behind us, but we're back to 2 tables of coverage. Kind of allows us to not miss a beat, right, in terms of features.
Then that's one of the great things about the Cyprus Merit event, right? We've got a very large space. We can set up 2 featured tables and ping pong back and forth. We had this set up in previous stops where, sometimes we get to the final 2 tables and we're like, oh, what's happening on the other table where my favorite player is playing? But now we can kind of ping pong back. Don't miss a single big bust out or big hand, and really follow the action. And one of the best parts, too, is when we finish event, we got to take time to set up and bring on the next event. Now we can just go straight into it, no breaks in between.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of the upsides for sure. We are just 8 short weeks removed from the Vietnam event. Talal Shakurchi, of course, taking down the No Limit main, and then Aaron Zhang taking down the short deck main. While those events are all in the rearview mirror, the ones that are out the windshield here in North Cyprus carry some added weight to them. Why is that? Well, no other reason than the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race. We are going to crown a champion. This is the last stop on tour where one can gain points. And, of course, the big story out in Vietnam was that Stephen Chidwick came in with the lead and managed to extend that lead as nobody else could outperform him with a couple of second-place finishes and 5 total cashes.
Yeah, Steven Chidwick right now, he's got a 662-point lead on Sam Greenwood. But, second, third, fourth, and fifth is very close. We got Sam Greenwood, we got Seth Davies, Jason Kuhn, and Isaac Haxton. And just because he's got a 650-point lead doesn't mean that it's a lock for him, for that $200K prize up top, right? Just for eliminating, of course, the bragging rights. But I think that I've heard Jason Kuhn talk about how he's very happy about winning that 5th title back in Vietnam. He's hungry to win 7 titles before everyone else. He made this down. I'm going to win 7 before someone gets their 5th event. I think that he's very likely to give Stephen Chidwick a run for his money. He plays all the Nolan events. He plays all the short deck events. I'm sure he plays PLO as well, and he's going to fire away.
How likely do you feel like it is that Jason Kuhn is going to be joined with 5 titles before he manages to pick up a 6th and or a 7th? Like you mentioned, he's kind of calling his shot, saying no one's going to get their 5th before I get 6 or 7.
I wasn't sure if he was going to get his 5th title back in Vietnam, but he was able to do it, pull it through in all the events out there. Makita, we know he's very hungry. He really tried to get that 5th title, was unable to do so in Vietnam, but I'm sure he's going to play every single event here. Vietnam, he bricked out a lot of events there. But, Jason Kuhn is just one of those guys who plays every single format all the time, studies with the best group of players. I think it's the Jason Kuhn show right now in terms of titles, in my opinion.
So you're thinking that he's going to pick up number 6 before anybody else picks up number 5?
I think so.
That's definitely some confidence there that brims in Camp Kuhn, no question about it. I want to turn back to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, though, because one thing that we overlooked is the fact that this isn't just bragging rights. We've got $200,000 in cash available to that champion. So there's a financial motive as well. But it does feel very much like in this kind of small, close-knit community of top-tier pros that the prestige of winning that Player of the Year award also carries some weight to it, Randy.
Oh, the prestige is so important, especially in this Triton series. It's multiple stops. We know Triton brings out the quality, but it brings out the very best players, in whether it's cash game format, no limit tournament format. They all come here to play throughout the events. And while 200K, yes, it's a big prize, but the bragging rights means so much because you're playing against a smaller field, but of the best players over and over again. I think, in poker, we struggle to kind of find a leaderboard where we can determine who's the best player. I think Triton is developing this pretty well as all the players come out to play this one stop, and I like that we can just continually do this yearly leaderboard and try to figure out who's the best. I think it's very well deserved, whoever happens to win it.
Small oversight, by the way. The players nipping on Jason Kuhn's heels as we bounce back toward the conversation just prior. Mikita Badziakuski, 4 bracelets. Wai Kin Yong, son of Richard Yong, co-founder of the Triton Super High Roller Series. He's got 3, and Phil Ivey has 3, though I haven't seen Phil Ivey thus far. I've seen everybody else checking in, milling around the lobby at the buffets. Not certain whether or not he's going to make this particular trip. So let us turn our focus then, at long last, to the event at hand. It is the 25K, and it is the GG Super Millions Alive, Randy, which comes with some kind of wrinkles, a little bit different than the other events that we've had. This is the second time that we've partnered with our keynote sponsor, GG, on one of these things. Talk to me about that partnership.
Well, in GG, when they did the Super Millions Live in Vietnam, it was the first record-breaking event, right?
It was.
But, what's special about this event is that a lot of these guys that come out to the Triton stop for this GG Super Millions also play the GG Super Millions Live every single week. And, it's like a 10K buy-in. I used to do the commentary for them for about a year, so I'm familiar with some of these people who come out to play here, like Alexei Panikov, for example. And they have their own leaderboard where it's whoever wins the most money net will also get some kind of prize and be the GG Super Millions champion. And, it makes sense to kind of have this partnership where Triton has built their brand as the biggest super high roller series out there, and to just demonstrate how who's the best, right? And I think Super Millions is great, too.
How do you feel, by the way? I know this conversation's been had for quite some time in poker because most of the leaderboards, the overall win rate type of stats that are kept, are always kept as just total aggregate wins, never deducting the investment to get those wins. Because that's not net profit, $44 million up there toward the top with the Bryn Kennys, Bonamos, Negreanus of the world. Who knows how much people are winning? Do you feel like this is the more fair metric, the better way to judge kind of your prowess as a poker player?
Yes, I personally, I do. Whenever they brought Elke on to kind of revamp that Super Millions and having the chance to do so, it's just very nice to see that, who is the net winner to determine who's the best out there.
Couldn't agree with you more. And it looks like we're already ready to go. Chomping at the bit are the boys out there right now to get the action going. Blinds will start at 500 and 1,000 as an abrupt end to the pregame show here, but conversely, an abrupt start to our Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus. Note the German, Hossein Ensan, World Series of Poker main event champion not that long ago, amongst the 5 players at this feature table. Vyacheslav Buldigan, Jonathan Jaffe, Ike Haxton, and Alex Boycott will round things out. Of course, registration is open throughout the first few hours of the day, so not to say that these guys aren't going to be shuffled around or have some added company at some point as the day progresses, but let us get our feet wet as things are underway here at the Marriott Diamond Hotel and Casino. There you see Ensan on the button. Always equipped with not one, but 2 pair of sunglasses.
Over 3 hours.
Buldigan looks like he's equipped with a Cookie Monster t-shirt.
Not going according to plan.
I don't think that's the Cookie Monster, though.
No, not quite, is it? 7-5 offsuit. Jonathan Jaffe, all smiles. Watched him arrive yesterday with the likes of Ben Heath and Patrick Antonius in tow. He's got 6-4 suited. And an idea, it would appear, as the raise comes in and Buldigan will concede. And here we go, Randy. First hand under our belt of thousands, I would imagine, that we're going to be feasting our eyes on before this thing is all said and done.
Thousands of hands live commentary. Okay, I'll take it.
What do you think?
I don't actually know. I'm not really good at the math thing. I know it's weird.
I think.
Excuse me, service.
Is there a pause in the action? Okay, there we go. Back underway here.
Quiz question. What year did Hassan win the main event?
You know, it's funny. I thought you were going to ask me what year was Salvatore Ferragamo founded. And I was going to try to wait at 1927, something like that. Certainly well before Hossein Ensan won his World Series of Poker main event. I want to say that Ensan won the main event in 2018.
I thought you knew the answer. Do I have to look up the answer now?
I mean, you can't quiz somebody unless you can administrate the quiz, Randy.
Oh, my gosh.
Time does fly,
You know, the good news is I don't even need to look it up. I'm sure chat will get to it, and we can just believe what they say.
Well, careful with all that believe what they say stuff, as 10-7 suited is being careful from the cutoff. A check on the King-Queen 5 board as Buldigan's Ace-8 suited checks back and picks up a Broadway draw. Open ender and a heart draw, though, for Din Chu.
Well, looks like they're checking it down.
Yeah.
Opportunities like that.
Ooh, the 3 of hearts binking the flush. Backdoor addition for Chu.
Well, he's really going for the super trap here. I'd imagine Ace-8 high is good enough to try and check. No, he's going to start betting now. Okay. You would think that he's checking down to Ace high, he's looking to show it down, but maybe he thinks his opponent's got some middling pair that just has to let it go, like a 5, a jack.
I think specifically 5x and maybe even some 3x is what Buldigan wants to be targeting here with the Ace-8, because he's taking the queen, the king, and the jack maybe out of Din Chu's range as played. But he is going to be given some bad news when the extreme
Yeah, this is going
3
upstairs.
check raise.
This is a very easy check raise, of course. Just the question is how much. There we go. This hand should be over.
Like he's just smiling and thinking, why did I do that? But 4K, not the kind of sum that he's going to be missing all too much, as each player began with 250,000 in chips, but a mere flesh wound. On the topic of wounds, Randy,
Mm-hmm. Do we
our
have any
commentary booth is really bruised and battered.
wounded? Yes, I know, right?
Henry Kilbane involved in quite a frightening motorcycle accident
Correct.
in Phuket, Thailand, broke several bones, still managed to make the trip here. No question how many painkillers will be consumed before the end of this thing, but he looked in great spirits, so that's the good news. And then Laranisi, whilst deplaning here in Larnaca, failed to find the final step, but did find the fracture point in her right foot, it would seem. So, or left foot, one of her hooves. But in any case, I'm now paranoid. I'm thinking maybe it's one of those Final Destination things, and which one of the two of us is next.
Just don't let it be me. Just come. But you're already a loony, so like it has to be me next.
I know. King 10 suited for Jonathan Jaffe. Upstairs we go to 3K. And a customer is Boyka with Jack 9 suited. He flops bottom pair up against a gutter. 2 diamond flop.
Yeah, inside straight draw. Some people like to continuation bet this. Drawing 2 nuts, put pressure on 9x, queen x, multiple streets.
Yeah, you're in position. You can rep the ace. But I think Boyka is obviously well aware that Jaffe's range isn't only ace-x, queen-x as played, raising the button as the opener.
Yeah, of course. Check call is the play.
Defending, extra 5K, slides into the middle. An 8 looks relatively harmless for Boyka's purposes.
Yeah, let's see how Jaffe wants to press on this 8. Does he want to continue firing away? The 8's interesting in the sense that it does improve the check calling range somewhat. You know, of course, Jack 10s would not be folding 8 9s, queen 9s. Let's see, we'll fire once more. And I think, you know, if you're betting a flop with King 10, you know, you need to look for a lot of double barrels to try to find opportunities to win the pot. And Jack 9, sure, it picks up inside straight draw, is in a very marginal spot here. Oh, still makes the call. That's very impressive there from Boyka. Still good.
Let's see whether or not another barrel awaits Boyka, though, from Jaffe. Or if Jaffe's going to shut it down.
Well, we know Jaffe is quite an aggressive player. 10 blocking some straight slow plays like Jack 10 also blocks Ace 10, which is one of the higher kicker aces. And wow, this is a very powerful bet.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Well, it's an over bet.
Ooh. Now, these are super polarizing, so Boyka's looking at it and wondering, is this an Ace-X or is this dust? And we have our answer as he decides to concede. So well executed there from Jonathan Jaffe. I think he figures King 10 was no good, but that 75K was just what he needed to haul that one in. Jaffe playing under the American banner alongside Ike Paxton.
Yeah, and ever since Jaffe showed up to our Triton events, I feel like he just has final tables at every stop. Very impressed with how he plays.
Well, let's take a look using the Triton Poker Plus app at Jaffe's results over the course of his participation in the Triton Super High Roller Series. He does have just shy of $1.5 million in career Triton earnings, 4 cashes, yet to pick up a title. He did have a 3rd place in the 8 Max 30K back in Vietnam. And he had a 2nd place last time we were here in North Cyprus. Oh, so close to his first title. Once again, an 8 Max No Limit, a 50K Turbo on that occasion. Chu with pocket nines here. I believe Din was the gentleman that was seated with Dao Min Fu, who picked up a title back in Vietnam at breakfast, as I alluded to during the pregame show.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he played in Vietnam, but you know, you can see that Dao Min Fu has brought some people with them.
Yeah,
They got the bug over there.
his camp.
3-bet Isaac Haxton, King 10 suited.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is his very first event, Titan Chu. Triton newcomer.
It's his very first Ike Haxton 3-bet.
He's not faded. He got pocket nines.
Gonna flat. Calling the 9,000. And remember that newcomers, they cut both ways in terms of Haxton really knowing nothing about his opposition either. And here Chu on the ace-a7 board will check. Not the worst flop for him, but obviously there is some ace-x contained within Haxton's 3-betting range.
Yeah, this is the board that heavily favors the 3-better. So Tin Chu, with a hand like nines, tends to kind of like check call once, check fold a lot of turns. We'll see how Isaac Haxton approaches this. King 10, fire once for now.
And really just want to see a muck. when
Yes,
we're firing
of
here.
course. He's not saying like, call me with like some
this
float.
isn't value with King Eye.
You'll see the downsized bet on flops too on these paired boards and 3-bet pots. It's just it's quite polarizing. Your opponent has it or they don't.
The downsized bets, though, do come with kind of the inconvenience of not being able to clear the widest variety of hands. Sometimes you will get a float. And remember, he has no idea how Tin Chu plays.
100%, you're right about that, is that sometimes the bigger bet sizes on flops. Of course, you risk more, but you might get the answer you're looking for more.
Sure.
Pros and cons, you might play off of the small bet and multi-barrel a bit more, knowing that you're going to get floated or get weaker check calls. So, you know, it's a multi-street game, right? It's not just what is the best play on the flop. We need to know how to play the turn and river.
And some of the check calls from Tin Chu will certainly contain ace-x's of their own. It's not to say that just because he flatted, he doesn't have the bazooka here.
This is
Nevertheless, Haxton leaning on him with this 23K on the turn.
And, you know, I think that comes hand in hand. You know, the point that, you know, that small bet on the flop will invite more calls, and he knows that, so that's why he's multi-barreling. But Tin Chu is like, he's got pocket nines, babe.
Sticky makes the call. 6 outs for Haxton here. That's not one of them, as the board double pairs in the 76,500 chip pot in the early going here. At one of our featured tables in the 25K GG Super Millions. The kickoff event here from the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino.
Yeah, one would imagine this hand is usually done here when Isaac Haxton bets flop and turn, especially when it pairs the 5. Well, ace-x is never folding, of course, but he's looking down at more chips. He's going to fire away. It's a hard bet. You don't really see people put in triple barrels on ace, 5, 3-bet pot too much.
If Tin Chu had an ace, would he not comfortably lead into this river, given that the board is double paired? And now that he has check, might Haxton be thinking this is a pocket pair more than it is aces full?
That is a very good point. But like you said earlier, they don't have that much history, so it's hard to make certain assumptions. But yeah, some players will lead an ace here thinking, well, you're not going to bluff this board. I might as well just bet in case you've got like some kings, queens, jacks that bet the turn. I do like it if an ace-x would check, though, on a river to protect their check calling range. But wow, Haxton has somehow found a triple barrel. These guys are going hard right now, level 1.
They sure are.
This is an impossible call of 2 nines, isn't it?
I mean, the pot is laying him a little over 3.5 to 1. It's not impossible.
I know it's not impossible. Man, this would be sick.
It feels like you're on the wrong side of a dairy farm here and you're getting milked. No question about it.
Yeah, the sizing looks very milky. No.
Oh, my.
Okay, that's
Is
time
this
card.
a time extension? Okay. Credit to him for thinking it over. He's not just automatically giving Haxton credit for a bigger pocket pair or an ace. Do you think he's removing tens through
Yes.
queens from Haxton's range?
100%. He should not expect tens, jacks, queens, and kings to be value bet in the third barrel. Yeah, we'll just say it's just so. He just made the call, Ollie. That is.
We've
Tim
got a
came to
statement.
play.
We've got a statement on our hands, and look at Haxton's expression there.
Yeah, put you on that hand. You still called me.
Yeah,
You got me.
yeah,
Just knuckle the table, right? Well played.
yeah. Very much so. Haxton did exactly what he wanted to do, executed. And Tin Chu announcing his arrival on the Triton Super High Roller Series in a very real way against one of the more decorated opponents that he would find himself up against in Ike Haxton. Ike, 22 cashes. And
just got
oh,
hit and
that's a
run.
little tilting.
Hit and run.
Okay. I mean, when they pull the guy's number right after he dusts you off for 3 barrels, that'll steam you up. Zeki Soyirgaz joining the fold. Brigade. Now slightly wounded Ike Haxton. Jack 6 suited from the cutoff.
He's back.
Unfazed, yeah. Not the kind of guy that gets his cage rattled all too easily.
No, I don't think so.
Haxton. Oh,
Hello.
Christoph Vogelsang in his very much trademark hoodie. We don't get to see a whole lot of them in the middle of a pot, do we?
No, but, he plays a mean game.
And he plays a queen deuce suited here, which is wholly unimproved on the 9-9-4-2 spade flop. Same story for Haxton, of course. Benefit of position and control.
Yeah, paired board, backdoor flush draw is important. You block those check call floats. That has backdoor hearts. Continuation bets gets it done quite a bit here. There we go. Win the big one. Lose the big one, win the small one. Haxton for you.
Bad formula, but obviously you'd rather win this one than not.
Did I give you a time bank? Yeah. Poker's changing, man. The last 5 or 6 times I've heard somebody ask something about either a time chip or about chips, it was there a favor in my error? Yeah. There was something going on.
Not
at
this
Hard
time
Rock.
for king deuce suited.
Multiple people, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 different people, believe that they got
Hassan,
starting chips.
8-5 offsuit.
At least one called the
attack.
floor over. Sure, he was right, but no.
Well, Vogelsang going into the hoodie, suggesting that he's going to
Did
be a
he
participant.
think he was supposed to have a different amount, or did he miscount his stack?
Discounted his stack.
9-7 suited. One gapper, small blind.
And it
Gonna
was
flat.
a 500 chip difference on like a 150 starting stack or
Obviously
something. He just
incentivizes
had like a
Soyirgaz to come
500
along and take a price, but 7-4
funny.
offsuit,
Yeah.
not the one. So he'll duck out and leave the
It's interesting to see. Like,
former World Series of Poker main event champion to do battle with the German high-stakes pro. Countryman.
Trust, like, I've just never seen it be wrong. And I'm
Jack
like, I don't know what
8-4.
he's
It's a
doing wrong,
gut
but let's
shot
see.
for Vogelsang against middle pair.
I've seen it be wrong.
yeah.
As he's got
I
his
think
eyes
he's
very
getting
much
entire
trained
two
on
starting.
Insan here.
Whoa. That's a
Wraps
really
the rail for a
egregious
check.
look.
Now we'll see if Hossein wants to.
Like they
Barrel?
sat down the deal.
He does not.
I think checking's fine here. You don't mind checking these middling type hands. Try to get them to show down cheaply.
And interestingly, when you check back and the ace rolls off, it kind of allows you to activate and maybe do some representing.
Yeah. The good thing about the ace too is when you're the pre-flop raiser, the defender tends to not lead out on this card, so you can either rep it yourself or just take more free cards. So quite an advantageous spot for him right now. Vogelsang with a little bit of a tank, but don't think he would bet the ace.
I didn't watch the move and everything from that point on. The guy seemed legit.
Looks like he's thinking about repping.
I'm also just very susceptible to getting scummed. People were joking about what a good
3,500 into 8,000.
full on humor.
Very calmly deposited.
Yeah, hands over.
Yeah,
Too good of an angle.
worked out quite nicely for Hossein as he picks up his first pot. Actually had the privilege of getting to know Ensan during the Triton Super High Roller Series Festival prior to the pandemic in London. Had lunch with him and some of his friends, some of whom have actually made their way down here to the Merit Poker Room
Bye-bye.
and this property for some of their tournament series. Very soft-spoken, kind-hearted gentleman.
What would he have for, what do we eat though?
Persian food, of course.
Okay, of course.
Little kebab, little rice. By the way, no shortage of that at the buffet if you want to get right with Middle Eastern food.
There was something
This
there I
is
had
your
today. It
spot.
was pretty good. It was like this red sauce and white sauce around it. The little dip. You know what I'm talking about?
White sauce around it.
Gosh, never mind. Such a bad description. You probably think it's like ketchup and something.
Yeah, I know that there's mayo and ketchup by the fries station, Randy. That's not actually Middle Eastern food.
Okay.
Ace, deuce, deuce. Couple of diamonds here as Jaffe checks on the heels of the big blind defense. Always had Vogelsang in a bad way as Christoph opened that king 10.
A lot of players like to c-bet on these ace-high boards, especially paired. The big blind defends so wide these days, they're just going to check fold, deny equity. Small bets is ideal. Of course, we know top pair going nowhere. Question is, does he check raises at some frequency? Kind of also depends on how often how he plays his draws. And he is going to go for a check raise here, ace 10. That probably implies that he does check raise bluff a decent frequency on this board too, to kind of like merge and have some value that isn't just 2x, of course. But it's over. I'm not. In the past two series I've watched Jaffe played, of course, lots of hands as we do commentary on him, and
Yeah.
I find that he's very tricky. You know, he's actually very tough to play against. Willing to make moves, you know, like we saw earlier with that king 10. Willing to check raise spots that other players tend to shy away and do a little bit the least variant path. But Jaffe is just not afraid, really.
I'll tell you what, in conversation, I think he is regarded as one of the tougher nights out on tour.
Yeah.
Not exactly the most welcome arrival once he
No,
burst onto
they
the
didn't
scene
like
at the
it that
last
he
time.
showed
Yeah.
up to Triton
He's like, who
Series.
told this guy about Triton? There he is, 273 bigs, currently off to a good start here. He and Ensan, the only players ahead of the 250K starting stacks. Those chip counts brought to you by Bookmaker. Also Poker Stake. Failed to mention them during the opening chip counts. Our apologies. I feel like I want to ask the guys from Sharehand that are responsible for our production to maybe handle the setup of my living room TV, just because the resolution on those LED walls back there looks so staggeringly good. I'm guessing they could, I mean, I'm sure it's a little beneath them, but if they happen to be in Vegas, you know,
Okay.
come get me, right?
You try that. You let me know how that goes, and you can send them over to Australia too after.
You have an OLED TV at home yet, Randy?
No, because I barely know what that is, all right?
What do you mean you barely know what that is? OLED. What? But you could probably tell me what the best computer monitor is,
Yeah, I
couldn't
know,
you?
right?
Yeah. 6-2 suited here up against King Queen as Haxton defends and has Soyadgaz's dust in a bad way for the time being.
Well, if you're raising dust, you're not expecting to hit it too often, so you might as well try and represent something. Backdoor hearts also
That's a
working.
good point.
2.5.
In comes the follow through, 2.5.
Oh, we got mid pair. We got a check call incoming. Unless he's got some other plans, but check call is generally the standard play here.
Is there any frequency with which one would check raise this particular hand, or is it just pointless?
It should be 0%.
Okay. Ooh,
Yeah. Ooh.
well,
Yeah.
6 in the turn for Soyadgaz.
And of course, it's some showdown value now. You do beat some inside straight draws. Don't mind a check.
No action on the turn.
Yeah, let's see how Haxton approaches his king queen. You know, does he think that ace X would bet the turn against him quite at a high frequency, therefore he can go for value of king queen? Or does he think his opponent's gonna check some ace X's where value betting might be just giving away chips? We'll see. Does seem like he thinks he's got the best hand.
7.5.
7,500 is the bet. Just got a bluff catcher here. Pair of sixes. Makes the call. Well done, Isaac Haxton. Second pair getting sizable value.
So you guys keeping an eye on some of the busted straights,
Yeah.
busted flush draws of the world.
With his hand, it's not so bad of a call, right? He doesn't block any of the 10 jack, king 10, king jack type hands that were
Right.
busted straight. And he
Right.
doesn't block any of the diamonds that was on the flop. So I definitely see merit in that call on that river. He probably didn't expect the queen X to also value bet against him too often. But it did in that spot. But, you know, you just adjust accordingly on, you know, the new information you gather as you play.
This is Soyadgaz's first ever Triton event. Bit of a forgettable exchange there with Ike. Worth noting, by the way, that he wasn't just binning the 6-2 suited on the button. He got after the boys.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, like, these newcomers here, they've been getting at the boys, right? Like, we got the 2-9s earlier from Tin. And
Well, to be fair, it was kind of Haxton getting after
Yeah.
him more so than the other way around, but he definitely
everyone's attacking
Put his
Haxton
foot
now,
down.
huh? They're like, who's this guy?
Jaffe. Suited wheel. Ace-5. Finds Boyka. Defending with the pocket eights. Not a bad flop for him. King-4 deuce. Jaffe's got the wheel. Gut shot.
Yeah, pretty fair fight here. Ace-5. Draw to the wheel. No backdoor spades, but it is the type of board where your opponent's just going to check fold so much. Small bet once again.
This is the Belarusians' first ever Triton series and event as well. There's multiple newcomers.
Everyone from Belarus is just... You may not know them, but they're usually pretty darn good.
Yeah, there's some talent coming out of that corner of the world, no question about it. I suspect that Alex has dipped his toe into the online streets prior to coming out here, maybe has some familiarity.
I don't know why his name seems a little bit familiar. Maybe when I was doing some commentary for the GG Super Millions. So he's like, all right, GG Super Millions Event 1. Let me rack up some points. Ace-5. I would think that one would bet more often this turn if you're holding a club. Blocking some flushes, also having backup. Yeah, it does check.
Tries to realize the equity does Jaffe after getting called on the flop. Unable to improve. Neither player had the flush draw. 7's actually not a complicated card for Boyka here. Really, the question is whether or not Jaffe has a king effectively.
Yeah. King X is still a reasonable part of Jaffe's range, I'll say, just because clubs come in, people check back some kings, strengthen their checking range. Value bet, kind of blocker value bet's okay here too, I think,
Yeah.
with 2/8.
A bit mergy in that sense.
Yeah.
5,500 into 11.5, and Jaffe promptly puts the ace high into the mug. So, welcome to the party, Mr. Boyka and Mr. Ferragamo.
1927.
I like that hoodie, by the way.
It's
Like
fresh.
it really, we talk about it all the time, but it's gotten a bit ridiculous, the one-upsmanship on the Triton Super High Roller Series when it comes to the fashion. Like, I saw Johan Gilbert, who I think is at our other featured table. There he is right there. He's actually managed in short order to find his favorite massage therapist, who probably is not going to leave his side for the next 16 days. But he had this yellow tracksuit I've never seen him wear before, and I was like, okay, here we go. Maybe waiting for final table appearances before they break out the real good stuff.
My favorite, of course, is always Linus.
No question, Linus, who I have yet to see, but we
Come
know
on,
he's
we
going
know
to
he's
find his
gonna
way
show
here.
up.
What he's got in store for us. As Haxton's ace-jack takes it upstairs, button open. And Ensign with the 7-deuce suited going to defend. No bounty available,
Yeah, I was
by the
going to
way.
say that too. we playing bounty now? Well, we do have some back doors here. 7-deuce suited. Potential if you want to get frisky. He didn't check yet. Contemplating lead. No, there's a check. And once again, we got one of those paired boards. Dealer button versus big blind. A lot of c-bets tend to come quite small here. Checking, of course, is reasonable of ace highs. It depends on how the big blind reacts to your c-bets. If you c-bet too often, you might get check raised a bit, but people don't really go after it that much. You do encourage things, though, when you bet really small, right? And you're holding backdoor. I could see 7-deuce make a play here. Oh, looks like he's out.
Did seem like it was on his mind, didn't it?
Yeah, he's like, do I really want to be that guy that shows up on a river of 7-deuce?
Haxton looks like he's rocking a throwback polo,
Throwback polo.
right? It's kind of disco fever a little
Yeah,
bit.
I see it.
Vibes.
We eventually need like a poll of like best dressed by the end of the series because we'll have seen every single player.
Well, maybe we need the poll to just be second best dressed because we know that Linus is going to win.
Okay, second best dressed.
Maybe Tom Vogelsang gives him a
Oh, yeah.
run.
He-
Vogelsang's got some flavor.
We've seen Vogelsang at Cyprus, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully we see him here at the stop.
Yeah, the Dutch contingent didn't make their way over to Vietnam. My understanding was some sort of issues. Maybe they were tax related.
Yeah, we've heard something about that, but it's also very far too, so it doesn't help, right?
That's true.
Is Haxton in every single pot? VPIP,
It starts to
90%.
feel that way, doesn't
Jeez.
it? And I'll tell you what, when we feel as though somebody is speedy, maybe opening too many pots, this does encourage us to ask some questions pre-flop from time to time with
Of
hands
course.
like sixes. Not on this occasion, though, as Vogelsang will leave it to the gents. Small blind versus cutoff. Sixes, ace, queen suited. 7K in the middle to the flop. And the sixes have been outflopped. King, queen, deuce. Haxton, middle pair.
Well, let's see if Haxton c-bets this or checks it back. Ranges changes a little bit when a small blind flats versus the big blind. Small blind flatting is a little bit tighter than the big blind.
Should be, anyway.
Supposed to be, yeah. It gets more weighted to like pocket pairs and like broadways rather than like the random 8-6 suited, for example, that will check fold. So check through is the play. And Son here, pocket sixes, no heart.
No heart draw.
He's got heart.
Man's got heart.
He's got heart. He's also got the champ. But let's see. 2 6s. I think standard is kind of just give up here. Yeah, check so far. Haxton in kind of an interesting spot, whereas ace queen usually wants to check it down. However, if your opponent is showing a lot of weakness and maybe you deny some equity now, you know, does a heart's bad for you, a 10's bad for you, a jack's bad for you. Let's see. No, Haxton goes for a check. Rear card is a 10, one of the worst cards for Haxton. I don't think Hassan thinks the 6s are good. Does he think he'll get called, though? What hands can he get to fold? Ace Queen is a good example of a hand I would fold. It's reasonable to bet here of 2 6s, it just doesn't have that much showdown value.
Purely turning your hand into a bluff on board texture that does feel like it's welcoming.
This is a very nice play.
It really is. 5,500 into 7,000. Haxton can beat effectively nothing here with second pair.
Yeah.
Any jack, any heart downs him. It does feel like it would have to be specifically that sort of kit, though, because the 2 pairs of the world maybe don't
Correct.
bet this amount.
2 pair unlikely to bet here, right? Because, of course, you could be in trouble. Jack X doesn't bet too well. Wow, this is some world-class play here. Ace Queen calls.
That... Even Chris, did you see Christoph Vogel saying crane his head forward just to double check and make sure he just saw what he just saw?
Yeah, those are black cards. Yeah. 4 red cards.
Wow. And listen, the head hang there from Ensan, obviously, we've all been on the wrong end of one of those where we can't understand how it is that we got called, but Haxton, some real ferocity.
That was beautifully played by both players, really. This has been some world-class play on level 1. Oh, switcheroo.
Yeah, very much so. As we flip over to the other table where we find Johann Gilbert. And a green dialed, or rather green bezeled Rolex, it would appear. 10-7 offsuit for Gilbert as he takes on the Austrian Mario Mosbach, former professional footballer. Top pair.
I'm just happy we got the 2-table thing going on. It's just, we always got the updates on the biggest action.
Yeah. Well, it's fun. If there's a lull in the action at one table, we can just flip over and seek carnage elsewhere. As a simple follow-through from Mosbach will earn him the pot.
I spy Fedor Holtz at the
It
table.
looked like he was there, didn't it? And I believe he and Mosbach quite friendly.
Yeah, they get to play the blinds against each other. Enjoy.
Mosbach, by the way, his very first Triton Series came at the last festival in Vietnam, where he went 3 for 5, playing all no-limit events. Very first event he ever played was the GG Super Millions. 10th place finish for 81K there. Didn't finish in the money in the 15K 8 max. Then 11th place finish in the 30K 8 max for 100 grand. 50K 8 max on the heels of that one. He finished 14th for 111 and then did not cash in the 100K main, but still a profitable trip for that young man who now has just shy of 300,000 in career Triton earnings. Ben Heath, meanwhile, under the Union Jack, ace deuce suited, cutoff, opens.
One of UK's finest.
2,500. He's going to run into Sun Yu.
Malaysia.
10-5 suited. Failing to connect with the queen high board. Can't say the same for Heath, though. He's got bottom pair. And the 3 of diamonds working.
Yeah, pretty dry board. Let's see if Heath wants a continuation bet. A lot of players do. Big blinds do check fold a lot. Small bet incoming, 1.5 big blinds. Finished.
By the way, I thought I recognized that face on Ben Heath's left, camera right.
15.
The man he's chatting with right there, none other than Rob Kuhn. Randy,
right.
not sure if you're familiar with him, playing under the Stars and Stripes.
Is it your first event?
He
Yeah.
was a very splashy force in some cash game streams, I believe, that
Was that right?
I was a part of back in Vegas.
Yeah, he I think he plays under the ACR team, and you know how ever since Nagy came out to these, the Cyprus spot was his first debut.
Phil?
Yeah, Phil Nagy. He's
maybe a little skinnier than I am, but
he's brought some ACR people with him. Last time we had Ebony Kenny, right? Did
Yep.
Wonderful at the Cyprus event, the 200K, and
did.
we got Rob Kuhn that came out here. I believe there's another guy that's out. We'll probably see him throughout this week, and it's cool. You know, he's kind of created this opportunity where they can kind of play a leaderboard and fly some new players out.
On the topic of wonderful performances, by the way, Sir Watts, Mike Watson, he did something at EPT
Yes, he
Monaco,
did.
didn't he, Randy?
Won the EPT main event. That's a big field.
That's not only just a big field, but a very illustrious field. I mean, the upper crust doesn't miss that stop.
Yeah, and I believe he's like a third person or something I read that was like to win like 2 EPT titles. I think that's a hard feat to do. So yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's good to see Mike Watson. He's been playing these Triton events for a long time. I know
Sure
he had a
has.
dry spell for like the first few stops back in Montenegro. And he was struggling, but then he stuck it through and has been doing much better.
Well, he won his first title at the last festival
Yeah.
in Vietnam. He had
Correct.
been shy of that, 14 cashes without one, but the 50K short deck picked up 695,000, now sits with almost 4.4 million in career earnings and a King 8 offsuit in the small blind, which tried to limp in there. Mosbach wagged his finger with the bottom end of his range, unable to clear the King 8.
Yeah, Watson's just one of those guys that's just been playing forever. You know, it's just cool to see like one of these guys still slugging away and doing amazing. And here he's got top pair.
Yep, good kicker as well, as Mosbach has the action checked to his gut shot.
We did raise pre-flop. It does have some kind of piece, some equity to maybe fire away. You know, just 7 high. Backdoor diamonds working. You know, King A, of course, fares to be best, but they're playing quite deep. 260 big blinds, 250. Check call. Drop an ace. That is a scary card, of course, for when you're defending. You know the preflop raiser is very ace-x heavy.
But the preflop raiser is also going to be a little bit leery, a little bit cautious of this kind of board texture, which one pair isn't necessarily going to be incredibly comfortable facing a check raise with. Sometimes we'll see some check backs. Let's see
Yeah.
what Mosbach elects to do.
The flop's that's actually a good point. You know, the flop is actually the type of board where maybe, you know what? Maybe ace-x doesn't bet this flop a lot. So, it's interesting. He's going to fire away quite large. I'm not sure if it shakes Watson yet. Just because big aces don't really fire quite large on this 8-6-4 board too often. I think Watson might stick around one more. Thinking it's hard for his opponent to have ace-x unless it's like ace-x with 2 diamonds, ace-8. I don't know. I don't buy it yet. Yeah, I don't think he buys it either. Here's
Yeah.
the check call.
16K. Doesn't figure to be enough to shed the likes of King 8. But now the 5 slides right on in on the river, just what the doctor ordered for Mosbach. His only path to victory was that card. And here he is with the 8 high straight.
Yeah, I got saved there. Yeah, I don't think Mosbach was looking to multi-barrel had he not hit the river card. As played now, most likely to get value for some kind of 2-pair hand. Ace 4, Ace 6, Ace 8, then call, check, call seems reasonable. 6-5. Yeah, I think there's a reasonable. He can go for some value. Just needs to size properly. Of course, he's gonna go for value for a straight up. Yeah, I mean, like trying to size against 2-pair, I think is reasonable here. Let's see. 40K. It's quite a big bet targeting those types of hands. For Watson, it's a little bit confusing though, because
I probably won't have water.
he's probably like, really, he hit the 7, but I guess slides it down.
Sorry.
That's how it tastes a bit.
I wonder what happens if we put that King 8 in Ike Haxton's hands, just based on what we've seen so far. Sticky icky.
These guys have been really fighting in level 1 of the tournament so far.
Well, it would appear that somebody has paid the floor staff off to take Fedor Holtz off their hands. We kid, of course. It's all done at random.
I keep switching people in and out.
Despite.
How much do you think Johan spends on massages per Triton festival? It's not a small sum. Does that factor into the GG leaderboard, by the way? Do they deduct
massage
the amount
fees.
of money that you punt on massages? It's actually not a punt. You get a good massage therapist out there. I promise.
If your results are better, I don't really see why not.
I feel like my results might be worse because I just don't have the fight in me.
You're
You know what I mean? I'm
default.
just like, I'm so relaxed, man. Just take it. You know?
Yeah.
I don't need to defend. Just take it.
I mean, it's been going for a while.
Yeah.
Soon you looking to take it with Ace King.
So you should do like the get a massage, but then play as the most aggressive you've ever played in your life.
Maybe you get a terrible massage. Right? Steam you right on up.
Yeah.
No, but then you're tilted. Then you're not actually playing good. I don't know. There's some sort of balance to be struck.
You
in
think
there,
there's
for
some
sure.
kind of GTO massage
Right,
strategy?
yeah, massage strat with Randy and Ali. Ace 7-5. Both players got a piece of this one here. Unfortunately for Heath, it is the lesser of the two pieces as he faces a follow-through barrel of 2,500 on the light side.
Top air, top kicker. Good for a bet for Sun Yu. Let's drop a turn card.
All standard thus far. A better than standard turn for Sun Yu, though, just in case Ace King had been no good.
Wow, that was the snappiest check back with top 2 pair.
We missed it. I don't think our cameras even got there fast enough for it. Still don't think that this is going to be a run out that's going to leave Heath feeling like he's nutted with the 7-8, but we'll see what he decides to do. 14-5 in the middle.
Well, as played, 8-7, definitely going to keep checking, but it might make him suspicious on the river, because why is Sun Yu checking the turn and overbetting this river? It seems suspicious, right?
It really does. I actually love this line from Sun Yu. It's crafty.
Mm-hmm.
And it very much feels like it could get 7-8 to call from time to time.
Yeah, it's very, very possible, right? Because if this guy had a hand capable of overbetting, why isn't he betting the turn? That's the big question. The 4, there's no connection there, right? Like deuce 3, like who really plays that?
6-8.
Like 6-8, but just
Yeah.
going to lay it down.
You could see it was the same question written all over Ben Heath's face there, but as we've seen so often, Ben settling on the right decision as he lays it down.
But this is when you say, well, what if Haxton had those cards? He's going to find a call.
It really is when I say that, by the way. Sun Yu's second ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Played a number of events in Vietnam. Went 0 for 6, unfortunately. Has yet to break the seal, but off to a good start here.
Now he's hungry. Back.
Good to think about it.
Good to see the familiar faces.
On the topic of hungry, I skipped lunch. And no, I didn't skip breakfast. I actually woke up. I went down, had breakfast, came back up to my room and slept. I wanted to work the jet lag off. And I was
Very
like, you know,
slothy of you.
it's a really nice way to make sure I get down is just to eat like a kind of oversized breakfast and just get, you know, food coma. Go back up to the room, hibernate some more, and now get ready to go. First noise out of David Yan's camp. Under the gun, the Kiwi.
Yep, the Kiwi.
Second ever Triton Super High Roller Series Festival for him. His first was in Vietnam a stop ago. Picked up 400,000 in earnings, and he's picked up Rob Kuhn for the ride here. As Kuhn flops bottom pair up against the nut flush draw. Checks it over. And David barrels away. And Kuhn just puts it right into the muck.
Well,
Randy.
it looks like it was a pot-sized c-bet, and the bottom pairs tend to fold against pot-sized c-bets. Generally speaking, you don't really see people check fold pairs on flops, but that's because people are betting like third pot or half
Right.
pot. matches,
Generally
right?
speaking, you don't see pot-sized C-bets
Yeah,
either.
correct. So, nothing wrong with that. Bottom pair fold.
Real, the rematch. And yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Love that watch, by the way, on Sun Yu. That's another department that everybody kind of competes in here on the tour.
You got a watch? No, you don't have a
I
watch.
still haven't
You're
bought
missing.
one. I don't want to
the-
break the seal, Randy. Once I do it, I'm going to go
You've
bankrupt.
got some chains on you. It's just like
I got
you
one
found this outside
chain
somewhere.
on me.
2 chains and we put them together, okay?
2 chains. 3,500 out of Mosbach's King Jack suited here has been flatted by the inferior Jack in the small blind for Kuhn. And what's David Yan up to? A 3-bet to 25,000.
Not
The
small.
superior King. We just saw him make that pot-size C-bet. Now he's playing big ball again. So this is 10% of a starting stack being deployed.
Yeah, it's quite a large sizing, but it's not going to shake the King Jack suited. Kuhn should be out of Jack 10. He is. Yan in a great spot here pre-flop.
All spade board as Kuhn's Jack 10 found the muck pre.
So these monotone boards, 3-bet pots, you tend to see people size down quite a bit. It's he's going to actually check. A lot of checking too, actually, just given that it shouldn't really hit you. You squeeze, no big cards. Let's see how Mosbach plays. So the sizing also was pretty big pre-flop, so it's a little bit less likely that Mosbach has got kind of offsuit hands, besides like ace-queen. So something to keep in mind on how a 4 spade might come into play. Like that.
And just as you mention it, it arrives.
Interesting spot here, King Queen, in the sense that you kind of want to bluff it, but then if you had a spade that wasn't the big one, would you start firing now? I don't know. It's quite tough. We'll see. Looks like turn bet is the play. 35K.
How often does Mosbach expect that the pre-flop 3-better would check the monotone flop with a spade in hand?
Yeah, that is a question. Is just
You know what I mean?
I think he's very suspicious. Then he's like, okay, I've got King Jack of Hearts though. Like,
Yeah, where do I go
I
from
literally
here?
need this guy to always check the river, and then I can fire away.
Yeah.
And these guys, we've seen them been relentless. They're willing to multi-barrel the turn, and there's really nothing you can do if your opponent puts in one more bet on the river.
I mean, I guess he could raise the turn.
He could, but it would be suspicious, right? It's like, well, ace spades or nothing.
I mean, listen, with that much in the pot pre-flop, there is some frequency with which I would imagine Mosbach would both be defending against the 3-bet and also checking back on the flop.
Yeah. Well, I guess here's the thing I would say is
With
if
the
you
with a
had
hand
ace
like
of-
the ace of
if you had
spades.
ace of spades, raising a turn
didn't answer
does it
one.
really
Oh.
get extra value from the
Yeah.
king or queen of spades? Those hands might not even bet the turn. They might try to do it one street game on a river. Also, if your opponent's bluffing, with like king, queen offsuit like that, and you had ace of spades, well,
okay.
now you don't give them a chance to put in one more bet on the river. So
Why
while
would you
ace is-
take an aggressive line? None.
So sure, there's some pros to it, but I feel like the cons outweigh it by
Yeah.
I don't know if
getting
The
rid of
leveling
those
game
hands.
gets pretty deep in that spot if all
But-
of a sudden he did decide.
And then you
to
throw Linus in on leveling game, and that guy
Oh,
really
God.
It's
just
been a while.
out of question, and it's quite fun to watch.
Quite a few brains have been unspooled and dripped out of people's ears at a poker table, courtesy of Linus Lolliger, as we see Guibert
Well,
in
it's
the
now
big
time to
ace-8
get
off
revenge.
suit had higher aspirations for texture than 3-6-7. Checks and faces a follow-through from the up-front ace-jack.
Yeah, he's out.
Bins it.
I'm not folding.
If he had backdoor kind of flush draw, would obviously be in there, but backdoor is quite important in this game. Gives you extra equity to continue, make plays.
This fucking guy.
A new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton Play is a social poker game that is looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and they're open for pre-registrations now. When you see the QR code pop up, be sure to scan it and start your journey into our new world. Triton Play's got some really exciting stuff coming up. A stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. You're not going to want to miss out, so when the QR code pops up, you know what to do.
Did you say giveaway? I'm in. All right, next
Randy,
time that ad comes
you
up, can I
know
just...
the fine print always
Oh.
excludes family, employees, you know. Come on.
But
let's
can
let
I
the
just be
fans
friend? Would that
win
be
the
allowed?
giveaway. Friend? Are you friend zoning us, Randy? Is that what you've just done? Sixes are going to run into sevens here as Mosbach not going to feel like things are too friendly if he gets to showdown with the pocket sevens of Heath. 1-7 busy in Sun Yu's hand in the big as Guibert comes along. Second flat caller.
4 ways we go.
Indeed. Soon closing the action. 15-5 in the middle. First 4-way pot that we've played at a feature thus far on the afternoon as it comes 9-9 queen. Guibert with the best hand, outflopping the 2 pocket pairs.
A pretty dry texture here. I mean, dry, but 4 ways does connect someone reasonably often. Check around the Heath, opting to potentially put a small bet in there. Or check back. Thing is, his hand is quite vulnerable if he does check, but if he gets called, doesn't really know where he's at. Check is the play. 6.
Oh, my.
Looks safe.
Mosbach, Bink 6 is full. He was in 3rd place. Hits the 2-outer.
And Johan here is going to think his queen 10 is good, right? Checks around the 6. Man, like, you can't put a 6
No,
in
the
someone's
6
hand.
looks clean, and I don't think he expects that that kind of texture is going to leave a 9 trying to slow play.
Mm-hmm. And you put the small bet out here.
Yeah, little feeler.
I'm actually quite curious how Mosbach plays his 2 6s. Does he want to start building the pot now?
Well, do we not consider flatting and seeking to retain or maybe invite Heath into doing something?
Very important, yes. Is that player behind you, do you want to maybe give him a chance to maybe come in with a straight draw or a flush draw and lose a lot of chips? By raising, you kick that guy out. Well, let's see what he does, though. I believe he brought in raising chips, though. He wants to try to build a pot.
Well, now the 7s do shrivel promptly.
Yeah, and I think Mosbach here is also hoping that Johan here, who's got a 9x, that's going to just pay off big on a turn, big on the river. This raise is the way to kind of win the most chips against those hands before some kind of bad card comes out. I suppose the problem is that Gilbert kind of bet kind of small on the turn 4 ways, so I think the 9x's go down a little bit in frequency versus Queen X. We'll see, though.
I mean, the trouble is, where does Johan want to go from here? Even if he calls the 17,000,
Oh,
he is
suspicious.
kind of just praying for a check back on the river, isn't he?
I think the turn call here is with intention to check fold lots of rivers.
Yeah.
Because him calling here is still quite heavy. Like, he could have some 9Xs here, so Mosbach betting would be quite ambitious. Ooh, the 10 is
Sort of an
interesting.
awkward one, isn't it, Randy? As the 10 on the river does complete the backdoor heart draw, but it improves Gilbert to queens and 10s in the event that he was outkicked. But I don't feel as though Mosbach takes this line with a stronger queen.
No. If Mosbach somehow had a queen too, he definitely wouldn't be betting now. He'd probably just be checking. For now, Mosbach's got the question, okay, do I target 9X? That's a little bit, might be scared of some of those hearts, because when you raise a turn, you might have some kind of heart combo, and those hands would be kind of scared. Or do I just bet huge against 2 hearts? Right?
I mean,
Johan
you
could
would
have
love
an
for
ace X of
Johan
heart.
to have been semi-bluffing on the turn with some sort of combo draw and have gotten there here. King, Jack, 7, 8, hearts,
Yes.
all of that sort of kit.
And I think if he's going to bet, he's probably going to go quite large. He's not going to expect to get checked raise by like a flush, so he might as well get the max against those hands now.
It's specifically the 9-10 combo that he
He'd be terrified
is concerned
of.
about. That's the only one, though. Because 2 10s didn't come along.
Yeah.
Pocket queens didn't play it this way. And you're not worried about straights and flushes with 6s full. So here is the bet, 50,500.
So actually, you know, like queen 10 here improves, right? Like from queens and 9s to queens and 10s. And actually, I think that queen 10 here is much better to make a play and represent the boat rather than call. I think calling's probably the worst option. It's hard to beat some hands here, right? Like 4 ways, guy raised, still betting when a flush got there.
Sure.
Some people actually go with 3 pair and they actually jam because they block the full houses.
Right.
And they,
Queens full, 10s full, both blocked.
Yep. You know,
Not that he's worried so much about the 10s full as played.
because Mosbach could have a flush, right?
Maybe. I mean, I don't think we
Raise
see a
turn.
whole lot of the backdoor hearts looking to inflate the pot on the turn.
Right.
Specifically, maybe 7, 8 of hearts gets frisky from time to time with all that equity. But
Yeah, good
even
fold
then,
here.
I think people try to realize more so, you know, just in terms of the tendencies, the trends that we've witnessed. Randy,
Yeah.
I think you would agree.
I like that fold there. I just think that fold would have been the worst option of the choices he had.
Call,
there.
you mean? Would have been
Yeah,
the worst
call,
option.
call,
Yeah,
call.
fold's not the worst option. That's for sure. As you get a look at Mosbach up at the top of the leaderboard here at this particular feature table, neck and neck with Sun Yu, who has been active himself. David Yan, the only other player ahead of the starting stack, but no cause for concern, even for the likes of Johan Gilbert, who finds himself 7th of 7 here. Lines up to 1,000 and 1,500, those chip counts, brought to you by Merit Poker, the real poker experience. And as you know, Randy, I've been taking some trips up to the property in between Triton Super High Roller Series, helping to get Merit Poker's live streams off the ground as they run a tremendous number of tournaments out here throughout the course of the year, and kind of parts of the world and player pools of the world that you don't really see a whole lot of outside of their specific festivals tend to come in and really exhibit a tremendous amount of loyalty and
Yeah.
a lot of satisfied customers.
It's a great venue, really. I enjoyed every time I come. I can't imagine the players just absolutely. It's a lot of space to play
Yeah.
in too, right? High quality.
The partnership makes sense because, you know, we talk so often about
That's a good
every
strategy.
single player on the Triton Tour is made to feel important, is appreciated. All of their, you know, needs, wants are all met with, you know, enthusiasm. Like, how can we help, right? Same sort of ethos, same sort of spirit coming from the Merit Poker staff. And that's why the synergy is there. And it just made sense for us to partner with them for one of our 4 annual stops. We'll be headed, of course, to London
Excited.
in July and August. That'll be cool.
I'm not gonna lie.
But just a reminder, Player of the Year ends at this stop.
That's right. Stephen Chidwick, currently the front runner on that Player of the Year race, but Jason Kuhn has designs on dethroning the mighty Chidwick Raise and take it for Sun Yu. The Malaysian contingent always making their presence felt at every Triton Super High Roller Series. Of course, buoyed in numbers by the relationships held by Triton co-founders Paul Phua and Richard Jong, both of whom play under the banner themselves.
I feel like the number of players from Malaysia just grows every time too. There's always like these new Malaysian players that are just like, you know, they're around.
Yeah.
They don't dabble yet, and they're like, all right, now's my time. Like, this is his second stop, right, for Sun Yu. I'm sure there was some first timers back in Vietnam last stop. Good to see.
Well, word of mouth is a really compelling marketing tool. You know, somebody comes out, has their first stop, whether they win or they lose, they go, my God, you got to come out and see what's going on over
Well,
here.
look what happened to Dao Min Fu, right? He, you know, his friend came out, Tai Tin Chu, and you know he's already calling down Haxton with 2 9s on the ace-ace
How cool is that?
5-5 board. So
Circle that pot, huh?
these guys come and play, and that's what I like to see. You know, you sprinkle in these players. They don't play professionally, but they got game.
Like the
It's really one of the dynamics that makes Triton so unique. And for me, and I would imagine yourself and Henry, anybody else who's had the luxury of being in our booth, it creates such cool altercations where, you know, I don't know you, you don't know me. I know you don't think on the level I do. I'm the pro, you're not, but what's going on? And it's just neat. It's a treat, I think. And even in the moments where the exchanges are between the best in the business, obviously that is pretty cool to observe as well.
Yeah, and you know, Cyprus, right? Remember KCG putting a world of hurt on his opponents in that huge event there, and you can see the pain that these guys can put on their opponents. Very fun to watch. I'm sure we're gonna have lots of cool altercations coming up here in Cyprus here this trip. I'm excited to watch. And,
and excited to have you with us for the
I'm excited to
16
have
straight days
you
of
with
coverage.
us, Ali. Okay.
Oh, look at you, Randy.
Butter you up now.
Christmas is a while away. You don't need to go to work like that just yet. Maybe late November.
David,
I want to get added to the list.
Oh, did you? Okay. Sick.
All right, so we got some trash hands going at it.
Yeah.
Rob Kuhn, Ben Heath. Not trash anymore.
No, 10-8 deuce, and not great for Heath, as he's got second pair against top pair. See what he elects to do.
Yeah, he's contemplating, you know, just maybe bet, maybe check. I think check's usually the standard you see here with middling pairs.
2,000 total.
Kuhn's going to be able to go for multi-street game here, 10-6. Ranges are super wide here, so you don't have to worry about the toppest of opponents' hand ranges. Safely value bet against 8x, flush draw, straight draws, 2x. Even high cards, ace-x, possible.
Heath going with the conservative and standard approach. Check calling. Ace on the turn. Doesn't rate to have interacted with either holding as played.
Yeah, the ace is actually interesting in the sense that it actually improves Heath's range more because ace-x doesn't bet the flop too often in Kuhn's spot. So I'm curious to see if Kuhn decides to bet when the ace comes, or does he still value bet against ace 8x?
Well, remember, Heath doesn't have any sort of baseline knowledge of Kuhn in terms of experience on the Triton Tour, but perhaps he's borne witness to some of Kuhn's action on streams beyond these borders. Hard to know, as the running aces now.
So the 8x actually fares to be best quite a bit here. My question would be, can I get called by worse? That's hard to imagine. So maybe checking is better?
None of the draws got there that may have...
Well, he's going to kind of put some kind of value. Let's see. What's the size? So it's a small bet.
He's hunting a call from a deuce here, isn't he?
That and actually some high card hands like King X or whatever. That just trying to pay off against straight draws. Quick call.
I think Heath will be perfectly fine with this outcome, given that he could have expected maybe a little bit meatier bet out of Kuhn had he been given the opportunity to choose the sizing.
I guarantee you, he checks that river card, he loses more than 1,500.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
His opponent's going to bet like 4K or 5K.
Yeah.
He calls.
So if you know that you're going to go to showdown, then actually you can feel quite good. even though you're losing the pot, that you're losing a smaller one than you might have otherwise.
Yeah, you gotta get the best of both worlds when you do this kind of tiny river blocker bet. You know, there's many situations where it's actually quite good. It's not about winning every hand. It's about kind of like choosing the line that you think will net you the best EV.
Yeah, maximizing the profits and minimizing the losses.
Exactly.
Randy, something just dawned on me.
Tell me.
We now have 2 Coons
Oh.
in the field. Jason Coon.
You
who
know that whole
oftentimes-
speech earlier, I was talking about Rob Kuhn the whole time, right? Not the 7-time
During the
champion.
pregame show, he's the man that's going to burst out and win the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. He's just going to bink every event. Now, sometimes we hear people refer to Jason Kuhn as Jacoon.
Okay, yeah.
So
Raccoon.
Rob Kuhn, I guess we got to call him Raccoon.
Raccoon and Jacoon.
I'm just saying. Now there's actually a need to differentiate. We can no longer just say Kuhn.
I think Rob Kuhn would get a good laugh at that one.
I think he would too. Raccoon's a good nickname for him, by the way.
I like it.
Ace 4-5 is a good flop for him. Yes. He's got second pair here. Did Yan float the Queen 9?
Yeah, it looks like it is BVB, so Kuhn bet flop. I think Yan's logic is, okay, if my opponent had ace-x, he should check here a lot, maybe try to, it's a dry board. He's doing some finger action here. What is this?
Sorcery.
Like, 9? Did you just conjured a 9 just now? On the river?
He cast a Queen 9 spell on the turn.
Oh, he got it. It was
It
a
got
folding
through.
thing. Yeah, nice play.
Not since Star Wars have I seen that sort of Jedi behavior. Yeah.
30 hours plus layovers.
Little float and steal there. I don't believe in hypnotism,
I do
Randy.
now.
but perhaps I need to reconsider.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty bad.
Some sort of strange Kiwi warlock.
That was.
Singapore.
I can't even recreate it. Can you?
It was like
I always remember when I was
finger orchestra conduction there.
It's
like,
point,
But they were like twisting in all sorts of different directions.
Maybe like New York to Vegas or something
Huh.
like that. And I was on the flight, and then like this family was like, "Wow, like this flight is so long." You know, like,
I used to think that way
Oh,
too.
my
It's
fuck,
like,
like,
yeah,
it's
New York
like
to Vegas, like 5 hours, and
35.
you're just like, now it's just like, this is nothing. Yeah, once you fly to Europe, like quite a few times, you're just like, this is absolutely
yeah, I'm
nothing.
pretty used to it. Like it always.
For you, it must be just fucking.
I mean, it's not great, but it's not as bad as it is for most people, I guess.
For a big guy though, it's tough. Like business class or first, where you're just
raise and take it for the 9s of Mosbach is
Without it, you mean?
Kuhn and Yan talking about
Sure, yeah.
their travels. Anybody that's on Triton Tour, definitely the domestic flights start to feel much shorter than they did once upon a time, as they were talking about just then.
One of
Melbourne to Cyprus takes a minute, doesn't it?
Melbourne to Cyprus takes a while. It's like 12 hours, and you wait a couple hours in Dubai airport, and another 4 hours to Larnaca. Yeah.
And then it's like another hour and a half from when
Yeah.
you got to drive all the way over to the North Cyprus side for sure.
The drive with Henry too, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we did. That's
That's
good.
some business, man.
Caught up. Talked about how great you were, Ali.
Stop. You should be playing Chinese poker. Every trip is enhanced with Chinese poker. Don't let me. You know what? I might fly to one of the cities you guys are in next festival to fly with you
to play
to where we go so we can put the seat back tray table and
Is the stream up yet?
play some Chinese.
I don't know how to play Chinese, to be honest. But I'm pretty sure you're not surprised.
Well, Randy, as we've already established, you are the least ethnic member of the team. King, queen suited here. Watson goes to work. And his hearts are smothered by Yan, who flat calls. And now Gilbert rising up from the small blind with the ace-queen offsuit. We'll see what Sir Watts' response will be.
King Queen
This
suited is a great
24-5.
hand, right? What's important here is it's quite large sizing, but he's raised him under the gun. Therefore, Johann Gilbert's squeeze should technically be stronger. But then, like, it's tough to fold suited King Queen. See what he does.
21,000 is a big ask, but nevertheless, Watson going to make the call. I think a lot of this obviously is tethered to the fact that he's going to be in position. A big
Yes.
benefit from this point forward as Gilbert has bloated this one up. And this is a problem for Watson. A queen-high board where he is pipped by Johan.
Yeah, this is very bad news. And, you know, Gilbert's range, like I said earlier, should be a bit narrow from the small blind squeezing. So Watson could easily put his opponent on, like, more heavily weighted to, like, ace-kings. He'd be in great shape against those hands.
Remember moments ago, Randy, when I established that you were the least ethnic member of the commentary team, one that includes Henry Kilbane?
Yeah, 1 minute ago, yes.
You did reaffirm it just now by referring to Johan as Gilbert. 12,500 from the Frenchman, who seldom is referred to by the name Gilbert.
Okay, how do you say it again?
Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Gilbert. I think is
Gilbert.
yeah.
How about Johan?
Johan's good. Yo Viral.
Yo Viral.
Also, big content creator in the poker space. And a extra 25K slides into the middle, and an interesting turn here, Randy.
This is actually... I know for Watson, he's like, what a terrible card, but this is actually a godsend for him, right? Like, if he was up against ace-king, now he could easily get away.
Not a lot of ace-jack, I think, right? We don't expect that to be a part of what Johan was getting frisky with.
You also lose to ace-jack now, so it doesn't really matter.
Right, but he's maybe removing that from the, the range. It does give him the Broadway draw, as Johan using a time bank.
I just can't really imagine Watson's going to call most bet sizes on a turn. All right, 41K is the bet, half pot. No backdoor flush draws coming in, so harder for Watson to put his opponent on a bluff.
Well, we take two kings out of Johan's range here, not just because we hold the king, but as played now with the arrival of
Correct.
the ace. We block pocket queens.
Correct.
How much pocket jacks do we give him?
But we lose to all the ace kings and ace queens.
Sure.
Some ace tens that play this way that doesn't check turn. This is... Look, I'm not sure what Watson's thinking, but like I think a lot of people will strongly consider folding this. Let's see. He is using time card, I believe. No, is he reaching for chips? Oh. Okay.
Sure is. Knows he's drawing live.
He must think that Gilbert will be quite out of line to 3-bet this spot and bet the turn. Maybe like some jack tens, I'm not sure.
Gets no drier than the deuce of spades on the river.
Yeah, interesting. Well, for Gilbert, slam dunk value bet here of ace queen. Hard, with his stack size, hard to bet anything but all in. Yeah, it looks like he's going to leave one chip behind or something. Preserves. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. There is almost all of Yo Viral's chips being delivered to the middle. You see that lone token held back.
Let's see. Well,
I mean, Watson can never call this, right?
I would think so. But I also didn't expect him to call the turn. So let me think. I'm trying to... maybe he doesn't expect ace-king to value bet now? Like, bet turn, bet river?
Right. How much one pair would feel so comfortable firing this size? But nevertheless, king-queen ends up in the bin, where it belonged against the ace-queen the whole time. Obviously, not suggesting that Mike was supposed to fold at other points, but he just never had the best hand. As we slip it back over to Vogelsang and company. Christoph, by the way, you know, he's
Yes.
a religious man. I, for one, as dressed, would follow him wherever he may go. It's like a crusader chic kind of look.
Mm-hmm. I see
Can't
it.
you just see him just standing on the stage and just saying, "Come with me, men," and we all just follow?
Yeah.
Now this becomes more of a Sith Lord look here. Once that this is a bit more nefarious.
Yeah, I'm not following that guy.
No, not safely. King Jack suited. 3,500. King 10 finding the muck, and then Toon Mulder, part of the Dutch contingent that has returned to the fray here.
Did
in
we
North
miss them in
Cyprus.
Vietnam? We did, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
missed him. Pake, Tom Vogelsang.
They're here. Good to see.
Oh
Kings.
boy. All kings are accounted for now, with King 10 having gone into the muck. As Jaffe could look a little squeezy from the small here when the 3-bet comes in.
It's definitely going to look squeezy, and it's going to look squeezy because he's Jonathan Jaffe. 17K. Note the sizing difference, as other players have been squeezing from the blinds a lot larger.
Is King Jack suited enough? Now, obviously, Christoph well aware the fact that the open came from under the gun is not lost on Jaffe, and in spite of it, he is still 3-betting, which implies strength of his own.
Yeah, and like I said in the previous hand, right? Like, this should be stronger ranges undergun, squeezing against undergun from the small blind. But, you know, Christoph's getting a pretty good price relative to the other spots. 4-bet. Okay. Sorry. 4-bet.
Fuse is lit.
These guys are firing away.
Sevens
Now,
are not going to be interested any longer, but how is Jaffe going to react?
from a standard point of view, this should look pretty committing, like strongish, that Kings might put in a 5-bet looking to commit all the chips now. But, you know, Jaffe is aware of these players are willing to put in 4-bet bluffs. Maybe he calls, leave those hands in there. Like, I guess the question is, does he expect Queens and Ace King to always 4-bet from under the gun against a small blind squeeze? You figure out that frequency, and that decides whether you 5-bet jam or not. If you think those hands sometimes call to 3-bet, then you might lean toward calling the 4-bet more.
Oh, it's a 5-bet.
Clicky?
Very clicky.
Yeah. This hand's over.
Yeah. Clicky or not, King Jack suited, understanding that it is time to go away. Nice pickup there for Jaffe. Rocking the Indiana Pacers t-shirt. NBA playoffs currently going on. Of some interest. As the blinds and antes now slip forward to 1,000, 2,000. Here in this 25K GG Super Millions, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Blind level brought to you by our official timekeeping partner, Jacob & Co. Maybe we need to work in,
What?
like,
You're trying to get Jacob and
just
go.
like, you know what I mean? Like a Triton booth edition, Jacob & Co.
We can share it.
What do you mean share it? Like you wear it today, I wear it tomorrow?
No, like I wear it this, you wear it next break. So same day swapping.
Oh my gosh. No, we each get our own.
Okay. You
Randy.
think we're qualified for that?
No,
That qualified.
I absolutely don't. But I think that
We deserve it.
no, I don't
You
even
deserve
think
it.
that.
You just won it.
I just want it.
Okay.
I think maybe we try to slip it into the contract language next time around, and then promptly get showered, obviously. But Jack 4 suited going to work here for Jaffe. Paxton mulling over the Jack 10.
Important to know there's a 3x open raise on the button. Might change things a little bit.
Flat call as the dominant Jack and the inferior one both are unimproved on the paired ace-high flop.
Let's see. Jaffe's got backdoor spades. Is important as you can prevent some of those floats from the small blind. I might check call, like some other spade type hands. You want to kind of block these kind of hands when you fire c bets when possible.
Sub 1/3 pot, the lone blue biscuit deposited in front of Jaffe there, and serving as the c-bet.
Yeah, target every unpaired hand basically and gets it done. Nice.
Fairly straightforward stuff there. Kiat Lee, by the way, a part of this lineup.
I love me
As
some
well. Is that
Kiat Lee.
Vogel saying?
This
that
guy?
Tom?
It looks different, if so.
I want to say it is. Yeah, I don't recognize him without
No,
a silk
you-
button down.
I'm here.
I want to say it is. Obviously, the Triton Poker Plus app, we failed to mention it thus far in the broadcast, but the one that Randy and I turn to for all of our information as I look at the seating chart here, and indeed am able to verify that it is
Vogelsang. Nice eye.
Tom Vogelsang.
You said he was going to win second place best dressed.
Okay, I didn't say it was based on the hoodie he's wearing today. But to be fair, I like that he's got some range. Doesn't always have to come with the silk button-down flavor. He's got other looks.
Well, you tricked me. Would have just thought he was some rando. Lost all my money.
Haxton, 5,500 with the King 9 suited. Vogelsang goes into his cocoon.
110 big blinds. I think 3-bet is the standard here, but let's see. Did he say call? No, 3-bet is the raise. 24K. King 9 suited. Interesting. Playable.
Was it a King Jack that found the muck for Vogelsang there? I think it was a King X. Just missed it there.
Me too.
Nevertheless, this feels a bit rich.
No.
Not
it's
for the
not.
likes of Ike
No,
Haxton,
it's
though,
not.
huh? He wants to take a peek. So we're making a little bit of change there, and to the flop we'll go with 52,000 in the middle, ace, 8, deuce. All Vogelsang. Christoph, that is. As we've got dueling Vogelsangs here at this featured table.
Yep, really dry board here. You're going to be c-betting this board quite a bit. Small blind versus button,
Not too bad.
especially with your bluff,
Appreciate it.
so it does make sense to fire a wave ace-jack. Got a 18K announced. 1/3 pot. Just backdoor spades right now. Haxton must be thinking about the frequency. He's getting 3-bet light and betting this flop. Can he sometimes call flop? Bet turn 1 check 2 gives up. Makes sense. Can't be always too ambitious.
No. Keeps his ambition contained to the pre-flop call. As Christoph will pick up the button. There's Soyergaz turning to the action.
One.
And Kiat Lee up front, King Deuce. Bins it. Raggy stuff all the way through the button, which Christoph is uninterested in. And now we find an ace in the small for the Turk, Zeki.
Looks like he's feeling limpy. Queen 7.
6, 7, 9, all hearts. No flush draws to be found. As Tom has got second pair and the action checked over to him in this blind versus blind limp pot.
Well, looks like he's going to try to protect his hand. 3 hearts, 3 connected. Never nice to see a free card.
Yeah. Sprinkle something out there and take it down, sir. What's that hat logo?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. And I was like, no. It's not Montclair, right?
No.
No, it's a different, it's just actual M.
Did you drop it or
What
did
is
you
it?
didn't throw it? That was you drop because I just saw him have a look on his face. I'm like, did I miss a fucking touchdown? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. I thought it was you fumbling to yourself. I didn't.
No.
Nice.
At least it was flying through the air for me to fumble it like that and not just straight out of my hand for no reason.
That's what I thought was going on. Man,
45.
I can sure miss some action.
Ace-8 suited. Deemed adequate for a
10%
pop to
in
4,500
benefiting from Triton
from
dealers
Mulder.
being amazing. I must lose so much every year, not counting shit. There's some legitimate like, American grinders who probably lose 3 ROI coming here and working with great deals. Not because they're angling, but because they never get fucked.
Ace
and they,
king
you know what I mean?
for his fellow countryman Tom Vogel saying out of the small blind.
24.
I might be
3 bets to 24,000. Kiatley doesn't make a meal of his
regular.
king-queen.
You're
As a
saying you're not very good
result,
at it, but you are good. Yeah, okay, I figured.
now Toon Mulder,
Yeah, WSOP.
who undoubtedly
Probably.
is very familiar
I guess I am.
with Tom,
Mm-hmm.
Vegas
has to decide what he is up to here.
Yeah, standard here, I think, is to muck Ace-8 suited from this position. It's quite a trouble hand, but, you know, like you said, if he knows something about him, maybe he finds some kind of play, but figures respect the situation. Ace-8 is out.
Somebody's just got like 30 physical chips piled in front of them for the action on every street.
Well, taking a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, guess who's at the top of the chip counts?
Oh, player of the year, current reigning leader, Steven Chidwick.
Indeed, 517,000 in front of him, 259 blinds.
So how is Jaccoon or Raccoon going to catch up if he's already the chip leader
Well,
of this
let's
tournament?
just establish that Raccoon is not in the conversation. Raccoon would have to sun run like no one's ever sun run before to even be in the combo. Okay, now
And have to play
Jaccoon-
games he's never played into,
yeah,
right?
exactly. By the way, second in chips in his very first ever event was Roman Samoylov,
Games I got into, it was
playing
the
under the Israeli flag.
Just come back with no
Come back and sit down.
Newcomers.
It was
No surprise.
no blind, button puts in whatever you want, quarter, 50,
By the way,
Dan
no-
Smith out there.
No sooner
and you don't have to pay.
do I take the top 2 chip counts than suddenly a new tick as it refreshes, and we've got one of my countrymen, a Persian, Saman Nakhjavani, known as Saman 3, who plays a lot of the Merit Poker tournaments,
Ah.
taking a shot here, 267 big blinds, 534 in front of him.
30 years.
His second ever festival. Only other one he played was right here in North Cyprus.
Okay.
A couple of events under
So
his
he
belt.
loves the merit grounds to play in, right?
Mhm.
That's good. Defend.
Not quite as much love going to be demonstrated, perhaps, from Vogel saying toward this Queen Jack in the face of a 3-bet to 24,000, but nevertheless, he will defend and take a peek at the flop with 2 overs against the pocket 9s of Kiat Lee.
For having any political opinions at all. Or
And he's out-flopped the 9s on a Queen-high 2-heart board. In position as well.
It's really funny when you're specifically in Florida where the
Yeah, he took
election was decided by
just
hundreds of
Yeah, I
votes
think that's
in
pre-flop
our
Queen Jack
lifetime.
offsuit. Some people don't really like to play the
Yeah.
offsuit hands, but definitely has some plan against
ship is sailed.
Kiat Lee.
Yeah, opening the button for a min-raise open, obviously.
Expected
Plenty
some kind
acceptable, but then coming
attacks.
along for an extra 20.
Yep.
Using some discretion, but here he
Top
faces
pair.
a 13K C-bet.
Yeah, top pair here. Let's see how he approaches this. He's up against 45 blinds, effective on the flop. Call.
Turn, pairs the board.
Tricky for 2-9s in a sense that he could easily still have the best hand, or could be in bad shape against Queen X. Does lose to like Ace 5 and 5-6 suited, though. I don't think the hand's quite over yet if he opts to bet. 2-9s might be able to find a call. Then again, let's see if Queen Jack even bets the turn. Queen Jack worried about, of course, the ace or a king if it drops.
And in the face of the check, Tom looks like he's going to reach for some chips, take his chances. 26K bet. Mulder trying to sneak in a quick REM cycle, it looked like there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Kiat Lee is not folding yet. 2-9s going to do some flops on the some floats on the flop, of course. Sick doesn't block the 6-7s, the heart draws. As played, seems okay right now. Curious to see if Vogelsang goes for the rest with Queen Jack on the river.
8 of clubs, not a troublesome card for the 2
No.
9s, which stuck around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of 6-7 that gets there. I feel like Vogelsang could go for value here. It may seem thin, just Jack kicker. But he might expect to get jammed on. Yeah, I like this shove. He should expect to get jammed on a lot on the turn by a better hand than Queen Jack. So he can go thin here, value betting against 10s, 9s, jacks. Even like a worse queen occasion like Queen 10, some frequency. Ace Kings might even like show up here. I think this is a very fine value bet of Queen Jack. Nicely done so far. For Kiat though, it's like, I'll tell you though, with 2 9s, you don't block the hands you're trying to pick off, right? Like 2 hearts, you don't block that. You don't block some like King 10 of diamonds. That would have floated. Makes the call. Going to see the bad news. Nicely done, Tom Vogelsang. Well played. Well, that's world class.
And that is a bullet dusted off for Kiat Lee, who was asked for all of his chips and took his chances with the 2 9s. Bluff catching. And unfortunately on this occasion, making the wrong decision, as that'll be a big boost to the Dutchman Vogelsang stack. I suspect Kiat's going to work his way out to the reg desk, get back involved.
I expect every single one of these players to work their way back there if necessary.
Well, that suggests that they're all going to get felted. Oh, you said if necessary.
Yeah.
You did. Okay.
Come on, you think I'm just going to double the
I expect
number?
every one of these fish to have to rebuy. Come on. Come on. I just had an idea, Randy.
What?
What if we pooled our resources?
Which isn't much, but okay.
Fair. But then we decided to back. We find a horse and we decided to back someone in the event.
Ah.
And then we could really root for them from the booth. And people will be like, why are these guys always excited? Well, we've got a piece. I think that would make for interesting and completely unbalanced commentary.
Are we able to raise enough for a main event buy-in so we can get that Jacob and Co. watch and share it?
Okay, first off, it's hard to share a watch. A. B. No. We are not able to raise enough for the main event. C. Who's the horse going to be?
I mean, we can debate on who the horse is. I'm willing to take most of them out there. Any opportunity, any spot.
Another dose of pre-flop disrespect being experienced here by Tom Vogelsang as his buddy Toon Mulder
These guys are playing hard against each other for
Yeah.
buddies, eh?
decides to 3-bet from what is the small blind with King 10 suited upon the departure of Kiatli, and both players hit a pair on the 10-6-4 board. Advantage Mulder, the 3-better pre with top pair King kicker, up against backdoor hearts and bottom pair for Tom.
Yeah, great spot here for King 10. Definitely going to get value against Ace 4, most certainly. 10x is... you just have so many hands to get value from. And there's actually a lot of floats, too. It could be like some 2 broadways backdoor, flush draw type hands he can get
36.
value from. Let's see how he sizes. 36 is actually quite a large bet. Don't think the hand's over yet, though, Vogel's saying, right? He's got bottom pair.
Backdoor nut hearts.
Yeah, backdoor nut hearts. Plus, you know, sometimes you hit 2 pair, right? Like an ace, ace 4, and your opponent reps the ace, or
Yeah.
they got it and then
Yeah.
lose the rest of the chips. So it seems like a mandatory call here. Unless he really knows his opponent's game for some reason, that it's always nutted for this sizing, but I don't think that's the case. These guys are really well balanced.
There is the flat call as an additional 72,000 slides into this rapidly escalating pot. 120,000 in the middle now. The turn. 3 of spades. Not a bad card for Vogel's purposes.
Yeah. Let's see. So he does have pot size remaining. Sometimes people just jam this. You know, if they have 2 spades, they probably would jam 2. King 10 also might want to start continuing firing. There are hands that will call flop, check back, turn that has equity, say 6-5s, pocket 5s, ace 5 suited that floated flop occasionally.
And what does he come with here?
40. I like the bet. I think because if he had gone for like pot size jam, he's going to get hero folds against hands that have very little equity, like 7s, 8s, and 9s, or 10, maybe 10, 9. I don't know, might not hero call, who knows. But against those pocket pairs, 7, 8s, 9s, you don't want those hands to fold. Well done.
Hélas.
So concession from Tom Vogelsang. Didn't have the best hand. A rare peek at all of Christoph Vogelsang's head.
Cover it up.
He's like poker's version of the cicada. Once every 17 years it comes, it emerges from its den to give you ear-piercing noises and then goes back into the hoodie.
Ear piercing noise. So what's he just like screams a bet size and just closes up?
Well, I mean,
he's like,
you know.
oh, I'm out.
I actually don't think Christoph has been guilty of any ear-piercing noises. King Jack. Upstairs. And up front, no less.
Suited ace, small blind. Not the ideal position against under the gun, but let's play some post flop.
Seven, 8, 9 with a couple of clubs. So it's going to be 2 overs and the gutter with backdoor king high clubs for Vogelsang, who has it checked to him. Jaffe just working the backdoor spades and ace high.
Curious to see how Vogelsang approaches this one. Small blind flatty under the gun is very pocket pair heavy, like 9s, 8s, 7s. So he might not want to bet get blown off of it. I'm trying to think. Yes, betting, of course, will fold out these ace-x little wheel cards. He also blocks the hands he's trying to fold out, right? King, queen, king, jack. So I
Yeah.
don't mind his check.
All good points, by the way, but not a good turn for Vogelsang as the ace hits Jaffe. Now, Christoph might be thinking it is a good turn for him after this check from Jaffe, given that he was the pre-flop up-front raiser and could maybe rep ace-x. But
Yes, he can represent ace-x, of course. He's very heavy from the undergun. Check would most certainly check this flop. Tricky, though, because sometimes, whether they got it or not, they check raise you even though the ace comes,
Yeah.
just because, like,
it looks
my
like you
range
want
is
to hunt,
stronger. Yeah.
right, one street of value.
And we know you got one pair at best, and
Exactly.
then, like, are you going to really hero call another big bet in the river? So, yeah.
So the check back here from Christoph doesn't leave Jaffe feeling like he is 100% to win with ace-deuce here, especially after
I agree.
the river I thought was a 5 when I first peeked at it there, which would have put a 4-liner on board. Not a whole lot of 6x combos in Christoph's world as the upfront raiser, of course. But it
Good, your
appears that
eyes are working, though,
I
Ollie.
do need to get a new prescription. And
Lucky
trust
bet.
the graphics here.
Yeah, I don't mind this value bet, right? Like, yeah, if your opponent has ace-x, you're going to pay off anyways, but maybe I can get called by worse sometimes. Let me set the price. Inspect those cards.
Maybe I'm just imagining it. I thought I could see on the back just like a little like imprint up or down. I don't know.
Check those eyes, too.
We're all
Yeah,
seeing
yeah,
things.
nothing. I was
We got two
back and
eyes we need to
forth on
check. Ollie and Jaffe.
it. Okay.
But the lighting is good. I don't see anything.
Okay. Yeah, it might have just been my lighting.
Yeah, it's at least hard enough to say that I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
worried
If
about it.
no one gets it right away, then I'm fine.
Button. Yeah, I was big blind. Christoph raised under the gun.
Yep. We're good.
Yeah. I'm really sure.
I'm really sure that he was
Christoph
in the
raised
small
under the
blind.
gun and he called from the small blind, and I folded queen 4 off in the big blind.
Yeah, I'm really,
I was small
really
blind
sure
last hand.
that he was in the small
I acted
blind.
first the whole way.
That's at least how I played my hand.
Same.
I was- What did you think?
If you were big blind.
Okay.
8-9 offsuit on the button for Jaffe. Going to work. And picks up the blinds. You know, Randy, I think Christoph Vogelsang has really received quite a bit of criticism throughout the years for having an excruciatingly slow pace of play. But I think, and granted, we do have shot clocks, which are going to factor in here, but it's worth pointing out that he has been pretty brisk thus far on this
Actually,
outing. I think.
Now that you mention it, today I haven't noticed any slow play.
Yeah.
He's been playing equally as fast as every single
Yeah.
other player.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I personally have no problem with him. I think he's an amazing player. I like watching him play. Sure, maybe some of his antics, like just putting on the hoodie, is not for you, but like the man put up his own 25K to play. He's allowed to play within the rules however he wants, and
Well,
I think he's
first
doing
off,
a fine job.
I'm a big fan of antics, as you know. So the hoodie is very much for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think a lot of members of the community have been a bit critical of what they perceive to be, you know, just egregious
Sure.
slow play. Not slow play in terms of hands, but just actual chronology.
Well, let's see here. So it's blind versus blind. Let's see. I'm not sure how far he takes this shot clock. So it's 50, are we doing 15 seconds or 20? I'm not
I think
sure.
it's 20
I
pre.
think it's 20. Okay, well, he did take max, so I don't know. Maybe he is taking his time. I'll take note of it for you and report back to you later.
Did put the raise in from the small.
But could be those spots where he takes more time on this spot where it's kind of got some mixed frequency of limping and raising. But, you know, if it's a raise in front of him, he's not like, oh, queen 4 offsuit, what do I do? Fold.
Okay, think back to Chris Ferguson.
Slow man,
Another
yes.
guy that I think kind of had a reputation for not being the fastest player on tour. He, you know, obviously he received some criticism from time to time for it, but you never got a time tell off the guy.
It's true.
He was just always going to act, whether it was fold, call, or raise at exactly the same time.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, from a metagame standpoint, if it tilts my opponents, how is that a bad thing?
Most certainly, yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that Christoph is ever doing it with the intention of being that guy. He's doing it because it's who he is. It's how he's playing. It's not because he's trying to get under anybody's skin. He is truly one of the nicest guys.
But what
that
makes
we've
him
got on tour.
comfortable playing, right?
Right.
The high stakes.
But
No,
fair play.
I see where
you
you're
know?
coming from for sure. It's like there's people. I mean, I would probably get triggered, try to. No, I'm just happy to. Personally, I'm just happy to have all like the best players in one spot. Why I like doing these Triton commentaries. So yeah.
Well, speaking of spots, Vogelsang has got himself a date with the pre-flop aggressor Jonathan Jaffe's 10-9. His ace-7 is the best hand on this paired low-card flop.
Yeah, hijack open, backdoor straight draw, ace-7 is should be enough of a hand to see one more. You know, of course he can pick off other. Oh, he's gonna lay down. Okay, must be
Interesting.
respecting that hijack open. He most certainly wouldn't have folded against a cutoff or button c-bet. I guess he gives the hijack a stronger range. Yeah, good
The
to
7
see.
was working for some
Yeah.
straight draws there. Well, today's event is brought to you by PokerStake, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. PokerStake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. With no fees on any purchases, PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out pokerstake.com now and stake your champion.
Well, Ollie, I'll say something about PokerStake.
I'm listening.
You know that man, Michael Soiza?
I do.
He sells on PokerStake. I saw
Yeah?
he's selling every single event, no markup.
Literally the first thing I say.
How about that?
No
man?
markup. I thought about just depositing my whole bankroll.
I
Like,
think we found our horse.
he is the guy. We should have.
No markup Soiza? That's a pony I can saddle up.
Well, I saw him tweet like later. He said, "Oh, sold out like most of the first 5 or 6 events."
Did you really just
immediately
talk
within
about all of that and now it's not
no.
available?
There are still some available, the latter events. Okay, so it's not
You know who
all
you
sold
are?
out.
You're the waiter that comes out, tells me about the special, and then I'm like, that sounds great. I'll have that. And then you go, I'm so sorry, sir. We ran out.
Always after the first year.
And then I look at you and I ask myself, why? Why did you tell me about the special if it's no longer available?
Okay, there's other opportunities though on PokerStake. Maybe you find another player you like. Okay, but you know,
No.
your situation, I can't like offer you.
I wasn't a walker.
I like no
Another fish.
markup Soiza
like that.
in the 4th race to place.
Now I admit
That's
that,
what I
that
like.
seems
It's
great.
a pony I can saddle.
Like the Ed
Hey,
Meanwhile,
I
Mulder,
guarantee you, he will sell action probably at the next stop. Get in there once he tweets.
All
Turn
right.
on your alerts.
It's
Okay.
gonna be our booth. We're all gonna pass around the collection plate, and we're gonna buy a piece of Soiza.
We need to choose the right event though, because he's not going to get lucky in every single event. We need to figure out which one it is.
The Sawyer guy's figuring out whether or not he wants to
Oh, is he reaching for
continue
chips?
with King 8 offsuit.
Is he reaching for more chips or is that calling chips? I think those calling chips.
We've got our answer.
Oh no, it's a 4-bet.
It
Sorry.
sure is, and this is poorly timed, given that Toon Mulder has
multiple
big
five
slick,
changes.
and we know these ace kings like to get chips into the middle.
With these stack sizes, this 4-bet and these positions, ace king certainly jamming. Just to kind of
Different
maybe give a little more insight on this king 8. Big blinds tend to 3-bet polarize a bit more. So with king 8, at least you block the ace kings that are willing to get in there. Yes, he did have ace king here. But also, if you're betting a polarized range with some junky hands in there, those hands will just never call 4-bet despite the sizes. So I can see why you would 4-bet in this spot some frequency, even though it did not work in this one. You on poker stick already? Oh no, charts. Okay, never mind.
Don't worry about what I'm doing over here, Randy. Okay? Just worry that I'm doing it. Looking a little sparse here at this feature table for the time being. Of course, we did lose Kiat Lee. Action continuing on. Six-handed as 72 players of 78 entries in the field at present. King Jack suited for Vogelsang. Up goes the hood and up goes the betting to 5,000. Ace-9 finds the muck.
Well, from the small blind, flatting is the play.
Some Broadway cards. We'll square off here. Tune Mulder puts some of those freshly obtained chips from Soyergaz to work, but comes up empty on a Queen 9-4 board. Can't say the same for Vogelsang, who's got the diamond draw and the gut shot, along with position and control.
That's called smashing without a pair. King Jack suited. Can apply lots of pressure.
Good morning.
5.5.
What do you think of this invention for Vogelsang? Some kind of hoodie that automatically goes up when it knows you VPIP.
Ooh. I thought you were going to say some sort of electrified collar that we could zap if we feel like he's taking too long.
Why do we need to zap the guy? Like, come on.
We don't need to zap the guy, but wouldn't that be fun?
How about we give it to the chat? And they can decide when to
Wait,
zap.
listen, it's a bad enough idea to give me control of the zapper, but giving zap control to the chat, you've lost your mind. He would be he would be dead in like 30 seconds. They would mash the zap button, and we would have just a fried Christoph Vogelsang smoldering. Just no, we can't do that. Maybe low voltage. Quick peek at the chip counts. Brought to you by Merit Poker. Line steady at 1,000, 2,000. There is Tom Vogelsang at the top of the leaderboard. Jaffe and Mulder following him. Zeki Zoyergaz on the wrong end of that 4-bet there with King 8. Finds himself the shortest of stacks.
You could have said that I could have picture some in my head.
Dan Devoris joins the party.
Have you spearfished before?
Can't imagine he'd be missing the Triton. Plays every single game.
Oh, he's absolutely a fixture.
Yeah.
He's too nice, too.
How long can you hold your breath?
Canadians.
How long about can you hold your breath?
Too nice, Randy?
He's a nice guy. I've had some little chats here and there. Love it.
And a little 3-bet here and there.
Just started
Tom
training.
Vogelsang, the
Said
Jack
it's
10
really
suited.
easy to
It was
pump it up
faring
forward.
well until Ike Caxton looked down at
Had a
2
buddy.
jacks.
We met through poker, but he didn't tell me for over a year that he was the world record holder. Before
So, Haxton's playing 90 blinds. A little bit more. Looking for a cold 4-bet here. Wouldn't say the hand is
14, right? Or 13.
over just yet either.
Haxton taking his time before dialing up the 4-bet to 37,000, and the Queen 10 promptly finds the muck. To be determined whether or not Vogelsang is...
5 behind. Yeah.
It's a pretty one.
And obviously the benefit of position here.
True. Position. He also is 3-betting the more unknown player, which may be presumed to be isolating a bit wider, so he might feel his opponent's attacking him.
Fortunately for Vogelsang, this is really not the kind of hand you want to have against 2 jacks.
This is as bad as it gets.
Does flop a Broadway gutty, and really not the board that Haxton had in mind either.
No, this is an awful board for 2 jacks, of course.
A lot of ace-x, king-x in Vogelsang's 3-bet. Sorry, yeah, 3-bet and then call Haxton 4-bet range, is there not?
Yeah, I'm actually quite interested to see how Haxton approaches this, whereas 2 jacks doesn't play well on this board, but then this is also the type of board where you're supposed to c-bet a very large part of your range. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how if he wants to fire a c-bet here or not.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I guess he feels that he's obligated to kind of bet here because of how wide he's supposed to c-bet this board. You know, ace king. It's all in his 4-bet range. They wouldn't be checking this board. It might actually invite some Jack 10 floats, though, right? Price is really good for 16K.
16,000 for a shot at 97, and you know that the Queen is just a magical card if indeed Haxton has smashed this board. The lack of a spade a bit problematic for Tom, but
Yeah, or if that ace of hearts, of course, was diamond, would be ideal.
yeah,
Beggars can't be choosing, though, and he's just gonna lay it down.
yeah, not tempted by the sizing, and Haxton very pleased with that development there.
Thanks, yep.
And on that note, the players will be headed for their first break here, as the first frame will be in the books at the very first event of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series in Cyprus. It is the GG Super Millions and GG Poker sponsoring that last chip count there, which shows Jaffe and Vogelsang neck and neck after Tom passes a small bundle over to Ike Haxton, and we welcome you back inside the desk and the broadcast booth. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Glad to have you with us here. And Randy, guys just getting their feet wet here in the early going. Some impressive stuff, though, from the newcomers.
Yeah, you know, and I think it came right from like the second or third hand of the day,
Titan
right?
Chu.
Yeah, Titan Chu with the pocket nines, calls 3-bet against Haxton, one of the world's best. Calls down 3 barrels, ace, 7-5-5.
Yeah, that's right.
How did he do it? I don't know. I guess it was just, I don't know you, you don't know me. A bit of loving. Make your statement now at the beginning of the tournament. You know, maybe it pays dividends later on, and you can maybe make some bigger folds later, knowing that they think you call down.
I feel like also one of the things that pays dividends, and one of the things that we would be well served to point out, is the fact that while our pros, our established regulars on the Triton Super High Roller Series, don't know the newcomers a lot of the times. The newcomers may very well have been watching these pros for a long time as fans of the Triton Super High Roller Series, just looking for their first opportunity. And so they could have a lot of scouting reports, a lot of archival data, sort of by virtue of having soaked up some of the streams.
That is 100% true, right? Like, for them to even know about the Triton series, they must have watched the stream, got excited to want to come out and see some of their favorite players. They definitely have the advantage based on a information point of view, and you know, maybe that's what the newcomer here from Vietnam, that friends of Dao Min Fu, took advantage of.
Yeah, no doubt. He's not the only newcomer. Obviously, many in the field, many that we will get to know over the course of the next 2 weeks. But for now, Randy and I are going to step aside. I will yield to Henry Kilbane. You'll get your first glance at him, if we can keep him in one piece here, as he's certainly nursing some wounds. You'll hear more about that when he gets back over to the desk, but we're glad to have him here. We're glad to have you here as well. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of Event 1, the GG Super Millions, comes your way in just a few short minutes.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. So you're halfway through a tournament sitting on a 35 big blind stack. The small blind opens to 3, and you make it 7.5 in the big blind. Should your 3-bet be linear, polarized, or condensed? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
So many players. This is a crazy.
It's a new one.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
song, the
main
biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
So Tinchu, with a hand like nines, tends to kind of like check call once, check fold a lot of turns. We'll see how Isaac Haxton approaches this. King 10, fire once for now.
And really just want to see a muck. When
Yes,
we're firing
of
here.
course. He's not saying like, call me with
Yeah,
like some
this
float.
isn't value with King High.
You'll see the downsized bet on flops too on these paired boards and 3-bet pots. It's just it's quite polarizing. Your opponent has it or they don't.
The downsized bets, though, do come with kind of the inconvenience of not being able to clear the widest variety of hands. Sometimes you will get a float. And remember, he has no idea how Tinchu plays.
100%, you're right about that, is that sometimes the bigger bet sizes on flops. Of course, you risk more, but you might get the answer you're looking for more.
Sure.
Pros and cons, you might play off of the small bet and multi-barrel a bit more, knowing that you're going to get floated or get weaker check calls. So, it's a multi-street game, right? It's not just what is the best play on the flop. We need to know how to play the turn and river.
And some of the check calls from Tinchu will certainly contain ace-X's of their own. It's not to say that just because he flatted, he doesn't have the bazooka here.
This is
Nevertheless, Haxton leaning on him with this 23K on the turn.
And, I think that comes hand in hand. The point that, that small bet on the flop will invite more calls, and he knows that, so that's why he's multi-barreling. But Tinchu is like, he's got pocket nine space.
Sticky. Makes the call. 6 outs for Haxton here. That's not one of them, as the board double pairs in the 76,500 chip pot in the early going here. At one of our featured tables in the 25K GG Super Millions. The kickoff event here from the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino.
Yeah, one would imagine this hand is usually done here when Isaac Haxton bets flop and turn, especially when it pairs the 5. Well, ace-X is never folding, of course, but he's looking down at more chips. He's going to fire away. It's a hard bet. You don't really see people put in triple barrels on ace, 5, 3-bet pot too much.
If Tinchu had an ace, would he not comfortably lead into this river, given that the board is double paired? And now that he has checked, might Haxton be thinking this is a pocket pair more than it is aces full?
That is a very good point. But like you said earlier, they don't have that much history, so it's hard to make certain assumptions. But yes, some players will lead an ace here thinking, well, you're not going to bluff this board. I might as well just bet in case you've got like some kings, queens, jacks that bet the turn. I do like it if an ace-X would check, though, on a river to protect their check calling range. But wow, Haxton has somehow found a triple barrel. These guys are going hard right now, level 1.
They sure are.
This is an impossible call with 2 9s, isn't it?
I mean, the pot is laying him a little over 3.5 to 1. It's not impossible.
I know it's not impossible. Man, this would be sick.
It feels like you're on the wrong side of a dairy farm here and you're getting milked. No question about it.
Yeah, the sizing looks very milky. No.
Oh, my.
Okay, that's
Is
time
this
card.
a time extension? Okay. Credit to him for thinking it over. He's not just automatically giving Haxton credit for a bigger pocket pair or an ace. Do you think he's removing 10s through
Yes.
queens from Haxton's range?
100%. He should not expect 10s, jacks, queens, and kings to be value bet in the 3rd barrel. Yeah, we'll just say it's just so. He just made the call, Ollie. That is.
We've
Tim
got a
came to
statement.
play.
We've got a statement on our hands, and look at Haxton's expression there.
Yeah, I put you on that hand. You still called me.
Yeah.
You got me.
Yeah.
Just knuckle the table, right? Well played.
Yeah, very much so. Haxton did exactly what he wanted to. I feel like I want to ask the guys from Sharehand that are responsible for our production to maybe handle the setup of my living room TV, just because the resolution on those LED walls back there looks so staggeringly good. I'm guessing they could, I mean, I'm sure it's a little beneath them, but if they happen to be in Vegas, you know,
okay,
come get me, right?
You try that. You let me know how that goes, and you can send them over to Australia, too, after.
You have an OLED TV at home yet, Randy?
No, because I barely know what that is, all right?
What do you mean you barely know what that is? OLED. What? But you could probably tell me what the best computer monitor is.
Yeah, I
couldn't
know,
you?
right?
Yeah. 6-2 suited here up against King Queen as Haxton defends and has Soyergaz's dust in a bad way for the time being.
Well, if you're raising dust, you're not expecting to hit it too often, so you might as well try and represent something. Backdoor hearts also working.
Good point.
2.5.
In comes the follow through. 2.5.
Well, we got mid pair. We got a check call incoming. Unless he's got some other plans, but check call is generally the standard play here.
Is there any frequency with which one would check raise this particular hand, or is it just pointless?
It should be 0%.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well, 6 in the turn for Soyergaz.
And of course, it's some showdown value now. You do beat some inside straight draws. Don't mind a check.
No action on the turn.
Yeah, let's see how Haxton approaches his king-queen. You know, does he think that ace-x would bet the turn against him quite at a high frequency, therefore he can go for value of king-queen? Or does he think his opponent's going to check some ace-x's where value betting might be just giving away chips? We'll see. Does seem like he thinks he's got the best hand.
7.5.
7,500 is the bet. Just got a bluff.
A very warm welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond and Casino here in northern Cyprus. Just moments away from throwing it back down to event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Randy, it is the 25K GG Super Millions Live Edition. Randy, I wasn't here for the first stint. What I want to know is, has Elke mastered the dance that he promised us in Vietnam for the final table tomorrow?
I mean, we did not get to see a preview of some kind of dance, so hopefully it's good. I'm excited to see, but the GG Super Millions event number 1 has been fire so far. People have been firing away. We had a newcomer coming from Vietnam, a friend of Dao Min Fu, making a hero call. 2 9s.
I saw that.
3 barrels.
Yep.
Ace, ace, 7, 5, 5. 9s is good, of course.
Making the call against Ike Haxton, of course, a veteran of the Triton Super High Roller Series. But these newcomers, not to be slept on, Randy. You know, it's not often you see just a random person come to play a random 25K. These guys are talented, and it kind of makes it exciting for us in the sense that we don't know them as well. We don't know their play styles, and kind of throw a bit of a spanner in the works as we throw it back down to the main feature tables for level 3, or level 4 rather, of this GG Super Millions. It's none other than Roman Samolyov out in front with an overwhelming chip lead. In fact, finds himself at the top of the counts in this tournament. Chip leader with 74 players left, 278 big blinds. Enzo Vito, Sergio Ido, just to name a few. See Jason Kuhn, Dylan Lind. How about this for a star-studded feature table, Randy?
Back to the little cards.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. We've got some newcomers. You know, some of the names you just mentioned, Lind at the table. But personally, I'm pretty excited to watch, you know, of course, Danny Tang playing this table. He's just been phenomenal, one of the best. Repping the Hong Kong flag, getting a massage. Sergio Ido. He's been absent from the Triton series for a little bit, but he's back.
What's up? Danny Tang, fresh off of his maiden Triton trophy, of course, in Vietnam. Talk about getting the monkey off the back. Came so close on so many occasions. Love to see one of our biggest supporters, getting his hands on a golden Triton trophy.
That was a 25K short deck event.
It was indeed.
427,000. 5 million, over 5 million in Triton earnings, 12 caches.
Folds around to our chip leader. Roman on the button. With Rax. Gonna get out of the way.
Sergio Idol. He has been to our Triton stops before, hasn't been recently. But he's back in the mix, already invited to the Luxempe Invitational. 200K buy-in coming up later this week.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of some of the biggest names in poker that just seem to have been around for the last decade at the top of the game, Sergio Ido is certainly a name. Not just in high roller series, Randy's, but even in smaller main events out in America, Europe. Seems to be always in the mix. As Dylan goes for the ISO from the big blind against the small blind limp, as he should. 10 deuce off. Nice to just get some folds pre-flop. As we head to the ace-jack 6 rainbow, Dylan with the betting lead. Looks like he is going to continue in this for Ido with the 6s, 3 overcards to the board. Obviously under-repped pre-flop, but incredibly difficult to get this hand to showdown, especially against someone like Dylan, who is going to put him to this test across multiple streets. Ido undeterred. Flicks in the call. Very interesting if an 8-9 Queen King rolls off.
For him to call 2 6s on this flop must mean that he knows how frequent these guys just raise these kind of raggedy cards and still bet this flop.
Yeah, 100%.
It's understanding ranges really well to make this call.
Board pairing turn card. That's bring the Jack of Diamonds. Essentially a turn card that Dylan is expected to slow down on as he does. Check behind. Apologies for the slight delay in the graphics. Double paired board. And what do you know? That is one way to win the hand. Dylan with the check mark at showdown.
I don't think Ido is looking to check call here just to just show down his 2 6s now on this counterfeit board. So I imagine he'd want to start betting. What size? I don't think he needs a size too big, but I don't know. Let's see. 20K? Just north of half? No, 40K.
Kenny, how was
Excuse
Manila?
me. Okay, an overbet.
Manila.
Huh.
Yeah, Dylan with a bit of a grim card. 10 of diamonds. Blocking hands like 10-8, 10-9.
I mean,
Yeah,
then you have just 10
about
high,
how it
right?
always is.
I guess he's wondering why his opponent's overbetting, but I don't know. You don't look so silly calling down 10 high. Yeah, I've got an ace. Oops. Nicely done, Sergio Idol. One of the best from Spain. You know, when I think of the best Spanish players out there, obviously Adrian Mateos always comes to mind, but Sergio Idol comes right behind it as well.
Yeah, Ido just
Yeah, I heard
seems
about
to be
that.
so consistent.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry.
And Taiwan was sponsored by these as well. So, yeah, I mean, I went to both. First half I was at Manila, and then I went to Taiwan after that. And Taiwan.
It was in Taipei.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I like Taipei, man.
It was so good.
Speaking of Taipei, they must be talking about APT.
They are indeed.
Punat Punsri, main event champ.
They had 1,400.
Can't wait to
Oh,
see him
shit.
here.
And the production was.
We had some of the Malaysian contingent out there, obviously supporting Michael Soizer with the Chong boss man Andy Kane with Share Hands boss Pauls.
Yeah,
to
nice.
say hello.
Legit.
Production for 1.2K.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of slabs turned up.
Oh, yeah? Wow.
3 million followers.
Ido, King 6 of Hearts.
2 million.
Definitely a hand that
Wow.
solvers like to play. Second favorite behind Ace 5 suited. 23K is the bet.
So that helps.
Tom did?
Yeah, for poker.
That's funny. Mom doesn't turn up for these anymore, huh?
He's here.
Is he?
He's here.
I mean, 8-6 off super to cut off a little bit out of line, but you know, you got this chip stack to play with. Hand should be over.
Yeah, certainly some.
I mean, is he going to super street poker this and just like 4-bet? Oh my god, he's reaching for chips. What is he?
20.
Is he calling? Or is he 4-betting? Oh no, is he folding? Okay.
Okay, there we go. Cards hit the mark.
He tricked me multiple times in one street.
See some dynamic there and some history as to how Roman acquired those chips. Ido with the button 3-bet. Sit through. I don't know, man. This Roman guy. Yeah, bit of a dark horse.
First time, I believe, at a Triton. First time I've seen him. I will be able to confirm that with you shortly. Let's see.
So 15 levels to be played today. Currently at level 4. So a long old day of poker ahead of us. Hope you guys are enjoying this coverage from Northern Cyprus. So let us know in the chat whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from, who you're rooting for.
Yeah, this is Roman's very first stop. The Israeli flag onto this board. Enzo Vito, King 5 of diamonds, outflops the ace queen. Big blind versus cutoff.
What an incredible name, Randy.
I like the
Enzo
name.
Vito.
It's
How do you even introduce yourself? The name's Vito. Enzo Vito.
yeah, it's
Love
a pretty
it.
boss name.
That is such a boss name.
2 syllables twice. I like it. The Z in there too. Check call is the play. King still good.
Yeah, makes sense. Nice to have some top pairs in your check calling range. As the Jack of Hearts rolls off on the river. Potential bluff card for Ido now. Being checked to on flop, turn, and river. Spades bricking.
Yeah, definitely a spot he can consider it. He might also expect the King X to value bet the river quite a bit after it goes check through on the turn. The question is, does Ace Queen have enough showdown value as is against, say, Ace X of spades? Weaker Ace highs. He thinks no, so bet is incoming, and I think this is going to get snapped off.
Yeah, looks
Should.
like a sizable bet, close to pot. Makes sense, really putting pressure on those 4x and 7x's. Enzo scoops in a sizable one. So extending the rope to Ido on that run out. Nice little pick up there to 359,000. What's up, Baked Alaska? How's it going, chat? Welcome to the stream.
No, I play
15 days
in a cash game once a week.
of high stakes poker
Other
here.
than that,
Thank you.
It's a lot.
Of course, all eyes going to be on that
Lately, yeah.
200,000
Yeah.
buy-in. Luxon pay the Coin River Invitational. Still having pairings announced last minute.
That guy we're playing, Danny Tang. I spy Brian Kim next to him. Made an impressive showing in Vietnam.
He really did. I want to say 4 final tables.
Yeah, couldn't close one out or get to the top 2 at all, but put himself in opportunities very many times. I think he was unlucky in some spots, but not surprised to see him come back to Cyprus. Had some just good words to say about his first experience in Vietnam.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, had support back home. If his sister and family were tuning in regularly to the streams.
He did tell me that, I remember.
Shout out Sally, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't confirm that.
I could just be shouting out a random name. I'll have to confirm with Brian.
We got a 5-time and 4-time champ at this table, Jason Kuhn and Mikita Badziakuski. Tough table.
Roman in the mix. I've got a funny feeling these next 3 levels are going to be highly entertaining. Finds himself chip leader. Saw him try and get one through with the 8-6 off from the cutoff, now opening from early position with the 10-6 of spades, and it's a couple of quick folds.
Later.
Yeah, and you know, when you're like raising these hands, definitely not standard raises from these positions, and you're getting it through post flop as well. You're feeling good. You're just gonna keep like pressing, putting the pressure on.
Up to 87 entries now in the field. A strong start. Event number 1, the GG Super Millions Live. 25k buy in this one. Late reg until the close, sorry, until the start of level 11. I do apologize. So, just in case, first bullet, second bullet doesn't go too well. 11 levels to click that re-entry button. Roman with a rare fold. Under the gun, Sergio Ido. Over 100 bigs, suited connectors. Dylan looks interested. 6-5 of spades. See what he comes with. The issue obviously being that does open the door for a squeeze behind by just flatting. Looks like those are raising chips.
Raise 21,000 total.
Well, 3-bet to 21k. Early position v early position gets the 3s out of that.
Yeah, aggressive.
Oh boy.
But Brian Kim's got ace-king suited.
If there was ever a world where this just gets flatted, it'd be EP 3-bet against the +1 open, but he is.
Henry, this is Brian Kim. I don't think Brian Kim is scared.
He's not come
of
here
big
to
pots.
flat call.
Okay, Vietnam, he was splashing around huge. 4-bet pots, so much less holding than ace-king.
265-ish.
Thanks. Just confirming.
It's a sizable 4-bet. Let's see if Lynn wants to still continue. 6-5 suited is the type of hand where maybe you call, but it's a cold 4-bet. Cold 4-bet is, you know, very big pair heavy, ace-king. I think he's more likely to call 4-bet if it was the original guy who raised. But when it's cold, that guy has less incentive to kind of make a move. So it tends to be a bit stronger. So why he opted for fold. Nicely done, Brian Kim.
Congrats, Monaco. Nice.
Nice little pick up there. Congratulating Makita on his recent success in Monaco. Taking down 25k high roller.
He won high roller, is that right? Okay. That was congratulating himself on that pot he just won. Congrats, Brian
maybe
Kim.
it was, yeah.
Nah, I think you're right.
The pat on the back.
He's not that type of guy at all. He's very humble. Did Makita say anything back though, or did he just give him a little nod?
He just said thanks, I believe.
Okay. Didn't want to engage too much more than that.
If I'm not mistaken, they blind flipped for the trophy, so.
Did they really? Okay.
These high rollers, man.
They're just
made a deal, went all in blind.
Okay.
Gator with a fresh stack, 250,000. Believes bullet number 2 for Makita. Can check over on the Triton Poker Plus app, of course.
Well, Brian Kim's being relentless right now. Ace-10 offsuit, dealer button, raise. A new player, Belarus. King-Queen offsuit, he's out. Action's on you, Roman. All right, so Roman is just cold called here. King-9 suited in the big blind, and that is very likely to invite Makita to continue with 2-3s, 3-ways, multi-way. Interesting. Brian Kim Pre-flop aggressor 3-way 3-bet pot. Just north of 50K in the middle.
There we go. Overcall from the big blind. Let's go. Really throwing a spanner in the works at this feature table.
Most connection here from Akita. Pocket threes, but still not a great hand. Yes, he just got a little inside straight draw. Baby diamond.
Yeah, 71% of the equity 3 ways.
Looks like it's crossing his mind to potentially lead this, isn't it?
Certainly a board texture that he could. Going to have 7s, 5s, 4s.
Yeah, definitely not a common spot, right? Because you don't see too many people come in with a cold call from the big blind against a 3-bet. If that's 11K, freezes it up. You know, it stops that guy who's a pre-flop raiser from either c-betting or taking a free card off. Maybe you multi-barrel. This is a really nice design bet. 11K wins it with kind of a weaker holding.
Yeah, certainly just goes to show what level these guys are playing. A very intricate part of the game tree.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because, like, I don't think this is a spot he solved, right? Like, this cold call 3-bet. It's not something that comes up too much, so he's probably not. But just using natural intuition on how ranges react and how they have to respond on that board texture and with the equity he's got. It's pretty cool to see how these guys just have to kind of adjust on the fly with a shot clock knocking on the door, right? Yeah, nice. Are we losing Ido?
We are indeed.
See ya.
Ido being moved to an altar table. See some love in the chat for Brian Kim, Nikita.
They say everyone's a good player in here. Well, I mean, it's pretty standard when you come to Triton playing a minimum 25K bind right now. Some people in for 2 bullets.
Wild card. Roman in the mix. Chip leader as well.
Oh, a lot of new faces at this featured table right now. And 2 very familiar faces right there.
Would love to get a Makita against Kuhn heads-up match this series.
Just like at some point, right? Like maybe when they have an equal amount of titles, that would be just the perfect match. You know,
Clash of the Titans.
There'll be no flipping for trophies there, I guarantee you that.
Those of you sweating along over on the Triton Poker Plus app, you'll see Fedor Holtz finds himself second in chips. Stephen Chidwick also in the top 5. So going heads up to a flop. Apologies for the lack of graphics. Going to play a bit of a guessing game for the time being.
Keep us on our toes. Well, I can tell you, this definitely heavily favors the pre-flop raiser. They tend to c-bet quite a high frequency, knowing that paired boards misses the big blind quite a bit. Let's see. Looks like it checks through.
Looks like hijack v cutoff.
Okay, it's hijack v cutoff, so excuse me. Whatever I said.
Out
Garbage can.
It's like the 6 of hearts has rolled off on the turn. So 9-9-5, 2 spades, 6 of hearts on the turn, bringing a backdoor flush draw.
That's a good eye on a 6 of hearts. And what's that? Okay, ace.
That is an interesting river card. All of the suited broadways may I'll try and take a stab at this. Fold out some small pocket pairs, some king highs.
The way the hand is playing right now, it definitely hits that ace pretty well for the pre-flop raiser. They would be checking ace highs down, flop and turn a lot, so it's not surprising that I see Brian Kim reaching for chips here. Whether he's got it or not, this is the type of card that favors him.
Yeah, certainly going to try and get his ace-king, ace-queen to showdown, then obviously pairing on the river gets the fold. Kim chipping up nicely for that cold 4-bet from the small with the ace-king now. Taking this one down against Einhorn.
What's this for?
To 89 runners. 7 levels left of late reg. Got a funny feeling. Gonna breeze past the 3-figure club.
Of course, most certainly. I wonder what the numbers was last time we had this Super Millions in.
Well, it was a record-breaking Super Millions.
It was
wasn't it?
130 something, wasn't it?
Something ridiculous. And we
Yeah.
then smashed it the next day.
But this could easily get a lot of runners. Just looking at it. Just kind of depends on how bad people get cooler, because we know every single one of these guys are going to re-enter.
Yeah, these guys don't fly all the way halfway
Yeah,
around
one
the world
bullet.
to just fire
Oh,
one bullet.
Back to America for B. Slums. Ace 10. Jason Kuhn, big blind. It is undergun open. Important. Let's see how he approaches Ace 10. Well,
32.
We're going squeezy.
32,000 total.
Interesting. Well, he got snap called in 1.1 second.
Yeah, Jason just realizing this hand doesn't play
Oh,
too
no,
well.
sorry. I thought he got snap called, but he actually pitched his cards in.
Nice little pick
Nice.
up there for JK.
Yeah, what's interesting was that he opted to squeeze there rather than call closing action against undergun, who's perceived to be strong. But by squeezing there against undergun, you kind of look pretty strong there. And without the suitedness in his hand, he figures it got a little bit less playability. Maybe it's
Definitely.
better to take it pre-flop.
Last thing as well is you kind of keep in some suited hands that you dominate. Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, sometimes pill.
True. That's very true. In 3-bet pots, like having that Ace 10, like gets those 10-9 suiteds and Jack 10 suiteds like to actually call 3-bets quite a bit, so it does work in your advantage. You know, obviously, like the Ace Kings are looking to 4-bet you, so when you flop an Ace post flop, it's not too bad in terms of reverse implied odds. Regardless, well done, Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, no, really great awareness being shown there from JK. Move on to the next one, Roman. I tell you what, chat, can we keep Roman for as long as possible?
So something about Roman is just thinking like some big pots are.
That's going to be a
pots
clash.
will-
We're going
will
to see
clash.
like a 200 big blind pot out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, he did build that huge stack, and you know, if you don't have the Triton Poker Plus app, you can go into it and look at his previous hands throughout this tournament. Let us know what kind of damage he did to someone.
11,000
For now, Roman's picked up pair of Kings 9 kicker. Jason Kuhnlo, Queen 8 of clubs, club draw, inside straight draw. So let's see if he wants to put some pressure on.
Raise.
Check raise.
There we go. Against the wild card. Realizing that Roman's going to be standing pretty wide on this board. And given from what we've seen as well, maybe some of the hand histories have been updated over on the app. I'm sure these guys have been checking it out on break.
Roman hasn't folded just yet. What's interesting, though, is
150, 1.5.
Jason Kuhn is not supposed to be check raising this board that often from the small blind, right? Ace, King, Jack.
I think Jason has
Yes, he has
enough
Queen
2 pairs.
Queen 10. I'm just saying that, of course, he doesn't have Ace, King, so
Right.
It's interesting.
Shouldn't have sets, etc.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Certainly going to have some Queen 10 suited, some nut
course.
flush draws, hands like Ace 10 suited. As we move back out to the red table. How about this?
I like the double featured. Your first experience here, this stuff.
Ace Queen O, 5,500 to go from +1. Hijack flat, and now the 9s with a bit of an unorthodox 3-bet.
And it's a small squeeze in position. It's not going to shake these two hands, though. Like, of course, you're never in love with Ace, Queen, Ace, Jack in 3-bet pots, as you could be dominated. But when you're given the right price, call and see what develops.
Once again, making said call, and now so Gallon going to come along for the ride. So a 3-way affair in this 3-bet pot, 63,000 in the middle already.
Yeah. Ace Jack suited. Look at flops a wild flush draw. The man from Kazakhstan. 2 9s. not looking good on this board. Pre-flop aggression. Still going to reach for chips. Clearly, of course, he's the very ace-king heavy.
Fascinating to see him find this continuation bet into 2 players here. Not really blocking, I guess blocking 10-9 suited.
Yeah, but I think that's not as relevant. Ace-queen right now has a draw to the Broadway. Queen of spades is important if you are going to peel. Nice. Ace-jack suited. I could see him consider check raising here. He could be very 10x heavy here. Flat pre-flop, close action pre-flop as well. There's a bet and a call, no raises. I think he could easily represent a 10. He's got a big draw. You know, even like a top pair, top kicker right now, 3-ways would have some heat put on him, right? Like, are you really going to put in the rest of the chips in post-flop? Reasonable. Well, I like to see it. Of course, call is fine too, but then when you yeah, I like this raise. Because if you just call, it's hard to represent the 10, but now you just put maximum pressure. And by betting all of it, just imagine this player here has got like ace-king. He still has that one guy behind him to act, and maybe he won't call. Very nicely done from ace-jack suited. The worst of it gets it done.
Nice pick up there indeed, and yeah, you're so right, Randy. Really putting hands like king, queen, ace, king into a tough spot. The man from Kazakhstan, up to 386,000 chips. Obviously, early days here, level 4 of this 25K, but getting off to a good start does give you some momentum going into the day.
If I didn't say anything,
helps settle maybe some of the nerves for some of these newer players.
My card is marked or no? If I did,
as experienced as they may be, the Triton Super High Roller Series stage is the biggest in the world, and the bright lights, the cameras, the thousands of viewers. It can be nerve-wracking out there. No one wants to look like an idiot on TV, Randy. Trust me, I've been there.
One of us 3 commentators doesn't mind, though. Do you know who that is?
Don't talk about Ali like that. Come on.
I didn't say it. A lot of newcomers on this table as well.
The Triton free roll on GG Poker kicking off in 2 minutes' time. The password is World Festival. No late reg. Join now. Good luck to all of our viewers. Let us know how you're getting on over on GG. Haven't already heard the World Festival with a $200 million guarantee. Biggest tournament series ever as we dive back into this. Under the gun open, ace jack O flat, queen a3 rainbow.
See a bet here from ace-9 suited. Backdoor spades working. Very tough call here for ace-jack. Is in position, but not much of a connection. If he's floating this board, he must think his opponent is c-betting quite a large range that he can maneuver post-flop. Well, he will make the call.
Yeah, one over to the board, some nice turn cards. Where he's going to just get to see a river as his opponent will slow down on like a 9-10. 7 of hearts.
Yeah, as played right now, it's actually very hard for ace-9 to continue. So let's see if ace-jack thinks ace-jack is enough showdown value, or does he think he might need to start barreling away, you know, against little pocket pairs. Better ace-highs, ace-king, exactly. First time for both of these players. Ace-jack is going to fire away for the German. Even though this is like their first time, it's like they're probably like just some sick crushers that just play online or something, you know, like they're the biggest winners, and we just have no idea who they are. But then they're like, well, Cyprus not too far away. Triton always wanted my shot. Yeah, GG Super Millions. Add up to that leaderboard.
He's also German.
Has to be good by default.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the first word out of Fedor Holz's mouth as a child was Pio-solver.
Pio-solver. It wasn't poker, it was Pio-solver. I was going to say poker.
A lot of these Germans just show up after crushing for years online, whether it be tournaments or high-stakes cash games. Roman still leading the field. Largest stack in the room, 259 big blinds. Blind v blind confrontation here. Alex going to come with a 4x. Nice to see him balance it out with top of range as he would with Rags from the small. Unfortunately for him,
I feel like
Rags in the big blind.
Belarus is also one of those places where everyone from there is like extremely
Yeah.
good at poker.
Yeah.
Boyka. Don't know as much about him, but I think it's given that he's good.
Alexander Shilko, Makita Badziakowski, of course, widely regarded as some of the best tournament players in the world. Yeah, there are flags.
There's some
that you
flags you're
don't
just
wanna see.
like only pros, right?
Hungary comes to mind as well.
Hungary.
$306 likes over on our YouTube video. Shout out to everyone watching over on YouTube, the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Would love to see us hit that 1,000 like mark today. Do take a couple of seconds out of your day to help support the channel. More importantly, help us reach a wider audience. Who wouldn't want to help grow the game that we all love? And this free poker content that the team have been working tirelessly around the clock, the weeks leading up to this series. 15 days of high stakes tournaments.
So, my fun fact for you at this table is the only player at this featured table right now that has played a previous Triton event is Alexei Panikov's. Every single other player, first time. First event.
Okay, there we go. I do recognize some of these players. I mean, I know Duffweiler is...
Yeah, but his very first
Yeah,
Triton
yeah.
spot.
Yeah.
You know, they saw how big it was at Vietnam. They missed out to Cyprus before. They're like, no, we're coming back to Cyprus. I'm going. They're all here now. Duffweiler is a cash game expert, getting his feet wet here in Triton.
Always see him in the highest stakes cash games.
Yeah, I'm talking the highest stakes, right? Like he's
GG.
playing those GG games, crushing, of course, highly respected amongst his peers. It's the Russian here, pocket tens. 3-bet. Got some deep stacks, so it looks like we're going to take this one out of position. Panikov's.
Does flop a piece, bottom pair, backdoor spades, backdoor straight draw. So again, with the overcard to be somewhat concerned about, I'd expect to see him continue with range. The ace-8-6 board.
Six-five suited, faring pretty well here. You know, he's got potential to hit two pairs. There are some cards where he can turn his hand into a bluff, like some diamonds if it goes weak action on turn. Definitely not folding.
35?
Yeah, I was going to say he probably has some check raises here, because if he's raising sometimes, it makes sense with like some weaker pairs. Gets it done nicely. And he could have put a lot of pressure on a lot of turn cards. Spades, of course, 7. You know, and like what kings, queens, they see bet flop, fold to flop check raise. If they don't, they'll just fold the turn.
Power poker from Ponakov's there, showcasing why he's one of the toughest players to play against. I tell you what's not tough, Randy. The
Sitting in these seats.
There we go. This is my, I want to say, 4th trip now with the Triton Super High Roller Series and sitting in a secret lab chair for 2 weeks straight. It's about as comfortable as one can get calling the action. Game-winning comfort for when the stakes are high. Obviously, special edition, Triton edition, secret lab chair. Remember last time in Vietnam, we had a ton of viewers bragging about their secret lab gaming chairs whilst grinding along online.
Nice.
For a cripple like me, Randy.
Cripple. It's good for you, right?
We're talking award-winning features, okay? Lumbar support for my broken arm. There we go.
Well, Ian Bradley's first Triton event, the UK flag. 8-6 suited, 3-bet. That's aggressive. Well, he gets 2 7s out. Ace-Jack. Man from the Philippines. That's good to see some more Philippine representation. We saw Mike Takayama, right, back in Vietnam.
Yeah, Mike Takayama, one of the most accomplished players to ever played the game from the Philippines. Barcia again, going to come along for the ride. Another 3-bet pot. It's like every hand.
Yeah, and someone's got some marginalist stuff. 8-6 suited, out flops Ace-Jack. This is the pre-flop raiser.
38K in the middle.
Let's slow it down. Wonder if it brings opportunity for his opponent to start getting involved. Ace-Jack, no diamond though.
Well, undercard to the board, rolling off on the turn. Bradley with the flop pot control.
Yeah, it's good to note about that undercard in the sense that he won't be getting counterfeited. Just a quick check.
Got to check all the way down to the river. See if Marsegan comes with a bluff. No. Check it on over to Bradley.
10.
Yeah, I like seeing that he's now going to value bet this 8. I wouldn't want to check this through as well as having to show this down, revealing how light you just 3-bet your opponent. Get some value, right? Ace
The
X.
milkman.
Some little pocket pairs. The milkman. It's a good one.
Try to get some value on the river. Had the pleasure of meeting Ian for the first time last night. I believe good friends with James Dempsey.
Okay.
Living in Bulgaria, and obviously used to live in Bulgaria, so we started sharing stories about Sophia and what he's been up to over there. Take a quick look at the chip counts. 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series here in Northern Cyprus. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. And I tell you what, Randy, every player that I've bumped into so far, I managed to go on break with Jason Koo. He's like, listen, man, best place in the world to play high stakes. The players love it.
At the Merit.
Just from the room down to the down to the floor, you know, can go up on break 15 minutes, go for some sun, grab some food. Just takes a couple of minutes to
yeah, and it's
back down.
obviously top-notch quality too, which is great. Not only the rooms, but the food as well.
Yeah, 100%. 93 runners now as we head towards the end of level 4. I do apologize, blinds going up, 1,500, 3K. Level 5.
Circle in here. Kings.
There we go. Legit hand.
Legit hand.
Looks like some of the 3 bets have been a bit out of line. Not this time round.
Possibly the first Kazakhstan representation I've seen. I don't quite recall.
18,000
Regardless, good to see more representation
5.
around the world. And Campo mains here. Ace Queen suited from the Philippines. He's coming in with some chips.
Oh boy.
I heard a raise.
Ill-timed 4-bet on Camper Mains.
I don't blame him. Ace Queen suited usually is the best hand here. Pre-flop, people have been 3-betting garbage lately.
Yeah, especially in these positions. Hijack open, button 3-bet. Do believe Camper Mains will be 4-bet folding.
Yeah.
Should the Kings opt to click.
I wouldn't fault the Kings for pushing chips in here, right? Like, your opponent has cold 4-bet. It's a strong range. You want to kind of get in chips against queens, you know, ace kings and jacks. Let's see what he does. I mean, does he think there's enough 4-bet plus where he just calls? I think he wants to push chips in. Click it back, 70K. Just small enough where maybe your opponent's just like, price is good, maybe I'll just see one and see what happens, but ace queen suited.
It's now getting laid 4 to 1 on a call, Randy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The awkward thing would be obviously that the SPR going to the flop would be less than 1. Be incredibly difficult to realize all of his equity here. As non-ace high boards, non-queen high boards have to get out of the way. Action back on Camper Mains.
So he blocks aces.
Nice fold, sir.
Yeah.
Love to see the discipline. Very easy to fall into that trap of pot odds and whatnot, but just correctly realizing that out of position, unlikely going to be able to realize his full equity. Got the answer he was looking for. On your bike saying happy birthday, Henry, my hero. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you as always. 365 days of the year coming in saying happy birthday to me. One of the times he's going to be right.
There's some guy in the chat saying Flo's on the feature table. Is one of these guys Flo? I have no idea who it is. Must be some hometown hero somewhere. I'd love for the chat to let us know who that is. Boyka, pocket fives.
Raise 6,000 total. Fold.
Ian Bradley, Queen Jack of Hearts. Looks like he's going to put in some chips.
That is a strong sweatshirt. I'm a big fan. No need for Fashion Week in Paris, you know. Just come to a Triton Super High Roller Series if you're looking for some
29.
inspiration as the Kings from the previous hand. It's the Kazakhstan.
He's got game.
The 3-bet squeeze this time with ace 3 of diamonds. Note that Ponakov's hasn't folded yet. King Jacko. Really nice blocker effects. Is he thinking of a cold 4 from the big?
It would be aggressive.
Oh my word.
67K.
That says Ponakov's, ladies and gentlemen, showcasing just how tough he is to play against. Finding the cold 4.
Price is pretty good here. We are deeper in this situation than the last one for 2 kings where the ace queen suited folded. So there's a chance he continues here. Ace 3 suited, just given the price and position.
Don't you dare do it. Zagallin has not clicked the fold button yet.
38K more. 100 big blinds behind.
Back-to-back 5 bets? Surely not.
All in. This guy's got so much game. So good. I don't know him, but I love him.
That's got to be the hand of the tournament so far. Take a bow, Zagallin, with the back-to-back 5-bet. This time with just ace 3 of diamonds. Having none of it.
This is a 5-bet against a cold 4-bet. that's even stronger, right? The cold 4-bet is supposed to be really strong.
Can you change? You don't mind
How do you
getting
know?
Thanks.
Well, well, well. Just when you
Yeah,
thought Pontikovs was going to get the cold 4 through, Mr. Zagalin had other plans.
Thank you.
5-bet ripping the ace-3 of diamonds. With the snap fold and moving up the counts. Demir now sat in 6th. 515k. Not every day you get to call the action on a 5-bet bluff. Especially in a live 25k. That was sick. If that hand alone it showcases what we're going to be streaming over the next 15 days, we're in for a treat.
He barely used any time, too, to jam that spot. Like, you know, some guys take like 4, 3 time banks. Like, all right, I think I figured that out. He knew.
Joe Bird saying, get the highlight reel ready. Indeed. That one's certainly going to make the highlight reel.
BVB 4x raise call. Pontikovs with 2 7s pre-flop aggressor. Queen, queen, 9. Let's see if he comes in for c-bet. There's a dry texture. His hand can be counterfeited by the 9. A little bit more incentive to bet, but he's going to check. Just ace-4.
Apologies, Randy. This was 4x call.
Yeah, it was 4x call, correct. Pontikov's raised from the small blind.
27k to fight for. See if Pontikovs wants to go for the delayed c-bet.
It's a tough one to delay c-bet on the jack, especially because your opponent calls withdrawal, you check river, don't know what to do. Want to avoid those situations when possible. Right now he's going his way. River card. Safe.
Both players seem happy to try and get their holdings to showdown. Someone in the chat, KB, asking if Pontikov's the online grinder that's kind of new to the live scene. I wouldn't call him new. Burst onto the scene in Madrid. A couple of big final tables as he goes for some value on this river after checking flop and turn.
Yeah, he just wasn't playing like live tournaments like years ago, I suppose, but was obviously playing online.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year since Madrid, so I guess that's relatively new, but it's found a ton of success already in that year. Beat Phil Ivey, heads up for a bracelet. He's found success at the Triton Super High Roller Series as he squeezes out 12k of value from Boyka.
Nice. That is really thin there. 2 7s and nicely done. It's paid off by ace-4. You know, Boyka just put his opponent on one of those delayed bets.
Yeah, basically.
Was wrong.
Bottom of range would have to stab.
Good.
Pontikov's letting out a delayed sigh.
Delayed sigh is the new play.
That was
You
so
just won
sick.
the pot, sir.
So sick.
What are you sighing about? Oh, I've got to collect these chips. I got to pick up these chips. How unfortunate it is for me.
Yeah, I was just wondering what's going on here.
It's free chip.
Oh.
You see those 5-bet jams with ace-3. Fast forward to day 2 when we close in on the money bubble, the final table bubble. A couple of wild cards out there. Triton first-timers. Really going to make this series interesting. Never really know what to expect. One of the biggest stages in the poker world, with the entire poker world watching. A lot of these guys know that hands like that certainly help you build a reputation, make a name for yourself as someone to not be pushed around. Image building during your couple of hours on the main stage.
I've only been here for a few hours. I haven't seen anyone get pushed around. These guys have been making plays, making their stances, calling down. No easy spots.
As we're joined by none other than Sir Watts in seat number 8.
Yeah, we touched up on him earlier. He obviously he won that EPT main event just recently in Monte Carlo. Well done for him. Been around for such a long time. Excellent player. Just stick it out even through the bad runs.
Yeah, true master of his craft. One of the toughest Western short deck players to compete against.
Yeah, that's true. He's been playing the short deck from day one in these Triton stops too. He's just been around for so long.
It looks like bullet number 2 potentially for Sir Watts with that fresh stack.
Yes, very likely. Calls your ace queen in position.
Thanks.
Ace, king, 6, couple of hearts, 1 club. Ponokov's with the range advantage. Watson, the very disguised ace, queen, queen of hearts to boot as well. A board that we could expect Ponokov's to potentially go firing on.
Definitely could be firing. He might even size up a little bit on these ace-king type boards.
Yeah, it's nice. He blocks some of the bet folds. That's like ace-jack, ace-10.
Yeah, he blocks the best like ace-x hands that might be able to give some action. Like you just mentioned, ace-jack, ace-10. Watson, of course, not going to be folding ace-queen. And it wouldn't surprise me if a turn barrel comes in at quite a high frequency.
Well, how about that for a turn card, Randy? 2 pair for Sir Watts, nut straight for Ponokov's. Believe you're going to be right, Randy. Expect to see chips go in the middle here.
I was expecting chips on non-queen cards as well, but as played, Ponokov can put in lots of chips and get called down. Like, I don't know, what can Watson do, right? He's like at the top of his range, pretty much. Ace-queen, besides the jack-10 and 2 6s. Ace-king with a 3-bet pre-flop. Ponokov's going to try to extract value from king-queens, ace-jack, ace-10s right now. There's also the 2 clubs and the 2 hearts, so lots of hands you can get a lot of value from right now.
Expect him to go polar on this turn card, and Sir Watts, unfortunately, bullet number 2 going just as badly as bullet number 1 did. Turning an incredibly under-repped hand. So we see Ponokov's fire a second barrel close to pot.
I'm not surprised he's firing this size. A lot of guys, they actually barrel off on ace-king boards quite a bit since they have the range advantage. So bigger bets tend to come in a lot more. He knows.
Jam?
Yeah, I'm not sure what if jam would be quite a lot of chips on the river. Who knows?
Yeah, a
but definitely a big bet will be incoming. And I don't think Watson's gonna fold if it comes clean. Let's see. It'll be 1.5x pot roughly.
Big river incoming. As the 3 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw. Watson, the queen of hearts in hand.
Yeah, that's not good for Watson in the sense that he'd be blocking some of those flushes that would bet this way. Ponkov still, of course, doesn't like to see that heart, but it's still got a hand worthy of a sizable value bet. But it might change the way he opts to size. Had to come 3 blank. I think you see the overbet a lot more. But it still could come in, but I could see like maybe like a 75%, 90%, who knows. Just don't really see anything but bet right now.
121,500 in the middle. So what's under-repped pre, flop and turn. So what Ponokov's comes for here.
That is 85,000 total.
It's like 3/4,
Yeah,
Randy,
just
or thereabouts.
I still don't think Watson's going to fold, right? The Queen of Hearts is that key card. Well, of course, you've got 2 pairs, but you're blocking those, some flushes. Yeah, he's paying this off.
Pretty quick call from Sir Watts, gets shown the bad news, and a sizable pot going Ponokov's way. 291,000. Ponokov's north of 150 bigs now. So Watts, disaster on the turn. Turning 2 pair and unable to get away from it on that river, of course, understandably so. The tournament veteran, legend of the game. Be sure to shake that off as we dive back into this.
Top set.
Looks like JK with the early position open.
I know Roman was splashing a bit earlier, but he's got more chips than he does last time we saw him.
Yeah, he won a sizable pot against Jason Kuhn just an orbit ago after rivering a straight.
Well,
getting
history
paid.
is brewing, but he's drawing almost dead. He's officially drawing dead now. Let's see how Jason Kuhn sizes here. With holding top set, you're blocking the hands you're trying to get paid off by, right? Like the King X's. So does he potentially size down, trying to get more calls from 9X? Or those pair straight draws like 8-7? 30K. Still can represent a lot of bluffs, right? Jack 10, 2 diamonds from under the gun. There is still a chance he's got the case king, of course.
Setting up a very natural river SPR.
Have you been to sauna already?
Nah.
It's pretty hot.
It's
like
very hot.
Is it?
Yeah, very hard.
The
like
sauna
over
is
100
sick here.
Celsius.
Is it?
Oh my god.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's
I
too
love
hot
them
for you,
hot.
you could
You're a
go
spa
lower
expert.
level.
Yeah, I like them
Lower?
crazy hot.
No, I mean, there's like 3 levels. You could sit on the lowest one.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh no, I was in the higher
Yeah,
area.
right.
Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. That makes sense.
Makita as well.
Every single one of these guys. Brian Kim.
Makita loves it.
I love it.
There we go.
Okay, you don't need to say it when he's
I'm
going to
with
say
you.
it,
I like the pain.
Henry.
You know, in US, in most of the places, sauna are just a joke.
Yeah.
Like it's
Definitely.
it's like, I don't know, maybe 80 Celsius.
I'd rather
like what,
too
one-
hot. Yeah.
140 Fahrenheit or something.
It's terrible.
Nothing.
Mine's 170 in my house. It's like good, but
You
it's
got
all
sauna in his
infrared,
house
so it's
too?
very
Cool.
different.
What
Thanks,
is it in
Jason.
Celsius?
Has a nice bath as well.
170? Is it like 90 or?
I'm the worst at these conversions. Lived in Canada for like 7 years. And
He's
never
an American, Makita.
I
Fahrenheit,
think that's right.
please.
Yeah, like low 90s. But it's infrared, so it's very different. I like them really hot, especially, I mean, basically as hot as they can get, I like them. But this one's, it's good. I wish it was a little hotter.
Okay, so Jason thinks there's room for improvement.
He's talking about his one
Oh,
at home,
shit.
not this one
How
here.
does this work?
This one's really hot.
Finding how
For anyone
much I
that's
put
been
in,
to the Merit Royal
I
Diamond.
picked one up, but I do have the chip in my hand.
To me, I will pay floor for this, but to me, you did not.
Okay, so we're going to get the floor over.
You're
Jason just confirming
Okay.
with the dealer.
I want to make sure I do the right thing, because this is my fault for talking about saunas.
Slightly distracted with the sauna talk.
Minus EV saunas.
So Jason did pick up one of his chips, one of his 1K chips that he put in the middle from the big blind.
Well, let's see what the ruling is.
20,000. Gentleman on the big blind, he has 3,000 in the pot. Picks one.
Or just pick up a chip. Didn't announce anything. Picked up this guy. Did have
indication that you're going to call if you touch the chips.
So even if I didn't see any action, could it be an indication that I was going to throw my chips to him? Could it be?
Yeah, so you can still make your action, but obviously when you just like, you're not allowed to touch the chips unless you're going to make an action.
Okay. Are you okay with that? Yeah. Like from a friendly standpoint. Is everybody, are you okay with that? Okay. Thank you.
Love that ruling from our floor.
My fault.
Some of the best in the world, and some great sportsmanship.
If this wasn't on
from
stream, though, I would make you put in
definitely
as much
make
as
me
possible.
Brian and Enzo.
Anyways.
Some jokes there from Brian saying if this wasn't a bluff, I'd make sure you had to min raise.
Yeah, I think it's understandable though that you're picking up the chips. People pick up the chips and throw them in as folding too, right? I've seen it plenty of times.
More reasonable, friendly.
But
yeah, it's something to take away from that for the viewers to learn. You know, if you make a mistake, and Jason first to admit that he was a bit distracted, just speak to the floor calmly, speak to the dealer calmly, get the floor over, explain the situation.
Have you ever had to like give up a ton of EV in like a cash game or something because a person like misclicked or accidentally called? I know you played some of the wild stream games and stuff, the short deck especially.
I just remember one of the mistakes I did. I was like at the final table, 100K Barcelona, and I was like calling from the small blind, and turns out I made a mean 3-bet, and it's basically a disaster when the person knows that you were like that you have in a call-in range, and now you open the reopen the action.
So brutal.
So you're just basically giving away like 3 bigs with the average of like 20 bigs or something.
To see.
I sneezed one time on an iPad and called all in a very big short deck game.
Is this real?
I believe
went
that.
To touch the fold button. He's like, oh my god.
Can you sneeze and trigger a button on an iPad?
Hey, listen, man. Jason's a big guy.
But I was playing against one specific guy in JJ one time in a cash game, and I shoved over a bet for a very big raise, and I'll let them.
He's like,
Jason just gonna finish that story.
He's like, I'm not letting this happen again, where people did get distracted and make a mistake post flop. There we go. Should be a bet here. Queen Jack clubs, 2 overs, lots of pressure. Can Ace 9 really continue? It's the best hand though.
That is an amazing story though.
Yeah. Sneeze. Just sneeze all in.
Sneeze all in at a big pot on the iPad.
I'm wondering if it's possible.
Well, you just like, you know, sneeze, you got your hands in front, you accidentally press the button or whatever.
On the river. Or no, I just shoved myself, and the guy called, and I flipped over my hand, and he looked at my hand and threw his cards in the muck, and then grabbed his 2 cards out of the muck and flipped them over after they were like kind of in the bottom of the pile, but it was still obviously it was his 2 cards, and he had me beat. And it was like huge pot.
Did you bluff or what?
Huh?
You had a bluff?
Yeah.
Oh.
But it was the. I just pushed him the chips, man. I didn't say a fucking word.
Look at the floor.
It's a roller coaster.
No, I believe I had a value bet, and he just had a better one and misread his hand. I think that it was a house over house situation, and somehow he thought he just had 3 of a kind. He thought he had 3 of a kind or something. Yeah, it was like this was 2017 or something. I can't remember, but yeah.
I love the class though, Jason.
It was against the ultimate customer.
The ultimate customer. I want to know who that is. A few people in the chat asking about the Triton merch. And shout out to KB saying check out the description of the video. At the bottom there is a link if you want to get your hands on some Triton merchandise. Do appreciate all the questions. Feel free to ask either Randy or myself any questions to do with Triton. We do obviously have our moderators as well. Shout out to the mods. As the C11 saying, chat, If we raise enough money, we can put Killbane into the next event. I'll pass. It's a lot safer in the booth. But I do appreciate the voting confidences we have.
Me and Ollie were talking, and we're trying to figure out which horse to pick. We pool our money and stake one of these dudes out there and hopefully win some monies.
Another 3-bet pot.
Well, it's a cold call 3-bet from Enzo Vito against Jason Kuhn's 3-bet of Ace King. So very interesting dynamic as we go 3 ways to this flop.
Wait, what? It's Roman open, Jason 3-bet, Enzo flat call?
Correct.
Okay.
So tricky face king here.
Very intricate part of the game tree. Let's check through. It's the 3 of hearts pairs on the turn, and Enzo very quickly leading.
Very fast. 20K into 75. But you know, 10s is actually usually the best hand. Jack 9, little floaty here. Ace King's out.
Does not want to make a straight on the river, chat. Enzo would boat up. That's the king of diamonds on the river. Would have given JK the best hand.
Look at this. Enzo with the block bet, 15K is just like,
uh-oh.
Look, I don't know if I've got the best hand, but I don't want to check and have you set a price of, say, 80 plus K, and I have to just mock this. Look at this, Henry. He's reaching for chips, Jack 9.
Done it against the wrong player. Roman, always in the mix.
Oh gosh, can he call here with 2 10s? What a play. Oh, he's reaching for calling chips. This is an amazing hand here. 2 10s. Block bet, call. Ace King would have won the hand. Out on the turn. Enzo.
235K ball.
Against you. It was you. And
seems to have known his
Ollie
customer there.
Three-handed.
KYCs.
Like shorter stack on the blind versus blind pot on stream table at PokerGo, and it would just like I had a perfect bluff catching hand, but it was just lighting the money on fire to misclick and raise the turn, and I thought for certain you didn't realize I had done it until after the hand, but it was.
I do remember this.
Yeah.
I do remember this. I think I like.
Nice little pick up there.
Folded to you on the river.
For Enzo. Has to be good
I
for
think you
morale
folded
as
turn.
well.
I'm not sure.
Play though, right?
Confidence.
But it was you were deep into the tank about it. I was like, fuck.
Oh yeah, because I was
call.
about to shove
Good.
some crazy shit on you.
Yep. I was like, oh,
10 of hearts
it's gonna
too.
feel so
Block
terrible.
straight draws, block flush
I just have a
draws.
clear call handed on it.
Yeah.
No, this is going to be a good series.
It'd been more dramatic if you 4-bet and you and I got it in, and I right on the river suck out on you.
There's Jason Kuhn talking about his Ace King being good.
Sure did. Got Ace King to fold.
Gerard Julian in the chat saying, how to watch the live results, please? Great question, Gerard. You can download the Triton Poker Plus app. Not only do we have the live results, we also have live tracking from every from every table, not just feature tables. So any of your favorite players want to see how they're getting along, you can just click on their name. It'll take you to their profile, and you can track the last 100 hands that they've played in this tournament.
What's extra special is that you can bring up multiple tables.
You
So
can.
you can watch our feature table, bring up 2 other tables of your favorites, just to keep an eye on them, and just have the ultimate viewing experience.
A little something for everyone here. Ace King 5 Enzo with the best of it. Jason bumping things up from the cutoff, flopping bottom pair. Brian came in the big. Only player with a club in hand. Middle pair.
You'll see 5-4 bet here a lot. Applying pressure, Ace King is the board that hits him. But the nice thing about 5-4, of course you got clean at 2 pair outs usually, is that you block the best hands that can really continue. That's generally cap ranges. You know, pocket 5s, you block that. You block the Ace 5. So you can put some pressure on and expect your outs to be clean.
Well, close to pot size C-bet. If I'm not mistaken, a pot size C-bet from Jason on the Ace King 5, 22-5 into 22-5. Enzo going nowhere with his Ace Jack and turning 2 pair now.
Yeah, unfortunately for 5-4 club, 5-4 hearts, just not much equity. His stack size doesn't really allow him to pull like a 3-street bluff too, so that makes me think he's going to give up a lot on this turn. But Enzo, this guy plays so fast. Ace-Jack gives his opponent the opportunity to improve. Jason is dead. Bottom 2.
In rough shape here.
Remember, it went check-check on the turn so fast that Jason's going to think this 5-4 is clearly the best hand. Target those ace-queens, ace-10s. Or maybe like a king-queen. Lots of chips going in. I think you're going to get snapped off here.
2 pair no good, JK. It's showing the bad news. Jason down to sub 20 now with the clock ticking. Obviously still plenty of time for Jason to turn things back around.
Nice stuff for Enzo. Two big pots.
The old butterfly effect, you know. Had the 10s 4-bet, as you mentioned.
It's the name. I think it's the name that's boosting him up even more, right? I just love it. Enzo Vito. The UK. Never heard of him before. I know him now. Also know the player from Kazakhstan. He's 3 suited, 5-bet jam. We still can't get over that one.
Yeah, that one's going to do the rounds on socials.
Yeah, he's currently in 6th place. Damir Zergulin from Kazakhstan. Like we mentioned before, bring up the Triton Poker Plus app, pull up their tables, keep an eye on it as we watch this one.
I love Roman.
He's just something to Roman, right? Like he
give
just
him anything suited.
Anything suited, any position. I'm raising it up. I'm floating you. Definitely throwing ranges out the window.
I'll pass on asking if we're on a 30-minute delay. We're on a 1-hour delay to protect the integrity of the game as we dive back into this top pair, the middle pair, the flush draw.
How are we 4 ways with these hands? 8-5 suited, 8-5 suited, King 7, Jack 9.
Wait,
or some people out. Maybe we got Jack 9 out, right? For sure.
Hang on a minute, yeah.
Okay. 2 people were out. Sorry.
It's like we got some 8-5 v 8-5.
You see some restraint here from 8-5 on the flop.
Queen of clubs, Enzo betting once check 2 and taking it down. So really nice orbit for Enzo.
Can these guys play any faster though? I mean, it's lightning speed.
I love it.
Yeah.
Highest stakes available.
I mean, they're playing lightning speed with splashy post flop too, right? Like they're not like, oh, knitting it up. No, they're getting in there. I haven't seen Dylan win a pot. He's out.
Can I get change, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Maxime. A little limpy.
Cheers.
Well, fortunately for Maxime, had Roman dominated pre-flop, but on the ace-9-4, Roman
not done.
Flopped a flush draw.
They're just like Roman just has too wide of a range, calling him King Jack
Well,
high.
has 100% range in the big blind. Maxime did limp from the small.
Yeah.
Well,
Deucey.
There we go. Maxime drawing to 3 outs. 2 outs rather, do apologize.
King Jack still got a lot of showdown value here. A lot of times we'll still continue to check this one. It's going to be no good against this deuce. Yeah, I mean, by the time we got the camera back on him, they have already checked it through. Lightning speed.
Yeah, great from an entertainment standpoint. The viewers at home.
No slow players here.
Expect that to change as we work our way down to the final table
Does
tomorrow.
Roman look like a guy who's going to slow down just because we're at the money bubble? No.
He's going to be like 70k pay ladder. I'm all in.
He's wondering if he can end the tournament today. That's the way he's playing.
Could be possible. Just what Luca Vivaldi thinks about that.
Like, sorry, sir, we got to pause now. We need... Need to just delay this. Can't end it now. But lots of new faces at the top of the leaderboard right now.
$157,000 subscribers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel.
Did you like it yet? I already did.
Well done, Randy. I'll make sure there's some participation medals handed out. I haven't. I'm waiting.
But they can too, right? The
I'm
people in the
waiting
chat.
to get to 999 likes.
Okay, well, come on, let's get it up.
I really have appreciated the support over the last year, helping us grow this channel into what it's become. Randy not only doing commentary at the live series, but working behind the scenes to put out post-production cash game content as we dive back into yet another 3-bet hand here.
Mm-hmm. And Roman's going to get extra action, right? Like everyone, I think at this point knows he's been playing quite loose, especially pre-flop. So no surprise that Brian Kim giving action on ace, jack, diamonds, dry. I wonder if the hand is going to go bet fold or bet call. Depends on how out of line Brian Kim thinks his opponent is. No diamond though. You expect him to want to continue if he had a diamond.
Yeah, it does make it tough. And a swift fold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mr. Kim with the worst of it. Nice little pick up there for Roman after losing a couple of small ones. Back up to first in chips, not only at this feature table, in the entire tournament. 47 Indigo saying, I liked and subbed. 47 Indigo, appreciate the support, appreciate you getting involved in the conversation with us in the chat. We truly do appreciate you guys joining us and helping us on our mission to grow the game
Thank you.
and to bring high-stakes poker content to the entire world for free. Triton Super High Roller Series here in northern Cyprus.
Exactly what you said.
Almost at that 100 entry mark, Randy.
It's suited. It's going up. Size is a bit larger than other players too, so he'll have more chips at risk. Jason Kuhn still going to come along here. Queen 9 offsuit. 15 blinds back. Open-ended.
Well, how about that for a flop? Roman with bottom 2. Jason with the 2 overs and the open-ender. Few options on the table for JK here. 45k behind. Does have fold equity.
Yeah.
Dead money in the middle to pick up.
Depends on how wide he thinks his opponent's c-betting. If his opponent's c-betting like 10x's, like Jack 10, King Jack, these hands are going to fold, right? Ace 10, they're better than Queen 9. Just going to push all the chips in, it looks like. Or is that like a small check raise, jam turn?
Jason with the check raise from the big blind. Obviously going to be going with it here.
Yeah, there's only 9 blinds back, so let's run it. Jason Kuhn at risk against the new guy.
Good luck, gentlemen. 2 cards to come, 108,000 in the middle. Jason looking for a 10 or a 5. Those are his immediate outs. The ace of diamonds on the turn, removing 25% of his outs with 1 to come as the jack of diamonds gives Roman the backdoor flush after flopping bottom 2. And with that, we'll lose our 5-time Triton champion, Jason Kuhn, bullet number 1. GG, sir.
He'll be back.
Oh, yeah.
In about 0 point. Well, not 0 point. Depends on how long it takes for him to walk to the registration desk. But he's
I was going to say maybe stretch the legs.
He's pretty fast, though.
Pretty fast.
He can run pretty fast.
Dude.
He's in it. Nicely done for Roman, though. He's been very splashy, but, you know, controlled in the right spots. And getting involved in more pots obviously creates more opportunities for you to chip up and vice versa. But right now, going his way. Definitely a force to be reckoned with as he takes the chip lead with that elimination of Jason Kuhn. Repping the Israeli flag.
nice whoop. Let's see my hand.
Enzo getting the walk, tabling his hand.
I like the way he peeled it. It said break even. I've never seen that graphic too. Nice.
My deuce 3 wasn't that far behind. I could have got there.
Had it. Could have been stubborn as well, never know.
Super excited to see Dylan Lind here.
Yeah, first Triton stop for him.
Absolute veteran and crusher, both online and live. Out here to Northern Cyprus for his first series.
This is suited. It's going up, right? Queen 9 suited. No questions asked. 8K.
No questions asked, especially in the cutoff.
What did he make it? 8K. Blinds are up though. Not sure if he realizes. Enzo in there. Ace Queen, just call. They're playing pretty deep, so I don't mind him just calling here. Try to avoid those huge 150 big blind confrontations post flop, out of position.
Yeah, the nice thing is he's kept the dominated hand involved as we head to the King 8-7 rainbow.
2-5's currently best. The Queen 9 suited got that backdoor potential going on. Looking for some hearts, some tens. Hopefully just taking it down on the flop. Might just work.
There we go. Roman up to 816,000, and I'll tell you what, this man in the mix really throws us in the booth off of our game, players off of their game out there. So we switch back out to the red table. Looks like St. Watts has recouped some of those losses after turning 2 pair against Ponakov's. Ponakov's turned the straight earlier on.
Campo Mains, Florencio, also known as Flo. He's in there from the Philippines. Professional poker player in those parts of the world. Limps Queen 3 offsuit. Jack Deuce, one of those candidates where maybe you raise from the big blind,
14.
like it's got some blockers. Jack, it's not that good to take post flop. Yeah, nicely done. I tend to see those like 2x type hands or 3x to raise. BVB. Power.
You're going right from the start?
To Vegas?
Yeah.
Skipping 1 to the 30.
Yeah,
That's
it's really hard from Europe. Yeah, impossible
and
basically.
all the final days of online events during the period.
Scrolling through the Triton Poker Pass app, I'll tell you what.
Tell me.
There are a lot of new faces
I know.
in the mix. You'd love to see it.
You would think like those new faces will eventually stop trickling in, right? They all showed up, but no, they just keep coming. Just gonna keep getting bigger. We're gonna be able to combine them at some point. One stop.
Schedule time to come.
I think so.
A lot of guys that
Then it's fine.
missed Vietnam that have come to previous Cyprus stops are here, like Kevin Paquet, Tom Vogelsang, Toon Mulder, to name 3, but there's plenty more. Lots of new faces, especially at this table. Currently, one of my favorite new players is this man from Kazakhstan, Mr. Ace-3 suited. Calls it 2 7s this time.
You know, sometimes, Randy, you're presented an opportunity to make a gangster play in front of thousands of viewers, and a lot of people pass up on that opportunity, but not Mr. Zergelin. That 5-bet jam against Ponakov's.
With confidence. I mean, I think he used one timing max. He might have not even used it, I don't quite recall. So
Set mining here and flops bottom set on the Queen 9-7, unfortunately for him. Swing and a miss for everyone else.
No piece, and I can't really imagine him checking this through. He does 3 other players. Usually someone's got some kind of piece, whether it's Queen X, 9X, or some inside straight draws.
13,000.
In this spot, though, should get folded through. Should be over.
Throw back in the chat.
Ace 10, though. Didn't let go yet. Maybe because he's looking at the ace of clubs. Seeing some potential. Is playing 30 big blind stack. So for him to put in more chips now is a bit more detrimental to him than other players. So he's out.
Randy, I see you mentioning the Vietnamese coffees.
Yeah, no.
Throwback to Vietnam. We're on a Turkish tea over here.
Turkish tea? Is that what you call
tea.
it? Turkish tea.
All the way round to the bottom. I'm interested. Ponakov's v Watson round 2. We hear some Darth Vader start breathing into one of the mics. Not us here in the booth.
It's making me nervous. Ace deuce. Nor 40 blinds. I think you see a lot of checks here, but actually no, reaching for chips. Let's see. Ace deuce. Just taking the raw equity to hand, opening up. Knows it's got low post-flop playability if you don't hit an ace.
Roman still at the top of the chip counts, has pretty much held that position for the entirety of today. Stephen Chidwick up to 4th in chips. Tom Vogelsang, who Randy just mentioned, didn't join us in Vietnam, currently sat in 6th. Dao Min-Fu in the mix, currently sat 10th in chips for the Vietnamese fans out there. Raise and take. Seguin. Regular here at the Merit Royal Diamond.
Oh, I didn't know. Is that right?
Had the pleasure of calling the action on him on a few occasions, as has Ali and James Dempsey, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotta defend the home casino, right?
100%, man. Understandable that a lot of people have made the Merit card room their go-to place to play poker, cash games and tournaments. Almost always available. There's always something going on at Merit.
Campo mains, Jack 10 off. He's in.
Coming to 2.5x from early position.
Let's see if that sizing dissuades the big blind a little bit more.
Yeah, I was about to say, Barsekian on just 31 bigs
Well, it doesn't look like he's going to shake him.
Two of the shorter stacks at the feature table. Going to tangle as Barsekin has flopped top pair. Camp remains the pre-flop aggressor. 2 overs to the 8-5. Going to check through. So he turns a pair of 10s and potentially going to lose some chips here.
Hello.
Straight draws that Barsekin could probe with. 1 diamond type holdings as well.
15,000.
It's a sizable one. Half pot.
Yeah, extracting value. You know, his hand's very vulnerable. 3 diamonds out there, king 7. Makes sense so far. Scary.
That is a river card. That may slow down the action. Ace, queen, ace, jack, obviously getting there. Ace X with 1 diamond getting there.
You're leaving.
King 7 going to be good at showdown. That's a crucial pickup for the Merit Poker regular. Second back up to 40 big blinds now.
Looks like we're losing that Ian Bradley.
Yes, indeed.
See ya.
All yours?
Yeah.
That was correct. Yeah, 4,000 was correct.
This table a lot quieter than the outer table.
Well,
9,000.
you lose Jason Kuhn. What do you expect?
Badir jumping in the mix, just spotted him as well. Seat 7.
Good to see him back. I believe he played at the previous Cyprus stop, if I'm not mistaken.
Another Merit regular.
So we got an early position open here. Ace 10 offsuit, Queen 7 off. You know he's got game. He's gonna lay it down against the early position raise. Understandable. Later position probably would put in more of a defense.
Clock is ticking. 20 minutes left. Level 6. This 25k GG Super Millions Live Edition. The players will be going on a 15-minute break at the end of this level. Stretch the legs, get some fresh air. Maybe grab some food, whatever it is that these crushers do.
Sauna?
There we go.
In between sauna break, come out
probably
sweating.
not enough.
Just sweating all over the cards. That would not be too nice. Marcinkian here, Jack 9 offsuit. Dealer button open. Standard so far.
The deck really not cooperating with us the last couple of orbits. Given the action we've had so far today, helps us shift back down through the gears. How's the jet lag, Randy?
Yeah, not the greatest, I won't lie, but
I saw your text in the group last night. I want to say at like 10 p.m. or something. So no, just woke up from a nap. I was like, no.
Well, yeah, I was just like, I'm gonna just chill on the bed a little bit, check out something on my phone. Next thing I
Fell
know,
asleep.
it's like almost 11 p.m. Okay, it's all good.
We have officially hit the 100 entry mark. 100 runners in this 25K. Expecting to see that number grow the next 5 levels.
Kings.
There we go. It's a gallon.
Starting stack.
Kings again asking Badir if he's playing a starting stack.
Thank you.
Now, Badir doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't. I was gonna say he doesn't know about the ace-3 suited unless he was watching his stream, but I kind of doubt it since they weren't at the same table.
Badir does not know. Oh, 3x just north. Blind's going to get out of the way. Badir with an interesting hand here. 5-4 suited.
You can take this one out of position. Decent stack to play for. Suited connect does always work. Okay.
Clicks in the call, so heads up to a flop in this 3-bet pot. 60,000 in the middle. And well, Badir flopping a flush draw on the queen, 3. Demir with the overpair, king of spades in hand, as well as the betting lead.
Let's see how he maneuvers here with 2 kings. Some players check, some people bet. If you're going to bet, you're going to downsize on these paired boards, 3-bet pot. Or check. I think he's not interested in getting all the chips in there. And this type of board texture, given how deep they are, that is going to give Badir open-ended.
Yeah, what a turn card. For Badir, open-ender and a flush draw, 32% of the equity with 1 card to come.
He might size up here. You know, like you see your opponent 3-bet, you check this flop. It does look very ace-high heavy. Ace kings, ace jacks.
18,000.
But we'll put 18K in there. Do we keep things small and just call, or do we sometimes raise? That's the question. If you raise, you got to ask the question is, would my opponent ever like push it back over with a draw? Because that would be a disaster, as you wouldn't want to commit all the chips on turn usually. That's played. We're calling. Showdown. Value.
Yeah, 4 of clubs on the river, giving Badir 2 pair, now beating some of the hands that Randy mentioned. Ace king, ace jack with a flush draw. May opt to block now. Going to check it on over to Demir. Check decide. There's river 2 pair.
Yeah, kings can get nice value now. If his opponent had a queen X, they probably would follow through on this river card, so he can safely get value out of, you know, any pocket pair lower than kings, right? Jacks, 10s, 9s, and 8s. They probably would play this way.
84.
It's a sizable bet, 84K. And with the check through on the flop, you know, it looks weaker. It's suspicious why he's now opting going large now. Might confuse Badir into finding some call in some fashion. 2 diamonds miss, important.
Love this sizing from Demir. Really putting those pocket pairs that Randy mentioned in a tough spot. Both flush draws bricking. This may get looked up.
So one of the big questions I would ask if I'm Badir right now is if my opponent had 2 diamonds, it'd be an unpaired hand, say like 10-9 of diamonds, Jack 10 of diamonds. But wouldn't these hands consider betting the flop a lot, especially with backdoor flush draw? So maybe I discount the missed diamonds a little bit more and can maybe find a hero fold.
Yeah, and a lot of those ace highs are going to be happy to
show down.
Exactly.
Like ace king. No reason to bet right now.
Any milk today, boys? Badir staring down the barrel of this 84,000 chip bet. Called the three bet pre. Check flop makes. The discipline fold.
That's showing the king of spades, isn't he? Oh, he showed both of them? Good.
I believe so. Gives a glance.
Pocket.
Badir's way.
Good fold.
What a time to make the discipline fold there from Badir. Looked like he may have dug himself into a hole. Talking of time, Randy, our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Official sponsor of the Triton Poker Series, obviously the main event champions from both the No Limit Hold'em and the Short Deck main, getting a custom Triton Jacob & Co. timepiece. Not just about the diamonds, sapphires and the rubies. If you're looking for poker and gambling themed gear, there's just the one perfect watch brand to check out, as we've already been showcased.
When are we getting one?
When are we getting one?
Yeah, are we
I
going?
feel like, you know, it would create a lot more authenticity from the booth if we were given a Jacob & Co. watch.
Exactly.
To then be able to sell it naturally.
One each.
There we go. Let's pull some strings.
If it's just two of it, me and Henry will take it.
What about Randy? What about Ali?
I mean, if there was just two.
You know, Ali, self-proclaimed not into watches kind of guy, so there we go.
But he kept telling me he wanted this watch 2 hours ago, so. I think if you were getting a Jacob & Co. watch, you'd be a watch guy.
Which one was he going for? The
I
one with the roulette wheel?
don't think he cared. He's like, I'll take any of them. Regardless, Jack 8, pair on pair action, BVB. We always know in blind situations, these confrontations do get a little sticky. Bottom pair bets out, called. Queen overcards the board. Inside straight draw now for Badir.
The seat saying, if chat raises the money, can we get Henry and Randy some Jacob watches?
Oh, thanks.
Appreciate it.
That
chat.
guy needs to be upgraded.
Appreciate that. We're out here asking for likes and subscriptions. The C trying to crowd raise a couple of Jacob & Co. timepieces for us as Badir backs into the second nut straight after flopping the best of it.
Yeah, really nice spot for Badir because the ace-4 potentially could have found a bet, just trying to turn his fours into a bluff, but as played, looks like he won't be able to extract more value. One would imagine this one's over whatever bet size he puts in, especially that one, pot size, over.
Yeah, no nonsense there from Tobias. Just giving that one up. The outer table. Roman, 854,000 chips, overwhelming chip leader.
Stack only goes up.
Seems to be that way. Through eliminating Jason Kuhn.
Do we got Jason Kuhn back in the mix yet?
We do.
We do? Okay.
We do. He's back in. See Jose Barbero in the mix.
Of course he's in the mix. He had a great Vietnam.
Harry Mosbrook, Dan Smith, Kevin Paquet, Seth Davies.
And I feel like there's more guys just still flying in. Might have missed this first event.
Yeah, there are. There are a few people that haven't made it in time for this first one.
So BVB here. Badir slightly over 3x raise. Queen Jack offsuit. Watson comes along. Playing north 40 big blinds effective. Jack 7-6. Advantage Badir, top pair. Got some backdoor opportunities for Watson. in the form of a straight draw. Wider range is 2 BVB. There's a chance that he may put some more chips in. Depends on the sizing, though, of course, of the deer. 1/3 pot. Watson's a tough player. Might be looking for opportunity to try to win this one. Either in the form of floating or raising. We'll see.
This is really what makes some of these guys so difficult to play against.
That's the card that gives the King 10 lots of hope.
Floating with the 1-over and backdoor straight draws, as Randy already alluded to.
Double gutty.
Spade, certainly a card that could slow things down.
Yeah, but I can also see Badir still value betting against the pair straight draw type hands. Plenty of them. We'll slow down right now. As played, might be an opportunity for Watson to start putting chips in there. So just float King 10 high. There are a lot of hands, better hands he can get to fold, of course, right? The ace X's, the little pairs. 6X, 7X, that doesn't have a good draw to back it up. What do we got here, Henry? 27K?
Just shy of half pot from Sir Watts. Would have just north of pot behind, going to the river.
Quick look at it. Queen Jack, still best.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
106,000 to fight for.
Big card coming. Ace on the river. Interesting. Overcards the board.
Probably one of the biggest action-killing river cards, although I don't think Sir Watts has come this far.
No, I don't think the hand's over yet. I can see Watson considering it, right? He could have maybe turned something quite strong, whether in the form of 2-pair, 10-8. Doesn't necessarily need the ace to improve. I would say ace-jack is the most likely hand for Watson to have if he improved on the ace. 1 pair. Yeah, he needs to put in a lot of chips here if he's going to represent a bluff.
Well, how about all of them? 131K jam on the river, an overbet jam from Sir Watts, fresh off that EPT Monte Carlo main event title.
Oh, this is Badir is getting a count. Queen Jack. Tough spot. How strong does he think his opponent is on the turn? That's the question. Half pot bet. Half pot might be interesting. Does it tell a story of maybe if his opponent had a bigger hand, maybe bet more than half pot on the turn? Potentially. Hard to say. Queen of spades. Not ideal, right? Blocking some of those floats that has spade draws. Say hypothetically, I don't know. Just any kind of spade draw, right? If he's floating King 10, he can easily have some backdoor spades.
Yeah, it sounds weird. I'd rather have like Jack 8, Jack 10.
Yeah, I would say the kicker at this point doesn't matter for the Jack. He wouldn't expect Watson to be value betting a bigger Jack. The ace dropping off.
But yeah, really thinking this one through, and understandably so as
So
he flicks
good.
in.
Well done.
The call, and Sir Watts. Got to give him credit for having the heart to fire, turn, and river, especially on that run out. But Badir sniffing that one out, and so Watts is going to head back to the registration desk as we come towards the end of level 6.
Yeah, multiple
First
bullets.
couple of bullets not going his way so far. As Badir wasn't sure whether he gets to keep
Do I get
Sir
those
Watts'
time
time chips.
You get all those chips, Badir, and you said this is a place he loves to play at, the Merit Hotel Casino, right? Like, excellent hand reading from Badir. Taking out one of the best. That was not an easy call there, Queen
Not
Jack.
at all.
What do we got going on? Biao Ding from China. He's back. Making his first stop here in Cyprus. Had a great Vietnam for him. Multiple final tables. I believe a second place finish. As you can read from the action there, it is a raise from Roman, who c-bet the flop. King Jack. Biao Ding now.
Oh man, imagine Biao Ding with like 600k and Roman with his 820k. These two.
What's interesting here is that Biao Ding is actually check called flop and led turn on the 9 of diamonds. An interesting card. And Roman, my friend Henry, has called with king high.
Suspicious as Biao Ding. River's the best hand with fourth pair. After bricking the open ender, now going to check it on over to Roman, who I got a funny feeling, Randy. I mean, has this guy floated with king high to just try and get it to showdown?
This is a man who continually applies pressure while he's at the top of the chip counts right now. Big bet here, 65k. Very credible.
Wow, this is
Biao Ding
absolutely
picks up
insane.
a pair.
Roman just relentless so far today, really making a name for himself as a tricky customer of the Triton newcomers.
Very easy for Roman to have many better one-pair hands as played, right? Bet flop, check call to turn lead. You can have any overpair, any strong 9x's.
Yeah, 100%. Especially under the gun open.
Very, very credible right now.
Biao Ding relatively new to this feature table.
That's a good point you just noted, actually, the under the gun. Under the gun is very pair heavy over big cards, right? And big cards actually could easily check back the river. You know, ace X of diamonds, ace king, ace queen diamonds, showdown value. So it's very pair weighted, I'd imagine. I don't think he thinks king jack is floating him on the turn. These guys have zero history amongst each other. I'm sure they've never played with each other.
Yeah, Biao's probably thinking more like, I unblock diamonds.
Yeah,
does he know Roman's out here floating with king jack high?
He's definitely thinking about the diamonds. Wow, nice call. Biao Ding from China. Excellent player.
How about it? First the float on the turn from Roman, then following through with the bluff at Biao. Checking river to then call off a sizable bet. 65k. Biao Ding's here to play, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely little pick off there as Jason Kuhn rejoins us on the blue feature table.
I like it.
Nearly what?
Huh? How much? 4,000.
Biao Ding with 3 cashes, all coming back in Vietnam. Over 1.4 million in Triton earnings, came second in the 50k for 1.1 million.
Raise 8,000 total.
Showcasing here that that wasn't a fluke. Very talented player coming out of China. See him on GG Poker quite a lot as well.
We got ace 10 on ace 10. Let's see if we can play on Makita.
No.
I need to do myself.
But I can't get it from anybody else. You just keep taking them all back.
25k is the 3-bet. Makita in a trouble hand spot, out of position. What? Wait. Roman, you've got 9-5 offsuit. We've got a...
He just wants to get Biao
He wants to get Biao Ding back.
Like, you're going to call me with 4th pair, huh? All right, pal. I'm going to overcall out of the big with 9-5-0, and I'm going to flop top pair against your 2 overs and gut shot, and we're going to play a big pot, 64,000 in the middle. How about this for high stakes?
Yeah, the solvers are just like, nope, we don't know these ranges, we're out, unsolved. Ace 10. 2 overs inside straight draw. Is the board texture that hits that cold call 3-bet range a bit more.
Unbelievable float.
Just remember, we just saw this guy float King Jack, and you hero called him down 3-4. So Ace 10 might not be done right now.
Fold him. Blocking front door diamonds. Could have the best hand against suited Broadway type holdings.
Yes. Biao Ding with the call. Roman, 9-5 suited. I'm sorry, it's not suited, offsuit. Ooh, king on the river. That's the type of card that's supposed to hit Biao Ding. Right? You 3-bet, you check back flop, you call turn bet, you're very ace-king heavy. But Roman, blocking, 25k. It's got the best hand.
I tell you what, I do not want to cross Roman in any pot, because if he's going to start coming after me with 9-5-0.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the goods, because this guy, I can't read his hand ranges post-flop. He's correctly value bet this 9-5. I'm not sure what's going through Biao Ding's mind, whether he's contemplating raising, because this bet looks pretty weak, or is he potentially calling here? 10 of hearts not ideal, in a sense you do block some hearts, but it is a cold 3-bet pot. Not something that's been thought about too much.
Maybe Biao thinking of calling with the ace-10, although, as Randy already mentioned, not beating too much. Blocking one of the holdings that he'd want Roman to have, like a Jack-10, Queen-10 type hand.
Yeah, but Henry, he just saw this guy floating with King Jack high on a turn and calls, and gosh, he's going to show everyone 9-5 offsuit. Roman, my new favorite player.
The dark horse.
Everyone's like, has got their poker face right now, like, suited? No.
With the Luxon pay cap on, scooping in another pot. Jason, Kuhn, Assassin.
Biao Ding's got a little smile now. He just got value bet right
Oh,
there.
everyone else is doing backflips.
Now you're changing up.
In their minds.
He's laughing now. You gotta love this guy. Enzo's laughing.
We've got first and third in chips here at this feature table. As with that pot, Roman has regained the chip lead. Stephen Chidwick down to second in chips, but still playing very comfortable 200 big blinds. We're going to keep an eye on this man and chat. We will obviously be switching up the feature tables, so if you haven't already, download the Triton Poker Plus app. So you are probably not going to want to miss a hand that Roman plays on the outer tables. I mean,
it's become a favorite in just, what, 2 hours of play that we've covered just now. What a...
Have you ever seen a cold call in a 3-bet pot?
Value betting,
9-5-0.
gets ace-10 offsuit to pay you off, floating King Jack. We just got to this table, right? Biao Ding had a little chuckle there. King Jack of clubs, looking for revenge.
Feels more like a 1-2 game in Vegas or something, not a 25k GG Super Millions in the Triton Super High Roller Series. Love to see it. Big fan of Roman.
Yeah, me too. He's been pretty quiet. So, you know, he's looking for an opportunity to apply some pressure. 27k, but...
Roman's asking questions and he's got the goods.
He's got 2 queens. You can't put this guy on a hand. I imagine he's going to 4-bet this, but... I just rip it in. Everyone's like, what's going on? This guy's just splashing.
Just going to click it. Would have loved to have seen... Sorry, just going to jam. Would have loved to see...
How sick would it be if Maxime had folded, right? Biao Ding and Roman just going for it, and they just play like a 500k pot. God knows what kind of board. Biao Ding hasn't even folded yet. He's like, how am I not getting to play this against this guy?
Yeah, Maxime kind of forcing the action there. And a bit of a sandwich, if you will. Just let the 2 rivals go head-to-head. Let them lock horns. As Roman finishes out by showing the queens to the rest of the table, and he's going to end level 6 as the tournament chip leader, playing just shy of 900,000 chips when we return from break. The blinds will be going up to 2.5k, 5k. All eyes are going to be over on the Triton Poker Plus app. I know I'm going to be keeping an eye on what Roman gets up to, as we do have 2 new tables coming over to the main stage. Level 7 when we return from this 15-minute break. 25k GG Super Millions as we walk back into the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbay. Randy, I don't want to take anything away from the other players, but I mean, the story.
I can't remember what happened before, because those last few hands have been epic. From the newcomer, Roman, who's just been playing like extremely high VPIP. Obviously 9-5 offsuit, not a standard call, as a cold call 3-bet, and got value against Biaoding. He also made that float with the King-Jack, and he tried to make that bluff work, but Biaoding called with a pair of 4s. Like, it's just been phenomenal poker from these newcomers. It's been really fun to watch, and I'm just happy that we're back here in Cyprus. Got this huge event going on with people just firing away.
Well, if that hand is any excuse to download the Triton Poker Plus, so if you guys want to continue watching that rivalry between Biaoding and Roman, download it. You can follow them along on the outer tables. When we return from break, we've got some fresh faces. Randy, I believe you'll be stepping away for a couple of hours to get some sun, but don't go too far. We come back, more high-stakes coverage from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel here in Northern Cyprus. It's event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
GG Poker. It's the best poker, the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
You know, King A, of course, fares to be best, but they're playing quite deep, 260 big blinds, 250. Check call. Drop an ace. That is a scary card, of course, for when you're defending. You know the preflop raiser is very ace-x heavy.
But the preflop raiser is also going to be a little bit leery, a little bit cautious of this kind of board texture, which one pair isn't necessarily going to be incredibly comfortable facing a check raise with. Sometimes we'll see some check backs. Let's see what Mosbach elects to do.
The flop's that's actually a good point. You know, the flop is actually the type of board where maybe, you know what? Maybe ace-x doesn't bet this flop a lot. So, it's interesting. He's going to fire away quite large. I'm not sure if it shakes Watson yet. Just because big aces don't really fire quite large on this 8-6-4 board too often. I think Watson might stick around one more. Thinking it's hard for Zabone to have ace-x unless it's like ace-x with 2 diamonds, ace-8. I don't know. I don't buy it yet. Yeah, I don't think he buys it either. There's a check call.
16K. Doesn't figure to be enough to shed the likes of King 8. But now the 5 slides right on in on the river, just what the doctor ordered from Mosbach. His only path to victory was that card. And here he is with the 8 high straight.
Yeah, I got saved there. Yeah, I don't think Mosbach was looking to multi-barrel had he not hit the river card. As played now, most likely to get value for some kind of 2-pair hand. Ace-4, Ace-6, Ace-8, then call, check call seems reasonable. 6-5. Yeah, I think there's a reasonable, he can go for some value, just needs to size properly. Of course he's going to go for value for a straight up. Yeah, I mean, like, trying to size against 2-pair I think is reasonable here. Let's see. 40K. It's quite a big bet targeting those types of hands. For Watson, it's a little bit confusing though, because
I probably won't have water.
he's probably like, really, you hit the 7, but I guess slides it down.
Sorry.
Be in the combo. Okay. Now,
you have to play games he's never played into, right?
Exactly. By the way, second in chips in his very first ever event was Roman Samoylov, playing under the Israeli flag.
Newcomers. No surprise.
No blind. Button puts in whatever you want. Quarter, 50.
By the way,
Dan Smith out there.
No sooner do I take the top 2 chip counts than suddenly a new tick as it refreshes, and we've got one of my countrymen, a Persian, Saman Nakhjavani, known as Saman 3, who plays a lot of the Merit Poker tournaments, taking a shot here, 267 big blinds, 534 in front of him.
130?
His second ever festival. The only other one he played was right here in North Cyprus.
Okay.
A couple of events under
So
his
he
belt.
loves the Merit grounds to play in, right? That's good. Defend.
Not quite as much love going to be demonstrated, perhaps, from Vogel saying toward this Queen Jack in the face of a 3-bet to 24,000, but nevertheless, he will defend and take a peek at the flop with 2 overs against the pocket 9s of Kiat Lee.
For having any political opinions at all.
And he's out-flopped the 9s on a queen-high 2-heart board. In position as well.
It's really funny when you're specifically in Florida where
Yeah, he took
decided
his
hundreds of
pre-flop Queen Jack offsuit. Some people don't really like to play the offsuit hands, but definitely has some plan against Kiat Lee.
Yeah, opening the button for a min-raise open, obviously.
Expected
plenty
some
acceptable,
kind of
but then coming
attacks.
along for an extra 20. Using some discretion, but here he faces a 13K C-bet.
Yeah, top pair here. Let's see how he approaches this. He's up against 45 blinds, effective on the flop. Call.
Turn, pairs the board.
tricky for 2-9s in the sense that he could easily still have the best hand, or could be in bad shape against Queen X. Does lose to like Ace 5 and 5-6 suited though. I don't think the hand's quite over yet if he opts to bet. 2-9s might be able to find a call. Then again, let's see if Queen Jack even bets the turn. Queen Jack worried about, of course, the ace or a king if it drops.
And in the face of the check, Tom looks like he's going to reach for some chips, take his chances. 26K bet. Mulder trying to sneak in a quick REM cycle, it looked like there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Kiat Lee is not folding yet. 2-9's going to induce some flops on the some floats on the flop, of course. 6 doesn't block the 6-7s, the heart draws. As played, it seems okay right now. Curious to see if Vogelsang goes for the rest with the Queen Jack on the river.
8 of clubs, not a troublesome card for the 2-9s, which stuck around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of 6-7 that gets there. I feel like Vogelsang could go for value here. It may seem thin, just Jack Kicker, but he might expect to get jammed on. Yeah, I like this shove. He should expect to get jammed on a lot on the turn by a better hand than Queen Jack. So he can go thin here, value betting against 10s, 9s, jacks, even like a worse queen occasion like Queen 10, some frequency. Ace Kings might even like show up here. I think this is a very fine value bet of Queen Jack. Nicely done so far. For Kiat though, it's like, I'll tell you though, with 2-9s, you don't block the hands you're trying to pick off, right? Like 2 hearts, you don't block that. You don't block some like King 10 of diamonds. That would have floated. Makes the call. Going to see the bad news. Nicely done, Tom Vogelsang. Well played. Well, that's world class.
And that is a bullet dusted off for Kiat Lee, who was asked for all of his chips and took his chances with the 2-9s. Bluff catching. And unfortunately,
the double featured. Your first experience here, this stuff.
Ace Queen O, 5,500 to go from +1. Hijack flat, and now the 9s with a bit of an unorthodox 3-bet.
And it's a small squeeze in position. It's not going to shake these 2 hands, though. Like, of course, you're never in love with these Queen Ace Jack and 3-bet pots, as you could be dominated. But when you're given the right price, call and see what develops.
Again, making said call, and now so Gallon going to come along for the ride. So a 3-way affair in this 3-bet pot. 63,000 in the middle already.
Yeah, Ace Jack suited. Look at flops a wild flush draw. The man from Kazakhstan. 2-9s. Not looking good on this board. Pre-flop aggression. Still going to reach for chips. Clearly, of course, he's the very ace-king heavy.
Fascinating to see him find this continuation bet into 2 players here. Not really blocking, I guess blocking 10-9 suited.
Yeah, but I think that's not as relevant. Ace-queen right now has a draw to the Broadway. Queen of spades is important if you are going to peel. It's nice. Jack suited. I could see him consider check raising here. He could be very 10x heavy here. Flat pre-flop, close action pre-flop as well. There's a bet and a call, no raises. I think he could easily represent a 10. He's got a big draw. You know, even like a top pair, top kicker right now, 3 ways would have some heat put on him, right? Like, are you really going to put in the rest of the chips in post-flop? reasonable. Well, I would like to see it. Of course, call is fine too, but then when you yeah, I like this raise. Because if you just call, it's hard to represent the 10, but now you just put maximum pressure. And by betting all of it, just imagine this player here has got like ace-king. He still has that one guy behind him to act, and maybe he won't call. Very nicely done from ace-jack suited. The worst of it gets it done.
Nice pick up there indeed, and yeah, you're so right, Randy. Really putting hands like king, queen, ace-king into a tough spot. The man from Kazakhstan. Up to 386,000 chips, obviously. Early days here, level 4. Up the counts. Demir now sat in 6th, 515k. Not every day you get to call the action on a 5-bet bluff, especially in a live 25k. That was sick. If that hand alone, it showcases what we're going to be streaming over the next 15 days, we're in for a treat.
He barely used any time, too, to jam that spot. Like, you know, some guys take like 4, 3 time banks. Like, all right, I think I figured it out. He knew.
Joe Bird saying, get the highlight reel ready. Indeed. That one's certainly going to make the highlight reel.
BVB 4x raise call. Opponent calls with 2 7s pre-flop aggressor. Queen, queen, 9. Let's see if he comes in for c-bet. There's a dry texture. His hand can be counterfeited by the 9. A little bit more incentive to bet, but he's going to check. Just ace-4.
Apologies, Randy. This was 4x call.
Yeah, it was 4x call, correct. Ponikov's raise from the small blind.
27k to fight for. See if Ponikovs wants to go for the delayed c-bet.
It's a tough one to delay c-bet on the jack, especially because your opponent calls withdrawal, you check river, don't know what to do. Wouldn't want to avoid those situations when possible. Right now he's going his way. River card. Safe.
Both players seem happy to try and get their holdings to showdown. Someone in the chat, KB, asking if Ponikov's the online grinder that's kind of new to the live scene. I wouldn't call him new. Burst onto the scene in Madrid. A couple of big final tables as he goes for some value on this river after checking flop and turn.
Yeah, he just wasn't playing like live tournaments like years ago, I suppose, but was obviously playing online.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year since Madrid, so I guess that's relatively new, but it's found a ton of success already in that year. Beat Phil Ivey, heads up for a bracelet. He's found success at the Triton Super High Roller Series as he squeezes out 12k of value from Boyka.
Nice. That is really thin there. 2 7s and nicely done. It's paid off by ace-4. You know, Boyka just put his opponent on one of those to just stick it out even through the bad runs.
Yeah, true master of his craft. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Day 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Here is the GG Super Millions Live Edition, the 25Ks. Welcome back, Ali Najad, alongside myself, Henry Kilbin. And Ali, I know you were on break, but the talk of the town is none other than Triton newcomer Roman Samoylov, who has just been getting in the mix. And really making it uncomfortable for some of these Triton regulars at the start of this.
No question about it, Henry. I certainly had my eyes peeled to some of the stream. 860K in front of this young man. Really splashy arrival here, actually sitting just in front of Ivan Liao, Player of the Year front runner, and this, of course, will be the last stop to obtain points toward that Ivan Liao Player of the Year, Stephen Chidwick, who is sitting with just under 800,000. Curveballs aplenty being thrown by that young man. Obviously, say what you will about the manner in which he chose to approach the affair, but it was to great fortune, obviously, for him.
It really was, and I honestly think it's one of the things that makes the Triton Super High Roller Series so entertaining, because it is accessible to everyone, and you have these newcomers come in and they really throw a spanner in the works, rather. Just don't know what to expect from some of these guys.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And of course, we did get a chance to feast our eyes on him, but now there's going to be a couple of new tables worth of talent that we're going to be taking a look at, including, as we take the Triton Poker Plus app here, the likes of Danny Tang, Nicholas Schweedy, Tom Vogelsang, Yagmai, David Yan, Seth Davies, those being the players there at the top of the two tables. And then below that, you got Phil Nagy, the ACR man, Eli Wiesbrod, another of the Israeli contingent, Justin Bonomo, one of the winningest tournament players of all time, and Sean Winter. So eager to feast our eyes on what we have in store just around the corner.
I want to see if Nagy's rocking that Jacob & Co timepiece that he picked up in Vietnam.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. He made a nice little purchase over at the gift shop, huh? You should get like a free buy-in. Wasn't there a free buy-in? Wasn't there some kind of little overlay, as I recall? Not sure. But in any case, right down to the action we go. 2,500 and 5,000. There is Nagy, who looks like he's arrived from the future, if the sunglasses are any indication.
It's like something out of Mad Max or
Blade Runner. Yeah,
There you
exactly. King 7 suited here. Winter, never far from a pair of shades himself. Making it 10K to go. Pocket nines for Nagy. A flat caller here. Love the min raise open. Alex Platonov not interested.
Yeah, so many newcomers here in Cyprus. Recognize a couple of players that you'll obviously recognize from Merit, some of the guys that are traveling the Merit circuit, but actually here for their first Triton. Keep an eye on some of those. Why wouldn't you make the Merit card room your go-to place for tournaments and cash games, especially if you're based in Europe as Nagy? Drills a set on the turn if there's any doubts in his mind that he was behind. Sean opting to wave the white flag on this one, Ali.
A little bit. Sure seems that way.
Maybe giving Nagy credit for ace-high flat calls pre-flop. Is that the timepiece we were alluding to?
I'm not certain that it is. I haven't got a good enough look at it just yet. These are the hard questions to ask. This is what inquiring minds want to know. I don't believe that's the one. That one looks a little bit more everyday than the kit that he picked up. As Nagy will take that one down on the turn.
Oh, two more of those custom Jacob & Co's will be awarded here in Cyprus. The main event and the short deck main event champion walking away with their own timepiece.
Another suited king here for Winter. Didn't make a meal of the last one. Goes back to work. This time he's going to limp.
Definitely want to include some limps, especially at this stack depth. 15 big blinds early position. Incredibly difficult to keep it balanced, of course, but Sean Winter, one of the best in the business.
Going to be facing a raise, presumably, out of Barak Wiesbrod on the button. There it is, 3x, 15K.
Well, that's going to get rid of the blinds. Back round to Winter. It does come for the limp call. 61K behind, 42,000 in the middle. See if you can flop a piece.
Sure can. King high board with a couple of spades. Top pair for Sean. Going to check with the flow of play. Let's see whether or not Wisprod has inklings. Lacking a spade, let alone a pair.
Yeah, awkward stack to c-bet against.
Yeah, just 61K back for Winter.
Do love this sizing though.
8K. Very downsized in relation to the 42.5.
Action back on Winter, all the options available.
Save for fold.
True that.
Comes with the flat. Certainly some big kings could be lurking, and now the ace of spades is a devastating turn card. Lack of a spade in Winter's hand, coupled with the inability to combat against a pair of aces, very much in Wisprod's 3-betting range. The ace X's.
If Barak wants to just make this a 2-street hand or check behind for some pot control.
Sub 1 SPR for Winter, 15K on request.
He's got small, 20% on the flop, just south of 25% on the turn. Any milk today, boys? The milkman, Barak Wisprod. And how about it? More value from Winter's flopped pair of kings.
Picked the right price, didn't he? Now a 4th spade should freeze the action on the river. Winter not going to go sailing off with just 38K and no spade. Looked as if Wisprod thought he might have to turn the ace-jack into a bluff, but against that size remaining for Sean, just no spades are going to find the muck, I don't think.
100%. Couldn't agree more. For those of you that were here prior to the break, Ali told them they want to keep an eye on Roman Samoylov to download the Triton Poker Plus app. Just one hand since coming back from break. He has crossed the million chip mark, and he played a sizable pot against none other than Biao Ding, would you believe?
When you pick up the cards, it looks like you're folding.
I'm just messing
3-bet pot.
You see? Yeah.
To over $1 million. Again, you can watch all the outer table action over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Never miss a hand. A Triton Super High Roller Series.
I should have known by now. But
I need to finish.
Okay.
Wait, what am I?
This time you did it all fine, but you saw it too.
Yeah,
like, it's like.
I think he saw it too.
Yeah.
We all saw it. Wait, I want to know what I did.
You'll see it on the stream.
Okay. Well.
Another Triton.
It looked just you slide your cards too much forward and then you pull it back.
Comer. Nico Coop.
Not this time, but the other time.
Before I look, you're saying?
No, you looked and then you look at the other card, and I think you're putting them both here, but then you pull them back and look at the second card, I guess.
Anatoly Zlotnikov, another first-timer. Ace-jack suited here. And he is going to 3-bet Wisprod, who might seem a little speedy.
You have how many white chips?
Small blind V cutoff.
Thank you.
Might not be as clear cut. As we can see, the whole cards wouldn't fault Barak putting more chips in the pot, whether it be a flat call in position or a 4-bet. Does opt to just flat. 72,000 in the middle.
Ace, Queen, 9, and this is a problem for Zlotnikov as it stands. No spade on the board. Top and bottom pair for Wisprod, who came along and has position.
It's going to be really difficult for Zlotnikov. So many draws available. Gut shots, open-enders, flush draws. Only really losing to 9s, ace-9, and maybe some ace-queen O's. And Wizard Ali could announce himself here. Gonna try and play for it all. I'm a big fan of this raise, by the way. I think a lot of people will see Barak with top and bottom and maybe not agree with opting to play this one as fast as he had, but it just doesn't have that much clarity on future streets given the amount of draws that are available on the flop. Wouldn't want to miss value against hands like ace-king, ace-jack.
And one of those draws has come in on the turn here with the 6 of hearts. Neither player holding the flush draw.
I totally shouldn't have many flushes from the small blind, apart from maybe king-queen suited, as Barak does jam. Putting Anatoly to the test for all of his chips. Annoying spot.
Very much so.
But having said that, Barak shouldn't have many offsuit combos himself.
What hands do we beat in this situation if we're Zlotnikov? We unblock the hearts. Ace-queen has us cooked. Maybe we don't assume ace-9 is in there all that often, let alone ace-6 as played. The suited combos, as you mentioned, very much a real possibility.
Yeah, there really aren't many offsuit combos available for Barak. Have to be taking a hand like 10s with the heart, which just seems wild given the flop action. King Queen O, maybe with the King of Hearts. Again, feels a bit loose.
Pocket queens wouldn't have played this way, would they?
Find it very unlikely as Anatoly gets away from disaster, courtesy of that 6 of Hearts on the turn.
Yeah, the card actually ended up helping him out.
Did indeed. Barak Wizard, another merit regular. Can find him in the tournaments, the high rollers, and cash games as well.
Expensive investment.
Had us right where he wanted us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Both these guys, Nico Coop, as you mentioned, newcomer to Triton. Not his first rodeo at a merit stop. Played quite a bit with Nico in the past.
Go on then.
We got our fair share of low stakes, semi-intoxicated PLO battles, just for fun. Sven Adangiev, also another good friend of mine, Bulgarian regular. Nice to see him working his way up to a Triton Super High Roller Series.
Working his way up to an 11K open with pocket queens here up front.
How much you play? A little more in front.
King 8 suited now. Not enough for Visbrod. He'll sit this one out. All the way back around to Nico. And it's not going to take a low stakes inebriation affair for him to defend with the baby suited connector. Ace, king, 6, all diamonds. So the bad news is the 2 overcards are out there. But the good news is the nut flush draw has materialized for Adangiev.
Expect to see him continue with close to range for a small sizing on this monotone board, especially given that he opened from under the gun and a snap fold from Coop.
Yeah, complete air ball for the German.
I do apologize, not seeing any tournament results from Barak at Merit. Must recognize him from cash games.
Hello.
Nico Coop. Over 375,000 in live earnings. First live cash coming back in March of 2022. Find it pretty surprising.
Enjoy GTO Wizard entirely for free for 24 hours. Go to gtowizard.com/Triton. Get a free access for the next 24 hours and a 10% discount on your first purchase. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
It really is. You speak to a lot of the top guys about some of the tools that they use. GTO Wizard, widely regarded as one of the best pieces of software available out there, especially on your phone as well, between tournament breaks. Nice to just be able to get it out. Also from a user experience point of view, I've played around with it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Espen's always raving about GTO Wiz. Potential collision here.
Jack 10 suited. More than enough kit to defend the big blind for the Bulgarian. Squaring off against the ace-king suited of Visbrod. Almost 30,000 in the middle. And it comes jack high with 1 diamond. So top pair from Adanziev out flopping Big Slick. Checks with the flow. Visbrod fires 10,000. Question asked.
Yeah, nice hand to do it with. 1 diamond on board, 2 overs. Very disconnected dry board, and there you go, king of spades on the turn. Now giving Barak the best hand, top pair, top kicker. Value to be had. See what size he comes with. 49.5 in the middle.
What a brilliant turn card that is for his purposes, especially given he's up against what was top pair. And he's going to barrel here. 37.5 into almost 50, so far from a whisper.
I'm a big fan of this because this is a turn card that Barak's expected to continue barreling on hands like ace-queen, ace-10, maybe some ace-4, ace-5 suited, even hands like queen-9. Understandable that Stoyan has come along for the ride. Sizable pot brewing here. The big river incoming.
Jack or a 10 needed to take the lead, and instead a 6 is delivered. That is a very dry card.
Yeah, that might cost Stoyan 80, 90K on this river.
Well, we'll see how much is on request.
Expect to see Barak go big here. Target those flopped top pairs.
Gonna think it over using a time bank.
There it is after some deliberation. 95,000 on the river.
Sizing-wise, just taking that in a vacuum, Henry, if you're sitting in Madangiev's seat, how does it read to you?
Well, firstly, it reads incredibly polar, as it should. As we mentioned, you know, Barak's going to have some ace-queen, ace-10, maybe some ace-4, ace-5 of spades, although those may be more likely to check back on the turn and try and realize equity. Even a hand like 4s, 5s, 7s, may be inclined to triple off on this King of Spades turn, given that it is to Barak's +2 open advantage. As I said before the river card was there, I wouldn't fault Stoyan for heroing off here. I guess the 10 of hearts, somewhat a bad card to have. Rather cool with a hand like Jack 7. But again, on this run out, sometimes you just have to click the call button. If the Bulgarian can get away from this modern day cooler. Bright lights, the big stage, friends and family watching as well, makes the discipline fold.
Wow, impressive.
Not easy to do.
Puts it in the bin where it belonged in that spot. Those are the hands that kind of stick with you for an orbit or two as well before you get the intel.
Definitely.
As the stream catches up, you know, whenever you're not in a pot, you start thinking back, wondering in particular if other hands end up at showdown in front of Wiesfrod and aren't necessarily proper kit. You know, he gets caught bluffing on the river, something like that. You really begin to question whether or not that was the proper muck. But of course, you and I and those of you at home know it was. So good on him.
100%. It really plays into it, especially for the newcomers. You know, it's the biggest tournament poker stage in the world.
Sure.
It's your first time. No one likes being made a fool of on TV. You've let your friends know, your family know. Hey, going to Triton. I'm on TV.
To be fair, Henry, I've basically made a career out of being a fool on television for the better part of 30 years now.
Randy said that
some
earlier
people
on.
do like it,
Yeah,
actually.
right.
As Bradley likes the tune of a couple of black 8s here, but not necessarily the pile that comes in behind them from Alexei Platonov.
See Coop fold 2 red 8s from behind as well.
All snowmen present and accounted for. Bradley, another Triton newcomer, first timer. Playing under the Union Jack. It looks like he did click call as Platonov puts the Ace-Jack of Spades on its back. And so the Wheel of Fortune will be spun, and the Russian's fate hanging in the balance as Bradley has him covered, and in a bad way on a 6-high rainbow board. 6 outs twice for Alexei in a 191,000 chip pot. Paint on the turn, not the variety Alexei sought. Now down to 6 outs once. Not there.
Okay.
So that bullet polished off for Platonov.
Clean run out for Bradley.
Yeah. Who picks up a big infusion.
Up to 70 big blinds now. Resides in Bulgaria. Didn't know that. Had the pleasure of meeting him last night. I believe good friends with our producer, James Dempsey.
Yeah.
They're sharing some old stories from back in the day.
Most of which I felt were perhaps a little more kind than they needed to be. I wanted the real scoop on producer James as we slide it over to our other featured table where we find Seth Davies locking horns with David Yan, defended the big against the Davies Open up front. Seth has flopped himself a Broadway gutty, complete air for the Kiwi Yan.
No, but that's like saying
Even 1-1, I mean, Jack much dominant than Yao Ming, right?
20.
But 20,000.
No, but that's like saying
Yao Ming had a lot of injuries too, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's hard to compare, but like
Shaq was more dominant than Yao Ming.
Yeah.
Follow through gets it done.
you're talking about like Shaq was one of the most dominant like NBA big men.
They
ever.
changed the rims for Shaq.
Yeah, exactly.
Seth along with
Yeah, Yao Ming was sick.
one of the high rollers last night. We're up till late watching the
no,
Champions
but
League
I don't believe in
semi-finals.
stuff like winning
Go on then.
championship just
Still looking
make-
fresh though.
Obviously, it matters.
In one of
but
those 25K.
In basketball, it definitely matters because like if you're like a one of the top players, like
Who was in the semis?
You make your team
Real Madrid against Man City.
Oh, you know, I meant to watch that match.
In football, it doesn't matter.
I think
Football,
producer
it's a huge
James was
difference.
trying to get us all together, and then
It's a very much a
jet
team
lag
sport.
paid a visit and put me right down before kickoff.
Indeed.
It's more of a superstar.
I think 12 hours last
It's like
night.
saying Harry Kane.
Ooh.
Hello, American Airlines.
Because he's never won. Well, he's only
Black
won
Aces.
like, what, an Audi Cup.
For Lebanon's Nicholas Schweedy.
It's an entirely different sport.
Takes it upstairs. And now, oh boy, David Yan. Bit of a bad spot for him, these black 10s. No reason to go blasting off, of course.
Yeah, against the +1 open. This deep. He's reaching for 3-betting chips.
Yeah.
45,000.
Sizable one. 4x from the small, understandable. To go for the larger sizing here. Do feel for Jan with this setup. Voiced his excitement over on Twitter earlier on the week about how excited he was to just come back to Cyprus, come back to a Triton event and play high stakes. These guys,
They can't get
they
enough.
really can't, man. I tip my hat to the amount of hours they put in.
I'll tip my hat to Nicholas Schweedy, who is flat calling with these aces and promptly flopping top set. But look at that texture. Yan manages to flop a Broadway gut shot.
The guy who goes to my gym. He, I don't
Schweedy
remember his
begging
name,
for
but
kings or
he's so
queens to
great.
be
How,
out there right now.
I'm looking up at how tall.
Another one of those spots.
Yeah, he said it's great.
You expect
He's-
Jan to continue
he's
with range,
218 tall.
even on a board texture like this.
When he threw, like, gambling.
Does have
Oh, like fixing games here?
all important gut shot. He's drawing live too.
We'll talk about that later.
So if Nicholas wants to fast play this, maybe worried about some scare cards losing in action rather. Gonna just call.
I think that ace of spades in particular lends to the choice to flat. Now he makes aces full of queens on the turn. No longer begging to be up against pocket queens, of course, but one-outers are tough to come by.
People around the world are interested to like gamble.
152 in the middle. Nicholas the effective stack with 205 behind. Loves Jan just wave the white flag here. Sadly be up against a hand like ace-queen, king-queen. Not going to slow down, Ali.
No, and that's going to be a big problem for him as he bets 1/3 pot, drawing stone dead. And now salesmanship
I bet they're all
from
just
Schweedy.
bad for everybody. Like I bet the odds are super low.
This man right now may not look like it. And doing backflips in his mind. So I'm really getting double barreled into this 25k buy-in. Already over 100 runners in this one.
And importantly, getting double barreled by a man who can give you the full double. Of course, it would take Jack or a 10 on the river, presumably, for Jan to find more chips into the middle as Schweedy flats once more in what is now a 250,000 chip pot. Has it been checked to Jan here on the river already?
Jan's the player in position. Sorry,
out of position. I'm sorry.
Action's
Forgive me.
on him first. Interesting hand to triple off with. Blocking ace-10 suited. The hand that you'd want Nicholas to call flop, call turn, then fold river, which it does wave the white flag. And unfortunately for Nicholas, or fortunately for the Jan fans, 7 of hearts. No more money going in the middle in this one.
Jams. Yeah, I don't think there's any world in which these 10s are going to find anything other than the muck, sure enough. Into the bin they go, and up the leaderboard goes Schweedy, courtesy of that pickup.
Talking of the leaderboard, Israel's Roman Samoilov still out in front.
What's
playing
sports big
198 bigs.
Basketball?
Stephen Chidwick, as Ali mentioned, atop of the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard. Currently sat in third.
Right?
Good for a strong series here to walk away with that title.
Swinging it over now to our other feature table where we find the likes of Justin Bonomo. Haven't seen him involved as yet.
What a table we have here. Number 1 on the all-time money list, Justin Bonomo. A couple of newcomers, Nagy, no stranger to Triton Super High Roller Series. Whether that be tournaments or some of the post-production cash games that we put out.
Ace Queen suited for Barak. Small blind. Might there be some limp in deuce on his mind?
Would love it at this stack depth. Also a big fan of this at 3.5x, as he would with bottom of range. Would get jammed on by a decent amount of hands. And that's only with a hand to decide whether or not, oh, hang on a minute, I was about to say, decide whether or not to call with, has opted to 3-bet.
And this is ill-fated for the time being as he shoots it up to 39,000. Not the biggest 3-bet. But it is met with a piling here that puts his whole 117 on request, and a bit disgusted was Zlotnikov there as he fires the 10-8 off into the muck.
Just a fistful of white chips from Wisbrod.
Must be nice.
I never thought that sneezing would be the most painful thing
Oh,
I've ever
no.
experienced, Ali.
Yeah, you're being held together by bubble gum and duct tape, as I described it, I believe, here. Just awaiting some surgeries to help put you back together. But that broken rib, yeah, I would imagine those sneezes are a little bit more painful than they might typically be.
Took me like a week. Went a whole week without sneezing after the accident. And then the first one, there was a couple of tears coming from my eye.
I can imagine.
Well, up to 113 runners in this one. Another strong start. This super high roller series.
Indeed. 86, 88 rather, remaining in the field at present. Queen 8-3 here, Bradley. Pre-flop villain, quick check back. 7-5, still trailing Bonomo, who defended. Bradley has picked up the flush draw.
Yeah, Bonomo not interested in this one, and somehow gets the 100% check mark next to his name.
4 outs, 7 of clubs among them.
Ace high.
Bradley maybe going to kick himself a little bit there for not firing out a C-bet.
Giving Justin a free swing at that 4-outer. Flesh wound, small pot. Couple of offsuit kings disinterested, but that will not be the story from the button of Zlotnikov. Pocket jacks, just 114K. We're talking about 23 bigs. And he's going to put a couple of them out there.
Oh boy. Here we go, chat.
That's not fair. 2 queens for Bonomo, who shoots a glance over at the big blind of Nico Koop, but Zlotnikov, the man upon whom most of the focus will lie, as he seeks to chart a course for all of Anatoly's chips, and I suspect the whole bundle is inbound.
Yeah, 23 big blinds effective, small blind V button. These chips going in the middle.
Yeah, snap call forthcoming, and bad news as well.
They know it. Bonomo kind of offering a smirk in
Yeah.
terms of like just empathizing.
Yeah,
with
sympathy smirk.
There we go. That's the words I was looking for. Just the setup. 5 cards to come.
Sympathy smirk, but still showers.
Of course.
On your way.
Just in the
you know,
professional.
Don't put a jack out there kind of vibes. Everything looking tidy for the queens. Zlotnikov, 2 outs to keep this bullet in the chamber. And the 8 of clubs will polish him off.
G's missed the Zlotnikov. Justin Bonomo up to 130 big blinds rather. Playing 650K now.
Now picking up some action midway through a pot between Vogelsang and Schweedy, where Nicholas has raised
Hang on a minute.
with King-Queen. Vogelsang had the spade draw, comes up empty after calling, and believe it or not, a showdown, King-Queen is a winner. Not sure whether or not Schweedy thinks
What do you mean who? He's like
shutting it down is a path to victory.
Really with the turn check raise. Almost clicked it
He looks like
in
an
terms of
American
sizing. It's the +1 open.
Obviously, the 4s belong to him insofar as he was the big blind defender against Vogelsang's open. And the 120K bet on the river is going to feel real good to get folded to as quickly as it did for Schweedy, who gives us a glimpse at some of his friskiness in that spot. Repping the 4.
Bluffing with the best of it, but certainly showcasing that he's not to be pushed around. Likes of Vogelsang, part of the Dutch Armada. The short screw.
Not all of them, I don't think. But Tom in particular does test the boundaries.
He does. Does.
And one of the shortest stacks in the field at present, Nariman Yaghmai. Looks flustered.
3-6.
Hasn't been a fun day out. Seldom flustered as Seth Davies. Puts Queen 6 suited to work.
Yeah, off the back of a very successful series in Vietnam.
Oh yeah.
What's New Zealand's biggest sport? Rugby?
Hauls it in as no resistance is encountered.
Basketball also. Yeah, probably it's up there. I mean, I guess the business includes, I think, like stuff like track.
Discussing
What also? Basketball
popular
also.
sports in Australia, I believe.
Cycling, whatever. Right.
Or is he from New Zealand? I do apologise.
Soccer, I think. Basketball?
He's Kiwi.
It's Kiwi.
Did you mix up your flags? Is that what happened?
Definitely rugby going to be the biggest sport.
Like they have a team.
The All Blacks.
I'll tell you what. If you're looking for a live sport
Rooney,
experience,
Ronaldo, Tevez days, you know.
watching the All Blacks live is an unforgettable one.
On your resume?
It is indeed.
Whereabouts?
Way back when I was a young chap.
A couple of years ago?
No, I want to say maybe better part of, what, 18 years ago. Must have been 9 or 10, yeah.
Okay. And where did you manage to watch him?
My old man took me to, and I'll remember the name of the stadium in a minute.
Well, what part of the world?
It was the London Irish Stadium.
Ah, okay.
I can't remember what the stadium is called.
When I used to stay in UK, I would never have
I
this.
thought maybe you'd made your way
since I've moved back to Asia,
to New Zealand.
a lot of people actually support multiple teams. Just I don't know. But obviously
A lot of
UK
pause
can't do
as we were held up under the gun,
yeah,
awaiting
like
direction from
I thought about making the
Nariman
switch to the
Yahmai's
Blues, you know,
ace 10.
to City because I like Haaland and Foden a lot. They like my two favorite players more than football. And
He does jam, and he does find an ace 8 waiting for him in the big blind. He's going to be in pretty good shape here.
I think they're going to win the
As good as it gets.
Champions League.
A quick lick of the lips would indicate he's aware. He is a big favorite, but still 28% equity
They have
for Tom
very
Vogelsang.
tight schedules.
They have the 2 teams.
A little over 100K. Oh, and boy. Top pair, but he's up against the nut flush draw. Is Yahmai here?
The light just changes.
Yeah, the
3 to 9 outs.
And the club rolls off right away. Leaves Nariman drawing dead.
That's sick. They got the all-in lights. They just turn red. That's fucking great.
Really?
I assume.
Are they the all-in lights?
Ended up
I assume so.
rivering trip
Does it say
10.
all in outside? Like, can you see?
First event
Builds
for
the
Nariman at a Triton Super High Roller Series. A lot of these Middle Easterns, Ali, coming to merit just a stone's throw away in terms of flights to northern Cyprus.
Visa-free travel.
Yeah, it's a great addition.
Yahmai was actually at the last
Really add to the stress.
Merit Tournament Series that myself and producer James, who turns into commentator James,
Maybe they're not as stressful
at
as
those
they
stops,
seem.
were privy to. We had him at a few of our featured tables.
Your mood went from like, one on a 10 more.
It's confusing being here because you recognize some of them from the Merit Series.
Right, and
you have to
yourself
check
from
the app.
the Mediterranean Poker Party when you and James were doing commentary as well. So
it's higher.
our worlds have sort of collided.
They have indeed.
Pretty bright. Maybe just like the
I mean,
moment.
for me, producer James was
made you
always
realize
commentator
how
James.
much you missed
without
the
it?
light. Yeah.
Up until
That was real
Triton.
philosophical you got there.
I've worked with Dempsey over the years.
We should just call him Ski Bum James,
It's also true.
because really, as long as there's snow on a mountain, he's not far from it.
It's time to hide your emotions.
That's where he punts all of his Triton paychecks, by the way.
That is
It's
true.
like
The Swiss Alps.
posh Swiss Alps
Yep.
ski stations.
$27 for a pint of lager.
Seems reasonable. You got to get it all the way up to altitude, that's not it's not easy.
$300 daily ski pass.
No, this is a season guy. Maybe off-piste even. I could see James doing a little off-piste. Don't end up down a crevasse, Dempsey. We need you.
Your family?
Gets dangerous back there.
I spy a certain Stephen Chidwick at the top of the chip counts over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Very, very hard.
Strong start to the series for him, albeit 7 levels into day 1. Long old ways to go as we get back into the action. Tom, in the second nut flush on the small.
I spy a problem for pre-flop raiser Tobias Duttweiler on this paired flop where he has just ace high as it stands. Tom checking it over to him.
No, I like everything around, but it's just too much trap. Also, this one is like no kids in the
Tobias with the ace of diamonds in hand.
So only the premium. Kids are only allowed
Continue
in
for
the
the small.
Here.
25% pot.
Premium. Yeah.
No, he's not. He's good at it.
Options on the table for
So.
Tom.
They go everywhere.
Yeah, they go everywhere.
Check call. See a turn.
Could be right. They were in.
Paired boards obviously make these flush draws that much less attractive, and if Vogelsang does manage to hit this flush on the turn, Tobias will be drawing to the nut flush, and sure enough, there it is in the form of a 7, which pairs Duttweiler, giving him added outs, as a king or a 7 would give him a boat.
Of being dad and the job of being a poker player.
That's a fun turn card, I mean,
isn't it?
Maybe the only diamond that Tobias checks back on. As you mentioned, picking up showdown value, beating hands like ace-10, got a knuckle behind, 56 in the middle. And well, how about this? For a run out.
Not 1, but 2 diamonds. Vogelsang's worst nightmare as it went check on the turn, and now certainly he's going to be left thinking he can pursue value with this queen of diamonds as the 8 is no longer relevant. Actually, it is insofar as it plays, but clearly you and I both know that effectively it matters not.
You're ruining people's lives too.
Certainly value to be had from Tom's holding. It's a sizable bet. 44,000 to 56.
Maybe Brewer. That's it.
Yeah.
He has some stressful days.
Takes it well as Tobias snap calls, just ensuring that he doesn't run into any sort of full houses. You think it's a little bit too sheepish not to raise?
Not against that sizing.
Okay.
That's exactly the path I was going to go down had Tom come with something south of, say, half pot. But I think against that sizing, we just call.
Yeah, the problems start when you put the raise in and face the 3-bet. So Schweedy, currently the mayor of this city, $500,000 in front of him, 83 bigs. Played a cool one there against Vogelsang when we first slipped over to this feature table, 1 of 2 here in this GG Super Millions. Those chip counts brought to you by Bookmaker. Blinds headed northbound. 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K ante, 15K in orbit. For these players, Danny Tang currently the shorty, south of 150K in front of him. You can always keep a keen eye on the chat, Henry. What's everybody saying out there that's streaming us live?
Oh, 4 King good. Saying love these commentators. Very mature gents. Do appreciate the kind words, of course. It's the 4 King.
Wait, hang on. Stop. Just, I believe the adjective that you quickly delivered was very mature, gents?
Very mature gentlemen, apparently.
Okay, now, and you said it was 4 King? 4 King?
4 King.
Okay.
Good.
Misread.
Misread.
I mean, at least in this camp, I am easily, far and away, the least mature member of the broadcast team.
Warming up. It's event number 1. Give him a few days, chat. A few people asking about D-Negs. Danny Negreanu asking if he's here. He's not. Home
Doesn't
in
really
Vegas.
make his way.
No, I know Negreanu just loves being at home, loves Vegas, loves spending time with his wife, of course, but would love to see him at a future Triton Super High Roller Series.
I think at some point, we may have to come closer to home, but at some point we'll see him.
I think London is certainly an option.
Yeah, sure. Davies,
Direct
by the
flights.
way. Davies had 7s against 8s, which have turned into Jackson 8s on this queen high flop, where Tobias was the pre-flop villain.
What run out so far.
Yeah, that turn does give Davies the gut shot straight draw. Still checking.
Tobias certainly going to look to squeeze out some value now with his turn 2 pair. Also a bit of protection. Quite a few draws out there. See what Davies comes with. Again, another one of those where all the options seem available. Check raise wouldn't be too crazy. 23K into 35,000. Good for 2/3 on this turn. He makes the call with bottom pair and a gut shot.
Does not improve on the river, however.
The flop going check, check. You see Davies get punished a bit here on the river with all the turn draws bricking. It's like king 10, ace 10, ace king.
Well, remember, these newcomers are mysteries, for the most part, to our Triton regulars, of which we count Seth Davies.
I'm sure Davies will know exactly who Tobias is. High stakes cash game regular over on GG Poker.
But are those the streets in which Seth Davies
but
dances? You know what I mean? And as such, how much will he really have a sense of Tobias's live tournament game?
Yeah, that's a great point. I know his good friend Jason Kuhn has battled in those games at times.
Sure.
The Poker World in 2023. All about networks and information amongst clicks. He's facing a polarized river sizing. Does manage to get away from it. Playing a very comfortable 65 big blinds. So Seth Davies.
Not interested for 62K, understandably.
Who else have we got in the chat? Let us know whereabouts in the world you are tuning in from. If you're grinding along on GG Poker, that $200 million dollars guaranteed throughout their series right now.
You did get a psych eval after the incident, right? I mean, there's no swelling
around the brain.
Right. There's no like.
No, I did hit my head pretty badly on the way down.
I heard you cracked your helmet.
I did.
Not a euphemism, like a literal cracking of the helmet.
It was annoying because I tried, as I hit the tarmac, I tried not. I kind of like tried lifting my head up. It just went. It just bagged into.
No, the kind of G-forces you're up against.
Yeah.
You're super
I was like, I can control this
through Phuket's airspace.
One developing here, +1 open from Nicholas. In the big blind, just 22.5 bigs. It's out in Taipei with Bossman Andy and Paul's from Sharehand. Then flew to Manila, then flew here with Uncle Paul. Poker never stops for some of these guys.
Sure doesn't.
As Danny looks down at a welcomed squeeze spot with the goods, spot in which he's going to go after with a lot worse than pocket jacks.
At least that's what we're going to assume, Henry, but given that we now temporarily are flying somewhat blind due to the fact that our screens have just gone dark, we have a tough time keeping you apprised of the proceedings from this point forward. Looks like Tang did blast it in there and gain some mucks from the rest of the field.
F's in the chat. Don't worry, we're back.
Apologies for that.
What's going on down here?
Well, that was my detox green juice, by the way. You'd be well advised to take one of those.
Oh, yeah.
To the liver daily here. Good stuff. But I forgot I had left it down beneath the booth and then promptly knocked it over.
Sorry,
and it
sorry.
really isn't
I can't help myself.
a flattering sight. Half poured out onto this black set riser. It looks toxic, but it's detoxic.
Tell you what, the
As it
spread
were.
of food that they have here at Merit, not just during the Triton Super High Roller Series, but it's year round. I want to come to a live stop and.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Trouble in paradise here for the boys. Tang's going to be happy to put a 4-bet in here, and it's going to be for all of it. 173,000 as Bossman Paul Poix has joined the fray out of there, as is the King Jack. He was the troublemaker, Schweedy, the opener. Now David Yan, who kind of came with a pretty healthy sizing in terms of the 3-bet. A 7K open went to 40K. And
17K open.
oh, was it 17? Forgive me then.
Big blind 6K.
Oh, yeah, it couldn't have been a 7K when it's 3-6. Forgive me.
See if Yan opts to spin the wheel. Does indeed, Ali, and we're racing for 365,000 chips. Danny Tang.
You bring me luck.
Player at risk.
You bring me luck.
How do you feel about 2 9s digging in?
Interesting choice to 3-bet pre. Maybe ISOing an active player.
Well, they're looking good here on a 7-5 tray board as Danny Tang is grinning.
How's that? No?
But also grinding.
4? No?
Picks up added outs on the turn with the wheel gutty. Tense moments.
GG.
GG's indeed, Mr. Tang.
Jack on the river does spell the end of that bullet for Danny Tang, playing under the Hong Kong banner. Always a pleasant addition to any featured table. I suspect the registration desk will be seeing him headed their way, as the remainder of his stack is headed David Yan's way. Been a nice outing for the young Kiwi.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we're seeing plenty more of Danny Tang, fresh off his maiden title in Vietnam. A few final tables out in Manila, if I'm not mistaken. And straight here to the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. And Danny, of course, likes to get involved in the short deck streets as well. As we dive back into this under the gun, the big blind confrontation, and well, how about it? Nico keeping Stoyan honest on this 4-flush turn with the best of it.
Now, once you get called, if you're Stoyan Madanziev in position on this turn, do you have to assume that it is an exercise in futility to try to barrel at the river?
Certainly feels that way, right? You've opened under the gun. Nico check called flop. Didn't slow down on the 4th club turn. But Stoyan certainly capable of having high clubs here from early position. All of the pocket pairs, the ace queen O's, the ace jack O's. He goes really small, Ali, and gets the fold. How about it?
Interesting. I'm surprised at just how small he went. I mean, obviously, sometimes we look to employ the small sizings in order to solicit credibility. But just the sheer math a lot of times makes that so hazardous.
Yeah, I guess unblocking 2 pairs, nice. Nico going to call, of course, with 2 pair sets, flop straights on the turn that have to give up on the river. Nice call and a nice follow through from the 2 Triton newcomers. As Phil Nagy looks down at Rags from early position.
13.
Bradley taking it upstairs with the King 4 suited, under the gun +1. Bit unconventional, and convention awaits him. Just a seat to his left. His ace queen. Will flat.
Yeah, doesn't really want to 3-bet get it in for 40 bigs against the +1 open. Also nice to just have such a strong holding under repped from the hijack.
How much do
Stoyan wakes up with a couple of ladies in the big blind. May collide here with Wizbrod.
55.
65 or 55 declared?
Better set, bet. Ali.
Is that Bulgarian?
It is indeed.
You have like 450?
Apologies for the graphical error here. It was 3-bet to 55,000.
Okay.
That was 4x from the Bulgarian.
Quick work made of the pre-flop razors kit, but not of ace-queen, of course, especially in position. Barak in a bad way on an aceless flop. Quick club check there for Stoyan.
Yeah, so 132,000 in the middle. So I'm going to check it on over to Wizbroad. Maybe opting to c-bet his queens, no club, and check with a club in hand. Also player dependent as well. Thinks Wizbroad's the type to pounce on perceived weakness as he is reaching for chips. 36,000. It's the size of the bet. Stoyan giving up the betting lead.
Why the choice to check? Just looking to induce a wide range of flat calling holdings from Barak?
I like checking with the queen of clubs. 9-8 deuce. Barak going to have 9s and 8s that flat, the initial open rather, from the hijack, as well as some jack 10, ace 10, king 10 of clubs type holdings. And also just from how our range wants to play, it's nice to have some overpairs that check on this board, and it looks like check raise incoming.
And it is always checking with the intention of raising then?
And that is a sizable check raise. I'm not sure actually whether his entire range wants to check raise on that board.
Well,
I think queens needs more protection than, say, aces with a club, of course.
Sure. Obvious reasons. But yeah, a big check raise there as Madangiev manages to shave off
I'm sorry.
even more tokens from Wizbroad. What have we here?
Hello,
Looks like
hello.
a member of the GG Poker
So I move
delegation.
to table 8? Okay. Just to clarify.
Unfamiliar face for yours truly. What about you, Henry?
I thought it was...
I don't know. We'll see.
Anatoly.
It depends on
Filatov,
how you run,
but
right?
I haven't seen him in a while, but
Seems like table 8
I'm
was
sure
not
it's
bad.
Anatoly Filatov, if I'm not mistaken.
So he is familiar to you.
There he is. Unrecognizable without the shades.
Not often that's the way we describe someone. I don't recognize you without your shades.
There are a few guys that I can think of that are always rocking shades that I probably wouldn't recognize without Elke being one of them.
Oh yeah, Elke does do the shades quite often, but you can't miss Elke.
I know.
That platinum blonde hair.
The drip that gives it away.
Yeah, I would say the annual Philip Plein budget is healthy at worst. A couple of ace-X's squaring off here on an ace-10 deuce board, but advantage Nagy insofar as there are two spades.
Let's just check call. So Filatov straight in the mix. First hand at this feature table. Likely to tie this one.
Look at Phil just selling disinterest of the highest order there.
Top pair nut flush draw.
You wouldn't know it
Hello.
from his affect. Has he flatted once more? Yes, indeed. Respecting the prospects of the newcomer, Filatov, potentially having a bigger ace. And when the board pairs on the end, the two are content to knuckle down. And they'll be carving it up using the 10 kicker. Disappointing for Nagy, who had tremendous equity against that ace-6 in that spot.
Thought I was the only one with kicker issues.
Нормально, как сам?
Только долетел.
А, ты с корабля на бал?
Просто всю ночь я не спал, поэтому...
Я тоже не спал.
3 ночи, 3 часа поспал и утром.
Что-то тоже не смог уснуть вчера. Почему-то. Из боку летел?
Да. Ты в Эстонии, да, сейчас?
Сюда из боку летает прямая?
Прямых нет, через Стамбул.
Filatov welcoming his table mate.
Looks like those two are
Where's
familiar with
Paul?
one another.
Yeah. Exchanging a few words in Russian. Uncle Paul is on table 12.
3-6, right?
The red feature table. Always chopping and changing between the two.
Uncle Paul, is that what we're going with?
That's what everyone calls him.
Yeah?
All of the Malaysian and all the Asian contingent.
Uncle Paul.
Uncle Paul. It's like a term of endearment and respect
Yeah,
in
for
Eastern
sure.
culture.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, if you ever see like Kia or Danny or any of those guys, like they always refer to him as Uncle Paul. Uncle Ali. No, doesn't really.
It
fit.
doesn't really have. It actually triggers age sensitivity more than anything for me, as the 10-9 suited of Bonomo turns into a flush draw on the 5-4 tray board. Ian Bradley with the suited ace, defending and picking up a wheel draw.
Ian got to keep Justin on and honest for at least one street. It's going to be difficult to get this one to showdown.
Check calls the follow through and now picks up an added path to a straight, as a 6 would give him the 8-high variety. We'll see if Bonomo wants to check back. A 4-liner already on board here.
Yeah, that may be the turn card that gets Bradley to showdown.
Ooh, and the river gives him a pair of 8s. Ace-high was already best, but now he is feeling confident enough to barrel. And it's the kind of barrel that just is almost never going to get raised.
No, not on this ball texture. Not once Justin's check back turn.
No matter what he has, by the way. I mean, we removed the 6 X's of the world from his range, and we very easily get busy from the big blind.
Ian Bradley scooping a nice one.
Bradley was quite a lot of fun that evening that we hung out with him with producer James. Had a big personality. I know you kind of stopped in for a little bit before.
Yeah, it's got a lot of stories. Been around the block, let's say.
Yes.
Certainly keen to spend more time with him during this trip.
Those are my favorite kinds of poker players,
The
by the way,
OG,
the ones that can tell a good story. Sam Grafton comes to mind as another one of those guys.
The issue with Sam is that whether or not you want to listen to Sam's story, you don't really have a choice. Oh, Squiddy.
Yeah, it is kind of an involuntary storytelling.
I know.
Hijacked our dinner in Vietnam.
Yeah.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
We were having a team meeting. He just strolls in. Do jest, of course. Always an open seat.
A decent amount of that ribeye as well, if I'm not mistaken, despite declaring that he had already eaten before he arrived. Am I wrong about that?
I don't recall him.
No,
Maybe
he didn't
did.
hijack. No, it was beer. It was beer that
There
he
we
lit us
go.
up for. That's what it was.
But then again, to be fair, he did pick up the tab a few nights prior to that, so you know. Good old Squiddy going to come back.
Oh, he's not going to miss this.
Got to defend his title.
Coin rivet champion. A6 here against Jack Deuce, and Nagy leaning on Filatov, who's got the ace of spades working.
Up to 600 likes over on our Triton Poker YouTube channel. Do appreciate the continued support, all of you getting involved in the conversation. For those of you that haven't already clicked it, love for you to take a couple of seconds out of your day to click that like button, help us grow this channel and reach a wider audience as Triton Poker continues on its mission to bring live high stakes for free to the entire poker community. As Nagy gets frisky, the double barrel with just Jack high. It's the better hand to fold.
You mentioned, Henry, the mission of bringing live poker to these YouTube consumers for free. That's not my mission.
What's your mission?
I would like to work us to a place where these guys are paying. You know what I mean? Especially if only 600 of the 3,600 roughly that are streaming can be bothered to click the like button.
There we go.
I'm talking to the other 3,000 of you that have yet to just... I don't want to put you out. I know it's tough to move the index finger over, mouse down to that specific region on your screen and click like, but do it now. I don't want to talk about it any further.
Well,
Make it happen.
Not just free poker content, but, you know, 24 hours subscription to GTO Wizard. I see someone come in the chat asking for the promo code. You know, there's a lot going on here. This channel.
Asking for promo codes now? Is that what's going on? Huh? We haven't given you enough free stuff? Is that who did that?
He actually got banned from the chat, so the mods weren't appreciating the caps locks used. But
yeah.
You can head over to gtowizard.com/Triton, of course, as we dive back into what's looking like
65.
Do apologize. I was about to say multi-way pop, Anatoly
No.
Filatov
Has wagged his finger to the tune of 65,000 after Bonomo picked up a couple of flat callers, one of whom had him in rough shape, that being Madanjev. Now the nickels head for the bin. Back over to Stoyan, who does inconveniently enough have Bradley still to act behind him.
Sevens hit the mark, as will the King 7. KB 313 saying, interesting strat, Ali. Followed by a few people saying, look, I see the numbers going up. Strategy working from Ali.
You gotta, listen, man, you gotta be rough with these guys, Henry. You know what I mean?
Well,
like, I'm a real keyboard ninja. I'm not gonna get into a physical altercation with these people. But through the digital space, I will flex. We're already 115 higher than we were before.
We are indeed.
I got a little antagonistic and belligerent there.
Test saying, is this live commentary? Can they see my comment? We can indeed. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you getting involved in the conversation. As always, Ali Najad alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, and Mr. Randy Liu on the call for this 25K GG Super Millions Day 1 coverage.
Randy's not here right now. Why are we talking about Randy?
I did just see him.
Yeah, but he's not.
He's not here.
Unless you have a headset on, then you're not. You know what I mean? You don't get the shout out unless you're actively working.
There we go. He's too busy enjoying the resort. I don't blame him.
Much to enjoy. As Nagy has upgraded to Queen 9 offsuit for his shenanigans on this occasion. Hijack raised to 12K. And Bonomo, 9-7 offsuit selected as the one to lean back on Phil with.
Yeah, blockers going out the window here. This is more just the frequency thing from Justin. Believes that Nagy's going to be wider than most from that position. Take it upstairs with a 9-7.
Thank you.
Quick dealer change as we head towards break.
And a quick paying of the bills as well as we shout out Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, crowning our champions with exquisite men's jewelry. They create high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark, which, if I'm not mistaken, Henry, is the happiest city in the world.
That doesn't surprise me.
It surprises me.
Does it?
Yeah, because it gets real cold up there.
That is true.
You can't be that happy when you're that cold.
Honestly, I'm going to get roasted for this, but I was pretty cold last night on arrival here. Had to go back up to my room and...
It's because you live in Thailand.
Yeah, no, it's the first time I'd been in sub-20 for about 6-7 months. Everyone looked at me like, Henry, this weather's bliss. What are you talking about?
It actually is really nice.
It's really
out, but
nice.
Certainly, if you've grown accustomed to a tropical climate, it's perhaps feeling a bit chilly to you. Queen 10 and 5-5. Butting heads here as Ramin Hajiev still in front, but facing an open-ender for Nagy, who follows through. 13K, couple of overcards, bit pesky.
Yeah, tough spot for fives against an early position open. Feels like a hand that you want to keep honest for at least one street, but difficult, of course, to face multiple barrels. But a lot of good things can happen. Nagy can slow down, take away the pot on the turn. But this ace of spades development, Ali, potentially a card that Nagy has to continue firing on to really lean in to some of those small pocket pair type holdings. Maybe hand like 9-8 suited.
Certainly.
Half pot.
Yeah, the ace is a big problem for the fives at this point. Facing this second barrel from Nagy, I think the party's over.
Uh-oh.
The party is over, right, Henry? I mean,
I'm in the same camp that you are, but looked like Ramin was staring down.
is he looking to overstay his welcome in this pot?
Let's get out of the way, and some nice aggression there from Nagy. He's been a big supporter of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Indeed.
Last few stops. Bringing out a full squad. Camera crew, players, of course. Love to see the support from other members of the poker industry at Triton. As we look to get Nagy involved once more, this time ace-10, an upgrade from the queen-10 in the previous hand.
Sure.
Do we need to wait? Or they move the table, right?
I don't know about you. I always get self-conscious when I start to string together too many opens, especially when like the most legitimate of them is toward the tail end, and I'm like, I know someone's going to get after me here.
I know exactly what you mean. Been there.
Go.
So Stoyan going to defend. Outpipped by 1. So we saw a couple of players stand up from the table. Heading to a break at the conclusion of this hand, coming back with some fresh faces. But for now, Queen, Queen 7.
7 of spades working in Nagy's favor, as well as having the better of the two kickers until a 9 of clubs shows up on the turn, on the heels of the check-check paired flop. Madangiev, rather, binking the best hand, and now might have value on his mind after a second check back from Nagy on the turn.
He's gone close to pot. That's 30,000 into 33, and now Nagy, arms crossed, back in his chair. You can really feel the discomfort for Phil, with ace-10 going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Knows that Stoyan's going to have a wide range defending from the big.
The man is a field player.
Yeah, I don't fault Phil there for looking him up.
That's good.
Gets shown the ace-9.
And he's going to feel 30K lighter in his stack as a result of that.
Star-studded top there.
Not a star-studded result, though, as he is 43 blinds As those blinds will head northbound to 4 and 8,000, 347,000 in front of Phil. Bonomo still the boss stack, followed closely now by Medanziev after winning that one. Nico Koop, the shorty, as we will bring you back to our break desk here. Ali Inshad alongside Henry Kilbane, who is soon to magically turn into Randy Liu, as Henry's stint will be coming to a close. Henry, but the story of that frame, what would you say?
Well, quite a few hands. I'm trying to think of any one hand in particular. The Queen's check raise from Stoyan at the end there against the Ace Queen was an interesting one for some of the poker nerds and fans out there that like to dissect some of those more intricate parts of the game tree, something I love doing.
How about Schweedy with the King-Queen against Vogelsang, where the ace rolled off on the turn, and he decided that he wanted to rep the 4, obviously, but targeting a card that very much could have been within Tom's range, and it was a dangerous affair. He ended up betting with the best hand on the river as Vogelsang failed to make the spade. So starting to see some of the tricks of the trade on display, guys sort of broadening their arsenals.
The newcomers.
Yeah, the newcomers really are going to be the story, I would say, in this event. And remains to be seen how many of them will work their way up the ladder toward that final table and maybe make their presence felt. But in the interim, Henry and I will step aside. We will return with continuing coverage of event number 1 here from the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus. It is the GG Super Millions. Don't go away. More to come after this.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. So you're halfway through a tournament sitting on a 35 big blind stack. The small blind opens to 3, and you make it 7.5 in the big blind. Should your 3-bet be linear, polarized, or condensed? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Probably like, really? You hit the 7? But I guess slays it down.
Be in the combo. Okay. Now,
And have to play
Jakun-
games he's never played into,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. By the way, second in chips in his very first ever event was Roman Samoylov, playing under the Israeli flag.
Newcomers. No surprise.
No blind, button puts in whatever you want. Quarter, 50.
By the way,
Dan
no-
Smith out there.
No sooner
And you don't have to pay.
do I take the top 2 chip counts than suddenly a new tick as it refreshes, and we've got one of my countrymen, a Persian, Saman Nakhjavani, known as Saman 3, who plays a lot of the Merit Poker tournaments, taking a shot here, 267 big blinds, 534 in front of him.
130?
His second ever festival. Only other one he played was right here in North Cyprus.
Okay.
Couple of events under
So
his
he
belt.
loves the Merit grounds to play in, right? That's good. Defend.
Not quite as much love going to be demonstrated, perhaps, from Vogelsang toward this Queen Jack in the face of a 3-bet to 24,000, but nevertheless, he will defend and take a peek at the flop with 2 overs against the pocket 9s of Kyat Lee.
For having any political opinions at all.
And he's out-flopped the 9s on a queen-high 2-heart board. In position as well.
It's really funny when you're specifically in Florida where the
Yeah, he took
election was decided by
his
hundreds of
pre-flop queen jack offsuit. Some people don't really like to play the offsuit hands, but definitely has some plan against Kyat Lee.
Yeah, opening the button for a min-raise open, obviously.
Expected
Plenty
some kind
acceptable,
of
but then coming
attacks.
along for an extra 20. Using some discretion, but here he
Top
faces
pair.
a 13K C-bet.
Yeah, top pair here. Let's see how he approaches this. He's up against 45 blinds, effective on the flop. Call. Turn, pairs the board. Tricky for 2 9s in a sense that he could easily still have the best hand, or could be in bad shape against Queen X. Does lose to like Ace 5 and 5 6 suited, though. I don't think the hand's quite over yet if he opts to bet. 2 9s might be able to find a call. Then again, let's see if Queen Jack even bets the turn. Queen Jack worried about, of course, the ace or a king if it drops.
And in the face of the check, Tom looks like he's going to reach for some chips, take his chances. 26K bet. Mulder trying to sneak in a quick rem cycle, it looked like there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Kyat Lee is not folding yet. 2 9s, he's going to do some flops on the some floats on the flop, of course. 6 doesn't block the 6 7s, the heart draws. As played, seems okay right now. Curious to see if Vogelsang goes for the rest with the Queen Jack on the river.
8 of clubs, not a troublesome card for the 2
No.
9s, which stuck around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of 6 7 that gets there. I feel like Vogelsang could go for value here. It may seem thin, just Jack kicker, but he might expect to get jammed on. Yeah, I like this shove. He should expect to get jammed on a lot on the turn by a better hand than Queen Jack. So he can go thin here, value betting against 10s, 9s, Jacks, even like a worse Queen occasion like Queen 10, some frequency.
For sure, there's a lot
Some Ace Kings might even like show up here. I think this is a very fine value bet of Queen Jack. Nicely done so far. For Kyat though, it's like, I'll tell you though, with 2 9s, you don't block the hands you're trying to pick off, right? Like 2 hearts, you don't block that. You don't block some like King 10 of diamonds. That would have floated. Makes the call. Going to see the bad news. Nicely done, Tom Vogelsang. Well played. That's world class.
And that is a bullet dusted off for Kyat Lee, who was asked for all of his chips, his chances with the 2 9s. Bluff catching. And unfortunately,
the double featured. Your first experience here, this stuff.
Ace Queen O, 5,500 to go from +1. Hijack flat, and now the 9s with a bit of an unorthodox 3-bet.
And it's a small squeeze in position. It's not going to shake these 2 hands, though. Like, of course, you're never in love with these Queen Ace Jack and 3-bet pots, as you could be dominated. But when you're given the right price, call and see what develops.
Once again, making said call, and now so Gallon gonna come along for the ride. So a 3-way affair in this 3-bet pot, 63,000 in the middle already.
Yeah, Ace Jack suited. Look at flops a wild flush draw. The man from Kazakhstan, 2 9s. Not looking good on this board. Pre-flop aggression. Still going to reach for chips. Clearly, of course, he's the very ace-king heavy.
Fascinating to see him find this continuation bet into 2 players here. Not really blocking, I guess blocking 10-9 suited.
And back at the desk, Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu now here with continuing coverage of event number 1, 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa, Casino, and generally lovely establishment in which to do one's high-stakes gaming. So high-stakes gaming is exactly what we are doing. Tournament variety, of course, as always, Randy. We've got a couple of new featured tables upon us, and let us turn our attention in short order, if we may, to the Triton Poker Plus app, one that is available to all of you at home for download and use. And as we're looking at the blue table, Randy, we find the likes of former World Series of Poker main event champion. We got a glimpse of him earlier, Hossein Ensan, but the one that jumps off the sheet for me as the guy that keeps things interesting is Santosh Suvarna.
Santosh Suvarna, yeah, he's a good one. He loves to play PLO. I've got to do some coverage on him in some cash game PLO action for the Triton series. Drives the action, willing to splash. I just still remember that, you know, the 200K before with Cyprus when Leon Sukernik got him at the end of day 1.
Yeah, that was a sad, like just decided to get it with 10 high or something like that.
Yeah, it was like ace, queen, 10 high or something, all in pre-flop.
It was so nasty. And that was the 200K coin rivet, if I'm not
200K.
mistaken. I mean, that was really just just an unsavory finish on that particular experience for him. And quite a number of newcomers also spread out at that blue table. And then we turn our attention to, of course, the red table, where Visprod, the man who was kind of holding court for a little bit prior to the break, returns, but with a new cast of characters that include Klein, Kuhn, Raccoon, and Vyacheslav Buldigin, among others. But first, we take a look at this crew here, where the shortest of stacks is at sub-10 bigs. The Cypriot, Andreas Christoforou. There he is. Had an opportunity to commentate on him on a number of occasions here at Merit Poker. There's Ensan to the right of your screen. Tim Adams, also a part of the party. Dustin McDaniel putting it into the muck as Christoforou jamming the King-Jack offsuit, waiting a response from Christopher Putz. Ace-10 looks like it's been called, and the Ace-10 is in the lead on the 6-6-8 board as Carnage seems to be upon us early here in this frame. Turn card is a heart. Doesn't matter for Andreas, who still needs help. And the 10 of diamonds. Pairs puts instead as he keeps it classy. Saying good luck to the boys, but obviously a disappointing outcome here in this 25K for the native Cypriot in his first ever Triton Poker Series and Triton Poker event. Same story for putts.
You know, when you're short, you just got to get in and run it. Hopefully spin it up, unfortunately for him. He's out, but plenty of opportunities coming this week for him.
Yeah, it's not the last gambling engagement that we'll be playing host to here.
You don't come to a Triton stop, play event number one bowl, and just go home after. No. You came prepared.
But he's local, so it's
Oh,
not as though he got on
so
a plane.
He might be going home and then coming back tomorrow.
Right, right. I'm actually particularly pleased to see just how many of the guys who are fixtures in the Merit Poker Series throughout the course of the year here in North Cyprus have cobbled together the buy-ins, because a lot of times those are 3, 4, 5K buy-ins that are being played.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, lots of guys who show up here for the 40s Triton stops, and they did play the Merit right normally. Big buy-ins here. It's cool to see.
And very much there's a buzz kind of among their peers here as their troops go into battle against the mighty Triton regulars, some of the best in the world.
Yeah, I know.
Looking to produce results. Tim Adams, the opener, with the ace-7 suited, 16K to skate. And San flatted from the cutoff with the ace-10 suited. And now Suvarna, 7-8 suited, joins the party. His diamonds are covered. Genya Gavrilovic.
Oh, this is a cool play. Look at this.
King 10 offsuit.
Jamming about 35 blinds. And if you get through the first guy, that's the important one to get through, right?
Right, the opener up front.
The other two guys, you know, sandwiched in the middle, likely to have bumped it up themselves if they had a strong enough holding. And he really just gets to pick up a lot of chips here for his stack, 48K, as you just saw.
Nice bit of timing there from the Belarusian.
You think about it too, right? The opener, Timothy Adams, had a smaller stack too, and he's the guy most likely to call you. If he calls you, you don't lose your whole tournament life. Just lose like 120K because he was short. So really nice understanding on, you know, risk-reward ratio.
Yeah, you got to definitely keep an eye on exactly what the stack sizes for each particular participant are there when you're willing to stick your neck out on the chopping block, as Genya did there. Queen 10 for Adams here.
Yeah, marginal spot. Let's see if he decides to play or just pass.
16.
Looks like he's going to go for round 2.
All the way up front. Opens again.
Well, his opponent has gotten shorter. Contemplating making another play against Adams. Coming for a call, Christopher Poots. King Queen.
This one taking shape somewhat similarly to the previous pot insofar as Adams opened, then a flat from a suited ace behind him.
Yeah.
No 7-8 suited from Suvarna on this occasion, but there is still a 3-bet, and this time from the big blind of Christopher with the King Queen. Up to 75,000 we go.
I like this a lot because we know that Timothy Adams got a raise folding range, especially off that last hand. With that stack size, and Genya here has a lot of incentive to just re-raise against Adams' small stack. For him to flat the small blind is actually quite weak. You know, it seems like those medium strength hands that aren't good enough to get it in, but good enough to hopefully see a flop, just pounce on them. Nice free chips here.
Slightly bruised table image, I feel, for Tim Adams after opening not once but twice up front and then getting 3-bet and having to put it into the bin. Something to maybe keep our eye on.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's not like, oh, he's opening off of a sub-15 big blind stack, therefore he must be strong when opening. Like, just saw him 2 back-to-back raise folds. Don't think he's going to do it one more time, though. I think the next raise he does will be all of the chips, considering he's just north of 10 big blinds now. Big blind ante could be shorter now.
Looking more like Emperor Ensan than Hossein
he's
Ensan
looking
there. What a regal
I like the way
cloak
he's-
that
yeah,
is that
I
he's
know,
wearing.
right?
I think it's just blankets that we've given out to some of the players.
It's a cloak. Come on. You think it's just a blanket. This
Cloak's
man.
a good word. I like that.
He's a champ. We don't give champs
That's right.
blankets. Practically royalty.
It's got to be purple with like white fringe though to really bring it home. Crown Royal.
He sets the rules, okay? You don't tell the champ
Oh,
what
that's a good
colors.
point. Yeah. Ace 5 is Gavrilovic from the button. Pounces and gets piled on.
I like this. 11 blinds.
87.
You got forward equity.
Tim Adams has had all he can stand.
Yeah, you know, if you call pre-flop, you know, might not realize all your equity, some flops. Ace 5 in a little tricky spot. Depends on how often his opponent is rejamming these offsuit hands, broadways. Lays it down, nice pickup. What are we looking at, Timmy? You won.
So puts McDaniel, Gavrilovic, as well as, well, Hajiev actually played the last series that we were here in North Cyprus. 3 events, failed to cash, so not quite a first timer. Second timer, though. McDaniel looking like he's taking a page out of Yuri Zivalevsky's book.
Do you
with
know
the
anything about this
mustache.
McDaniel guy?
I do not.
I learned a little bit about him on the break.
Okay, I'm listening, Randy.
It's
What do
one
we
of
know?
those ACR Stormer kind of like Twitch playing people.
Okay. All right.
This guy plays $20 tournaments or so.
No kidding.
That's what I've been told. Not a joke. So he qualified through one of those packages, you know, that they've been doing like back in Vietnam.
So 1,250x is typical.
He's playing.
buy-in.
He's playing big. He said he grew up in a lower middle class family and he's happy to be here. Love moneymaker. Everyone does, right? Got that bug. This is a dream come true potentially. Doing all right so far in this event number 1.
Yeah, you know, I saw him wandering the property with his phone, just kind of looked like maybe he was video chatting with maybe some friends and family from back home, letting them kind of soak up the atmosphere.
Let me just say one more thing about him before we move on to his hand.
Nah, I'm done with him. No, I'm
Let me
kidding.
say.
Go ahead.
He quit his job to play $4.40 180-man sitting ghost. That's the end of my story.
Is the 40 cents the registration fee?
Probably.
I just want to make sure that so it's.
No,
$4.
maybe it's like 20 cents. You know, that's $4.20 to buy in. That's a big run up, man. This is
Wait,
a
man.
big moment.
Let
for
me
him.
think about this for a second. He quit his job to play those.
It said it quit his job to play $4.40 180-man sitting ghost.
That's a very specific niche sort of specialty to have there.
Yeah, it's a big statement. Loves the game, clearly. And big opportunity for him.
I wonder what the biggest buy-in event that he had played prior to this is. It certainly can't be the 20. Can it?
The $20
that can't be his high
180-man sitting
watermark,
ghost.
right?
No, I don't know what it is.
Someone out there in the chat, I would imagine, may know more than we do.
They should, because there are definitely some people who watch his stream that are in the chat, I imagine. You know, some fans. Let us know. Good to know. There's always going to be some fairy tale story here at the Triton stops I've seen so far.
There is McDaniel, 10 deuce, big blind. Not going to participate here, despite it being min raised. The
question mark hand. This
Eight
one
of
really
clubs.
tests my commentary abilities.
All right, the king jack.
Oh no.
10 deuce. Would have flopped the joint.
Yeah, 10 deuce Doyle. Disrespective that pre-flop fold regardless. Action on Santosh, pre-flop raiser. Continuation bet. It is undergun versus undergun +1, so it's not against the blinds.
What do you think? 2/8?
Very, very likely, right, for him to call here.
Especially, yeah.
If it's some kind of
peeling.
flow, it's, I guess, 8-9 of clubs, seeing some connection. But I'm thinking more likely 2/8s, especially with the stack size they're playing.
Ace-8 of clubs ever?
Less likely.
Ooh.
Oh, 8 good. I bet you he's got the best hand.
Whatever it is, he's got the best hand, exactly. As Suvarna's barrel was flatted, and now might be feeling a little bit more bashful about follow-through.
Let's see, bet flop, check turn. Tiny bet. Man, I can really see it being both the 8-9 or the pocket 8s here with this bet size. And it's like, okay, well, I want to bet to protect my hand if I got the 8x. Or if I've got the full house, you know, I don't want those ace highs to fold. And got king jack to call here. What a perfect bet size, whatever his hand is. 9.
Not sure what Suvarna's thinking.
I don't know
Calling
either.
The turn.
Yeah, especially the positions, undergun +1. Just felt the price is good. Maybe.
Especially because you could be drawing dead to a king or a jack, which are the best developments that he could hope for.
Notice he hasn't checked yet, so must be thinking of leading some river cards. Maybe thought it's going to give up here, I guess.
Repping queen jack felt like it was possible given that he holds the jack of hearts, but he does shut it down. And certainly...
If he goes big here, I'm going to think it's very likely to be the pocket 8s. Because it wouldn't make sense to be betting big here with 3 pair. Yeah.
Meaning the 8-9 suited.
Exactly, yeah.
Just saying, Randy, don't leave me here. Weird things happen from time to time, especially from the newcomers who we don't have a good beat on. But nevertheless, I think my money's on pocket 8s as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Quick peek at the chip counts there. Germany running up front, followed by the States, Belarus, Emperor Ensan. Right?
We got to get nicknames for everyone by the end of this 2 weeks of poker.
There's a lot of players in the field, Randy. That tests my creative limits.
Well, still got Santosh and Timmy Adams near the bottom of the counts, but I want to direct you to the leaderboard just real quick. Just one name I want to put you. Top of the leaderboard, Dao Min Fu, tournament chip leader.
Come on. The man who refused to swap.
Refuses to swap with
Now, I'm not
Justin
saying
Bonham.
Bonomo was all about swapping, but I'm just saying as his invited pro, he was like, yeah, you take your own action. I'll keep mine. Boss.
Yeah, it is.
Especially because no matter how good you are, you should want a piece of Bonomo. Like, that's just a good swap.
It's like, why would I want someone who can't even get first because I'm going to win the tournament?
Right.
So let me
Right,
just
exactly.
maximize my earnings.
Well,
now.
his best case scenario is second.
Yeah.
So why would I give up equity? Amazing. Haji, you have the razor with the pocket 3s. Been flatted in one spot as it's back to the big blind of Santosh.
Santosh closing the action. Speculative hand. It's out. Understandable.
So Hajiev flops a set on a 7-high rainbow board, unfortunately for his purposes. Puts his... got nothing cooking here.
I like the size. You want to go small here, trying to invite some kind of like floats from big cards or pocket pairs will continue, but unfortunately no backdoor clubs to accompany that king queen.
That board's so dry, Randy, and I know it looks fishy when you're the pre-flop raiser to check.
It does look a little fishy, but you know, like.
But I mean, I just feel like I want to retain such a broad variety of combos behind me that the check feels nice.
I think EPT
I
already
understand,
started
totally.
banning the phones on the TV table. They don't. They just. So actually, it's better. Just ban them, so we don't. We can't have them.
I like the way he's thinking. Let's just ban the phones, play some cards.
Did you just give us like a Boston accent? Play some cards? Did I hear that right?
I did kind of say it that way. I don't know why. Something's wrong with the coffee. Something's wrong with me.
You need a brown bowl.
Brown bowl. I know they don't have them here.
I know.
We got these iced lattes.
It really doesn't. It doesn't do the same thing.
Have to drink like 5 of these to equal 1. All right, king 9, Genya. UTG versus big blind, strong position here under the gun.
Hajiev.
Bricks.
So does the king 9. 10-7-4, a couple of diamond board here. Gavrilovic with the check.
Tough spot to see bet here of ace-6, as it doesn't really smash you, not much backdoor potential, but does check it back, hit a pair of 6s. Still a bit marginal situation for him if it bet comes. King 9 though, what, inside straight draw. You know, I wouldn't fault him for betting. Like, under the gun checking is a very ace-high heavy that wouldn't be able to handle much heat. Even like broadways, like king queens and stuff.
So Hajiev does hit a 6.
No, I like the
on
bet.
the turn. The gut shot straight draw goes to work.
Small bet here, 15K.
Yeah.
As played. Take one off. Hope it comes clean. Maybe improve. Don't know if this is a one and done spot though, because when you bet 15K, you do invite some ace high calls too. So I could see king 9 looking for a spot to put some more chips in, but there's a time card coming in. Contemplating, I suppose, fold, because I don't think he would be raising ace-6, right?
Trying to get a sense of just how much Gavrilovic has back. Now it's
a lot.
A
of
lot.
stack.
It's
Yeah.
more than what Hajiev has.
So is it? I can't imagine him folding for this price. Could even be beating some value bets like 6-5. Wow, lays it down. Just was like, I don't really want to call river bet. Kind of just get out now, possibly.
Is the fact that the board texture contains some straights maybe an issue, like you'd hate to be drawing dead and improve to the 6 or the ace?
It's probably a small thing there, right? Like he might be thinking he's drawing very slim. I think he was kind of like playing the future.
Onwards we march. Shout out, by the way, to Kingston Wright in the YouTube chat, Randy, and to everybody who's streaming us live over on the Triton Poker
What'd he say?
YouTube channel. Go ahead and click like and subscribe. He said that he's watching this while at school. Now, Kingston, I don't want to necessarily infer that your dedication to your academic career is lacking, as I certainly was a very distracted young man whilst in college and every other form of school prior to that. But feels like you might not finish. So maybe just stop burning money on tuition
Just take that money and
just
put it
play
on,
cards.
put it,
Yeah,
you
you know
find
what I
a
mean?
table,
Like, make
come
it
to
your
the Merit.
bankroll. Yeah, come on down to Merit. Full bankroll deployed, 1 bullet. As we see the pocket threes still in front of an ace-king on a monotone flop here. Hajiev staying very active. Unable to make the set on this occasion during his second tour of duty.
Yeah, so this actually went check, check, flop. Ace-king actually decent holding on this board texture.
And Son, of course, the opener.
Yeah, checking down.
Yeah, still not looking to put chips in, but now the ace of hearts will provide some comfort.
Yeah, looking good.
Discomfort if you're Hajiev.
Yeah, this is one of those, gosh, I know I lose this pot. Just check it. See a little tank check, hoping his opponent just gets a little bit scared and checks it back, but ace-king, top pair, top kick, 20K. Versus hijack, checking down in position. That's very ace-high heavy. I can't imagine these threes finding a call. Unless they've got some history I don't know about where he's just like, you got it. No, you don't got it, I mean. Well, he's in the tank a bit. No, he's out.
That would be a pretty ambitious call.
It would have been ambitious.
I mean, you know, those situations as played, you feel like you've really tempted your opponent in position to just get after what they think is dead money with dust. But dust is very much how you can describe 2 threes in that spot as well.
I'm digging this shirt too, man.
You know, it's funny. I didn't know that Hossein and Victor Malinowski knew each other. As he's clearly raided Victor's closet.
Yeah.
Usually it is Malinowski who comes fresh with the Versace drip. Linus has a little bit working as well. I think maybe even Tom Vogel saying, if memory serves me. But really, Malinowski's kind of the front runner for any Versace in the room. But and Son, not to be outdone. The iconic Medusa logo. Did you ever see that American Crime Story miniseries about the Gianni Versace murder? It's fascinating, Randy. You're looking at me like,
looks like
Ali,
something I'm going to watch, Ali.
I think television in general is not something that you watch.
I mean, is there...
You don't even have an OLED TV. That was a bit judgy.
I'll tell you, on the plane ride here, I was about to watch a poker movie. That was my choice of selection.
You're not being serious.
No, there's
what
this
poker movie?
There's this movie called Poker Face. Have you heard of it? I didn't watch it. I changed my mind, realized this was not going to be a good idea.
Were you on a cargo plane in here?
Cargo plane.
This was on a passenger commercial jet?
Yes.
Poker Face.
It's called Poker Face. It has Russell Crowe in it, apparently. And then I was like, no, this is a bad idea.
Wait a minute. I feel like
A6.
Lynn Gilmartin might have been in that movie. I know
feel
she
like
and Russell Crowe are friends because she's an Aussie. Those who don't know who I'm talking about, she's a presenter on the World Poker Tour.
Russell Crowe's Aussie?
And he's an Aussie.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. I feel as though there's some weird connection there.
So on the way home, you going to watch it? Because I'll watch it too then. And then we have content for the next London stop about how we watch Poker Face. You
know, I used to get all excited about the movies.
No. So you're watching documentaries
on the
now.
flights, but now I just...
Little old man stuff.
I like the documentaries. Yeah, I guess it's old man stuff at this point.
2 10s. Not too bad. Hats off to Hajiev, your last hand, 3-betting A6 offsuit. You can tell that he was picks and chooses spots accordingly.
Now, did you watch that movie, Randy, or you didn't watch it?
I was about to, and I was like, I feel like this is not going to be too good.
Daced83 in the chat has mentioned that it's bad. Not just bad, so bad.
That's why I thought I heard that, so I was like, man, am I going to waste my few hours on this plane?
Not so bad. 2 red 10s under the gun. Ensign opening, getting flatted by Hajiev's King Jack as Christopher puts mulls over the Queen 10 suited, and upstairs
He's
he
aggro.
will take it. Showing a lot of aggression.
The thing is, we got the champ here. He's got 2 10s. I don't think he's going to be shaken. You do give yourself a spot to take it down pre-flop, especially during squeeze spots, expecting that middle green guide not to be too strong. But when you open the action this way, you do find ways to not even get a seal flop. We'll see how Ensign wants to approach this. Is this 4-bet jam? Is this call react? He's playing just north of 30 blinds. With that kind of stack, you kind of want to jam a bit more, given it's a 9 big blind squeeze. But let's see how he decides to approach this one. No, is he considering mucking this one? No, not quite. Yeah, I like this. This is the man.
Jam City. And Christopher doesn't make a meal of it whatsoever, promptly puts it into the muck. You do kind of leave yourself in a weird spot when you call those 3 bets with the likes of 2 10s. There's so many overcards available to hit the flop, which kind of leave you playing the guessing game on further streets.
I agree. 100% what he did was the best play, and you just run it. And even if they got ace-king, you're a slight favorite.
Yeah,
so.
and you're taking your chances that you're running into one of those bigger pairs from time to time. It happens.
Against a field like this, who like to just 3-bet happy, trying to make plays, like it's even better. Onto this table, though, Barack Wizard.
Our first look at our other featured table, which includes the Israeli Wisprod, who's got 2 black kings here.
Pretty excited to watch him play. I'm not sure if you're aware who he is, but he's just like one of the strongest no-limit cash game players to date right now. When they talk about the best players, so it's cool to see him. I saw him got invited to the 200K later this week. The Luke's on play. Luke's on pay.
Raccoon is a customer.
Raccoon is sticking.
I hope so. Jack 6, pretty dusty kit here, and mercifully disconnected in terms of a pair on the Queen 9-8 board, but does have that 6 of spades interaction as well as the gutty.
Yeah, let's see how he responds here. Quite deep here, 40 big blinds, more.
Quite textured as well.
Yeah.
So he does size down to 14K into 44.
Must be crossing Rob Kuhn's mind to maybe make some plays on some frequency on this board texture. Looks like he is reaching for chips, right? White bean wants a big check raise, 55K. With Jack 6, you know, you block the Jack 10s. That can give you lots of action. You can put multiple streets of action. You have 2 pairs. Sets, 8s, 9s. You got a lot of big hands here. Barack, though, not shaking. 154. Ace.
That's the one card you really hate to see when you hold the 2 kings, and it feels like it always shows up, doesn't it?
It really does. You're like, just any card but that one. Oh, hello. Well, I'm curious as to how Rob Kuhn approaches this.
This is a guy I've seen take some really cool lines, and he
Like
is
this
reaching
one?
for chips, Randy, and we may have another one on our hands as he decides to lead out for 110K. And here's the thing about this decision, is even on the occasions in which Barack Wisprod has an ace combo that isn't aces up, let's say, you really aren't in a spot, and even with the aces up, where you're going to be able to put the raise in against this line from Rob, because it can contain the nuts, right?
Exactly. And Rob Kuhn is blocking us. That is an amazing play of Jack 6 offsuit. Like, you can't be defending these hands if you're not willing to make plays post-flop.
Yeah.
Rob Kuhn's able to turn it into a profitable situation.
I'm kidding.
Pretty gangster.
Yeah, super gangster. Wouldn't surprise me if one more barrel was coming in.
That's what I'm saying. He set himself up where if he did get called by what might have been one pair, he can barrel away and then really
Yeah,
put that ace-X in a bad way.
Yeah, almost certainly. That was a really sick play. Every single one of these first-timers, I tell you, they got the moves today. Very impressed.
I've got an update, Randy.
I would like to
on
hear it.
Young Kingston Wright. He says that his teacher actually has the stream playing on a TV in the classroom.
What? The teacher?
What?
This is like a
By teacher, does he mean like his poker coach? He's in like a group setting? Like
He's not in school.
You think we're getting trolled?
100% getting trolled.
He says the whole class was confused on why we gave him a shout-out. He also said that his teacher just gave him a piece of candy. What kind of school is this, and are there slots available for the upcoming semester? I like candy. And poker on TV instead of homework.
I hope they block.
It's like all in pre-flop. 5-4 offsuit. Gets it in okay.
2 overs.
2 overs. Never heard that before.
Looking Alexander, pocket threes on the turn. Binks the set. Doesn't have to sweat it out. And that is a hand-picked outcome for the man in the hand-picked shirt.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah. Yet another one of our newcomers there, enjoying the double up. It's crazy because now you've been a part of Triton commentary streams since the onset, which I believe dates back to 2015.
I don't know the year, but yeah, Montenegro.
Right. I came along much later, prior to the pandemic, several stops in. So when I see someone for the first time, often I just kind of assume, especially because the fields were quite a bit smaller back when you kind of first started, for the first year or two as they got their legs under them, that it is a player's first appearance. But I know at some point there's going to be that guy that played a couple of times in 2016 and has shown up now 7 years on. And I'm like, first timer. And he's like, no, he played 10 events in 2015 and 16. I'm like, what?
Most likely, if we do run into someone like that, it's one of the people from the Malaysian contingent or something like that.
That's my guess.
So, you know, don't make that statement when you see someone with the Malaysian flag.
Buldigan with the ace-king here.
Note the pre-flop action. Limps from the cutoff north of 15 big blinds.
Balanced.
Yeah.
Inviting both of these
top two
queen X's to participate, but both are unimproved on the ace-king 4 board, where, as you mentioned, Randy, Vyacheslav has himself top 2 pair.
Interesting, because he knows he should be firing on this ace-king board when the blinds check to him, especially when he doesn't hit it. But he smashed it so hard where the other two guys can't have too much. But I guess there's a flush draw where maybe they put in some chips post-flop. I guess he did extract that little small blind extra. Did you say that was a Cookie Monster shirt?
It looks a little bit like Cookie Monster, doesn't it?
It's Cal's. Do you know Cal's? You don't know.
Now, see, you have a kid, Randy. I am a kid trapped in an older man's body.
Well, you're not my kid. That's good to know.
Describe what is the character on Buldigan's shirt?
It's called Calls, I believe. Kaws. I think that's how you say it. I don't know too much more about it. Just some kind of collectible.
You just know its name?
It's just some kind of collectible, like, fancy designer stuff.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's not No, it's not like some $5 T-shirt from like
I
the
didn't say
Kmart
it was
or
a
something.
$5 T-shirt.
Do you think these guys rocking like Cookie Monster T-shirts from Sesame Street? Big
I
Bird
do.
coming in next.
Well, first off, you know how like all of a sudden for a while all of the cartoon stuff made its way into designer
Yeah, that's
collections,
true. I'll
right?
give
You
you
know what
that.
I'm talking about? And they were real expensive.
Yeah.
So I thought it was one of those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden the Sesame Street collection X, you know,
Sesame
whatever.
Street is not allowed to be up there, right? Like, there's a guy in a garbage can for crying out loud in Sesame
His
Street.
name is Oscar. Show some respect. Put some respect on his name. He's been through a lot. 10-9 suited here for Lukian Alexander. Opening. Morton Klein. Norwegian.
Klein's no stranger to high stakes. No surprise to see him at a Triton event. Seen him before, of course. I believe it was Cyprus. He was here last time, too. Queen 3. Well, whenever it's a min raise, you're always getting a good price against the dealer button open.
Change being made. To the flop we go. And it is a pair of threes for Morton up against top pair. Not the kind of texture that will instantly show him an exit in the face of what we might imagine will be a standard follow through here.
Well, he's reaching for decent amount of chips here. 10-9 of clubs. 28,000. 3.5 big blinds. For his opponent to bet this large with this stack size, to me it kind of screams that I will be willing to put most of my chips in by the turn. So I think Morton's got to kind of figure out it. He wants to put some chips here, expecting a lot of chips to go in on the turn, given the bigger C-bet sizing.
Yeah. You know, it always feels so sacrilegious to defend flop a piece, especially on this sort of texture where the heart 3 is relevant.
For sure. It's a lot of... It's a big discipline. You know, even the best pros sometimes feel like, well, I've got some kind of piece. Maybe just see what's up.
But, you know, you do have the right to just put it in the bin here.
Exactly. And it's based on... I like this fold, you know?
I think I do too, Randy. It seems tidy.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's not, oh, I make certain hand strength, therefore I must continue. It's the other information that comes into play, which is the C-bet sizing.
Right.
My opponents, and whether it's the timing.
Yeah.
And this is when, you know, a lot of live poker nuances come into play to help define what is the you perceive as the most plus EV play.
And just looking down the road at the prospects, right? What is the future for this hand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got to give a lot of credit to even these guys. They don't play professionally, but they're very well aware of still how to play these future streets very well.
Listen, you take a front row seat to the best in the world show for long enough, you're going to pick up a thing or two.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't necessarily understand the underpinnings of why it is that some of the choices that you kind of see with some frequency are being made, just the ability to mimic and imitate those decisions in similar situations will bode fairly well.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. Queen 10 suited, going for a limp.
Yeah, new blind level 5 and 10K there, brought to you by Poker State. You saw that just moments ago. 79 runners remaining of the 132 entries that we have thus far here in this first event at the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus. Glad to have you with us, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, and Vyacheslav Buldigan with the Queen 10 suited.
But clearly he's got a defined strategy with, you know, he limped the earlier of ace-king, so he can limp these types of hands and not get raised, knowing that he's got a very, you know, he's got limp jams in his range, so tough to play against. And it's quite refreshing to see, just flops it.
Well, listen, he flops it in terms of the best hand up against 10-6.
Yeah.
He's got the better kicker, but the diamonds are not relevant insofar as Morton Klein has them smothered with the nut flush draw, facing a 10K barrel. after he and Titan Chu.
So he makes a call here. Tens is out.
Both checked it. The flat from Morton. Down to heads up. And the turn brings the diamond. This is disaster for Vyacheslav Buldigin, who I believe is already on his second bullet. Randy, if I'm not mistaken, I think, didn't we see him get a bullet showered earlier? Maybe it was Henry
right.
and I don't know.
It might not be me, but I do know he's dusted here. I can't imagine a scenario where he doesn't lose all his chips with a 140K stack.
Second nuts.
Second nuts. Like,
just
there's no diamond that can make him turn into, like, you know, 4 flush. Like, because he's got the king of diamonds over there. This is just...
No pair on the board. I mean...
Even if you pair the board, like, he's losing the rest of those chips. He's gone. There's no scenario where he doesn't lose all of his chips. Ollie. Like,
Ace
zero.
on the river? No, maybe there's some
Like
more.
an accidentally misclicked check is his only possibility out of this, but that's not going to happen. These are pros.
So Klein.
Tiny bet turn.
Flatted. Now faces 20K on the river, the unpaired board of great comfort as the nuts stay
He's just
that
gonna
way.
bet out. But even against this non-all-in bet, Queen 10 suited just looks like a mandatory jam here. The way Morton Klein has played it, it kind of looks like he's rivered some kind of 2-pair and looking to get some value. Maybe like ace-jack or jack-10 offsuit with 1 diamond. I can see that. Look at this look on his face. It's kind of a concerning look, but I remember him doing this in previous stops, and he just kind of still jams it all in. He did. He's done. Dusted. Well done.
Yeah, once you get called in that spot, you do kind of hold your breath and wonder whether or not the nuts are waiting for you, and on this occasion, of course, they are. And it would seem that the 2 X's in that Cookie Monster's eye socket are appropriate, given it is showers. And yeah, I called it Cookie Monster again, even though you corrected me.
Well, I'm not saying, I was going to say I'm glad. That's not the same words I wanted to use, but he's not there anymore, so I don't have to discuss this with you. Nice.
You're going to miss me when I'm... Well, coming up July 5th through the 11th, right here in North Cyprus at Merit Poker will be one of several festivals that they're going to have on tap. That would be the Middle East series, along with the cash game festivals, and of course, moving forward, even more festivities, culminating toward the end of the year with the very first stop on the back end of the Retro Series from August 7th to the 17th, where the EPT comes to town, October 11th through the 22nd. Book your rooms today as they will fill up fast here at Merit Poker.
They run a lot of poker stops here. I mean, no surprise, it's just one of the greatest places to play.
I mean, listen, they're just meeting the demand, which
Yeah.
is there. You know, I mean, the facilities really nowhere that I can think of in Europe can kind of deliver the product that these guys do. They just have a leg up in so many ways. The geography is very convenient for people. The freedom of movement in terms of visa-free travel is convenient. Getting money in and out, easy. I mean, just
21,000.
every competitive advantage you could hope for. As a competitive disadvantage to the rest of the field has arrived, that being the talented Dan Smith, who is opening to 21,000 with 10-8 suited. And Titan Chu in the small blind with Queen Jack.
Cheers.
Titan Chu, I remember him, level 1, pocket nines against Haxton, in case you forgot. Let's see, Queen Jack against Cutoff Open. He's all in.
Yeah, jamming over 400,000, and
The Vietnamese player is just so aggressive.
I mean, it is.
That's not standard.
When you first look at it, it just seems wildly reckless because all you got to do is run into a big hand, and then Smith's full kit is in there and has you in a bad way.
We
but
talk about all the times he picks up all those chips before he finally wakes up with a kit. Okay, so he's down to 100K, gets a kit, ace, king, queen, jack, not running too bad. Good stuff. Wanted to comment though. Are we allowed to call this guy Cowboy Dan without a cowboy hat though?
I don't think he's ever brought the cowboy hat to Triton, has
Yeah. What about Triton Millie? Possible? I don't know.
Maybe he brought it to the Millie. You might be right.
Yeah.
Maybe he lost it.
Just lost
I know
it.
he mentioned
Just-
that he lost
just
one of them
Dan.
on a plane. He left one
21.
behind in the overhead bin. The original was given to him by none other than Doyle Brunson.
The original.
Yeah.
He didn't lose that one though, right? Because that would be
I don't
disrespectful.
think so.
Okay.
And if he did, he should lie and say he didn't.
Yeah.
Just
locked it away
my
in my
advice.
safety deposit box.
So one hand removed from being piled on and putting it into the muck. Smith opens once more to 21K, and now Morton Klein's the man that's going to target the open with pocket eights. 3-betting to 67,000.
Give me some memories of when Adams opened back-to-back hands, got piled
Yeah,
on by his opponents.
that's right.
Dan Smith's turn. Field of pain. Although this hand's not over yet, Dan Smith would be suspicious, can maybe find something, but Ace 10 tends to fare not too well in this spot. He's out.
Frustrating back-to-back pots there for Smith, who's not been given the warmest of welcomes here at the feature.
We don't care who you are, Cowboy Dan. No hat. You're just Dan.
I care, Dan. Even if Randy doesn't.
Hey, don't paint me as the bad guy here.
It would require a lot of paint, to be fair. I don't think too many people have that read on you.
That's why I got him. Got him where I want him. King 10 suited.
You're going to break bad on us, Randy?
Yeah, I'm going wild.
Let's see if Bonomo wants to run wild. Off of 225K. He'll plunk 20 out there for a min-raise with King 10 suited. Far from wild and much more along the lines of standard from the button. Gets it through.
Dan Smith's like,
Made it look so easy. How come nobody's 3-betting this guy?
Yeah. Like, you're in a later position than me.
Been guarding all day, it seems.
These two guys, way up there on the all-time winning list, right?
Oh, yeah. No question. Jack 9 suited now up front. Smith
Keep
takes
it
a look
cool.
around.
Yeah, it's like, all right, look strong.
Min-raise open.
I don't know, man. Like Titan Chu, King Jack suited. I don't think he's afraid of Dan Smith right now.
He piled from the small against a late position raise. Different set of circumstances here, obviously, with Smith being up front, despite having better kit than he did on the previous occasion.
Yep.
And Smith, you know, sub 20 bigs, just north of 20 bigs to start the hand, but sub 20 back.
Could be a tough fight. 1-9 gone. But does have pre-flop aggression. Certain board textures will allow him to win the pot despite not hitting. Let's see if this is one of them. I say so. Oh, sorry. Pair of kings. Hand's not over yet.
Definitely not, as Smith has flopped the heart draw. Can definitely do some representing in terms of the ace.
Yeah, I would like to see him fire a bet a lot of times here. Let's see. Hijack calls under the gun. Very pocket pair heavy, actually. You know, middle pocket pairs that isn't
21.
pocket sevens is just going to have to lay it down. He can apply pressure, multi-barrels against king X's as well. Good aces, like, of course, ace king, but you know the ace queens, ace jacks, they'll 3-bet a lot against his stack size, so flop bet, very clear. Turn, of course, for king jack. Sorry, flop. Good call. Turn could be fun.
Not the funnest card in the deck as the 4 of clubs rolls off. Titan Chu still with the best hand.
I still think Jack 9 can strongly consider putting a multi-barrel in here. Just his stack size is a bit awkward, but like I said, ace queen I feel will 3-bet you pre-flop heavily. Your opponent does have a lot of king X's in their range, like king queen, king jack, king 10. And you block like the best ace, which is ace jack that will flat sometimes pre-flop. I like this bet. It's very convincing. You're attacking a pretty weakish range. He made one sick call already today that I've witnessed. Can he
Also
call
the 2
again?
nines
Yeah.
against the
Yeah, but this
High
is
Caxton.
this would be an ambitious call, but would be correct of king jack. Oh, he's so good.
He's so sticky.
He's so sticky. All right, let's see.
10 doesn't rate to be of any concern. Now the jack is relevant for Smith. I don't think he presumes there's a whole lot of queen jack calling the turn.
No. And he's blocking queen jack of hearts, so he doesn't need to worry about the queen jack at all. Unless it's like queen jack of clubs. I guess I can see that. 10. Oh, he's gonna push it all in. Dan Smith with the 50% roughly jam. So of course with the 1K back, but okay,
Man.
Titan Chu has made a sick hero call of 2 nines, but this would be even sicker. Oh God, he's already cutting out calling chips. What do you beat?
This is a guy who looks up, heads up, and feels like things are a little sus from time to time, doesn't he?
God, time card coming in.
Oh, last time he used one of these in a
They will
spot
turn
like
into a
this,
call.
it was the hero call, Randy. Do
I
we have
know.
another one on our hands?
Okay, it's under gonna open off 20 big blind stack. Like this, it's so hard for him to find some hands he beats, but he does beat his opponent right now.
You know what? The thing is, Smith has been active, right?
Yeah, but he just got here.
Okay, but the VPIP is the VPIP.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
It's
he's
a
got
small-
100%
it's a small
VPIP
sample,
almost.
right? It's a small sample, but nevertheless, that might have been what was on his mind. But in the end, the best hand does end up in the muck, and Dan Smith risking his bullet with the jam, but manages to come out with profit there.
He's good.
If he click called there,
Just give the tournament to him.
just bow down.
That's really, really cool hand of poker. I like this. That stickiness on the turn is, a hard one to do with the king jack, right? He was up against a strong range, but it's just Dan Smith took it one next level and just kind of took that last step needed. Did the 2 barrels that most players would do, but the third is very hard to find with Jack
Yeah,
9.
it really is. I think you really do kind of assign a decent amount of ace X, given that you're blocking the hearts
Good luck,
to
Dan.
Titan Chu in that spot as played.
Yeah, I agree.
You just go for it,
Just
and it
for
worked.
class. All right, Raccoon, king 8 offsuit. Good enough for an open for him. Big stack, 670K. A little bit different here, Queen 3 offsuit, as last time it was button open and smaller stack, but this is someone's actually got more than covered.
I feel like Klein's
Queen
hand du jour is paint dust. Like that's
Paint
just
dust.
that's just the combo I always look up and see him playing. Here he is again. Remember, he had a pair of 3s, similar texture, not monotone. It was rainbow last
Yeah.
time around, and
I guess the same point is, he hit that bottom pair, but like bad potential on the turn, right? What could be any diamond, could be any 4, 7, deuce. These are all bad cards for him.
like I'd rather be in Raccoon's spot here with King 8, 8 of diamonds working up against the Queen 3.
The difference
than
here,
hold
though,
Klein's
in the last spot is the sizing of the c-bet, right?
Mm.
Here's just like a north of 1 big blind, whereas the last one was like a 3.5 big blind
Right.
c-bet. And that's why you can see the difference in how Morton Klein is approaching this flop with the call. Blanks out on a turn. It's very hard to multi-barrel the King 8 here because you're not supposed to have any mini 4Xs in the cutoff. This card is supposed to improve the big blind, but still reaching for chips, just trying to apply pressure on some diamond hands that check call at the flop. Just because you bet one blind, hands like Queen Jack, one diamond would call, kind of take those hands away. Oh my.
Raccoon really doesn't have the 4X combos all that
I know,
often.
that's
though,
why
so
I'm more
this is
inclined
kind of
calling.
But all the more reason why maybe betting this 42,000 is going to look fishy. It's hard to flop a flush. Klein obviously does unblock diamonds and ends up getting to showdown on the river free of charge. Thought maybe a 3-barrel was in the works, but once you get called on the 4-liner on the turn,
You really
it's
can't.
so reckless, isn't it?
But I mean, like, look, I've seen Warren Klein play multiple times in these spots, but so far today, the few hands I've seen, been very impressed with the decisions made. That Queen 3 call was pretty gangster there on the turn, right? He just had second or third pair.
Yeah. Which just decides, the cutoff open range from Kuhn shouldn't really be
4X. Like it's
interacting with this board.
And it's a little bit different if the button opens, right? He's going to have a lot more 4X.
Of course.
It's a big difference in 4Xs from button to cutoff.
Right.
It's not like an 8X where, oh, there's 8-9 suiteds and stuff like this.
Right.
But 4X is very limited. Like, people aren't even playing 4-3 suited from the cutoff very often.
Right.
Yeah, I've actually been pretty impressed with these players. You know, like some of the VIPs out here, they don't play professionally, but they've improved like from series to series, and I see it. So, I mean, like you've been saying, it's sometimes just iterating, watching other people play, copying some of the things they do, and learning from it that way. The field is just leveling out over time, even though sure these guys study all the solvers all the time, but you can't expect the other guys never to improve.
You know what the other thing is, Randy? Especially when you get enough of these invitational-only types of events, right? Some bonds are formed.
Yeah.
Between, either side of the aisle, so to speak, the pros and the VIPs, and guys begin to talk strat, and you look at the likes of Talal Shakurchi, incredibly successful in business, very competitive, loves the challenge, comes in, Orpin Kisachikolu, also one of these guys who makes friends with the pros, not in a solicitous way, right? But just kind of invariably the product of hanging out in the same room for a couple of weeks at a time, doing battle, and just kind of having that mutual admiration and respect. And then eventually you get to a place where maybe a guy's comfortable enough to talk poker with you a little bit and help you improve your game.
Yeah, for sure. It's not like they're giving you full-on coaching, but, some questions here and there.
Sure.
Like, no reason not to, help them out a bit. Get an invitation back, into some of these special spots that you never get to play.
Raccoon being helped out more than a little bit by these two aces up front.
Let's see.
Bonomo defends the 5-6 and flops himself a gutty with the 5 of clubs working.
Yeah, 5 of clubs definitely important. Some people might not check call flops if they don't have that little backdoor action going on. Raccoon. 2 big blinds. Let's see, is 6-5 enough here for him to check call? Looks like it is.
Sizing stays flat from pre to post. Now the 5-6, despite picking up the flush draw, does have the issue of if the 7 comes in, 10x downs it.
Very good point. In this exact scenario, though, the 9 of clubs actually pretty good from Bonomo because there's a reasonable chance that Rob Kuhn will not want to bet, but actually a lead, 25K. This is a card that improves that check calling range from the big blind against an under the gun open. So Rob Kuhn here is, he can't really just blast it all in there with, like, just say a naked jack. But he's just going to rip it in aces. Just like, if you got me, so be it. But let me protect that pot. I don't want to see a club. Don't want to see a queen, a 10, a 7.
Obviously, they're playing the 175 effective for Bonomo, but yeah, Kuhn had decided he'd seen enough as the board was
I like that,
damp.
Though. Some people just call there and get some dirty card comes out, they bet out, end up losing the pot. It's cool to see the different styles.
Yeah, there's not any fear in that seat there of having to go back to the reg desk and get
comfy.
another bullet going, as we see Toon Mulder, 5-6 of his own, going to slide in on the button after Kyrenia Gavrilovic in the hijack limped the 2 9s. And Son, the real deal from the small, jamming. And McDaniel's queen 10.
Yeah. That's a lot of limping from some multiple different players now with this strategy. But 2 9s here, I think it's just too strong to be laying this one down. 25 big blind jam. Sure, you've only put in 1. But you might expect, let's just say, the small blind and Son, if you had like big premium pocket pair like queens plus, kings aces, not to jam. Discount some of these hands that have you crushed. You know, he maybe and Son will jam here with 2 8s, 2 7s. I can see it. This makes sense. Fair fight.
Not going to go so far as to say he trapped himself, but had Gavrilovic opened and then faced this jam, maybe the 9s feel differently? Not sure. Unclear.
He probably feels better as played than if he raised and got jammed on. But who knows?
Does have the best of it by about 10%, and now way more than that, as he makes a set of 9s. And Son thought he liked the flop with top pair, but now could draw dead, barring improvements on the turn. Queen of diamonds not going to be the one, as Hossein wraps the table and will send the rest of his stack over to Gavrilovic.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Giving us one last look at those smiling eyes.
Yeah, graceful. Played well. Sure, he's going to play some more events this week.
He might be playing this one some more. Registration still open through the first 10 levels.
There we go.
Try again.
Running into Patrick Antonius earlier today after the event
That's good.
was already underway, and he mentioned that he's going to take his time before sliding in.
What's the first question? Try again.
Dustin McDaniel looks like a guy who you could count on to like grab a welder's torch and conduct a repair to some sort of vehicle in a Mad Max Thunderdome situation. You know what I mean? We're like, we're broken down, Dustin. You got to fix this thing. He's like, I got it. Just throws the mask down and just, you know, all of a sudden you're back on the road. It's just that steampunk kind of vibe.
He does got that vibe. I see it. During his downtime, he's playing some cards.
No, man, during the downtimes, this guy's, he's doing iron work.
Iron work.
I don't know what it is. It just, you see it, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I like it. You know, it's like, it doesn't got the classic poker look.
Back over to the pastures of Toon Mulder.
Limpy button.
It's been kind of limpy out here.
A little limpy. What do you think, Dustin? We going limpy? We are.
Haven't seen McDaniel involved in many pots. I can't even recall one at present.
Well, sometimes you get a little card dead.
It's true.
Happens.
Not a criticism.
What about you, Santosh? You got Queen 6 of hearts. 12 big blinds back. Oh, the time card. Not the auto check with this hand. This is... Did you really limp the button with a big hand against me? Would you really try and trap me?
Would you really use the time card and then check back is probably the better question, isn't it?
Well, you see it happen, though. But this is some pretty good awareness for him to even consider it.
Wow, he did end up checking back. I wonder whether or not one can leverage use of the time card in that spot, despite not putting in the raise, as maybe throwing some people off and making them wonder if you don't have a big hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it is it would strike me as some kind of hand that has the chance of jamming, but is kind of, I don't know, some ace rag or something.
Yeah, maybe it's not the aces and the kings
or some
of the
kind
world,
of
but,
Broadway.
you know,
Yeah.
As it stands, it is top pair as it gets checked around, and it is a gut shot straight draw to boot after the 4 rolls off on the turn. Real stranglehold on this one for Suvarna.
Dustin thinking here. He's going to check. 6 is a great card for Santosh to hold, because in case his opponent's holding some ace-x, drop a 3. Straight on straight action could happen, but looks like it should be just 1 bet done.
Sure enough, 29,000, and he will take it down.
Just maybe I've seen him wrong.
I've got it.
Hit me.
Matrix. 5.
Matrix 5.
Right. Kind of a post-apocalyptic future thing. And then we're in one of those ships. And
Yeah,
then
where's
like the Sentinels are on our tail. And then we're like, yo, we need an exit. And McDaniel's just at the computer terminal. And he's like, I got you. And he's just hacking away at the keyboard. And then somehow we escape because he recoded the Matrix or something.
And do they play
I don't
poker on their
even use
downtime?
hallucinogens, Randy. This stuff comes to me organically.
I know. You know how we said like one of us was going down next? You already got some little problem. I think it's me.
Like, imagine if you just slipped me a little mushroom or something. Crazy things would come out of my mouth. I'm just saying.
Let me know if that ever happens. I would like to just be there to witness the
No, you
garbage
wouldn't.
coming out of your mouth.
Are you kidding me? That'd be terrifying.
Hello, Artur Martirosyan.
Yeah. There's a
Gucci
familiar
hat.
face on the circuit.
Signature hat for him.
Yeah, that is. I think it's the dueling Gucci tiger hat, right? Promptly wakes up to a king-queen. That's always weird to me. The guy hasn't even unracked his chips, and he's putting in a raise on his first hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a real holding. That's just my read. Nicky P on his left. And McDaniel lays down the ace-9 on the button, leaving Santosh Suvarna to mull over an ace-7 in the small.
Santosh has jammed a7 offsuit against the guy still unracking his million chips from the small blind against under the gun.
Obviously, he's a non-believer, and he's willing to risk his tournament life.
Yeah, it's just something about the way he unracked his chips. It was like, yeah, I raise.
Something about the way he unracked all those chips, as it's only now dawning on me that he's got a million of them.
Well, they're going to run it. King, queen, ace, 7 to these positions.
Ready to gamble for 15, 16% of his stack is Martirosyan with Suvarna, who's looking for a spin here.
Decent spot here for ace 7, finding an opportunity.
Yeah.
58%.
Just shy of a 3-2 favorite,
Uh-oh.
but now 2 overs and an open ender are what he's going to need to fade. And you can see with 2 to come on that board, Martirosyan is a 2% favorite. Turn card pairs the board as Suvarna hops back into the favorite seat in this 338K pot. Can he hold? No, the 9 of clubs, giving Martirosyan the straight and sending Suvarna in search of reinforcements.
Okay, so he's got more chips to rack next time. Next time you see me unracking chips, don't mess with me. I'll call you king, queen.
Yeah, let that be a lesson to you guys. That's what Martirosyan's saying. Artur picking up roughly 160 plus from Suvarna there in total with the pot. Did finish second out in Vietnam in the 50K Turbo. No Limit, I believe that's the event that Jason Kuhn won his 5th title in.
You're most likely correct. Is it one of the latter numbers? And it would be.
I want to say it was.
Jason Kuhn did win like a one-day event, I believe.
Yeah, 50K Turbo was a one-day. Martirosyan yet to pick up a Triton title, by the way. Just 4 cashes over the course of his career, several attempts. under his belt, dating all the way back to our Cyprus warm-up event in 2022, where he pitched a goose egg. Same story in Madrid. Broke the seal at our official Cyprus event toward the end of the year, and then picked up a couple of cashes in Vietnam. As he's back here and back involved with Jack 8 against 10-8. He had Mulder dominated, but Triton flops top pair here on the 10-6 deuce rainbow board. Action checked over to him.
Well, let's see what he decides to do. Looks like some kind of bet incoming. 15K, 1.5 big blinds. I don't know, I just feel like I'd be worried betting into this guy. He doesn't look like a man who would check raise you just with random cards. He's going to lay this one down, but Archer kind of intimidates me.
He's got table presence, no
Yeah.
question about it. Mulder's not exactly diminutive, Randy. I mean, they build them bigger out in Holland.
I see.
Don't need it. I don't need it. No, you can just do it.
Is that Nikki P?
Indeed.
Hello. Remember he had that dry spell, but then he got picked up his first... Was it final table on his first cash? I can't remember, but I know he got a deep run over in Vietnam. Happy to see him break that one.
Yeah, Petrangelo definitely was a storyline for quite some
4
time.
cashes in Vietnam. Look at that. He couldn't cash anything. Vietnam, though, 5th, a 22nd, a 12th, and a 7th. So 2 final tables. 7th place in the 100K main.
When it rains, it pours, in a good way.
He's going to keep running it up, I think, in the Cyprus stop. Same story's been told, you know, for some of our other players who had some dry spells but then started to crush, like Seth Davies, for example.
Those 2 stories specifically in Petrangelo and Davies were the ones that really were tough to get your head around.
Mm-hmm. I think Watson actually had a dry spell. Maybe you might have not noticed, but he had a dry spell before you came on for commentary and then started to get some results too. Regardless, this hand's going to be quite interesting. Toon Mulder, pocket 7s. Dustin McDaniel has ace-queen flat calls.
Now the 3-bet from Gavrilovic's 2 kings is it'll come back around 4x'd to Mulder. And when you get 4x'd as the under-the-gun raiser, you do have to give some credit, though could look a little squeezy out of Genya given McDaniel's flat in between.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes it makes people kind of attack it a bit more, try to put some defense. 2 7s out of position, not great too. Whereas, say you want to kind of defend with these pocket pairs, usually you want to be in position. Out of position actually makes you kind of put yourself in a situation of jamming or folding a bit more. So it might be a little excessive. Let's see, 47 big blinds to start the hand. You see him cutting out some chips, but it looks like flopping. Taking a flop. Ace queen. Interesting, actually.
Well, I mean, obviously the flat from Mulder is nice in terms of price laid.
Yes,
to
correct.
continue.
I don't think he should expect Toon Mulder to have his ace queen beat, given he just called the squeeze. I think he's actually thinking about...
I think he's thinking about a 4-bet?
All plays, I think, are crossing his mind right now. Just depends on how strong he thinks the button is squeezing here. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't blame him. Like what, he's playing a 32 big blind stack, expecting people to squeeze him out in the middle.
So unfortunate that he has run into top of range for Gavrilovic here as he jams the 329K.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we know he's going to get it in bad, but I actually, as played, flatting an ace queen, I feel like if he
You get it.
If he was to fold this, it'd be too big of a hand to fold in this spot.
And you don't think flatting was
Flatting is maybe okay, but the thing is, I think he's just crushing Toon Mulder's range that he can just kick him out and maybe just take it down pre-flop. Regardless, we're going to run it.
Indeed.
Ace out there, please.
So we're going to play a
queens.
huge 763,000 chip pot here. Bloated courtesy of Dustin McDaniel. who flatted the open and then came in with the 4-bet. Does draw live against the kings, but does not draw well on this flop. 6-5 Trey, spadeless, is McDaniel.
Blank.
Turn card, not the paint he sought, as he begins to scoot back and wonder if this isn't the end of this bullet. Can he connect? No. Ace not available. Queen wouldn't have worked either.
No. GG.
GG indeed.
Played his game, took a spot.
Gavrilovic, Randy, has just been a suction cup.
Took out Insan, pocket
for
nines
chips.
against Ace
Yeah,
King.
claiming
Took out
pelts and
McDaniel.
stacks.
Doing his thing. Moves him up to second place, right behind Dao Min Fu.
See whether or not he's feeling swaggy enough to get involved with the 6-4 suited here. Cut off.
Gonna limp the cutoff.
It's always so disarming, I feel like, when guys limp in a situation where you just expect that with such frequency they should be just opening.
Yeah, especially when they got
raising.
these big stacks. And you know, it's cool to see how the new strategies these guys are coming into tournaments.
Yeah. Mulder checking back the ace-10, flops a Broadway gutty, and checks it over to Genya, who's got bottom pair, backdoor diamonds, and the best of it.
Yeah, for him to check back this ace-10 from the big blind, it means he understands this guy's range is pretty well balanced to have hands that could be very strong. 2-pair, 6-4. It's unexpected 2-pair, right? You're not going to expect this 4 to hit the cutoff who check back to flop. Ace-10 actually might stab. He might put his opponent on some kind of weak holding. Checks for now.
Lack of a spade.
With a spade, I think he most definitely would bet. Just having that extra backup.
Don't believe Genya's acted yet. We do know that Mulder did check. We saw it.
20K bet, it seems.
There it is. So it's back on tune.
I feel like if Tune's going to continue here, it would be in the form of a check raise. Well, did he just call? Oh, yeah, he did call. Let's see.
Kind of interesting. Oh, it's 4 is full. Runner for Genya. What a time to limp.
I suppose Tune Mulder must be putting his opponent on some Jack 10s, 10-9s that maybe took a stab.
Yeah, trying to get his head around what the limping range from the cutoff is.
Yeah, and you know, like it's a play that definitely happens nowadays, but it's probably something that someone hasn't put in all of their studying into, right? Like trying to figure out these ranges, because everyone's kind of got a little bit different strategy of these limping ranges, especially 6-4 suited. I don't think this is a standard cutoff limp by any means. Note the sizing here. You know, it's just because he's made a big hand doesn't go for like some huge bet. He's targeting these queen X's, most likely hand to be able to pay off.
And ace high finds the muck.
Good stuff.
Well, players are making their way toward the exits as a break is upon us. Blinds will be headed to 6 and 12,000 as Gavrilovic is up and over 100 big blinds, 1.3 million in total. Good for second in chips overall as it stands. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And as we welcome you back to the break desk, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, the man who is first in chips overall, none other than the first-timer from back in Vietnam, the local hero who claimed a title, Dao Min Fu. Randy elsewhere in the room sitting on 1.35 roughly, but how about Gavrilovic? What a frame for him.
Yeah, no, that was a very nice frame for Gavrilovic. Like, he's just been, he's kind of got his own strategy too, right? He's got this kind of limping game that, you know, in the cutoff 6-4 suited, for example, we saw him limp pocket nines, knocked out in Son with against Ace King. You know, definitely is a man of a game plan. I've never seen him play before. I've been pretty impressed. You know, most of the guys that come out of Belarus are just completely strong players. He's probably just one of those big crushers we just don't know about, and is making a name for himself in this event #1 at the Triton Northern Cyprus.
Now, are you just saying that most of the players from Belarus are amazing because Mikita Badziakuski is as decorated as he is, and so everybody gets the Bads effect?
I mean, like, look, of course, most people know Bads as being, like, kind of like the strongest player from Belarus just because he plays all these big tournaments. But
he's one of the strongest players on tour, to be fair.
You know, most certainly, yeah. And, you know, I've had my time when I played online, but there were a lot of people who were from Belarus, and they were all extremely technical, very strong players. You know, I wasn't, like, confident playing against them. You always look at the big cash games out there, and there's always a Belarus flag out there. And so... And I wouldn't surprise me if this guy is one of those crushers. I don't know. Maybe he's just a tournament player, but it's cool to see these new names just make a name for himself right now.
Other new names, new name, to be specific, maybe less technical, that of Raccoon. Rob Kuhn, to be specific, playing under the Stars and Stripes, U.S. player, first time here at a Triton event. We saw him do some really nifty things.
Yeah, most notably the Jack-6 offsuit against Barack Wizbrod, right? Like, he checked raised Queen 9-8, Jack-6, not much of a hand. Turn was an ace, huge bet, right? He made a big play. We saw him splash around. He's not scared. He's playing as well as I've seen. I've never watched him play, but, you know, he's a guy who found an opportunity to come out to Cyprus for a Triton event. Everyone dreams to play these big stars event, and, you know, he did his homework and did his work to get in. Winning that qualifier to get over here. I'm happy to see him play. He's playing well. I think he can hang with these boys.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And as we take a look at the Triton Poker Plus here app here, the leaders currently with 71 players remaining of 146 entries. Looking past the top two, we have Robert Heidorn. I believe we're staring at yet another first-timer, and there you see it, playing under the German flag. The Germans obviously have been a part of the high-stakes community for quite some time. And then you have the American Brian Kim in fourth. Brian, a tremendous talent. Really just a pleasure to have on tour. Looking back down as we round out the top 10, the man who for quite some time was up at the top of the leaderboard, still persisting with a big stack in Roman Samoilev. We didn't get a chance to see him, obviously, in this last frame. Ben Heath and Nicholas Schwede rounding things out. We're going to have a chance, by the way, to see the man in eighth, Igor Yaroshevsky. He's got 86 big blinds. Although I don't know whether or not we're going to keep that table or not, TBD. We are, by the way, going to be splicing our delay a little bit here in the interest of reducing the overall break time for those of you who are streaming us live right now on the Triton Poker Plus app or YouTube, wherever it is that you're consuming our content. So you're not going to want to step away for far too long, as Randy and I will be sending it to a break, a very abbreviated one, albeit stay close. Continuing coverage of event #1, the GG Super Millions, is going to come your way in just a few minutes.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Well, a warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa's day one coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Northern Cyprus. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Randy, we have officially reached one of my favorite stages in a tournament. Late Reg has closed. You lose your chips now, you are out. We're down to the business stage of this day one. And you know, we talk about dynamics in different parts of the tournament. This is a pretty significant one in terms of players maybe taking, you know, a bit more of a gambly line both pre and post. Now no longer the case, given that if they lose their chips, they're out of the tournament, no re-entry.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You know, like there are players who are known to just kind of splash around a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe like they just busted stack. They're sitting on like 20-something big blinds. Like it's a spot where maybe they could just call, but then they just choose to reshove and hopefully take it down. And these spots are no longer possible now that registration is closed. I guess you would expect the short stack to maybe play a little bit tighter in general if you want to put a little bit of adjustment in there. But regardless, people are going to be playing whatever they perceive as the most plus EV decision throughout this tournament remaining.
Well, I'm really looking forward to it because there are a flurry of short stacks out there. Going to need to get it in sooner rather than later with the 40-minute clock. If we jump into the Triton Poker Plus app, we do have 2 new fresh feature tables. The blue table featuring Polikovs and maybe, just maybe one of my favorite people to do commentary on, Patrick Antonius. Not in terms of flair or anything like that, but in terms of bluff catching. This man just has such a feel for the game, Randy. When you think of years of live experience, I love seeing Antonius put to the test with a bluff catcher, and more often than not, it ends up in him just making epic hero calls. A bit shorter now. He does have several big stacks at the table to compete with. Robert Hydon's currently sat 3rd in chips with over 100 big blinds. Obviously, Jaffe, Barbero, and Uwe also in the mix on the blue table. The red table with some names that I don't recognize. We got Surigaz. Obviously, we know Chidwick, Kim, Smith, but we also got Barsagian and Vezhenkov, who we've seen at future Triton stops, is currently the man from Vietnam who took down the 50K, Mr. Dao Minfu, who had such, I mean, arguably one of the highest levels of support that I'd seen in both our Twitch and YouTube chat. Here, leading the pack with late reg closed. Bit of a wild card. We don't know too much about Dao, obviously, apart from his stint in Vietnam, but showing us that he's not a one-trick pony.
No, he's no one-trick pony, of course. He got the poker bug after getting that Triton trophy, came out all the way to Cyprus, brought some more Vietnamese buddies down here to play some of these events, and they've been holding their own, making their stances. And, you know, really, he's going to play the game that works for him. It's clearly working. He's held the chip lead for a good portion of this tournament so far. Definitely could be continuing.
Well, we're about to throw it down to the main feature tables. Obviously, with late reg close, we can now confirm that first prize is going to be $918,000 here in Cyprus as we throw it down to the main stage with Robert Hydon leading the pack with quite an overwhelming chip lead at this feature table. Polikov sat in second with 56 bigs, Nacho Barbero 47 bigs, Anson Uwe with 45, Jonathan Jaffe 38, Zia Jiang with 21 bigs, and Patrick Antonius looking to spin the wheel with his 15 big blinds.
155 entries? Gosh, that's a lot of entries,
Oh, yeah.
Henry. I knew this was going to be a big series for the number 1.
Yeah, pretty absurd how we just seem to be going from strength to strength at these Triton Super High Roller Series here. 155 runners in a live 25K.
Well, Anson, you here, 3-betting ace-king. Jaffe just got ace-8 offsuit. Hijack versus small blind. Ace-8 normally will be folding here, but if you are going to put some action in, this would be a form of 4-bet, but I think fold is standard.
So 3-bet, taking it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some fresh faces here at these feature tables. 2 weeks
Hey, Dan.
in Poker Paradise, the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa in northern Cyprus. High stakes poker is alive and well, Randy.
Now I'm waiting in anticipation.
It could be forever, and yeah.
Well, I don't already have forever.
Fair
so,
enough.
Now that you've,
Then the apology will prove unnecessary. It might just be that I've prophesized some aces versus kings or something. That might be what it was.
Is mine right?
Yeah. Re-entry's done.
Hello, Nacho. Jack 10
Year
suited.
Of Barbero. What a year it's been.
I know, right? Those 2 big finishes, obviously 1 trophy. Last Triton stop. Ace 4. See how Patrick approaches this one.
Cut off open. Few options on the table. All of them viable. Jam, pill, fold. It's going to come with call.
Yeah, I think fold would have been the last option of the choices.
Wow.
Flopped it.
Did he just call for a jack?
I
and then-
thought he said jack. Interesting, because I had decent stack to play for still. Okay.
Oh, not straight for Barbaro.
Small bet incoming, maybe? Your opponent's stack size is quite shallow.
You fall? Good fall, but
Show it.
You don't see the RFID cards, right?
Well, they must. I
Yeah,
assume they
that's
are.
why I asked. You said yes.
it's so good, man.
It's a trap. Yeah.
True Barbaro with just shy of 9 million.
I trapped
Tournament
I trapped
earnings.
before and I get 2 out. I don't trap anymore in the whole day. Done.
How much did he win this last try and stop for that trophy? Do you remember? Let me see. Well, I can click his name, right?
Took home 1,060,000. First place finish.
600K.
Second place finish.
Just 2 cashes, but first and second in Vietnam.
Pretty good trip when you go home with 7 figures. Number 1 on Argentina's all-time money list.
He's good.
It's the Nacho Barbaro.
Let's don't talk about Luna, right? Please.
We still talking about that stuff? How long ago was that?
Listen, man, some of us struggled.
Still got some pain.
To the outside the table?
Shout
but
out
we.
Patrick and Tonis and Espen Jorstad.
Yeah, La Luna.
My neighbor too.
Love
It's a
to
popular
see
dog name.
the support over on our YouTube channel. Up to 885 likes. Would love to cross
Yeah, let's
that
finish somewhere. We need
1,000
to
like target. Take a couple of seconds out of your day. Click that like button, help support the stream,
don't worry, it's fine.
help us reach a wider audience, and obviously help us on our journey, on our mission to broadcast high roller tournaments to the world. Not only tournaments, cash games as well. Free of charge, year round.
Someone asked.
I mean, more than you could possibly imagine. Goddamned YouTube algorithm.
Well, 3x in position, quick takedown, Panakovs.
I'm gonna follow you.
On the over 130, 140 mark.
Good number.
Kiat Lee jumping into seat 2. Versing just a 12 big blind stack. Another shorty. Going to be looking to get busy sooner rather than later. 21 places paid. Oh, I do apologise. 23 places paid in cash of 45,800. GG Super Millions Live Edition. Nacho Barbaro in the mix with another legit hand. 26k to go from +1. It's like 555 saying, what's up, Randy? What's up, Henry? GG's. I'm going to smash that like button. Do appreciate
Thank you.
the support, dude.
You the man.
Or do that.
King Jack, small blind. It is small blind versus undergun +1, so wouldn't fault him if he wants to play a passive line here. Will be in the form of a call.
Yeah, Rob obviously covering. Gets to maybe push Nacho around post flop. Opens the door for Jaffe to defend his big with the suited 2-gapper. We head to the King 9-6, 2 diamonds. Rob flopping top pair. Nacho with the nut flush draw. Jonathan with an inside straight draw. Well, something for everyone. And the K in the middle. Action on Barbaro.
Continuation bet incoming. $45K, a pot.
And already 45k into the field makes it incredibly awkward. Hide on. Won't be going anywhere just yet with his top pair, King of Diamonds in hand as well. But just this C-bet alone, Barbero is sending a message that, hey, listen, pal, we may be playing a big pot here, although that Queen of Spades, Randy, giving Nacho the nut second pair may slow things down.
Yeah, give him some more outs, of course. Like he overtakes like the 10s and jacks that decide to play it slow pre-flop given how deep they were. Small blind versus I'm gonna +1. I'm curious to see how he approaches this one. I think check is usually the norm here, given the showdown value you got. Disguised diamonds. Unless he really thinks he can muscle like a King X out of there. Possible, given the stacks.
Pretty awkward spot given how deep Nacho is. Be a disaster rather to get check jammed on.
Yeah, possible, right? Like a King Queen that is getting quite connected. Jack 10 would be pretty bad for him. So that's why I'd say check is pretty standard for the turn.
So Barbero breaking his nut flush draw.
Yeah, the turn tank check is probably concerning for Robert. Is it like one of those, should I multi-barrel spots? Or is it one of those, like, I've got a ace-king that's not sure if he should bet? I'm curious to see how he approaches this. I think he would expect king-queen to always bet this turn, so not worried about that. Smallish.
55K.
Third pot. Let's see, so for Nacho, he's got a bluff catcher, but holding the ace of diamonds, blocking some of those hands you're trying to pick off. Right, like the ace 10 of diamonds, the ace 5 of diamonds. Things that could flat the small blind against early position raise. Check call flop might feel necessary to bet. So given that you're blocking those hands, it makes you want to lean towards fold a lot more.
Yeah, I agree. Also blocking hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10. I'm blocking. Jack 8 does make the call and Hydon wins a sizable one, 290K pot. And with that pot, now finds himself as tournament chip leader. He's still a long old way to go before we can start dreaming of the 918,000 up top, but Hydon in great position to run this table over now. 158 runners. There's 25K. Total prize pool of 3.95 million.
Well, he's got just above 11 big blinds, king jack, and a cutoff. See these chips just moving in, looking to take it down pre-flop. Looks like he just open raise.
Yeah, Patrick realizing that you can have raise folds from the cutoff.
Oh, for sure.
Also a nice hand in terms of what a big blind defending range looks like. Gonna have the big blind dominated a ton of the time.
Yeah, he's gonna want to like min raise off this stack when he's got like, wow, did Jaffe just pick up on this and jam queen 8 suited? Like, so Jaffe's read here is that his opponent should be jamming a lot with this stack size in the cutoff, and that if he's min raising here, it's like a mix of aces and kings, and like these kind of holdings are going to raise fold. And he just gets it in still. King Jack, that is a man of a plan. Wow.
Patrick inducing the jam from Jaffe, calling it off. His final 12 big blinds. Well, comes up short on the 9-8-3. Jaffe connecting with middle pair. Patrick with the 2 overs and running backdoors. As the Queen of Clubs now gives Patrick a gut shot and a flush draw with 1 to come. And there it is, deuce of clubs on the river. Patrick Antonius, ladies and gentlemen, doubling up to 25 big blinds.
From 6 out to how many out?
Here we go.
Nicely played, actually, from both players. Jonathan Jaffe recognizing that he wasn't up against one of those premiums, but Patrick saying, sure, but I'm still going to call the jam, just creating opportunities. And very good awareness from Patrick there. Nicely done.
It's like Catley. And you and Barbero having some fun down that end of the table? Honestly, I could commentate on Patrick Antonius playing poker all day. I have commentated on him playing poker before.
For you, yeah, we make an exception, buddy. Hey, for him, yes.
Okay.
You're special.
Why? Because fish?
Especially fish.
Any reason why only him?
Only him.
Barbero needs to be careful.
I'm on board. I bet.
Malaysian contingent not to be messed with.
Nope.
I say I quit. I lose too much. But
You bet who? Inter?
Internazionale. You?
I don't know. I watch
You watch, yeah.
and decide.
But Leao, I don't. He's not playing, so I like. But I bet minus 0.25.
0.25? What's the odd? 90 something?
2.1.
Round to Jaffe. After doubling up Patrick Antonius. Gonna look to recoup some of his losses on the button. Suited 10x.
Got some tough blinds behind him. 1 down. Nah, that's a tough big blind to beat. 2 aces. Extremely strong player. I'm actually curious to see how he approaches this pre-flop. I like this call. Like, your opponent's playing a shallowish stack.
Very nonchalantly just throwing in
Yeah.
25k chip, and Jaffe's quarter piece. It's a sizable one as well. Middle pair on the Jack 10 deuce rainbow. 70k in the middle. SPR of 3.
Jaffe got a reasonable holding where, you know, he could mix in some checks here with a pair of 10s. Got that stack size. He's not really looking to get in chips on the flop.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn after a check through.
So check through makes the Jack X unlikely for Jaffe. Barbero bets here, targeting that 10x. Could represent a lot of draws in the form of straight draws and diamonds. Just depends on how often he thinks his opponent is delay c-betting. He thinks it's likely some kind of showdown value, hence the bet.
Just shy of half pot. I don't think Jonathan's going to be going anywhere just yet.
Nope.
Diamond draw, unblocking all of the straight draws as well.
Yeah, and deuce not particularly a scary card usually, right? Like you're only worried about the ace deuce. Maybe some king deuce suited. Here's the call.
Well, that makes things interesting because if Jaffe was getting sticky on the turn on this run out, with diamonds bricking, less likely that Nacho had a jack.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of sizing Nacho goes here. Targeting that 10x. Maybe even some pocket pairs lower than 10 occasionally.
Yeah, some ace size as well.
Yeah, sure, for sure. You know, like the ace-x of diamonds. Some ace queens, ace kings possible. Although he has 2 aces blocking those hands a bit more. All in.
I tell you what, that is a gangster jam. I'm a big fan of this. Barbero just knows exactly where he's at here.
Yeah, the fact that Jaffe checked the flop with this stack size is so unlikely he's up against a Jack X that he can safely value bet this. He's not worried about a deuce opening the button off of 20 blinds, and he's blocking the ace deuce that would potentially. Jaffe knows that. So right now Jaffe's like, okay, you know that when I check back the flop, I don't got a jack. You're still betting into me. If you're trying to bluff me off of hand, you would need to go huge. Something like this. Potentially outlevel himself into a call here.
Yeah, well, his hand looks like you mentioned some of the smaller pairs, ace highs, 10x. Barbero has one sizing, and that's polar. See if Jaffe can sniff this one out. He is facing an overbet jam on the river for his tournament life.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to use the 6 somehow as well, the 6 does not block any of those bluffs. Would make you lean towards call a little bit more, right? No diamond in your hand, no 8, 9, queen, blocking straight draws. So if there's a candidate to hero call, 10-6 would be up there for sure. Really just a poker game here. Is do you got or not? What sizing would you use?
This slow play has worked out perfectly for Barbero.
Yeah, if he had 3-bet any sizing pre-flop, would not have gotten any extra action.
When the trapping works out perfectly. Jonathan Jaffe deep in the tank for his tournament life in event number 1. This Triton Super High Roller Series. 25k GG Super Millions. See if he can get away from this.
I mean, there's a reasonable amount of hands that Jaffe does lose to. Does make the call, he's out.
He is indeed. Flicks in the chips, tables the 10-6, and gets shown the 2 black aces. And with that, Barbero not only eliminating a
Didn't get a chance
tough
to
opponent,
do the thing. I apologize.
Jonathan Jaffe picking up a nice pot. Now finds himself up north of 700k.
See ya.
GG's, JJ. We'll be seeing plenty more of Jonathan throughout this series. Trapping working out perfectly there. The Barbero as we switch over to the red feature table. Artem Rozhenkov now. Popping things up. King, Queen of Clubs. Some fresh faces. Stephen Chidwick. Number 1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard coming into this season finale series.
Currently got about 650 point lead on the field. Ryan Kim, pocket jacks. Reasonable spot for him to put in a 3-bet here. Facing a 35 big blind stack. Got position. Want to extract value. 90k. A little bit bigger. Could be stylistic, of course. And the bigger sizings actually make the defender here, the King, Queen of Clubs, you know, put into a situation where maybe they jam a little bit more often than calling. Still going to call.
Queen suited in position, but note the SPR. Less than 2 in this 3-bet pot. Ryan Kim back here in Cyprus for his second series as the board comes. King, 9, 6, Rainbow, and disaster ahead for the American.
Yeah, outflopped here. But you know, 2 jacks still tends to fare pretty well, even on a king high board with these stack sizes in the situation, as ace kings would jam it in on you pre-flop. King jack you block, so really if you're up against a king, it's king queen exactly. In this spot he does have king queen, but I don't blame him for betting here, and it wouldn't surprise me if he happens to put in more chips on a further street as well, given the hand combos he's up against.
43,000 chip C bet. from Brian, just north of 20% pot.
Expecting a lot of calls here.
SPR less than one going to this turn card. Jack of clubs for a sweat dealer. And the 4 of spades. It's all of the obvious flop draws. Although you could probably remove a decent amount of them from Artem's range, given that this was a +2 open and a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, it actually
like
is a
7-8, 10-8, 10-7.
big blind 3-bet too. Brian Kim gonna slow down. Of course, Artem's mainly afraid of giving free card to an ace. And if he's gonna bet here, I imagine he's gonna size down quite a bit. Unless he's gonna try to jam this. Trying to think. Try to rep like a broadways with spades. I guess that's possible. But I would generally expect like a smaller bet here. From King Queen. Trying not to get those jacks and 10s to hero fold. Did you check it back, or he did check it back?
The 3rd spade rolling off. Turn obviously going check, check. If Brian comes with some form of blockish sizing.
Yeah, so I definitely can see like some kind of like, you know, 10-15% pot bet is possible. I could see some checks as well. Kind of depends how he plays the rest of his range too. It would appear to, as played, the way the hand is developing is that the jacks is often best. It's actually gone for about a 3rd pot. And for Artem, like, he's never folding. I suppose the question is there value in value jamming this? Depends on how he thinks ace, king, and aces would play here. If you're not sure, he probably just comes in for call.
Yeah, it'd be pretty thin for my liking, but they're sat out there, I'm in here.
Yeah.
Let's just make the call, and Brian maybe somewhat surprisingly getting shown a better hand, given the way the hand was played. And that bet on the river.
Если, короче, тайм заходит, у тебя она мертвая или у тебя забирает это?
Забирает.
Забирает просто это. Ну, карта стоит. Да. То есть пока у тебя есть эти штуки, да, ты их можешь как бы даже не класть, да? Они их автоматически сжигают.
Да, но напоминают.
Ну, понятно, понятно. Да, да, но я на всякий случай.
Event number 1, GG Super Millions Live Edition, 25k buy-in, 158 entries with 101 unique entries in this one, Randy. 67 re-entries, generating a prize pool of just shy of 4,918,000 USD, going to the eventual champion. Almost 40 buy-ins up top, and a live 25k. Pretty unheard of. At least heard of more frequently in 2023 is Artem, fresh off winning that 3-bet pot, looking to potentially tangle with his fellow countryman.
Yeah, ace-8 suited in position. Mixed strategy. Looks like folds the play.
Oh, Chidwick patched up. That's the first.
Brian Kim, solver special.
3-bet to 5-bet. You sick pup, Randy.
How about flat call? Okay, let's just avoid that situation altogether. Dan Smith, king deuce suited.
Continuing with the owl theme from Vietnam.
What is that? Is that an owl?
It is indeed an
Cowboy
owl with a
hat?
cowboy hat.
I like it.
I'm a fan. I believe it was Steve O'Dwyer that started the owl trend.
Okay, I did not know that.
You don't remember in Vietnam he had that little...
Yeah, I kind of remember he was talking about some trinket, right? Like that he got in Japan, I feel, but so far back to this hand. 2-10s fares best. Checks it back, understandable on this board texture against 2 opponents. Double gutter now. $87,000 in the middle. A lot to fight for if you're Dan Smith with just 12 big blinds, but the king deuce of diamonds not connected this board in any way, shape or form. Squad. Yeah.
Go for the delayed C bet.
I mean, seeing like both his opponents check around twice, you're going to expect the Queen X to definitely bet this turn. It's getting quite connected. Nicely done with the second pair.
I can ask for waiter.
For those of you just joining us, maybe stateside,
Yeah.
good morning. Day 1 coverage here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Kicking things off. A little teaser. 25k GG Super Millions live edition. 158 entries in this one, 23 places paid. That's the $4 million prize pool. It's Brian Kim, who's
keeps getting
rough
hands where
orbit.
he's got to get involved
Yeah.
with, like Jack 10 suited, Ace 5.
See if he can convert this one. It's going to be tough, given that he is dominated.
It's flatting here in position. Position always helps. Hard for a short stack to multi-barrel as much, since they've got a lot of important chips.
78k in the middle does come Ace 8-8, pretty much giving Sang the check mark by drawing 2 running straight cards and running 10s.
Too much pressure.
See how Tom wants to proceed on this.
Even I know.
Yeah, it depends on what he thinks of the dealer flatting range, how they're going to respond to some kind of bets. This is the type of board where you're going to expect the pre-flop raiser to bet. It does hit him more than you bet it is.
Like not professional? You look like professional, but then there's no level, you know, like range.
Low professional.
Low professional.
Low professional. Beginner professional.
I don't want to be professional. Same here. Small level, little. It's not my purpose. Correct?
So Ivan Briskin
I don't know.
joking around with Volgazang.
I don't want any professional, the Ukrainian player. First time at a Triton series. Good point. Fortunately, there's a lot of professionals in this field, so I have trouble finding one without.
And I'm saying it's afternoon in Chicago, Henry. Get it right, bro. Fair. Bear in mind, I am incredibly jet lagged, and I'm typically 14 hours ahead of America, and 12 hours ahead of Chicago. I do apologize, won't happen again.
Ace 8 of clubs.
Don't send any emails, okay?
Extremely skillful. Good luck.
Ace 8 of hearts, same hand. Can he get the same hand to fold?
Zeki open jamming.
12
Not early
blinds.
position.
Yeah, it's one of those. I guess. I call.
Same.
Snap. You just
Pretty
chop
much.
it up now, boys.
It's a relief, right? Ace 8 suited. Could easily be behind.
Listen, I don't think these guys come to High Roller Series to chop pots, okay?
So you're telling me 2 clubs, 2 hearts come in? At least one.
Let's get a free roll. If it's a 3-diamond board, I'm out of here.
Okay, see you, Henry. There's at least 2.
There's 2, but 1 heart.
Stick
Free
around.
roll for Artem.
5%.
Chop it up, gentlemen. 7 cards straight.
2 hearts.
Chop it up.
Usually professional room.
Ivan with the needles.
Thank you very much.
I don't think Zeki's in the mood.
It was nice when Monaco had a good team.
Flip it back. Dealer button open. David Yan.
Never?
Associate Jane.
85.
I was living so
Love
close when
this.
there was a goal. I would
From
hear it
Cecilia.
in my apartment.
The ace rag. Small against the button open.
I went to see the semi-finals of the Champions when Mbappe was playing for Monaco against Milan. He was like 19 or something.
But it's sick. When I was watching it on TV, I would hear the crowd roaring like 15 seconds before the
Ooh,
goal.
hand's not over.
So I knew when they scored before. You know.
Very rare you see 2 Kiwis playing against each other in the same
They're
hand in
tennis
Triton
guys, I
series.
get it.
Somehow have it happening. King deuce deuce, 2 clubs. Pre-flop aggressor, very dry board.
Where are you from?
Downside bet incoming, I'd imagine.
Oh,
King
super
deuce
pro.
deuces really just smashes that small
All the
blind
Bulgarians are super pro.
range.
Yeah, always. Many good players, man. Crazy. They're killing.
40K.
Yeah.
20%
really good
pot.
players.
Does this 20% pot maybe invite some floats from the backdoor spades? Apparently it does.
Ivan Kulev.
What?
Ivan Kulev.
Hello, backdoor spades.
You and who's
With that, potentially going
Coco
to
Jumbo.
see a slow down. I do apologize, Randy. I was going to correct you because the flags look very different. But they are both Kiwis.
It's just where it was centered. I know these 2 players,
Dude,
okay?
so
Jesus.
do I,
So the
but
whole
I
time
saw
you
the
were looking
flag.
whether to see it was an Australian flag or something?
Am I wrong? Do the flags look the same? Thank you.
Yeah, they do.
274.
One zoomed in, one zoomed out.
Listen, to me, they look like different flags.
Look at this. Associate Jang here. Multi-barreling half of her stack of ace-9 offsuit. Targeting middling pocket pairs.
She's going for it.
Really going for it.
It's got the heart. We've seen Cecilia in so many Triton series now. Had a couple of deep runs in Vietnam. Loves high-stakes poker.
With the hand David Yan's got right, he can't be folding now. Now he's picked up spades. One more call.
There might be a way for Jiang to win this one on non-spade rivers. 514,000 in the middle.
Very interesting pot here.
Look at this SPR of 0.25.
The big question for me, if I was associated right now, is why didn't David Yan just put me all in for my last 10 blinds on the turn if he was holding a king?
I don't think.
Take
Genius.
a bow. Take a bow. Xie Jiang, 3-betting from the small, barreling flop, turn, and now river.
It looks ambitious, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Like, if David Yan had, like, King Jack, he probably would just put her in for the rest of it, given how little chips are remaining. The fact that he's calling kind of looks like whether he's on like some ace high club draw, ace high spade draw, or like even like a queen X that got there. Queen jack of clubs. It looks very strong for her to still jam 128k into what the 500k in the middle. And the fact that he hasn't folded yet is impressive.
It is indeed.
And they're just chopping the pot up if he makes this call.
Yeah, and deep in the tank, as Randy mentioned, chopping with hands like ace-jack, ace-10, in this case ace-9, so maybe ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 of clubs. Really thinking this one through. Like, what hands go for these sizings across flop and turn?
Okay, so yeah, David Yan right now is trying to break down the bet size on turn. Does this reveal any more information? If she was holding like ace king, would she bet maybe, I don't know, smaller than what on turn, like 70k possibly? Aces. What sizing would those hands use? Would they sometime jam?
The fact that Yan has taken this long with this decision really just showcases the high level thinking going on with these players. 5-1 on a call, facing a 3-bet from the small blind. Bet flop, bet turn. Jiang has now jammed river.
I mean, how silly would you look? You call here and you see the king. You're like, why did I call? But then, like right now, he can win half the pot.
It's so awkward because some of the 3-bet bluffs, you know, the king jacks, king 10-Os, queen jack, queen 10.
I don't think he's up against queen X.
Exactly. You really need just here to have like jack 10, maybe 10-9.
Yes. Jack 10, I think, is a big candidate. Doesn't have jack or 10 in his hand, so technically he does nicely done from
Enjoy that
like
one, Jiang.
Deserves it.
Gets it through and is now playing a very comfortable 642,000.
Horse racing?
Just remains so composed.
She's
around
like
that tank.
having a side conversation, but she's like, I just made a sick bluff.
Is that what you're talking about? Shout out to one of our sponsors, of course, bookmaker.eu. $500 in cash bonuses right now. Bookmaker.eu has reduced juice, low bid, minus 108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. You can open a new account at bookmaker.eu. Up to $500 in cash bonuses with your first deposit.
I fold quads.
Good
I have deuces.
luck, ladies and gentlemen. Any of you
Thank you, because
betting on
it's
Champions League
the
or
record
anything like
between you
that?
and me is not so good right now, so I appreciate it.
Marcel over on YouTube saying absolutely amazing that people across the globe can enjoy this, be able to communicate all in the comfort of our homes. So I'm glad you are enjoying this high stakes poker content, Marcel. Shout out to all of you getting involved in the conversation, keeping myself and Randy company into the late levels of day one. As always, let us know where you're joining us from, who you're rooting for, who your favorite players to see on stage.
We know people are rooting for this guy who just 3-bet Jack 10 suited, 2.5x in position, undergun +1 versus 2.
Mr. Monaco himself.
Mr. Monaco.
If we both make final table.
Here's the finished player. Latvian.
Whoa, goal.
Awkward
Zero,
hand.
baby.
Not a great hand to take a 3-bet pot with, out of position.
Man, I only bet 5,000.
On the flip side, odds are kind of in his favor. 4-bet?
I mean,
Does he
clearly
ever like
knows-
just take a break?
Clearly knows that that hand from earlier on, where he got 5-bet jammed on, is doing the rounds on Twitter and Instagram. It's like, hang on, hold my beer. I need to regain some respect. Get my own little suited ace-X bluff through. As he clicks it back to 155. This is +2.
Hand's
Be
not over, is
+1.
it? Antonius. Suspicious. Taking a flop here. 4-bet pot. 20 big blinds remaining. Saw an ace.
Oh,
And I
boy.
saw a 10 and king and a queen to follow.
Can I see your chips, please?
Yes, you got. You can
On a
see all the
couple.
chips you want. Put in as many as you like, sir.
Asking for a count, or at least observing the stack of one of the true OGs of both online and live poker. Patrick Antonius flopping the nut straight on the ace, king, queen. Ponakovs does have to be somewhat concerned.
Yeah.
Antonius is trapping, obviously 3-betting from +2, then calling the 4-bet. So we're going to have like aces, maybe kings at some frequency. I think queens just find their way in the middle.
Yeah, but he could be up against even weaker hands in that, right? Like ace queen, you know, king queen. It's very possible hands. Ace jack, ace 10. And actually ace 7 is actually not doing too well
25?
with these positions. 25k. One of those, I maintain control of the hand. You know, still hopefully defining and you just laying it down. But he's not looking to commit the last 300k in there right now, I think. No flush draw out there.
I'm very confused, Randy. 25k into 350.
This is just a great call from Patrick. It's just, look, if this guy's got 2 pair, I'm going to get him anyways. Leave him roll.
Diamonds, giving Ponakovs the nut flush draw, and all of a sudden, Patrick's flopped 92% equity has shrunk down to 79. Ponakovs with 9 outs going to the river. 400k in the middle. What's the play here, Randy? I mean, it feels like all the options on the table.
When you bet 25k, it actually doesn't define your opponent's range that well, besides getting, come on, even mid-pocket pairs. I don't think they're 3-bet calling 4-bet, so it doesn't really define your opponent's range. And that's what Patrick has done well with the just calling there, not getting greedy and putting in some kind of raise, because being worried of a jack or 10. I think check is right for here. He could, if ace-7's ahead, it's against like king-jack suited, king-10, you know, those types of hands. Sizing's on point for Patrick right now. I think that if Patrick thought his opponent had ace-king or better, he wouldn't go for this 25k and check this turn, because it's quite a wet board, right? Like, you know, he doesn't want to see gut shot cards drop off.
I love
so
this.
The sizing makes a lot of sense, that he's also targeting these types of 1-ace type holdings.
Patrick Antonius. And any extras today, boys? The milkman with the nut straight on the flop, and now a 4-liner on board as the 10 of spades. Potential river action killing card.
Yeah, just a great card for Ponakovs here. And you know what? Ponakovs is actually thinking about pushing chips in himself, I feel. Like, for him not to check this. It's most certainly, there's no way this ace-7 suit is ever good. The problem is, can he represent a jack? And he's just ripped it in. He's just lost it all.
Snap call from Patrick. Max value for Mr. Monaco, up to 966,000 chips now.
He's too good.
One of my favorite players, as I mentioned, to call the action on. Flopping the joint in this 4-bet pot.
I used on river.
That was pretty interesting that Ponakovs decided to open rip that river 4-bet pot, jack X. Get some ace jack offsuit that side to 4-bet bluff.
On the river, I didn't use, but yeah, I
Two
did it on 2
jacks.
seconds, but I saw that.
I don't know. I'm not sure if 2 jacks would check call turn. Interesting. Great hand. Patrick just getting it done as usual.
Switching back to the red feature table.
What was the bet about that?
Ben Heath, by the way, making a bit of a surge on the outer tables, up to 1.4 million. Currently sat third in chips.
Standard.
Do apologize. Christoph Volgusak, also top 5.
Standard.
Stack.
What else would you like me to say to those words too?
After moderation, saying the top 10.
Standard.
My bike.
Brian Kim here has just pushed in small blind versus big blind against 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah.
Very shallow stacks. Effective, at least. And it's in a spot where maybe he has to call off here, 10-8 high.
He's thinking this one through.
Depends on how wide he thinks the small blind is jamming. This is pretty much just a pure math problem for him. Looks like he's reaching for a mucking situation. Yeah, he's out. Nope. He's sad. He's like, wait a second. What if you got like 8-9? But it's just too weak.
Yeah, 6-5 suited. Some
It hurts
suited
though.
connectors for sure.
It hurts because you actually could be ahead. That's the thing.
We give it an orbit to find the spot. It's the Dan Smith, one of the most entertaining tournament players in poker history.
Poker history.
Poker history, man. I mean, this guy has done it all. Love to see him back.
It is a squeeze for it's either a 2 or a queen, but like I
Traveling
don't know
the
what
Triton Super High Roller Series.
3 is pain. Like I've missed squeezes before in my day. You have a 3, you think it's a 3 side, you know. You're like, oh.
Queen 10 for the Turkish player.
KB over on YouTube saying, I tried to play like Antonius, but I just ended up making horrible hero calls. You and me both, pal.
It's a experience thing on when to time the calls. Like, you know, I've seen Patrick made, like you said, many great hero calls, but very well disciplined folds as well, and very well timed. It's a lot of experience, and live poker comes into effect. Right now, we got Brian Kim versus Chitwait. Big stack action.
Jack Deuce hand comes to mind in this very card for him.
Final table, wasn't it? Final 3.
He went on to win it.
Because of that call, mainly. Yeah. Gave him the chip stack to pounce on his opponents after that. Dan Smith, King 5 suited. Not much of a stack left. Still rips it in.
Good luck, sir. Some dead money out there.
Yeah, I think
for
that's
Smith.
the logic.
He's in rough shape, given that King has already hit the mark. Assume Chidwick's going to get out of the way, and that leaves Kim to make the call with his pair of 6s. So Smith looking for the case king. Some hearts. 291,000 in the middle. 8-4 trade. Some backdoors still available as the Queen of Hearts rolls its way off on the turn. And now Smith has 9 additional outs. No dice as the 3 of clubs completes the board, and Brian Kim crosses over the million chip mark, and with that we lose one of the true legends of the game, Dan Smith. GG, sir.
Not sure how lucky that owl is now.
Well, you can't be results.
No, of course I can.
No, you can't.
I commentate for 2 weeks. I'm allowed to be results oriented based on the results of the tournaments of the series.
Look how he did in Vietnam. Okay.
Okay, but how did he do in Cyprus so far this trip? 0 for 1.
All right, pal. Luke questioning the owl. Me.
He's going to be playing more events. We're going to see more Dan Smith, bigger binds.
Bump into Steve O'Dwyer in the hallway.
What's that? Oh. You know what I mean? Like, if I were to win a trophy, I wouldn't be able to take it home. I would have to like hand carry it. My bags are super full. But I guess the veterans must like pack in a way where they could. If they win a trophy.
Are you listening to this?
Some of those things are huge. Yeah. Not a bad problem, obviously. We have a lot of bags. With a lot of stuff in them.
So the pros, they leave space for the trophy that they're about to win on the trip.
Right? Like she's got you need half a bag for the toys, and she's got her good stuff.
What's strange to me is Brian Kim is not going to remove some items to put a trophy in there. He'd rather just leave the trophy behind. That's basically what he's implying. Like, I've got no space. My bags are full. Throw out some T-shirts.
These kids, man.
Hold it.
These 20-something crushers nowadays. Just pay the additional baggage.
Yeah, I know. So he comes here for second places only? Is that his strategy?
918,000 up top. All right.
He's like, no, if it comes with a trophy, I don't really want it.
I would bet a lot that she has a lot of items that she's super attached to that she can't travel without, right? She's got to have a bunch. And then mom's negotiating with her, like, okay, come on.
I'm big on collecting treasures on a daily.
Oh, okay.
Daily
Yeah,
life.
that's tough. That's tough.
So like hotel rooms always like fill up with like leaves and sticks and rocks. She's not very selective.
The rocks are tough too. Those add weight.
Yeah, we had to set a limit in Vegas. Like only like 3 rocks per trip to the park.
That's great.
Sounds like Chidwick's daughter, more of an outdoors child. It's collecting rocks and sticks, and they've got a new rule in that household. Only 3 rocks per trip. Love to hear some insights in the world of these players outside and away from
Hard
the
to play
poker
some
tables.
poker outside on the outdoors, though. Cards flying around everywhere.
And the Chidwick. Jack of spades, no action. Leading the Ivan Liao player
We don't have space for
the
the
year
trophy.
leaderboard.
Throw away your least favorite items of clothes. Clothing until you get.
That's funny. Yeah, I would definitely do that. Yeah.
That's what I said. Throw away the clothes you don't like as much.
Last trip, Emma was so keen for one of those Triton trophies. She thinks it looks really cool. Yeah.
That's because they are.
I know. Come on, Brian Kim.
I mean, I'm glad his
You got
other
close,
half.
right? Yeah, I got close.
He wants a trophy more than him,
Yeah,
it sounds
exactly.
like.
She was so much more hurt than I was when I posted. So funny.
You got a third and.
Yeah, and a fourth.
And a fourth.
30K. She must have gotten carpal tunnel from swiping the app, the train.
Oh,
She
yeah.
She had to buy.
That thing's pretty
She's
addictive.
loving it. Yeah.
It's hard to find someone that'll support you so much, though. You know.
Stock reel with the red and green flashes as it like updates.
Yeah. It's good. It's a great app for sure.
18,000.
Also, when she met some of the girls, like first few days, she was feeding me blueberries. You know, the room was clean. Towards the end, when after she met some of the girls, it was like I never even saw her.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Which player are we getting?
Saying no pros.
The German. Oh, that Jason Kuhn's back as well. Or no, that's not Jason Kuhn, is it? This player just. Oh no, it is Jason Kuhn. What am I saying?
Ужасно, но здесь же антенна очень большой. Еще именно вот этот уровень здесь вообще 10-15. Ну, оно же как бы вообще поломанное получается.
Типа не 7,5. То есть выгодно типа воровать. Ну.
Don't worry, Emma.
Yeah, but
if Brian wins a trophy, I
Yeah,
will
of course,
pay
I'm
for
trying
shipping
to
myself.
Only English, so it's okay.
He refuses.
Somebody clip that so
Take
that
it back.
Henry's got to pay for that baggage fee, right?
Dinner on you guys when I'm in Vegas.
Well, then that works out. That's a winning transaction.
I don't know, man. These air fees nowadays for extra baggage.
Tight fold.
JK joining this feature table.
Get a penalty if you play him right.
Yeah.
38 big blind stack.
He had a bust out earlier. Came back in.
I think that box is yours.
Is it?
I think that box.
Yeah, Jason currently 5th for the Ivan Liao player of the series leaderboard. 700 points difference between him and Chidwick, but he can do it.
Oh, for sure he can do it. I mean, especially
turn
if
this
you're
around.
shipping titles from the last stop. Definitely going to accumulate extra points that way. Plays all the events. Going to play all the no limit, all the short deck. Palo, I imagine, too. Yeah, Chidwick, well, comfy lead, doesn't have a lock right now.
Yeah, just get
Needs to be playing his heart out. Ace Jack, though.
That's the real
Still got Zeki here, Queen Jack off suit. Jack first.
Okay. You're usually like a
Pushing.
3.2.
Well, Zeki
But I jacked it up.
going to take this spot from the small blind against the hijack open of Artem. Action on Chidwick, who has to be somewhat concerned. Against 44 big blinds effective against Artem, but those who want to take this spot can see he would be in great shape.
What's important is that there was some hesitation in that small blind jam, it seems. Maybe Steven trying to read into it, but then again, there is that guy who's got a ton of chips, whereas say you make a stance here, Artem, you know, commits all the chips against you, you're doing terribly with Ace Jack. Definitely a concern.
I couldn't agree more, Andy.
It's kind of like, how well am I doing against a small blind jam? That's the big question. I think he's feeling okay about it for him to think about this tank.
Chidwick does get out of there, and action back on Artem. Chidwick not happy with that result.
Good stuff from Zeki.
In with a nice rejam spot.
Upwards from 20 big blinds. Breathing room.
Sansan saying, if Chidwick folds, I jump out the window. Well, I hope your window isn't too high up. Chidwick did fold.
Yeah.
And a fold I can get behind as well. 44 big blinds against Artem. 8-handed table. Hijacks halfway around the table, still relatively early. Suited, we probably see it go in, Randy.
Helps, for sure. You can see it was kind of on the fringe.
You have like 300, right?
More.
Just over?
More. Yeah, I got the black one. Yes.
Played cash with Ivan.
What's something?
Fun guy, not just
Yeah.
on the TV table.
Well, let's see if he can convert in this 25K Triton event. Got the pre-flop advantage. Kicker good so far.
Yeah, Chidwick with a complete whiff. Jack 9-4. Does check through, however. 7 of spades on the turn, now giving Evan an inside straight draw and that spade draw. Chidwick wants to proceed. Just ace high.
Yeah, no spade in hand.
But overall, yeah, they're fun, man. They're very fun.
Might be thinking that check looks a little weak, but just no connection.
It could be so much worse, but events like this, they really
Done.
do everything in their power to make sure you have a good time. So it's good fun.
You know, tournaments are the ultimate test of self-forgiveness.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to.
Each mistake feels so dire. You know, like if you make like a 5 big blind mistake in a cash game, you're like, whatever.
I can put it on the 25.
If you make like a 2 big blind mistake in a tournament, you're like, fuck my life. Ruined it.
Some sage wisdom there from JK.
It's true, though.
Saying tournament poker, it's all about self-forgiveness. Kind of just move on from mistakes and focus on the task at hand.
Short decker, I know.
But you know, like tournaments, without being able to rebuy at every part of the tournament, just your chips are just worth so much more, especially with the way the payout is. Mistakes are crucial.
The hangover at the blackjack table with all the like numbers and formulas going I reinvented the wheel, and then I was just like walking home, like, why did I do that?
Well, Brian's suddenly gone quiet.
Yeah, got something to play with. King, queen off suit.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's a bad muck.
I believe it was the 3.
Yeah, it's
Fortunately,
the card that's okay to reveal.
Really changing anything. 1 over to Edward's pocket 9s. Jack 7-5 rainbow.
This is a small blind flat. 9s should still do pretty okay on this board texture. Check through. Same situation.
Where's that 3, Mr. Coon?
Yeah, buddy.
Edward with 1.3 million in live earnings. Career best cash of 100k. Regular here at Merit Poker.
Only seen 2 checks. I like that he's opting to fire this turn card. 9's very vulnerable to many overcards out there. Done.
One thing I
Quite
learned
the
about
year.
tournaments is that
What's the best result
you
for
go
him?
on some trip,
Well, here
cash once, but you're losing
during
infinite,
the
and then your friends text you.
Western Series,
Congrats, you're the best.
came 5th in the main event for 93,000. Followed
Nice.
by the Carmen Series, where he had back-to-back 5ths in the warm-up and the high roller, and then went on to come 5th in the main event to the 3 biggest tournaments of the Merit Carmen Series. Edward V is the name coined by
Edward
producer James Dempsey, I believe. A nice little 200k uptick for Edward, now playing at 25k. Triton Super High Roller Series.
Well, if he can get a 5th in this, wouldn't be too bad. Be a 272k score. I don't know. I don't really want to be the 5th place guy, but it is winning.
You look back on your career in 40 years' time.
I got most 5th places
Like that guy
lifetime.
that came 5th. It's like no one really remembers you winning trophies, but your bank manager remembers you, I'll tell you that much. Because you make him bank.
Pretty. Connected. Well, Mr. 5th place has got a 5 in his hand. Is this playable? Nope. Don't blame him. Not the greatest hand. Tough opponent.
I'll move for you.
King Dice said we want this going consistently. Never stop the live stream. Followed by KB saying one day Triton will have a stream daily. Guys, right, listen.
We do have a stream daily, don't we?
Randy's got a family, okay? Back in Australia. Producer James loves skiing.
You mean he wants us to stream after this series is
Yeah,
over?
he wants us to stream daily for 365 days a year is what he said.
And the other guy wants us to stream constantly, like
Constantly.
24 hours. So these players, they don't need to sleep. They just...
So we just do shifts.
But what about the players? They
Don't worry about the players. They're playing for life-changing money. They'll stay awake. But
a
we just do shifts.
rotation,
We do a
like
rotation.
half of them asleep, half of them play, and then we just can keep it going. Okay. Don't know if it'll work, but your suggestion has been noted. I will let the Triton staff know of your great idea. In the meantime, maybe give us a thumbs up. I'll push it to higher up if you can.
None. But soon.
Yeah, send an email to randylou@gmail.com.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping that's not your real email address.
No, watch all the spam.
Bunch of girls, yeah.
It's nanonoko. Nanonoko@gmail.com. Send it there.
It's a fun flop. Artem defending the big. Tobias with just ace high.
Yeah, just ace high, but actually raising from under the gun, king high flops are quite good for you. To continuation bet on.
Yeah. Yep.
Tobias, by the way, qualifying Over on GG Poker.
Nice.
Into this GG Super Millions. Millions?
We had quite a lot of qualifiers into this event on GG.
Indeed. 9 to be exact.
I mean, if they're qualifying GG, then they definitely want these points. They're likely playing the Super Millions online every week, right? On that leaderboard. So, wouldn't surprise me. He's a reg on there. Playing well. Nice stack. See bet call. Ace would be trouble.
Second pair is against an under the gun open, and I feel like on this board texture, none of the backdoor flush draws rolling off on this rainbow turn. Potentially going to see Tobias triple here. Has a perfect hand for it. Unblocking all of the front door.
It's tough though, right? The big blind can easily have a lot of 2 pairs though. You know,
It
king,
can.
queen, queen, jack, pair straight draw.
We obviously have all the set
You're
advantages.
definitely on the same game plan with that multi-barrel plan.
£110 isn't my first rodeo. Okay, 110 into 165. We're tripling off. We just have the best hand to do it with. See, let's showdown, Arthur.
Yeah, you need a lot of game plan. If you're firing a turn, you need to have a lot of triple barrels on blank runouts. Let's see, queen 10.
Anyone playing satellites to qualify into a Triton Super High Roller Series over on GG, they're going to be pretty good at poker.
Yeah, I know. Qualifying into 25k Triton. No slouch of a tournament. See, Artem is cutting out some chips in a tricky spot because without the flush draw out there, it's also harder to find some bluffs you beat. Hitting the straight also is an obvious straight where maybe the implied odds just ends right there as it's hard to extract value. Looks like he's found calling chips. Just gotta drop them in.
Those are raising chips, my friend.
Are they?
Artem Zhenkov, not to be slept on. One of the best online players. Finds the turn, check raise with the queen 10.
What a play.
Dropping with the best hand and a snap fold.
Giving yourself the nod.
From Tobias, getting a smile out of Ivan. A couple of seats to his left.
Ah.
Alex in the chat saying, Vea is a monster.
That's one hell of a play. I mean, the ace-4 multi-barrel was pretty good already. But the check raise queen 10 there.
How about it?
That's some awareness. Yeah, king, queen. So he blocks the king, queens. Blocks the ace 10s and 10 9s with the 10 holding. It depends on what frequency you think your opponent's also betting, maybe some ace kings. Ace king would have a lot of trouble continuing to a check raise. And of course those ace rags like you mentioned, going for triple barrel. Nice. These guys are really just going for it.
See the build up to these high roller series. Just get so excited, man. And you sit in the commentary seat, jump into the booth. These guys just always deliver in terms of entertainment, in terms of finding those bluffs that you just don't expect, and they really keep us on our toes as well, because we're out here trying to reverse engineer certain spots, playing a bit of a guessing game, maybe some assumptions on our part, and these guys, you know, spent so many hours in the lab.
Yeah, and you know, like a lot of these guys and gals playing is, they kind of did that last step where, you know, maybe you'll see people do those normal 2 barrels or so, but then they find a 3rd barrel and find these creative plays. And, you know, of course, that Socia Jang hand comes to mind with that triple barrel somehow with ace 9 against David Yan. Right now we've got ace 6 versus ace deuce. 2 diamonds here.
This one unlikely to work out for Chidwick. Opening from early position. Got a knuckle behind.
Yeah, no spades on the board. You'll see some ace high checkbacks a lot.
I'm so glad this hasn't been on. I've been talking so much shit right now. Oh, is it? I don't know. You guys are
Jack on the turn.
Like, not very clear
I could see Tobias reaching for some chips here. Does check. Not sure if he's got some check raise in his game on the turn. Possible, but I don't think Chidwick's going to be betting ace deuce here. Just doesn't have much connection. A lot of hands that would check flop and still check call turn. Pair straight draw come to mind. A round of checks. Interesting.
I'll chop this one up, gentlemen. Guess the showdown.
I think that can really strongly consider betting here. He can get a lot of better hands to fold. He's got a lot of 8x's from the big blind. 8x's that wouldn't need to bet the turn. We'll just check, so likely to check it, chop it up. Not sure if Chidwick's going to try to represent the 8. And undergun +2. That's a very narrow range of pocket 8s. Guess Chidwick could represent like an 8-7 as well, but just so early position just seems unlikely. But maybe some thin value bets, maybe like a Jack-10. I think it's reasonable. Looks like he's going to reach for chips. Attacking 1 pairs, ace highs. That's really a pot-size bet.
Oh, I love double delayed C-bet there from Chidwick. Going for pot.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to chop it. Find opportunities to scoop it.
Now, Randy, I'm scrolling over on the Triton Poker Plus, and we had a 4-way all-in, including...
How is that possible?
Including our new tournament chip leader, Enzo Vito, who woke up with a couple of kings in the big blind and managed to hold against the pocket 10s of Elton Sang, the pocket 10s of Igor Yaroshevsky, and the ace-jack offsuit of Thai Thin Chu. So a 4-way hold. Was a sweaty one. 9-8-7 2 clubs board. So had to fade the open ender.
And who did we lose in that transaction?
We ended up losing Elton. Elton was covered. Enzo had everyone covered, actually, I believe. I do apologize. Everyone bar Igor covered. So Elton and Ty out. Enzo Vito now tournament chip leader. Artur Martirosyan on his table, so first and second in chips over there. So once again, if you haven't already downloaded the Triton Poker Plus app, don't take our word for it. We've had the players hype it up on stream about just how amazing it is to be able to sweat the action from the outer tables, track the last 100 hands. And that is right. That means we have a person on every table tracking every single hand.
Wouldn't expect less.
Kurt saying Nano giving one hell of a commentary right now. And Nano, one of the best in the business, Mr. Randy Liu.
Thank you.
Here is one of the 3 musketeers in the booth.
3 musketeers. Which one am I? I actually can't name all 3 of them.
I was about to say, don't even.
I only know D'Artagnan, I believe is his name, but I'm just going to make up some other names.
Yeah. Right.
Just 21 likes away from hitting our target of 1,000 likes over on YouTube. Do appreciate the 3,730 of you keeping us company. If just a few more of you could take a couple of seconds out of your day to help support the stream, help us on our mission to bring super high roller tournaments and cash games to the entire poker world, really would mean a lot. 2 weeks of high stakes poker here. Poker Paradise in northern Cyprus as Edward jumps back in the ring. This time with a couple of hooks from the hijack. Mystery hand for Chidwick, going to hit the mark, and Edward will just take down the blinds in the big blind ante.
Through Vegas?
Yeah, I hung out in London for 3 days.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and then I just caught a ride with Rob.
Got pals there?
Yeah, the hotel. Just at my room. That was my pal. I was there like King's Coronation weekend, but just stayed in my hotel room all the time. I did get a teddy bear in a newspaper though, so proof I was there.
Ivan Marginov in the chat saying it's Porthos, Arathos, and Aramis. The Three Musketeers. Which one are you? I think
didn't
Ali
even
is
say one of
Porthos.
those names. How do we know?
No, Athos, rather.
I don't know. Which one's the best one?
I don't know.
That's not Ali. I can say that.
Ali sounds like Porthos. I don't know why.
You don't know, yeah.
That's
The
Zeki
other one doesn't start with an A.
with the open jam on the button. 420 big blinds and Brian
Ooh.
Kim.
I think this is I'll
20
call it
bigs.
off. Open
Zeki's
jam.
going to have weaker holdings than this. It's going to be worlds in which Brian has Zeki dominated as he flicks in the 100k chips.
All in moment.
I like the new lights.
Yeah, you feel the heat.
Yeah.
How about that front lineup? Someone clip that. Look at that shot. Chidwick, Kim, and Kuhn. It's like something that's worth hanging on a wall. As it comes, Jack 6-6. Zeki still in front. Couple of diamonds on board as well. Working in Zeki's favor, and now Kim reduced to just 4 outs, looking for a 10 and a 10 only. As the Queen of Clubs completes the board, and Zeki, one of the Triton newcomers, gets the double.
308. I think so.
43 big blinds now.
Yeah, much needed pot, very playable.
Вообще-то 275 посчитал. Ну, все к лучшему.
Your favorite player? Getting involved. 8-7 clubs in trouble against the 2 8s so far.
High Dawn, one of the tournament chip leaders and table captain at this feature table.
Yeah, and chipping down, Jack 10 off suit.
Poor of Diane, sub 10. In the small, has to get out of the way. As does Jiang. 7-4-0 hits the mark. I believe we have a three-way affair. I thought I saw the Queen 9 bill. Maybe I stand corrected.
Corrected.
What a flop it would have been for the Queen 9 of spades and the Jack 10 for David Yan. Bottom pair for Patrick.
Yeah, they're both holding the type of hands. You're just trying to get down a showdown cheaply. Maybe a small bet here and there, but wouldn't expect really multi-barrels too often.
The size down met with a call. King of Hearts rolls off on the turn, and now they see Anson wave the white flag as he does. Check it on over to Patrick.
Yeah, not a great card for both players. Could have easily improved someone who's got you beat now, like King Queen. Ace Queens checks through as expected.
Anson has Patrick out-pipped by 1 with 150k in the middle.
It's not a lot of showdown value, but just enough.
Yeah, especially holding the 8 of spades. Does scoop the 150k pot, by the way.
Yeah, he looks a little surprised as you can see him.
Still win.
That was nice.
Is 5, maybe?
Great question in the chat by Alu
Hey
saying,
guys,
does
it
the
was
big blind
fun.
ante
Oh, I got
mean
what
that the
cheese
big
cake.
blind gives
Supper,
15k
yeah.
into the pot,
Something.
but doesn't count as his bet? That is correct.
Like
So
that.
saves
Yeah,
everyone
much.
having to pay an ante. The big blind ante covers everyone's ante. And you're right, it is ante first, so it is dead money. The blinds go up to 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante, and we have ourselves a new chip leader. It's Mr. Orpin, getting busy. The outer table, winning King Queen against ace-10 suited. Mr. Morton Klein tripling off against Orpen, and then following that up by eliminating Morton. Ace-King against Jacks for Morton's final 451k. And funnily enough, when you relieved me from the booth earlier on, as I was walking out, I saw Orpen head to the registration desk and
all in.
I was like, how you doing, buddy? He's like, not well, Henry. This is bullet number 4. And I said, well, 4th time's a charm. Good luck, mate.
4th time is a charm.
Here we go.
My turn.
Ponokov's final 115,000 going in the middle.
Gonna get snapped off from Stoyan, right? Ace King.
Ponokov's gonna need some help from the deck. In rough shape, just 26% equity. For his final 6 big blinds. You wouldn't think it though, would you?
I mean, he's had a swingy day so far. Back to our straight potential.
That no longer the case. Ponokov's reduced to 2 outs. A 5,
Grim.
non-diamond 5 needed as the 10 of hearts pairs the board on the river. No cash in event number 1. GG's for Ponokov's in the GG Super Millions live edition here. And with that, the Triton first timer, Bulgarian Stoyan, chipping up nicely. Won the World Series of Poker main event on GG Poker for over 4 million US.
Oh, that's his name, Stoyan. I did not know that.
I want to say the year 2020?
I know it's a big one.
Remember all the
yeah, it's hard
shenanigans that were going on online with online poker during COVID.
Yeah, that was a cool one over on GG. Finally using those winnings at a Triton event. Okay. Better late than never.
I wonder how many people can say they've got a 7-figure score online.
Very few, right? Because there's not too many tournaments online that pays out 7 figures.
I can only really think of like the WSOP on GG in recent years.
Yeah.
4 million though.
Yeah, not just the bare minimum 1 million to cross 7 figures. 4. Quite a lot. We got Socia Jong here, Jack 9 off suit. I'm gonna start with an open.
So it's a call? So
40k in raise.
Okay, yeah.
Stoyan here. Taking it 3 ways. Not the greatest hands out there. Still 140k in the middle. Going to a flop.
Well, how about that for a flop? For Jiang flopping the nut straight. Stoyan potentially in trouble here. Maybe 1 street of value.
Yeah,
the
pretty
2
good.
overs and a gut shot.
It's also the type of board when the small blind and big blind flat, and you're holding nuts on this board texture. You're thinking someone's usually got a piece, whether it's in the form of like pair straight draw or top pair, or even some 2 pairs.
Cecilia just loving this development here. Unblocking clubs,
Nice.
unblocking pairs, unfortunately for her. Neither player with a piece. She gets 2 quick folds. Chipping up nicely. After that impressive triple off with ace-9. A few more bits to go. If you haven't already dropped us a follow over on Instagram and Twitter. I really implore you to do so. Ton of behind-the-scenes content released throughout the series, interviews with some of your favorite players, some more intimate scenes, if you will, in terms of social content. Normally get together, play some sports, whether it be basketball, football, beach volleyball. Always open to suggestions as well in terms of what kind of content you'd like to see up close and personal. Some of your favorite poker players that come to these Triton Super High Roller Series. This is Robert, chip leader at the table. Going to open with the suited king from under the gun. Dominated in terms of spades. Jiang's ace-deuce going to hit the mark.
Yeah, you'll see people play more narrow ranges against Undergun Open. And Sinew, though, ace-10 of hearts seems a little bit too much of a hand to be folding outright to a Undergun Open off of a 35 big blind stack. Looks like actually cutting out some re-raising chips. Looks strong. Small blind versus Undergun. Both positions that should be tighter.
Yeah, just picking up on the fact that if anyone's going to be wide from under the gun or wider than they should be, it's going to be Rob with the chip lead and a nice little pickup there from Anson rather than playing the hand out position, just taking it down pre. Oh, hello. Daily Triton free rolls. As if this free high stakes poker content wasn't enough. Our title sponsor, GG Poker, with the daily Triton free rolls. And also, if you ever felt yourself in with a chance of putting on a show on the biggest stage in the high stakes round, we can qualify into Triton events only at GG Poker. Keep watching for more details in terms of passwords for the free rolls, and good luck.
So you're telling me I can play 2 weeks of free rolls straight?
You can.
And watch the best play and learn?
You can. That's correct.
Sign me up.
Randy signed up. Let us know if you're grinding alongside us over on GG Poker. Especially with the GG Poker World Festival up and running the 1st of May through to 6th of June. Casual, 200 million guaranteed that festival. Astronomical prize pools during that series.
Hello.
It's pretty ridiculous. 200 million. I mean, there are countries with lower GDPs than, well, maybe there's not, but you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. King 9 suited gets it done against Ace 6. Try texture. Dao Min Fu moving up the chip counts, up to 4th place, 1.5 million.
Thank you.
See Dean in the chat asking for none other than Dao Min Fu. Don't you worry.
Hi.
Spoke to Dao Min Fu and he said, Henry, tell the fans don't worry. I'll be there for the fans.
Yeah, gonna maintain my stack.
That's it. It's like, look, I'll save it for the FT. Okay. Take a look at this feature table. Adrian Mateos making his way to the main stage. 46 big blinds. As we remain 7-handed here. 20K. 20,000 big blind ante. Dean sending love and support from Vietnam. One of our favorite places to take a Triton Super High Roller Series. And what an event that was. Record-breaking series for us in Vietnam, of course, earlier on this year. place I've got a funny feeling, Randy, we'll be returning to. And it's nice for us.
Yeah, it's
you
a
know,
good
none
spot.
of this 20 hours on a plane.
That's what I'm thinking. Me and you are thinking the
nonsense.
same thing.
I'm there in 4 hours, pal.
Yeah, it's a lot closer. Great venue. But I'll fly anywhere for Triton.
That's true. Yeah, if they put it on the moon, I have to call Elon up.
I'll go.
And getting a much needed walk, although I'm sure he wouldn't have minded the action with an ace in the big. Jack Ryan saying hello. Can you please tell us what the starting stack was? We can indeed. Firstly, welcome to the stream, Jack. Glad you're getting involved in the conversation. And the starting stack in this one was 250,000 chips. And once again, easy segue into the Triton Poker Plus app. You guys are looking for outer field information, hand histories from the outer tables, as well as starting stacks and prize pools. All of that information available over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Some of the fan favorites that aren't currently at the feature table, but still in the mix. You can watch all of them over on the app as we dive back into this under the gun. The big blind. King, Queen, 8, Rainbow. See her connecting with bottom pair. Stoyan with the range advantage. Backdoor hearts and some backdoor straight possibilities.
Yeah, range advantage, especially from under the gun. Nice spot to fire a continuation bet. Put some pressure. Got some backdoor straight draws, backdoor hearts. They can really apply a lot of pressure on 8x, Queen X on a lot of turns. As played for now, mandatory call for Sosia Jing. Ace. It's an interesting one. I mean, it doesn't give Stoyan any added equity, but definitely some bluff potential. No, he would be targeting some king jacks, queen jacks. Some one pair straight draw type hands that aren't too strong. We'll check. Interesting.
Oh, the backdoor club's getting there.
The thing is, like, for Sosia, she's got showdown value of the 8s. But it's against under the gun. Just wonder if she contemplates maybe turning her hand to bluff sometimes. Try to rep that Queen X. We'll just take the showdown, hopefully.
Stoyan with just 9 high. See if he wants to officially wave the white flag on this one. Blocking Jack 9 is pretty grim. Blocking 9-10, pretty grim. Blocking backdoor hearts as well.
Well, betting here mainly targeting King X. Yeah, he's reaching out. He's cutting out chips right now. 180. I believe he announced pot size bet.
How about it? What do you think about your bottom pair now, Jiang? And he gets the fold. Stoyan with the bet check bet line.
Impressive.
Up to 1.3 million now on his Triton debut. Coming up to 7th in chips overall. Now ahead of Haidon, Vogelsang, Alex Boyka. Couple of eliminations from the outer tables. Mikita, Banzikowski, Anatoly Filatov. Walter Klein, as we mentioned earlier on, Elton Sang, Linus Love, Dan Smith, Mickey P, Steve O'Dwyer, just to name a few of the Triton superstars. Saw someone in the chat asking if there are any Estonians left in. Unfortunately, there are not. There are 3 that entered. Marcus Ladev, Igor Pella, and Tago Tam, all hitting the showers before the money.
Rockets.
Reasonable holding. Randy on the button. And how
Two
about
tens.
this?
That's reasonable. 20.
Zeki.
2 big blinds. How can he not get the chips in, right?
I mean,
Big blind
trouble.
versus button.
Against someone as good as Tobias. GG, Zeki. Gonna need some help from the deck in this one, pal. Don't really see. Maybe a 3-bet in juice, but I expected this stack depth.
Yeah, this is a cold deck.
It's as cold as it gets. Tens in the big blind as he announces himself, and it's going to be met with a snap call from the GG Poker qualifier. Gets to show the 2 aces, 982,000 chips in the middle. Bias just 5 cards away for being up to over $1 million in chips. So far, so good on the Jack 5-4. No backdoors for Zeki. Now looking for a 10 and a 10 only. Jack of Spades completes the run out. Gonna lose Zeki in 51st place, and Tobias, our GG qualifier, up to 1.1 million now, Randy. Looks absolutely thrilled.
Huge ROI
Scoops in
potential.
that pot as we dive back into this.
The man, 2 kings. Up against Jackson 7s. So if we look at action here, Antonius opens, checks back the flop paired board with a flush draw. Calls a mini bet on the turn. Looks like the 7's gonna try to extract value for some ace highs. Lower pocket pairs than the 7.
Yeah, just north of half pot. I think Stoyan genuinely believes he has the best hand here.
Of course.
Flop point check, check. Turn he probed for small. Patrick just called. Still ace king, ace queen type holdings to get some value from.
You can see Patrick here is not really tanking to fold. He's wondering, is there value in raising? Can he get paid off by a 7x, 8?
That is so sick.
And it's pretty sick, right? Because I think a lot of guys would just auto call here.
Check, check, flop. Patrick just smooth called the 20k probe on the turn. He's now found the raise button on this river. Just always seems to know exactly where he's at.
So Stoyan here, he's must be wondering, did Patrick really just check back a jack on the flop? Makes the call. That is thin and well done from Patrick Antonius. 2 kings.
2 kings?
Yeah. It's a bit surprising, right?
Patrick Antonius is world, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just living in it. Mr. Monaco himself extracting max value in that spot against Stoyan. Stoyan as well, I mean, making the call, understandably so. The story just didn't make much sense in his mind. But Patrick went from what, sub 14 bigs? Now nursing a very playable 870k.
With some really solid plays too.
Yeah.
That was nicely executed.
That was
2
pretty sick.
kings,
That was
getting that much value.
Ridiculous. But OG proving that he can still tangle, still compete.
More than
Some
just
of the
compete.
best.
Like he's crushing really these big high roller fields. Doing great. David Yan going to take a shot here. Jack 7 suited. Just above 6 big blinds. Should get looked up here, right? From Stoyan. Ace 9 suited.
Question for Stoyan is whether he wants to ISO
Like
from
click.
the small.
Yeah, tricky, right? I think calling's pretty good though, because it's still a sizable jam where the big blind can't play too loosely against this.
See what Hanson wants to do. 6 big blind jam, call from the small blind.
As played with position, I can easily see ace-6 suited committing some chips. A lot of stack to play for. Should be still doing okay against that 6 big blind range. Looks like he's counting down his opponent's stack. Maybe seeing is there some re-raise potential? Is there some pot odds for calling pre-flop? Is ace-6 in trouble? He's out.
Discipline fold there from Anson. 290k in the middle. David Yan, the all-in player at risk, one of our GG poker qualifiers. Looking for some hearts, jack, or a 7. 39% equity as he heads to the 4 deuce deuce flop. Things not looking great for Yan. 10 of clubs on the turn. The backdoor hearts no longer an option. Now 6 outs once for David. That's not one of them. Stoyan finds the hold with the ace-9 of diamonds and manages to recoup some of those losses. The previous hand against Patrick Antonius, back up to over 1 million. Bulgarian bracelet winner.
If I shuffle again, maybe you.
It will be very secret.
Not easy to call.
I mean, how much do you play?
Simon.
Well,
800k.
800? Okay, yeah, so what?
So just inquiring whether...
Okay, come on, Stoyan. We know you're not calling a shove. He's trying to say, maybe I might, so don't do that play in case it happens again.
So, yeah, maybe.
I don't think it's a maybe. I think it's I'm always folding if you jam.
Maybe not.
I'm not sure, man.
I think so.
Ah, yeah.
36 bigs. Some GGs in the chat. Oh, David Yan. Seeing plenty more of him. David Yan. Been around the block.
Consistent.
Yeah.
Good results.
It is nice,
Came from a
yeah.
cash game background.
I like it better than the blue one.
Oh, to win?
Yeah.
Something for us all to aspire to.
Robert Hydorn, King-6 suited. Haven't seen too much of him, but he's been maintaining the stack throughout the tournament.
But you don't have a banner? Not any banner? One of those flag things? Not yet? One time.
Hey, yeah, that's 5.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 4 time. Gets his own.
Patrick just explaining to Triton newcomer how the flags here work. Pointing out the 4-time champion, Mikita Badziakowski, and the 5-time champ, Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, it's going to take some work to get your flag up there. You need multiple titles.
Wai King Yong, Phil Ivey, 3-time champions.
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Looks like we got a new player. Mosbach jumping in seat 1. If I'm not mistaken, Mario also qualifying over on GG.
He plays a lot over at GG.
Did indeed.
Not surprised if he did.
Along with some of his crew, Ronan Makita and Fedor Holst.
King-Queen for Stoyan. Been playing pretty well.
Of Turkish flags at the top of the chip counts. We have a new chip leader. Is Karim Rebe. playing a 2 million chip stack, eliminated both Hussein Ensign and Michael Soiser in the same hand. I do apologize. It's saying that Michael Soiser was eliminated, but that wouldn't make sense.
It's okay, Henry.
I'm very confused.
You can't read a hand. You can't read a hand, Lucy. I understand.
I mean, have a look yourself. It's saying that Hussein Ensign called off with 3 deuce suited against the button jam.
Well, maybe he was short.
He had 545k, mate.
Okay, well.
So I'll let you figure that one out.
You know what? I don't need to. Because I want to pay attention to what's in front of me. Mateos, the Spaniard. Pocket deuces, dealer button. Opening. Patrick here, ace-7 offsuit. Coming along. 1-7 gone. No connection. Tough board for pocket deuces as well. And back to our heart. Small blind flatting. Does hit this range. Does flop a decent amount in some way. See if Mateos wants a continuation bet against pocket pairs bigger than him but smaller than 8, as well as these ace-x suited. Does fire. Strong.
One of the nice things about betting deuces, you get some folds. When you do get called, you can turn a set. Darren saying, why are the parents fighting? I know, Darren. Randy just believing that the main event champion called off 27 bigs with 3 deuce. You know, these kids.
I didn't say that's what I believe. I mean, clearly, maybe there was just some small little technical error.
For questions.
It's not improbable. You think everything's perfect, Henry.
Paul asking for a TV table change. No. Not until the end of this level.
We do cycle through tables quite often every break, right? So gives everyone an equal opportunity to be featured.
What a table we have. There you go. On demand. Jason Kuhn, Kim, Chidwick.
Just like that. Ask and you shall receive. Good old Roman. Remember Roman from earlier today? He was splashy.
How can I ever forget?
Still got 1.2 million in chips, so it's clearly still going up. 2 9s. Chidwick. 26 big blinds. I mean, Chidwick knows Roman's been opening wide, right? So, slam dunk jam for him.
Chidwick looking to close out this Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, and he's going to be flipping for his tournament life against Brian Kim. Going to ask for a count. Brian playing 692,000 behind. Be heading to a break shortly. Question is, will Chidwick be joining? As Brian does come over the top.
Call. How much is it?
Mishenkov wants a count.
Wait a minute. This isn't posturing from Vea. Unless he's just trying to get to the break. He's got a couple of jacks. How about this for a cold deck for Chidwick? Looked like he was going to be flipping. Now he's in the hunt for one of the 2 remaining 9s in a deck. And if I'm not mistaken, we saw Jack 9 of diamonds hit the muck.
35 big blind jam. 2 jacks just seems too strong here.
Left.
For Brian Kim to still reshove on Steven Chidwick's jam is pretty strong, right? It's a 26 big blind rejam rather than like say sub 20.
693.
So Brian Kim can't be jamming too loose. Still have the original opener who's sitting on a stack bigger than 1.1 million comes into effect.
That's some future game things to think about. I mean, 47 left, 23 places paid.
Of course.
Still a ways away from making it into the money, but having a playable stack, be able to navigate post-flop. Artem maybe looking to take the lower variance route. Also may just feel like he's up against a legit hand. I mean, look at this, a +2 open, a jam from Chidwick in the hijack. As Randy mentioned, for 26 bigs, then a jam over the top from the cutoff. How often the jack's ahead here? It's one of the few cases. Does announce himself. I thought he said I win, and maybe he will.
Yeah. I heard I win too.
Ken.
Potentially will be saying that as well. All right, 2 6s.
No.
Run it 4 ways? No.
No way, Roman.
Everyone's got ace king. 6 is good.
Close.
I fold.
So Roman does make the fold. So a 3-way all in. Chidwick looking for a 9. Brian Kim looking for some diamonds. For an ace or a king. Artem just looking to hold to scoop this 1.63 million chip pot with the 348,000 side pot. This one, casual 2 million in the middle with 47 players left.
A big one.
Comes 8-3-3, couple of clubs, no help for Brian. Jack's still out in front. 2 cards to come. As the King of Hearts rolls off on the turn, and now Brian Kim just needs to fade 4 outs to scoop a 2 million chip pot. As the Queen of Clubs completes the board. So Brian Kim winning a monster flip. 3-way all in. King of Hearts on the turn. Seals the deal. Brian Kim, and now finds himself playing a very comfortable 2 million chip stack at big blind 20K.
Thank you.
Maybe I'm going to have to pay up on that
On
offer
pace.
of shipping a trophy back home for him.
Yeah, brutal for Artem there as he kind of took his time, made the right decision there with 2 jacks, but ended up losing that one. Brian Kim on pace for another deep run after having several final tables in Vietnam. Playing great. That moves him up to 2nd place, 1.98 million in chips. Tournament chip leader right now. Kevin Pake just jumps up there.
All right, brother.
Wow, Kevin. Arguably the best 6-max player in the world.
Pake took out Bonomo just recently. And took out Hassan. Ace Queen versus King Queen.
I'm going to get 2 jacks this hand, and I'm going to double up. Okay?
I hope not through me.
You heard it here. I'm not picking anybody that doubles me up. I'm going to get 2 jacks this hand.
Jason Kuhn said he's going to get 2 jacks this hand.
You know, you gotta put it in the
We
air.
betting it?
A walk.
All right, bet.
What are the odds? Do you know the odds of someone getting delivered such a hand? I have no idea.
How many combos are there in the limit hold'em?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
You say jacks and you get aces. 'cause you're running.
200 trillion? Is that the right number, Henry?
That sounds about right. Ballpark figure.
Ballpark, close enough. Well, Jason, you got King 5 off suit.
Close enough.
Sad face. This is good. He's king.
what
I think-
king? Just.
Yeah, too easy.
40K.
Turn him dead.
Oh boy.
We
Artem.
could see the end of Artem, right? He had 1.1 million in chips, got in jacks.
Yeah, this is
threeways.
grim.
Trying to get rich enough so I could
Small
offer
blind
my
v big blind.
spin the
V
wheels.
button rather.
Could be
Apologize.
For 15 days. For 15
Dels
days
announced
straight.
himself, and Edward
Every 30 minutes.
gonna make the call with ace king, and it gets
also,
from bad to
Triton
worse
Had to buy Linus a necklace.
for Vizhenkov.
A nice necklace.
Yeah.
because We made a bet. So I
Playing
paid
good
him
with the
his
jacks
necklace.
3 ways. Could have win the flip against Brian Kim's ace king, and now
Now we've got
finds
watch
himself
Yeah,
dominated
okay, nice.
against
Got
ace
some
king.
swag.
He's all swagged out. It's hilarious.
6-3 potential
Guy looks like he
running
walked
chop
around
house,
Christmas
but
Mall.
things looking pretty bleak for Artem. And now the
Right
8 of
across the street
spades
from the win and the
does
pow.
give him an additional 4 ounce.
Only place he's got.
10 or 9 needed. As the 5 of diamonds completes the board, and we're going to lose one of
GG, brother.
the true Russian legends, Artem Vizhenkov, also known as Veya. And with that, Edward has been on quite the run here in Merit. Three fifth-place finishes
What a table.
in the most recent series.
Action table.
Action
For
table.
over 200K
Pain table.
already this year.
It's funny because like
For somebody pain, for somebody.
Somebody very happy.
Yeah.
Like me. There it goes.
yeah, most of your boys are rocking the Lululemon, and you were saying earlier with like the 100K RM, it's kind of like it's overkill, yeah. You gotta like just do go to like yeah, you like Montclair. That's like a couple steps up, but it's
I keep it simple. You
Yeah,
know, I
you
mix it up a little bit, but I get comfortable when I play, but I try to always have something a little set.
You a fan of the Lululemon and the RM combo? 100K timepiece with a bit of Lululemon.
Yeah, I mean,
JK likes keeping it simple.
I like Lululemon though.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it, okay.
Sounds like a fresh fruits place.
Activewear, okay?
Was it activewear?
Yeah.
Oh, in my gym.
get it out of the way early, buddy.
Gymshark Bros.
I'm fist pumping if you have
going
the
on
bounty
break at the conclusion of this hand.
I get my eyes
41
light up when I
players
see that
remain.
hand.
And close to that money bubble. 2 levels left on the clock today. Oh dear. Gonna defend. Just 124k behind. Going for the stop and go potentially.
Not really the board to stop and go against Under the Gun though. Bet and done.
And we're continuing 60k, 65k rather. That should be that. Oh, you never know. Stranger things have happened.
No. I mean, I know Roman opens pretty wide, but really give him a stare down, but it's not going to change anything.
Does eventually let go of the jack high. Roman tapping the table as if to say, well, yeah, good fold, pal.
Good fold.
Hold on. So 41 players remain in event number 1 of the GG Super Millions Live Edition. 25k buy-in with over 150 entries in this one. Here's Brian Kim that leads the pack at this feature table. We are going to be switching things up. Randy, you're going to be departing. An early night, another half day for Randy Lucha. I jest, of course. Randy travelled, what, 24 hours or so to get here to Cyprus as we welcome you back into the booth. Is Karim Rebe out in front with 41 players remaining. He's currently chip leading with 2.2 million. But maybe one of the biggest talking points of that stint there was that 3-way all-in, including Brian Kim and obviously Artem Vizhenkov bowing out after not only losing the big flip, but then getting called at the very next hand, Randy.
Pretty much a tournament-defining moment for all three of those players. Chidwick being out of that, Artem losing most of his stack, didn't having that stack to rejam the ace-10 into Eduard, right? And ace busting out 1.1 million chips, back-to-back hands. Brian Kim top of the chip counts now, right? 2 million chips with winning that ace king, and on pace for another final table run.
Well, the good news is we know that if he does go on to convert this deep run here, that Chidwick did give him some sage wisdom in the sense that he's going to throw away some old T-shirts, make some room in the luggage to get that trophy back home to the US. But for the other players that are still in the hunt for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, the departure of Stephen Chidwick, good things potentially for the likes of Jason Kuhn, who currently finds himself 5th and has about a 700-point gap to fill. But don't go too far. Quick 15-minute stint, or 15-minute break rather. Randy Liu going to call it a night. Ali Najad returning to the booth for the final 2 levels of day 1 here in Northern Cyprus. It's the GG Super Millions live edition. We'll be back in about 15.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. So you're halfway through a tournament sitting on a 35 big blind stack. The small blind opens to 3, and you make it 7.5 in the big blind. Should your 3-bet be linear, polarized, or condensed? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
The big question for me, if I was associated right now, is why didn't David Yan just put me all in for my last 10 blinds on the turn if he was holding a king?
I don't think.
Take
Genius.
a bow. Take a bow. Seer Jiang, 3-betting from the small, barreling flop, turn, and now river.
It looks ambitious, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Like, if David Yan had, like, King Jack, he probably would just put her in for the rest of it, given how little chips are remaining. The fact that he's calling kind of looks like whether he's on, like, some ace-high club draw, ace-high spade draw, or, like, even, like, a Queen X that got there. Queen Jack of clubs. It looks very strong for her to still jam 128K into, what, the 500K in the middle. And the fact that he hasn't folded yet is impressive.
It is indeed.
And they're just chopping the pot up if he makes this call.
Yeah, and deep in the tank, as Randy mentioned, chopping with hands like ace-jack, ace-10, in this case ace-9, so maybe ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 of clubs. Really thinking this one through. Like, what hands go for these sizings across flop and turn?
Okay, so yeah, David Yan right now is trying to break down the bet size on the turn. Does this reveal any more information? If she was holding like ace king, would she bet maybe, I don't know, smaller than what on the turn, like 70K possibly? Aces. What sizing would those hands use? Would they sometime jam?
The fact that Yan has taken this long with this decision really just showcases the high level thinking going on with these players. 5-1 on a call, facing a 3-bet from the small blind. Bet flop, bet turn. Jiang has now jammed river.
I mean, how silly would you look? You call here and you see the king. You're like, why did I call? But then, like right now, he can win half the pot.
It's so awkward because some of the 3-bet bluffs, you know, the king jacks, king 10-Os, queen jack, queen 10.
I don't think he's up against queen X.
Exactly. You really need just here to have like jack 10, maybe 10-9.
Yes. Jack 10, I think, is a big candidate. Doesn't have jack or 10 in his hand, so technically he does nicely done from
Enjoy that
like
one, Jiang.
Deserves it.
Gets it through and is now playing a very comfortable 642,000.
Horse race, it's not so good right now, so I appreciate it.
Marcel over on YouTube saying, absolutely amazing that people across the globe can enjoy this, be able to communicate all in the comfort of our homes. So I'm glad you are enjoying this high stakes poker content. Marcel, shout out to all of you getting involved in the conversation, keeping myself and Randy company into the late levels of day one. As always, let us know where you're joining us from, who you're rooting for, who your favorite players to see on stage.
We know people are rooting for this guy who just 3-bet jack 10 suited, 2.5x in position, undergun +1 versus 2.
Mr. Monaco himself.
Mr. Monaco.
If we both make final table.
Here's the finished player. Latvian, ace-7
Whoa,
suited.
goal.
Awkward
See
hand.
it, baby.
Not a great hand to take a 3-bet pot with, out of position.
Man, I only bet 5,000.
On the flip side, odds are kind of in his favor. 4-bet?
I mean,
Does he ever like just take a break?
Clearly knows that that hand from earlier on, where he got 5-bet jammed on, is doing the rounds on Twitter and Instagram. It's like, hang on, hold my beer. I need to regain some respect. Get my own little suited ace-X bluff through.
And welcome back to the break desk here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel Spa Resort Casino. Ali Nejad alongside Henry Kilbane for the home stretch here of the first day of coverage of 16 in total here at the 2023 Super High Roller Series for the Triton Poker Tour. And we've got a couple of brand new feature tables on our hands. Mr. Kilbane, the first of them, as we take the Triton Poker Plus app, will include the likes of Orpin Kisachikoglu. Hadn't had a chance to see him operate thus far. One newcomer in Boyka that I can see out there, and then some rather familiar faces spread out across the rest of the field. Still awaiting the alignment for our other featured table. Current chip leader overall, 41 players remaining out of 159 entries, is Kareem Rebay, followed by Kevin Paquet and Brian Kim. So there's been a real shakeup there at the top as the 2 million barrier has been burst, Henry.
Yeah, and certainly. I mean, a lot of the early day one chip leaders like Alex Polikov's kind of just an incredibly high variance day for him, running a couple of ill-timed bluffs and just things not going his way. But look, Kevin Paquet, widely regarded as one of the best six-max players in the world. Brian Kim, obviously making a bit of a name for himself, both stateside and in Vietnam during the last series. And yeah, let's not sleep on our chip leader, Kareem Rebay, as we close in on the money bubble. Although I think 2 levels left, the money bubble maybe not a factor tonight.
Called Orpin's name, by the way. He rounds out the top 5, along with the likes of Nicholas Schweedy, Artur Martirosyan there. Enzo Vito, first-timer, playing under the Union Jack. And, of course, Dao Min Fu, who won in Vietnam at his first-ever Triton series, was unable to complete that series due to some governmental complications, not allowing him to partake further, but managed to come out here, said no swap, as he's going to be playing the 200K with Justin Bonomo, calling his shot, and right there, in 9th at present. The blinds are going to be 10 and 25,000 with the 25K big blind ante. 60K in orbit will be the cost of playing poker, as we will take it down to the studio and get the action underway in just moments. You'll be getting a glimpse at one of our 2 featured tables, and there it is. Brought to you by Poker Stake. We find Boyka, one of the biggest stacks in the overall field. 4th at present, 1.9 million roughly. Orpin 5th overall. The top 2 stacks, of course, here at one of our 2 feature tables. 7-handed action. Can't overlook the likes of Heath, Davies, Greenwood, all of whom are going to be making life hard on the field. Boyka min-raise open with the ace-3 suited to kick off this frame of play.
Yeah, what an absolute treat of a feature table as we head towards the tail end of day one. Obviously, with the departure of Chidwick, leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. The likes of Greenwood and Davies will be looking to capitalize on that and close the gap at the top. Jason Kuhn also still in the mix and on Chidwick's tail.
Yep, sorry. King Jack 3-bet from Sun Yu at his 2nd ever Triton series.
Where did you go in between?
Gets the job done. By the way, Greenwood, who I mentioned moments ago, at this table, one of 3 sub-10 big blind stacks remaining in the field, currently 39th of 41 runners.
Yeah, I would like
We talked about that Ivan Liao Player of the Year race, Henry. Jason Kuhn, the man who poses the biggest threat to Chidwick, and with the departure of Steven, Jason has a chance to narrow the gap.
Does indeed. Has a playable stack to do it with as well.
Around the old city and seeing all the sites, and like we did a lot of. We
Top 23 places are going to get paid. 45,800 will be the min cash. Obviously, plenty of runway between now and the bubble. Work still to be done, and Ben Heath doing work with King Queen under the gun +1. Sticking with the min raise. Red Crab for Buldigan on multiple bullets at this point. Gonna set mine, and then that oh so lovely Jack 10 suited awaiting Seth Davies in the big.
Very defendable hand here for Seth. Closing the action. Some concerns about being dominated, but suited. Maybe some options to 3-bet squeeze as well.
Listen, some concerns about the dangers of driving versus any other method of transportation, and yet It doesn't stop me from clicking my garage door open and getting in my car and heading down to the local casino on a fairly daily basis.
Doesn't stop me from putting my helmet on and...
yeah, and then trying to kill yourself on the streets of Phuket.
225.
Well, there we go.
You know,
Seth Davies.
It's funny, I was tempted to ask whether or not there's some frequency with which this Jack-10 suited would activate pre-flop, as we see it do exactly that and make quick work of Ben Heath's open.
Walk back like another way.
Back around to Bouldigan now, but
so
this is
argument like
the less frequent approach.
I'd say so. I think with Vyacheslav's flat from the small, definitely incentivizing Davies to take a more aggressive line. So much success out in Vietnam.
20 seconds.
Davies,
Oh,
I
you're doing
believe,
it, you're
currently
doing it.
third.
You're stealing
Ivan
my
Liao,
life.
Player of the Year
wow, what are you talking
leaderboard, currently
Took 55 seconds.
730
Show
points
for free.
behind Stephen Chidwick. But can be done.
It's okay.
A couple of wins here early in the series certainly put him in
If
contention.
somebody added up all the time in your life you've like spent waiting for Christoph to act in the poker hand. I mean, it's
Time of possession guy.
yeah,
Christoph's
yeah,
a big
exactly.
time of possession guy.
He's a dominant poker player.
Just a real
Question
ground and
is for
pound.
Greenwood.
Yeah.
3 yards in a cloud of dust. Christoph.
The question was, how many hours lifetime do you think you've had to wait on Vogelsang to act? Jesus, Greenwood. Savagery.
Maybe you can invoice him.
Well, just
be like, "Hey,
take that
Christoph,
hourly and...
my life is worth this much, and you owe me accordingly. You know, it's funny. When Randy and I were in the booth, we had Christoph on one of our feature tables, and I pointed out that his pace of play was actually exactly in line with most of the others, and far more brisk than I think he would be on average, and didn't really deserve any criticism whatsoever. As I said it, of course, he milked the pre-flop 20 seconds right down to 1. But, you know, fair play, and I think he's made a concerted effort, as the 8-8-7 didn't bring any effort out of any of these 3 holdings. So News Ace-King continues to be best, but having picked up both blinds for the ride, he doesn't love this texture.
Boyka wants to just stab at this.
Yeah, he's got that sense that this is available for purchase, doesn't he?
Yeah, certainly a board texture that's going to favor the big blind defending range. So all the boats, all the straights. Gonna just get ace king to hit the markers. Does the ace deuce behind. So nice little pickup there for Boyka. 1.9 million. Currently sat 5th in chips overall. 20 players remain, 23 places paid. In cash of 45,800. So we'll be playing down to a winner tomorrow. We'll be crowning our first champion of the series. Said champion will be going home with $918,000.
How about that, huh? For a 25K? Tidy sum.
Casual 37 buy-ins up top.
I have a confession.
Go on.
Henry. A, I would have liked to have seen us maybe clip a few of those bubble payouts and get that first place prize up to $1 million. I know we'd be fudging the math.
We would be
but
fudging
you know,
the
the
math.
7-figure payout has that nice finish to it. Second, during the not altogether brief break that I just enjoyed while you and Randy held it down.
Go on.
I did make my way over to the Merit Royal
There we go.
property,
So noticing those things now.
which, as you
I
know,
always like, I just turn my cards up usually.
includes a rooftop
Double check.
nightclub
After doing it, after someone
slash
open raise
bar.
once.
Yeah.
Or perhaps based on the look on your face, you don't know.
No, I do. I
You
do.
briefly forgot.
It's not. I know what you mean by rooftop now. It's not the actual roof of the hotel. It's
Someone
like a
just, like,
one-story.
min low jack or something,
Yeah,
right?
go
Just,
on.
like,
Apologies
ripped
for
over the queen nine
interrupting
suited,
this
like,
story.
open muck.
Yeah, you gotta
Had to learn to
gotta
stop.
confirm
okay.
stuff. The first like
But
big
I'll tell
funnel
you
table
that
I ever made,
in the span of roughly
folded
45
king
minutes, I managed to
'cause I thought
tour the bulk
I
of
was just
Eastern
3-betting
Europe.
and the guy folded to the 3-bet, but someone had cold 4-bet behind.
It was amazing.
I
I
remember
just
that.
folded. Yeah.
That was the.
And I'm back.
What countries did you see?
Masters 100K, yeah. It's the first
Well,
100K I ever played.
To be fair, there was a bit of a communication barrier, so I'm not exactly sure, but more than one. It was amazing. And I'm back.
It's a beautiful part of the world.
Yes, it is.
It's, Vyacheslav finds himself dominated in terms of diamonds.
Very like,
Boyka with a very deceptive flat.
I was a very sad guy.
On the button, day one, ladies and gentlemen.
The very
Got
next
2
hand, I had
weeks.
to play a 2-bet.
Gonna hold it down. Look, it's
It's
gone
top pair
midnight.
against a Broadway Gutty with a couple of backdoor diamond draws is what it is. Rein it in, Kilbane.
The night shift started 23 minutes ago.
Indeed. 160 out there, and Boldigan going to pump the brakes on this texture here despite flopping top pair. Boyka under-repped, but out-flopped. Check back. To the turn we go.
How
Ooh,
about
and that's spicy, as you like to say, Henry.
Yes, indeed. With the over gut shot, nut flush draw. Vyacheslav with 2 pair. Kicker issues and some unwanted diamonds in this case.
Little does he know it, and yet he knuckles once more.
Yeah, maybe a board texture where he wants to get just one street of value. Wants to exert some pot control on flop and turn, especially given the flatting range on the button. Going to contain a lot of suited broadways. Wouldn't be surprised to see Boyka try and realize here as he does knuckle back.
Very dry 4 in terms of these 2 holdings, but it does complete the club draw as played. Not sure how much of that sort of assignment will be going on.
Yeah, Vyacheslav seems somewhat confused that Alex checked back flop and turn. Maybe confused, not the right word, just feels like a board where Alex may stab.
Yeah, maybe a little surprised that the flat calling range from Boyka didn't include stuff that would want to barrel in position at least on one of those last 2 streets.
Yeah, 6s, 7s, 8s, and ace-queen really the only hands. Some ace-5 suited in there, but here we go, 65K.
We know the solvers
Oh,
like
the
to send
milkman.
those
The
ace-5s
milkman.
into the 3-bet stratospheres.
They
though.
do.
But yeah, 65K as the ace-queen decides it wants to take a peek. Earned from Boldigan. Nicely done.
Kicker playing, understandable, given that he under-repped pre. Artur Martirosyan has crossed the 2 million chip mark.
He's going to be a threat. As we see Toon Mulder, a threat of his own, the Dutchman. I feel like if this poker thing doesn't work out,
For 10.
and his Dutch compatriots,
Paris Fashion Week.
I don't know when the next Winter Olympics is, but first we get him in the 4-man bobsled, and then Paris Fashion Week. Because first you win a medal, then you get the sponsorship, right? I would love to be their agent.
I think you could take him a long way. I'm not sure the Dutchies have access to many bobsleigh facilities, but
we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Maybe canoeing.
Is that a play off of the fjords?
Certainly not. I don't know what the fjords is, mate, to be perfectly honest
Isn't
with
that
you.
the canals or whatever, you know, like
Oh,
in,
there we
in
go, yeah.
Amsterdam, that's like a bit of like a bloomin' onion with like
What I was
waterways.
going for, cycling as well.
They really are specimens.
Average height out there is like 184 centimeters, man. I mean, all of them just automatically 6 foot at birth. Unfair.
There's our man,
Raise 50,000.
the mediocre Dane, Henrik Hecklin. Not sure if you know the story about this, where he refused to be anointed the Great Dane due to his respect for Gus Hansen.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
And so we said, fine, you'll be the mediocre Dane then. Had a good laugh about that. Really one of the better personalities on tour is Hecklin. A Triton main event winner back in Madrid. Queen Jack has woken him up. King 3. Not exactly smelling salts for Tuin Mulder.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Hecklin traveling out to these Triton Super High Roller Series with his better half. Calls Macau home for the time being. Comes up short.
Lost the main.
Yes, clean cut.
Do you think that that haircut was obtained during a spat of sobriety or inebriation? If you had to guess, it feels like a drunk date with a pair of clippers, if I'm being honest.
Maybe, Ali.
Date with a pair of 3s on the turn for Mulder. Don't get all politically correct on
No,
me
it's not
here.
that. I was going. It's going like, it looks like, you know, he's out there chopping wood by day and taking pots by night.
He'll take pots by day as well, for what it's worth. But I hear you.
Main event champ. Let's see, River's best.
Sure does. Queen of Diamonds, thinking him for top pair.
Medium Kudane with the check mark on the river.
5 seconds. Check.
Obviously, it's a nickname rooted in thorough jest. Hecklin is a terrific player. He's got really good feel out there, too. Seen him deviate from what might seem to be standard in spots live and be right on more than one occasion.
Yeah, it really does have a great feel for the game. I think a lot of that comes from live cash game background. Maybe not background, but has a ton of live cash game experience. Just understands a lot of these spots.
Full pot, exactly, from Hecklin here on the river. For Mulder, really the question becomes, did he hit the queen or not as played, it would seem.
Yeah, certainly with that pot-sized bet on the river in terms of polarity.
Well, a new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is now. Henry, Triton Play is a social poker game that's looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and it's open for pre-registrations right now. When you see the QR code pop up, be sure to scan it and start your journey into that new world, as Triton Play's got some really exciting stuff coming up, including a stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more you don't want to miss out. So when the QR code pops up, you know what to do.
Honestly, I've been so impatient with this Triton Play release ever since it was teased to us back in Madrid of last year. I then had the pleasure of going to the offices in KL, getting a bit of a sneak peek, and you know, they didn't want to rush things. They didn't just want to release it for the sake of releasing it. I know the team has been working tirelessly. I know you and Jeff Gross were doing some stuff in Madrid as well, and finally, it seems like
How much do you have?
got it on our hands.
Our baby's ready to be
There
birthed.
we go. I think, given the success that Triton Super High Roller Series has had, Triton Play is maybe, just maybe, the next big thing in poker.
Well, a big thing in poker is Sergio Ido, who is well decorated, alongside his countryman Adrian Mateos. Beasts of the poker wild. Able to flop top pair.
For Volgusang. To apologize, Ali. Middle pair v top pair. Modern day cooler. Bottom v big blind.
pot control check back here as the club draw is added to the mix on the turn for Ido. And might that card be the type that leaves Vogelsang feeling like he can pursue value with second pair top kicker?
Certainly a hand that wants to get some protection as well as some value over cards. Don't want to just give a free river to a hand like King Jack, King 10, Ace 10. So he's going to check it on over. Oh, Ido with the turn flush draw and the under rep top pair in terms of deception on the flop. They go for a delayed c-bet. It's like half pot, just south. 55k into 135. Let's see if Vogelsang going anywhere just yet.
Indeed. Flings the 55 out there to take a peek at a river, which will give Sergio the clubs, just in case that queen was outkicked or no good in some other manner, which was doubtful as played.
Pretty good development for Christoph. Delayed c-bet, some of the backdoor clubs, that stab turn. Now get there on the river, so maybe can be able to get away from this nut middle pair. 2, 4, 5 in the middle. See what Ido brings. Ido just seems so consistent, not only in these high roller fields, but even the large field main events of the world. Loves fine dining, one of the things he enjoys experiencing. He travels the circuit. Comes out firing 160k to 2, 4, 5, and now Vogelsang with the bluff catcher.
Yeah, doesn't enjoy feeling like a tapa on the menu right now. As Ido looking to dine on Christoph bucks.
Oh, I thought he was reaching for the fold there.
Yeah, I did too. Seems like he's struggling with it.
He's pained by a lot of the one club barrels that start setting something up on the turn to then follow through on the flush completing river. Hands like King Jack with a club, King 10 with a club.
Ace 8 certainly can be good a reasonable amount of the time here, but that sizing is a bit dissuasive, you see.
Yeah, I mean, this
Suspicions.
isn't posturing here from Vogelsang.
Not at all. The struggle is real.
Oh, he's going to call him off, flicks in the one chip and gets shown the bad news. Fantastic development there for Ido after checking back on the flop. Getting max value on turn and river.
And Christoph needn't be annoyed by the arrival of that last club, as queens were always good, but maybe they weren't betting quite so much in a different universe. As we take a brief peek.
Oh boy.
Over at the outer table, where one brews. It's a set of sixes against running top two for Seth Davies, as first-timer Igor Yaroshevsky has Seth in a bad way and has slipped him some rope. The backdoor spades have arrived, as we just saw. From time to time, that kit is out there.
What on earth is this run out?
Frosty, that's what it is.
Running top two, Seth obviously happy to go for value against the small blind. I'm blocking spades, so maybe a world where Seth gets away from a check jab. If he doesn't go for it all, 4-10 in the middle.
Yeah, sub 1 SPR for Yaroshevsky.
All in.
Yeah, well, he does announce himself, and a snap call from Igor with the set of sixes.
400.
That's an unavoidable spot for Seth Davies, and that's music to the ears of the Stephen Chidwick fans. Seth finds himself third on the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard to close the gap here, but now down to just 15 bigs.
Well, it wasn't quite Chernobyl, but it was a bit explosive.
Here a little bit.
Don't look at me like that. It's not too soon.
I wasn't looking
The
at you.
reactor's under control.
I wasn't looking at you.
I mean, we're not going to go hang out in, you know,
we
ground
could.
zero
Make it a great piece of content.
without a Geiger counter.
So you can go there. You can sneak in.
Meaning I'm authorized?
I mean, look, I'm not.
I'm just playing off of the roots there for Yaroshevsky.
I don't want to get in trouble. But yes, you can go.
It's the night shift, Henry. It's all about trouble. This is actually like court-ordered therapy for me, this part of the evening.
In the contracts.
Where I can, no, definitely not. But this is not sanctioned.
It's the clause that's been left out.
King Jack suited now for Davies off of the heels of that irradiation.
What's it been, 40 years? Thereabouts?
At least.
Yeah.
Yaroshevsky wasn't around for it. $50K, the Open. You weren't even around for it.
I mean, there's a lot of things that I wasn't around for. I've only been on this planet for a few orbits, a couple of dozen or so.
Ace 10 suited for Boyka.
Against under the gun.
Treading lightly with the flat. Couple of diamonds into the bin behind him in King 5 form. As neither blind will seek to participate, so Davies will be heads up out of position as he peeks back for hand verification and flops 2 overs and the gutty on a 10 high board, which binks Boyka for top pair, top kicker.
It's about as fun as it gets in terms of board textures. Davies obviously opening from under the gun, 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor spades. Boyka with top, SPR of just north of 2. 40 left in the hunt for title number 1. This Super High Roller Series, 25K GG Super Millions. Check from Davies. Action on Boyka.
Alex reaching for tokens. Official deposit amount, 1/4 pot. So a 5-to-1 lay here on a call. Price is certainly right for Seth.
Yeah, Davies going nowhere. Question was whether he's going to check raise or just check call as a backdoor spade opportunity. Also for Davies, 240 in the middle. Does he want to retake the betting lead here? Given how awkward the SPR is. Some folds that he could get. Let's knuckle on over to Alex. Top pair, top kicker. Still plenty of value to be had. Be somewhat concerned of some traps from Davies, but still plenty of draws that check, call, flop, check, fold, turn. Want to deny equity from. Half pot, Harley, and if you're asking the question in Davies' shoes, the price is right. It certainly is. I think 3-1 on a call. You only need 25% equity. We can see here.
Right.
Actually has 41% with his 2 overs and a flush draw. as well as that gut shot.
Of course, that 120 is a good chunk of the 290 back. So you can appreciate the discomfort. And you hate to be drawing dead with that pair on board. 2 10s, 2 9s.
How about
Not
this, really?
outside the realm of possibility.
For sure.
For Boyka, as the ace now giving Alex top 2.
In Monte Carlo.
Incredibly uncommon spot here. 170k back.
I played.
You played.
480 in the middle.
Good.
100 final.
Davies coming up short, going to be down to just 7 bigs. And he's going to be in the big blind and the big blind ante in the very next hand.
I didn't like a little bit ace
6.
No?
Ace 6 suited.
Maybe ace 6, I don't remember.
Small blind.
No, ace 9. I don't exactly remember. Anyway, play fast. I'm very impressed that Arthur played some slow sometimes.
Slow?
Little slower.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, you're pro. You pro or businessman?
Businessman.
Really?
Surprised by the deliberation length there,
You pro
Henry?
already.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense given the run out that the Ace of Hearts would be a card that Alex would potentially give up some bluffs that he was going to triple off with.
Ends up jamming. Obviously,
Right.
had Seth well covered, and Davies
After
can do nothing
you
but
called me
look.
confused.
Boyka's looked pretty good so far from what I've observed, Henry, here in his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event. Generally speaking, guys don't just show up and build the first line item on their resume at this price point. So certainly experience levels do vary greatly.
This is going great.
Yeah, Boyka
Oh.
from Belarus, one of the flags
Fucking hell.
of the poker world that, you know, when you see them, kind of just assume that this guy knows what he's doing.
Still here,
Belarusians,
Good game.
the tournament circuit.
Basketball? Are you gonna play basketball?
Kita Badziakowski, Alexander Shilko,
Start talking about that.
Alex
I'm not out
Boyka.
yet.
I'm watching for circuit.
Full stop?
got 5 blinds.
No, there's others lurking out there for
There are
sure.
a few.
Those are the ones that come to mind, as Yaroshevsky. With the ace-10 in the cutoff. Clicks it.
All in.
And Davies says all
145.
in. Gets snap called and is going to have to race against 2 overs here.
Yeah, Igor looking to put the final nail in the coffin after flopping that set of 6s
Double up for starting
against
set.
Davies running top 2.
Yeah, might he finish what he started? And
How's that
not on
window
this
count?
occasion, it would seem, although the queen and the 9 and the 10
All in, lights
have some
going. You guys
connectivity.
see this? Turns red. Queen 4 for me.
That is not the turn that's going to
145.
yield any disasters for a set of 9s. And Davies will get the double with cheese.
Back up to 13 big blinds, but still a ton of work to do. 16 off the money. Have ourselves a new chip leader. It's one of our dark horses from earlier on in day 1, Nicholas Chauti. Like just shy of 3 million chips, a couple of back-to-back big pots. 2 pair with ace-4 against Adrian Mateos' ace-9, followed by the nut flush against a mystery hand from Mario Mosbok. Flopped the nut flush and got 3 streets of value from Mario. Igor looks interested.
Ace-4 off. In the bin in front of his ace-8 suited.
I like to see these guys take their time with spots like that. I think it's very easy to sit here as we can see the whole cards and say, look, this is like an easy call or easy 3-bet or whatever. There's a lot of things coming into play here. Short stacks behind. It's the only position open from Ben. Discipline fold. Igor as Davies looking to go back to back.
Ripping in 3 1/4 with the Queen 10 suited. And does Ben want to spin a wheel at that price with a couple of 6s? The answer is quickly provided. And it is a resounding yes. So they'll play for 700 here. This is not a small pot.
This is your chance
Yeah, Davies after bricking the King Jack and losing the big flip earlier.
Comes up shy of a winner thus far. Jack 8-3 board. But plenty of outs. Queen 10 or a 9 would do it, and there is the Queen. No waiting, and now Heath drawing to 1 remaining 6 as 6 is already in the muck from Orpin pre-flop, and a safe river for Davies, who has ridden a bit of a roller coaster here.
There we go. 700K.
No, seriously.
It's a playable stack.
I'm almost. All right. I'm having a great time.
Heath on the wrong end of that one.
I'll take either of those hands. 6s, ace-10 off. I'll take the losing hands. Not greedy.
Greenwood playing just 6 big blinds, saying he'll take either of those hands, 6s or ace-10. He's happy to get his final chips in the middle. So he's going to be in the big blind in just a couple of hands' time. Going to be forced to put in around a third of his stack.
Sitting on a nub, Henry.
Sitting on a nub.
How much do you have now?
700.
Suited ace-10
Feels better than
is going to
doing
beat
1 million.
Greenwood to the punch for the time being. Under the gun. Clicks it up. Sam promptly into the muck. Must have had dust. Queen Jack also into the muck for Yaroshevsky. But stalled on the ace-2 suited we are now.
Davies going to go for the trifecta.
Orpin did fold it, and now the pocket 4s will flat. Deep enough to play a little poker. Which he wasn't. Oh, but a few pots ago.
A lot of momentum for Davies coming into this hand as he flops. Ooh. Middle set against top pair, Ali, and
dream setup here. And for Sun Yu, real problems as he understandably follows through with that ace-10, top pair, 75K.
How about it?
Presumably we remove a decent chunk of deuce X, 5X from Sun's range as the under the gun opener. And with that, we are not as afraid of those cards as we are of a diamond, though, as 2 black 4s unblock. And of course, wouldn't you know it, that diamond does show up on the turn as Davies was slow playing. Now Sun pumps the brakes, sensing something funny could be afoot here. Because it is the kind of board text draft you get flatted pre, even if it is the button of Davies, that you do have to ask what wants to continue. Maybe some pocket pairs in there that are going to keep an eye on King X that has failed to improve, but
those are the hands that come to mind. Some backdoor spades, unlikely, but some.
200 into 310, roughly 2/3 from Davies as he takes control, and now the problems are even bigger for Sun Yu as He is not tempted into suddenly leading out with aces and tens, but certainly he's going to be tempted to muck.
Well, Seth, just a few hands ago, finding the runner top 2 against the flop set. Now roles are reversed, going from 6 bigs to 30, and now potentially going to play a 1.4 million chip pot as he effectively jams, leaving himself just 5K behind. And Soon's come back over the top. He's come back over the top. Davies trying to leave the 5K behind. Soon with the fist bump jam with the ace-10. And Davies with the tank does make the call.
Ace-10.
Ace-10 no good.
That's exactly what he wanted to hear, by the way, and I suspect it's sort of the bottom end of the range that he
precisely
can beat. Just a couple of hands. I don't think ace-queen plays it that way.
I think against the snap jam on the river, exactly that he just doesn't think
Still alive.
ace-queen plays that way. Some traps, of course, aces with the diamond.
Yep, okay.
You bluffed me?
No, I don't bluff you.
Soon's going to leave behind all those chips with no shot at reclamation as his number gets called for rebalancing efforts. And he will depart this featured table with far fewer tokens than he had just moments ago, courtesy of aces and tens against the set of fours for Davies, who
that's a new rule this year.
very much found the bottom and has now bounced off of that resistance point.
Yeah, that's tournament poker in a nutshell. 3 for 3 for Davies. From 6.5 bigs to almost 60 in 3 hands.
I gotta look at the Triton app, look at my graph.
There we go. Davies going to have a look at the Triton Poker Plus app.
Isn't it the riffle?
Yeah, it's the riffle, right?
Blinds are going up to 15 and 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante.
Look at that little parabola.
Final level of the evening. How about that graph, Ali?
Yeah.
How sick does that look?
Need bike
Hyperbolic.
It's like the big
bike
dip.
here.
Vertical.
No,
Davies
sell,
edition.
sell.
Yeah, my graph.
It's like any given day of me clicking buttons in the stock market is what it looks like.
And then for 5K extra chips, he got to make you feel miserable.
He got to make me feel really shitty.
How much I play?
There we go. Hearing it from Davies.
No, 135.
Didn't love the snap jam.
Total.
36 players left as we head into the final level of the evening. Just 13 off the money, Ali.
Sorry.
It's good that you didn't leave behind.
Part of strategy.
It's good that you didn't leave.
I mean, I don't think I ever would have folded. So, like, I was just
Ace-7's going to run into an ace-king suited here as Hooligan
I was just being a little baby.
woke up.
If you get a reputation for folding there,
huh?
If you get a reputation for folding there,
200.
Greenwood with the timing, man. I mean, this guy.
Well, I mean, maybe.
What did he say? You have a reputation for folding?
No, he's saying, would you get a reputation if you folded there? Is that why you made the call? Like, I love Greenwood. His timing is impeccable at times.
He does have a good sense
Some of his one-liners.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh off that victory as well. Devoted that one to his wife back home, I believe.
Smart man.
That's how it's done. Take note, ladies and gents. Giving a winner's speech at a Triton series. Give the family back home a shout out as we head into final 25 minutes or so of play. Here's Nicholas Joiti at the top of the pack. 98 bigs, Artur Martirosyan on his tail with 97. Then a bit of a drop off to Alex Boyka at this table. Only other player with more than 2 million.
And it's interesting, over the course of the last few levels, the biggest of stacks have
60?
hovered sort of right around that 100 BB plus range. And despite those stacks being up in the 3 million range now, they still continue, based on the clip at which the blinds are going up, to be diluted down to that same depth. As we see Buldigan back at it. Ace-9, the open. Dominated 10-9 for Yaroshevsky in the big. Igor calls and comes up empty on the Jack-5 tray board. Same story, though, for Buldigan. We'll see whether or not he feels like barreling through.
Vyacheslav with the continue. Snap fold from 10 high.
I wanted something super pre-flop fail.
Listen,
and a
chat.
a back roll flush
I
draw,
know
so
it's
I'm
the
like,
night
okay,
shift and we're an hour in,
get
but
rid of-
Seth Davies
Can't see
is
the
not
phone,
Matt
I gotta
Berkey's doppelganger, and Matt Berkey is not Seth Davies' doppelganger.
Is that what they're claiming?
That's what they're going for. I know they both like baseball. They're both tall. They rock the caps.
Was there multiple people
There
claiming
was a
that?
lot of people claiming that in the
Okay,
chat.
can we batch ban?
Batch ban. Maybe. Ask the mods. Should be doable.
I was kind of kidding. I'm not really that bloodthirsty as Uncle Paul,
Uncle
as you call him,
Paul.
wearing my favorite timepiece of the entire Triton Super High Roller Series, the, I believe, Bubba Watson edition RM.
You know, he's actually wearing one of my favorite tracksuits of the series as well. It looks so damn comfortable.
I think
I like the color as
the
well.
tracksuit's wearing boss, not the other way around.
Maybe, let me see.
That's where the comfort comes from. A man in his element, but unfortunately not particularly deep in chips, as his 380K sails into the middle from up front, and a customer in Tune Mulder who piles his tokens out there, providing a touch of protection. 50K deeper was Tune. He'll pull that back, and they will go racing.
Yeah, two of the shorter stacks left in the field, going to war here. Fair fight. 52% for Uncle Paul, 47 for Tun. Just shy of 30 bigs in the middle.
And
out clean so far.
Very clean. 8-7-4 over pair for Paul, and the diamond working. Oh, and a disaster turn. Peeling off mercilessly as Paul's just left tugging at a 9, and instead it is trip aces for Tune Mulder.
Well, the rough stint continues for Bossman. Rough series in Vietnam after a strong 2022. 0 for 1 here. As always, Paul going to be in the mix in every event, including the short deck PLO events we got coming up. So plenty of time to turn things back around, but Turn after skipping Vietnam. A crucial flip deep into day 1.
You were very, very weak, so you can rebuy. Everybody already.
Calvin Fu saying you can rebuy, boss. We'll let you. Everyone agrees.
I love sort of the totally unaffected nature of Paul when he's out there. Win, lose, or draw, always wearing a smile. Bit of an example to set for the field in terms of attitude. And I think a lot of people do take their cues from some of the elder statesmen of the tour.
Yeah, I think in terms of emotional regulation, you know, these guys such as Uncle Paul who have just played, you know, the highest stakes for years, they can take it on the chin.
One big long game, right?
That's what they say. I'm still waiting for things to turn around for me.
Oh, you mean you're trying to have a bad year for once?
No.
You're doing all right out there, Kilbane. I suspect your graphs are northbound much more than they are southbound.
Maybe. We'll see. Get to the end of the year, as things quieten down out on the main stage with the departure of Point.
Coming up on 1 a.m. local time. Some of these faces are getting a little bit long. Many hours of play under their belt and many hours of travel as well, as so many come from far and wide to assemble here at the Merit Royal Diamond. Get their fix, their dose. High-stakes poker action. Among them, Selhadin Badir.
Yeah, Santosh, I believe, calls Dubai home.
Does indeed.
Loves the 4-card game. He's going to be thrilled to see there are a couple of Omaha events during this series.
That's right.
Something we lacked in Vietnam.
You won't be missing those. TBD whether or not Ido is going to be missing an opportunity to set mine with these ducks out of the big.
Wow, how about that? Ido, 25 big blind rejam.
Covered, by the way, by Badir.
Who knows what time it is? It's go time for Ido.
High variance. I'm always a bit surprised, Henry, to see those sorts of higher variance choices made by very capable, long-time professionals. Not because it isn't right, but because those are spots that maybe the edges are thinner, and do we really need to take them if we feel as though better spots will be available to us further on down the line? Now, maybe I'm being exceedingly conservative, but if we do favor ourselves, then maybe we don't need to take every single spot, especially the high variance ones. How do you feel about that?
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I myself find myself in the same camp as you, but these guys, you know, it's all about the small, fine edges to be gained, and given that Badir is going to be opening wide into stack city covers, you know, the deuce is going to be printing money as a rejam. They really play well out position, flat calling, always going to be over cards. Just realizing that he has a ton of fold equity to just pick up the dead money out there as he flats with the King Queen O this time round.
Against the Badir Open with Ace-Jack, and this time Saladin will be given an opportunity to see a flop. In position against Ido. Neither player connects. Ido with the gutter. Badir, no draw to speak of. Knuckles back, unimproved on the turn.
Interesting probe spot for Ido. 2 overs and a gut shot. Nice to fold out some ace highs. There we go, looks like 120K. 140,000, do apologize, and gets the ace-jack to fold. Nice little pickup there for Ido. The C11 asking, are we going to get any cash games going this series? I certainly hope so. I know Randy and Triton recently put some, I want to say PLO cash games, including the likes of Rui Cao, Patrick Antonius, out over on our YouTube channel. I'd love to see some of our regulars, fan favorites, getting together for some high stakes nosebleed,
You know,
no limit.
Interestingly, while I was over at that nightclub briefly with Hossein Insan and Nariman Yarmai, by the way, both of whom busted out already of this event and decided they were not going to rebuy anymore. We ran into Yo Viral.
Oh, there we go.
Johan Gilbert, and he mentioned that he's going to be hosting his private game whilst we're here in Cyprus, North Cyprus to be exact, and that it was going to be streamed, that maybe our cameras would be trained upon his
Yo Viral's game.
Typical game, yeah. So
I believe he started it in Malta, a group of friends, and he's kind of taken it on tour around the globe. I'd love to see that. Let's dive back into this.
a good circus, Henry, is a traveling circus.
That's what they say.
I imagine there'll be plenty of animals on parade in that particular conglomeration of characters that Yo Viral has assembled. Looking forward to it, as you said. Queen Jack against 8, 9, deuce. 2 10s blocked. I guess Mulder's not playing against the flop, is he? He's playing more against the pocket 10s, but Suvarna really has a good hand against Mulder's specific holding here. Vulnerable to the 2 overs, but going to follow through for 45,000 on the pre-flop action.
Relatively small bet from Suvarna with the overpair.
Retains tune. Another 90 into the middle.
Third diamond rolling off on the turn, now giving Turn an additional 9 outs. Do apologize. 8. Stand corrected. 7. The Queen of Diamonds was always an out. We'll get there, chat. It's been a long day. Getting rid of the jet lag. Love the lead. It's a lead that, in theory, Suvarna can't really do anything against.
Right. It kind of puts the cuffs on.
It does. Like, even overpairs with a diamond against a small blind flat. That Jack of Diamonds a key card as well. Blocking the King Jack, Jack 10 type holdings. Diamonds, of course. 380 in the middle. Big river coming up for these two medium-sized stacks as the board does pair and turn comes up short.
Now what?
That is the question.
Well, what do you give Suvarna here? Just 2 big cards with maybe a bigger diamond in hand as played when he calls the turn against our lead?
Yeah, having the Jack of Diamonds is really nice. Unblocking those exact holdings. Ace high, the Ace of Diamonds. 380 in the middle. Does Suvarna give off the vibe that he's folding an overpair, no diamond?
Well, if indeed Santosh has the Ace X with a diamond, King X of a diamond type of combos, we cannot check because we cannot beat it. And as such, the 250 is deployed.
I don't think this bet is designed to fold out overpairs, by the way. I think this is more so trying to fold out ace highs with a diamond. Maybe some hand like 6s or 7s. Maybe some 8x that keeps him honest for 1. The fact that he's got Santosh to throw out the 2 time extensions just goes to showcase the power of taking the lead on the turn and following through on this river.
And Suvarna unblocking the diamonds, of course. Might be on his mind.
Blocking some of the bluffs as well, which really sucks having the 2 10s. The Queen 10s, Jack 10s.
Right, they work for and against him.
Really fun hand to wrap up the day here. But I don't see the 10s hitting the mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more fun for one of these players than the other, and that all depends on whether or not Suvarna clicks call.
Credit to Mulder, by the way. Really putting these 10s in the blender. This is a genuine tank 3rd time extension being flicked in from Santosh, who typically, to give him credit, plays pretty fast.
It's a spot, though.
Oh, it is. This is a painful spot. Couple of 10s, no diamond. Small blind flat, check call flop, lead turn, bomb river. I mean, your 10s are a bluff catcher. Fourth time extension being flicked out now.
don't know. I don't know. It's private, yeah. Oh, my friend is here, so it's okay. My friend in the hand, so it's okay.
Well, 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 Ali.
You look. Oh, fuck.
Into the bin goes the best hand, and no wonder Toon Mulder is quick to issue some fist bumps as he hauls one in.
My friend, try to don't, you know, we are so big line. Try to don't put me under pressure, okay?
No, no, no.
Oh, man.
If you have something good, just put me under
I'm
pressure.
sorry,
That's-
Santosh.
I'm
Firstly,
local for you, yeah?
tough spot power. I mean, look, Mulder pulling one out of the bag there with a really creative bluff. But Ivan, every time he comes to the table, whoever he deems as a pro, just always trying to sweet talk them into, it's like, hey, listen, pal, blind v blind, okay, look, it's been a long day, a long trip. Kind of, you know.
Take it easy.
Take it easy on me. Such a character. As we dive back into the blue feature table. What a hand that was, by the way.
Credit given for the diamonds exactly?
Credit given for the diamonds and credit given for the tank and the fold. The fold not an easy fold to make, especially on TV. And, you know, the 10's a bluff catcher. Do a bit of a post-mortem on that previous hand. I understand the fold.
That
GG's.
fold needed to be just a little bit harder than it ended up being for Suvarna to find the call button and take one down as we find Broadway connectors. Double gapper for Orpin, single gapper for Davies. Both hitting this ace-queen 10 board. Advantage Seth. 45K bet and call. And the turn is an awkward one, giving Orpin kings and tens, but giving Davies Broadway, as the best hand stays that way despite the opposition's improvement.
Yeah, annoying spot for Orpin, especially against someone like Seth. Opening from +1. Has control of the table, apart from Boyka on his left. And how about this? Check back on the turn in position from Davies.
That's slippery.
It's as slippery as it gets.
But I don't think, especially with the added arrival of the diamonds, that it's going to induce. If it did, it would be very much for blocker effect to get the showdown more cheaply than you might if you defer. Agreed?
I agree. I mean, I think Davies just wanting to protect his checking range. Wants to have some straights as well as his two pair, his sets that would, you know, slow down on this turn. And also having a diamond in hand, I think checking with a diamond in hand makes a ton of sense as he does just make the call. Maybe getting some value from Orpin that
sure
he wouldn't have managed to get had he fired on the turn.
Well, we'll never know what figure Seth would have drawn up for sizing had the decision been his to make, but as it stands, Orpin comes with the 75K, gets flatted and shown the nut straight. So Seth's graph getting prettier and prettier with each altercation. Deuces for Greenwood.
On.
Jams his last 265. Felt like that was going to be the case.
Call.
I want to look at one.
It is an ace-king. that
Bleep.
has
No way.
earned a call as Buldigan is pipped and bemused.
All in lights.
So they'll play for 575 with Greenwood's fate hanging in the balance, and the Ducks
Would
have
love
the
to see it.
wings intact.
Black code.
Green have been ever so patient.
Same story on the turn, although outs
No
added
for me.
for Buldigan. Is he
Seven
looking to
matches
put the hex
today.
on with a prepay? Not going to work. Board pairs.
He's 65.
Deuces hold, and Greenwood can loosen the collar a tad after having exercised tremendous patience, as you alluded to.
Back up to 19 bigs.
Little breathing room.
3,600 people keeping us company late into the evening, or perhaps the early morning here in Northern Cyprus. Event number 1, day 1. 25k GG Super Millions Live edition. Part of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here. The Merit Royal Diamond in Northern Cyprus. Appreciate you guys getting involved in the conversation, whether it be in the chat or over on socials. Don't forget to tag Triton and Merit. The GOAT saying, Henry, how is your recovery going? Glad to have you here, bro. Firstly, the GOAT, do appreciate it. Appreciate you getting involved in the chat. And secondly, love being here myself. It was certainly one of the first things that crossed my mind. I want to be able to venture out to Taipei or Cyprus, but here I am.
Okay. Are we
out here.
Did you answer the question as to how the recovery is going?
It's going well, man.
Okay, there
yeah,
we go.
pretty much pain-free. The only issue is that when it's pain-free, I then use it, thinking that it's fixed, and then my body quickly reminds me that, hey, pal, ease up. Wait until you have surgery.
And once that prescription of industrial strength painkillers does run dry,
I'm
and
telling
I
you now,
do
man.
have real fears.
The amount of tramadol that I was given was enough to knock out an army.
Isn't that like elephant sleep medication?
It's a horse tranquilizer.
True story.
True story.
Wow.
And when he gave me the prescription as well, we'll dive back into the action first before we start talking about some of my trippy recovery stories as Davies has woken up with the goods. What a final level and a half for Seth, by the way. Was down and out with just 6 bigs. You can head over to the Triton Poker Plus app to check out his graph over the last couple of orbits.
Yeah, stuffs it over the top of that open, and the ace-4 crumbles under the weight. Back to the horse tranquilizer then.
Well, when he gave me the prescription, he said, just to let you know, this is 2.5, almost triple X,
I guess it wouldn't have mattered.
the recommended
By the time I
adult
clocked
daily
what was happening,
dosage.
it
But he said, in your case, I'd suggest taking as much as I'm prescribing because you're going to need it. And I did.
So did you ever try like taking less, and then that didn't work, and you were like, no, Doc was right, I need to go with the full, like, you didn't go Shetland pony dosage, you went like full Clydesdale.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat.
Yeah, but if it's 3, 4,
was,
and 5, and he can like
taken in with
then
my
make,
broken
like,
wing by none other than main event runner-up.
You know,
Michael
I
Soiser.
suspected, by the way, Henry, in your
also I don't
tweet,
know
which
how many,
contained,
like,
oddly, declarations of being
Obviously for
happier
me,
than
I
you've
have
been in a long time, that perhaps
14,
the
so I
sentiments
could,
had
like,
been synthetically fueled.
waste, like, you know,
Because the x-rays
3
certainly
minutes or something,
indicated
it'll probably wouldn't
misery.
be worth it.
Well, it's not that. It's more so just like being
if I
alive
roll
in a spot
5 or
where
6.
you could probably roll the
Well,
dice
you
on
know.
whether you walk away from that or not. And a few broken bones and a cool story certainly left me being a bit more grateful than perhaps I was prior to the accident for a lot of things, including poker, including commentary, including traveling around, doing something I love. And yeah, man, walking away with a newly found perspective is...
Randy and I are certainly glad that we didn't lose you to the streets of Phuket, as Ace-Jack is losing to 2 jacks here. Queen, Queen 6. Boyka defended. Igor goes to work on him. Seems like the kind of board that he could keep out of trouble on. 35,000 though, oh so tempting in terms of price laid. So to the turn we shall go. And now a Broadway draw obtained by Boyka. Pesky overcard to the red hooks.
Yeah, this is one of the things that just makes Boyka so difficult to play against. Knows when to float, knows when to lead. 75k. Into 2-3-5. Just shy of third pot. I'm really putting Igor in a annoying spot, even with this small sizing. I do apologize. I've gone completely the opposite way. It's Igor with the small bet. Thanks for letting me...
Is that time release, Tramadol? Is
I was about to say, thanks for letting me dig that hole, Ali.
Comes on and wait. I just wanted to see, you know, it was
See
more
how
of an
far
experiment.
it goes.
The chat and I, just keeping an eye on you here. I'm no physician, but I do have some impish initiative there. As I shut down on the river. We'll put the jacks on their backs.
Now that hand makes complete sense.
It's been a decent run, by the way, for Igor as well here in this last frame of the day. He was the last person to lay claim to Seth chips before he decided no more of that.
He's the one that poured fuel on the fire.
Ah, lit the fuse, did he?
Next time you miscall the action, I'm gonna be agreeing with you. I'm gonna be spurring you. I'll be like, yes, Sally, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
No, don't do that, because I don't have the Tramadol to blame.
I'm finding out from the chat that apparently Tramadol isn't horse tranquilizer, so I do apologize.
Wow. Keyboard pharmacists upon us.
They're probably right. I mean, I was kind of out of it at the time.
Well, what is it then? Elephant tranquilizer?
Dude, I have no idea. All I know is when you close your eyes.
Oh, is that what did Michael Jackson in? No, that's propofol. Don't mess with this stuff, Kilbane.
No, listen, I'm off it. Pretty much off it. Almost.
Yeah, see. That right there.
Stop it. Come on, a couple
Just
more
saying.
hands.
It's the kind of sentence
We're
that comes
there.
out of the mouth of a man who likes his pills.
You sat with 6 broken bones. You come and talk to me about pain medication.
I certainly hope I'm never able to come and talk to you with any number of broken bones. As Orpin with the mystery second card. Raise and take it for the Turk.
You know, one of the questions that you would think I'd learned after, a few years in the industry to not ask at a PokerStop. When you know, we're in the booth, we're friendly with a lot of these guys, whether it be going for dinner or cups of tea or whatever it is, drinking partners at certain festivals. You get to know people and become friendly. And when you come to a series, it's been a few months, see Orpin heading to the registration. It's like, oh, hey, pal, how's it going? Turns to me. Not great, Henry. Bullet number 4.
Wow.
And you just went, why? I mean, what do you ask these guys?
I mean, it's a natural
how you
thing
doing?
to ask. You could have asked them, have your feet healed since
then
the scorching incident in Vietnam.
And then, I just say to him, well, look, I hope bullet number 4 goes better than bullet number 3. Here he is, one of the chip leaders with 30 left. So spin the wheel, Orpin.
Far from
Never
one of
give
the
up.
chip leaders is Greenwood, but certainly the lead in this spot here with ace-king under the gun opening and Buldigan in the hijack with the king-queen. 3-betting to 120,000, and that will be music to Greenwood's ears, as we know these ace-kings like to work their stacks into the middle.
Oops, sorry.
Ace-5 suited for Ben Heath into the muck.
Vyacheslav. A bit wow against the sub-20 big blind stack. Greenwood. I like the 3-bet, though, the king-queen. Doesn't want a flat. Doesn't play that well. Multi-weight. Prefers free betting. Nice hand to do it with as well. You know, keep some hands that you actually dominate. Get some folds from ace-x, some suited ace-x. Greenwood surely going to announce himself here.
On.
There it is.
To be clear, I'm gonna fold, but to be clear, how much?
I love this
Oh,
guy.
this is peculiar.
I love this guy, man.
I'm going to fold, but give me a count.
Does
You
very,
jerk.
very properly follow up on his promise.
Maybe vacation, but
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Listen,
I'm
man.
going to fold, but to be clear, how much do you have there?
Such a
That was
character is
a
Swansea.
different one, wasn't it? I like Wildigan. More and more every time we see him out there. 15 bigs will be what he bags as that draws the curtain on play for the night. Henry, $2.5 million for Enzo Vito, the late arrival. 63 bigs, one of the biggest stacks in the room. Top 3. Ben Heath going to be nursing 10 bigs when the boys come back to 20 and 40,000 blinds tomorrow. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, of course. Ali Najad, Henry Kilbane. Just final thoughts quickly, Henry, as we wrap things up and put a bow on it for the night.
Well, honestly, I think the subtle needling has been one of my favorite parts of this tournament so far. A couple of new players tangling with some of the Triton OGs and a little back and forth every now and then. And
What
you
did I
love to
miss? Was there anything specific?
No, just, you know, the banter, the laughter. We're
Sure.
playing high stakes. There's a couple of, you know, just inside jokes, if you will, with some of the guys. And, yeah.
To be fair, I do think the climate is a bit more lighthearted in these sort of prelude events, right? It's a 25K. Any other tournament series, you're looking at a super high roller. But here at Triton, these are our warm-up events of sorts, right?
I
And the
think the
GG Super
environment-
Millions is welcoming. And yeah,
The environment.
too.
We're at Barrett. The players love it here.
They do.
So I think it really just brings out the best. You've got the sunshine, you've got the pool, you've got the buffet. If things don't go well at the poker tables, then yeah.
Yeah, plenty of options. And the beach is open for business as well. What do you say? A little dip in the ocean before work tomorrow?
The one-armed bandit drowning in the, I don't even know what ocean this is, Mediterranean Ocean, but no.
Maybe I'll just float you out there like
There
a
we go.
baptism. I'll
Maybe.
just, you know what I mean? It'll be a cathartic experience for you, Henry.
Yeah.
The sea salt might be good for you.
There's about 7
never know.
people that are about 10 seconds away from dragging you out the booth. Back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, Ali. Come on.
There it is. That is the time. Mark your calendars, do the math, and be sure to join us as the GG Super Millions will be concluding. That'll happen tomorrow, right? We're going to play down to a champion. So won't want to miss that. Just about 40 players remain. But in the meantime, on behalf of our entire staff, including Randy, producer James, and the whole crew from Sharehan, we bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow from North Cyprus.